You were once the most powerful prince of Decadence, but now you have been exiled to the border by the emperor, unable to return to the capital. Even if assassins come for you, the emperor remains indifferent. It is because of your blindness and inability to cultivate that you are seen as the only blemish in the eyes of the perfect Emperor Jinglong. You thought you would quietly await death on the border for the rest of your life, but unexpectedly, you awakened a sign-in system along the way. On the first day of signing in, you awakened the constitution of the Sword Eater. By feeding on swords, you can obtain the essence of the sword, with greater rewards coming from renowned swords. At this moment, you gaze at the sword in the carriage, a sword named Changyu, which was bestowed upon you by Emperor Jinglong as a coming-of-age gift. Without hesitation, you directly activate the ability of the Sword Eater. Instantly, various sword intents of the sword's former master surge in your mind. After an unknown period of time, Changyu becomes dull and lifeless, reduced to an ordinary sword. As you take a deep breath, at this moment, your martial arts cultivation has advanced. Even though it is only the first level of martial arts, from this day forth, you are no longer the worthless prince in the eyes of the world. Waiting for your breath to stabilize, a reminder came from the guards outside the carriage. Sixth Prince, we have arrived at the sword platform, but the city gate is still closed. You knew this was a show of power. Someone was waiting for you to get off the carriage. Being blind, you could only fumble your way out of the carriage. Sure enough, as soon as you got off the carriage, the city gate creaked open. Amidst the galloping of horses, a powerful voice rang out, "Guardian of the sword platform, Zhou Xiong, greets your highness." Despite saying so, Zhou Xiong did not dismount. Though you couldn't see, you could sense his disdain. How could a general who had fought on the battlefield bow down to a blind man? General Zhou, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Although I have taken on the responsibility of guarding the sword platform, I will still trouble you in the end. Your demeanor is humble, showing no signs of discontent, and you have no right to be discontented now. Zhou Xiong saw that you did not use your authority to oppress others, and his intention to cause trouble faded slightly. Chang Shan, escort his highness to the sword platform and make sure to take good care of him. With that, he flicked his whip and swiftly rode off with dozens of riders. Along the way, Chang Shan introduced the situation of Sword Pavilion. After a while, the two walked to a pavilion. Even before getting close, you could feel a surge in your heart, a sign of the eater's restlessness. Chang Shan raised his hand and introduced, "This is Sword Pavilion, where the great soldiers of Decadence are enshrined with their battle swords and renowned swords collected from all over the world. My greatest wish in life is to leave my sword here in the Sword Pavilion." With that, Chang Shan chuckled, "I almost forgot, Your Highness, that you cannot see, missing out on these renowned swords of the world and the heroic spirits of the battlefield. Chang Shan, you are being reckless. Since entering the sword platform, you have felt countless malice, but even Zhou Xiong did not mock you so bluntly, let alone this insignificant general. Outrageous! I have fought alongside the crown prince across the land, narrowly escaping death over 10 times, achieving the 6th rank in the end, and earning the position to guard the sword pavilion. You, a discarded prince banished by the emperor from the capital, think this is a game within the palace walls? At that moment, you finally understood his hostility. To Chang Shan, apart from the crown prince, all other princes were enemies, except for the 6th prince, who could be humiliated. Your Highness, your residence is just ahead. I won't accompany you any further. We will have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future, Chang Shan said, then turned and left. You stand outside the sword pavilion, indifferent to the threat of Chang Mountain. Perhaps others think that being exiled to the sword platform means a ruined future, but no one knows how delighted you are standing outside the sword pavilion. Given your position in the heart of Emperor Jinglong, it is difficult to elevate through the eaters, but this is the sword pavilion, with countless famous swords that can all serve as nourishment for your growth. But for now, you need to find a place to stay. Although you can't see it, the sky is getting dark. After asking a few people, you find your own accommodation. Early the next day, you checked in and, in the blink of an eye, a pill appeared in your hand. You swallowed it, feeling a surge of true energy spreading from your abdomen to your limbs and bones. Soon after, the power of the true energy pill was exhausted, and you felt a slight increase in the true energy in your body. Daily check-ins mostly yield true energy pills, and if you want something different, you can only look forward to the monthly check-in, or even the annual check-in once a year. The ability of the Sword Devourer is actually the result of the annual check-in. The medicinal effects have dissipated, and you found a sword slave to lead you to the sword pavilion. With each step, you could feel the vibrations in your body intensifying, even hearing countless sword cries around you. The sword pavilion in front of you is divided into 6 levels, with the swords becoming more formidable as you ascend. You chose to go up to the 6th floor first, but the aura emitted by the swords there made it difficult for you to approach, let alone absorb. In the end, you stayed on the 3rd level, where the swords, though not as powerful as the heavy feather, were still extraordinary. From this day on, the sword platform gained a blind prince who willingly fell into decadence. Not only was he blind, but he also went to the sword pavilion every day to watch the swords, doing nothing else. Initially, many officials of the sword platform were worried that this blind prince would seize power, so they made many preparations. However, as time passed, everyone forgot that there was still a 6th prince at the sword platform. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Now, you stand on the 4th floor of the Jiangu. Over the past year, you have devoured countless swords on the 3rd floor, advancing to the 4th realm of martial arts. Most importantly, it has been a year since he became the sword devourer. It was getting to be night. Li Xianbai walked out of the sword pavilion. The sword slave guarding the doorway saw him, his face expressionless. After Li Xianbai left, one of them showed a sneer on his face and opened his mouth. This blind prince, I don't know what he's thinking. It's been a year. He comes to the sword pavilion every day, rain or shine. Did he not think that he could learn swordsmanship if he stayed here for a long time? On the side, another sword slave frowned and couldn't help but speak. The 6th Highness, at least, is sincere about the sword. Meh. What? The people are gone, and you think that if you say a few words here, that blind emperor will look at you? Let me tell you, not to mention that blind man can't look at you. Even if he did, there's no way he, a loser, would let you touch the sword. In the distance, Li Xianbai walked steadily. These sword slaves thought that he was just an ordinary person, but they didn't know that Li Xianbai had long been a 4th grade of martial arts, plus he was born blind, so his sense of hearing was extraordinarily sensitive. But he didn't really care, because the ones that could make him care are the ones he wants to kill. These sword slaves, they don't have that qualification. The full moon hangs high. Little by little, time passes. Li Xianbai's mood also grew more and more excited. He's been signing in daily for the better part of a year. At normal times, most of the things you get from signing in are things like true elemental pills. And once a month, he was given a lot of goodies for signing in. In martial arts cultivation alone is not enough, there must also be a method. If there were no fighting spells, I'm afraid that with the power of a 4th rank, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to defeat a 3rd rank. It was having these signatures that allowed him to be no slouch in the area of law. And this once-a-year check-in is bound to make a huge difference for him. Finally, the time has come. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand, taking the power of ghosts and gods in a human body. Brief description. But the moment Li Xianbai claimed it, he suddenly felt a change. In his own right hand, a sharp pain appeared violently. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared, and then it was as if heaven and earth were torn apart, monstrous malice, infinite anger, and finally all of it turned into a hiss filled with fear. It was as if there was some kind of existence that constrained these forces and eventually merged them into the right hand. All is calm again. Li Xianbai suddenly felt a change. He could feel the power from his right hand while it gave him feedback. Who can see? No, it couldn't be said that he was seeing, it was just that he was able to perceive everything around him through his killing intent. Unfortunately, though, he couldn't see far, only 3 meters square. But that's enough. And he knew that with time, he would inevitably be able to unleash more demonic power. Maybe one day one can be like a normal person. Unconsciously tears flowed from Li Xianbai's gray eyes. For the first time in years, he knew what it was like to see. The power that comes with the Ghost Hand is more than that. With the presence of the Ghost Hand, he was able to unleash the power of the Ghost Hand, and even transform himself with the help of the Ghost Hand's power, allowing him to take his Sword Dao talent to the next level. All these changes made Li Xianbai excited. Sure enough, the once-a-year check-in is quite extraordinary. The Ghost Hand's ability is no worse than that of the Bakuro swordsman. He grinned. 3 years of mourning and 1 year of exile, and now 4 years have passed. It was the first time he had ever smiled. The next day, Li Xianbai unprecedentedly did not go to the sword pavilion. It was the first time he could see it. So he couldn't wait to see what the sword pavilion he had lived in for so many years was really like. Somewhere, several differently dressed people had gathered. The 6th prince today did not go to the sword pavilion. The faces of these people, each with a murderous aura, were clearly not benign. It's been a year. The sword pavilion is an important part of the sword terrace. It's heavily guarded, and that 6th prince lives near the sword terrace, so we haven't had much of a chance. Definitely can't miss this one nowadays. And then one man spoke up. I am now a sword slave, stationed on the path he must take today. This son, I shall be the one to kill him. The others nodded after a little thought. Although the person who spoke was not considered strong, the 6th prince was just a blind waste of space. It's too easy to kill him. Li Xianbai knew nothing about all this in the dark. He wandered from place to place. This unusual move even caught the eyes of those who were in charge of the sword stage. Chang Shan couldn't help but snicker when he heard this news. Thought that punk would die of old age in the sword pavilion, it's good to come out. His eyes flickered. Your Highness, General Zhou invites you to the sword-washing ceremony. A sword slave walked towards Li Xianbai with a steady pace. When this sword slave came within less than 3 meters of Li Xianbai's figure slightly paused. Killing aura. That sword slave's eyes filled with malice were very blunt, because in his eyes, Li Xianbai was a blind man, and there's not much around. In such a situation, he certainly didn't need to hide anything. When he came close to within 2 meters of Li Xianbai, his entire expression suddenly became hideous. Little child of Decadence, die. He roared angrily and stabbed his sword towards Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai's face was calm. The second grade of Budo. Really? Underestimating him. In the next instant, Li Xianbai used his finger as a sword. Flying rainfall. In a flash, swords fell like rain. Blood splattered everywhere. That second grade sword slave had disbelief in his eyes. You are not a loser. He couldn't believe how this legendary waste of a prince could have such strength. To be able to kill him with a single sword, even if he was a third grade, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. This rumored trash was actually a strong person who had entered the middle third grade. How old is he? Oh, a 14-year-old fourth grade. Such a talent is amazing. The eyes of that second grade sword slave gradually dimmed. Oh, yeah. This whole world, they've been lied to. He was unwilling, but could only die filled with remorse. Chapter 4, 6 Harnessed Sword Techniques, Changshan Clan. The news that Li Xianbai had encountered an assassination quickly spread. In less than a quarter of an hour, Changshan had rushed over. Seeing the body on the ground, Changshan's face was a bit surprised. Did you kill this? He opened his mouth, his face a little surprised. This person should be an entry-grade martial artist. This general has underestimated your 6th Highness, to actually be able to kill such an entry-grade martial artist. Li Xianbai's gray eyes were directed straight at Changshan. It made Changshan unable to resist moving his eyes away. I killed it. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. With his perception of killing intent, he was able to feel Changshan's malice filled with malice towards him, as well as the deep-seated killing intent in that flash of surprise. And then think about today. The assassination of himself was just too smooth. The sword terrace is an important place with countless guards. Although the sword washing pool was not one of the key points, the defense shouldn't be this lax either. How could a mere second-grade martial artist easily touch his side? But he kept it all deep. The defense of Kendai was such a disappointment. General Chang, I hope there won't be a similar situation again. Otherwise, the hallowed 6th Prince of Decadence was assassinated twice in the sword stage's heavy ground. You can't account for it, I'm afraid. You're threatening me. A fierce light flashed in Changshan's eyes. He was the Grand Prince's man, and after following him for many years, he hated this kind of threat the most. Li Xianbai didn't pay any attention to him until he brushed past him, and only then did he faintly open his mouth. Not really a threat, just a kind reminder. Watching Li Xianbai leave, Changshan glanced at the corpse on the ground. Waste. He cursed angrily and then said, drag this thing out and feed it to the dogs, and find all the other losers and slaughter them. The 6th Prince is right. There can't be any more problems with the current Kendai anytime soon. Leaving from the sword washing pool, Li Xianbai lost interest in continuing to loiter. The 4th grade of martial arts. Too weak. The assassin this time was only a 2nd grade martial artist. This was because the other party didn't know that he wasn't an ordinary person. But the next one that comes along is never going to be this weak. What's more, that Changshan, even if he wasn't involved in this assassination, was at least responsible for indulging. After entering the sword pavilion, Li Xianbai walked straight to the 4th floor of the sword pavilion. Originally, everything was calm as can be, but when he picked up one of the swords, he suddenly felt an overpowering aura. This is the sword intent that comes from the sword pavilion's perennial hiding of swords. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to feel the sword intent in it at all. On the contrary, if one enters the martial way, one will naturally feel the horror of it. It was also for this reason that those martial artists who had entered the grade had a sense of awe towards the sword pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Li Xianbai directly unleashed the ability of Bakuro Swordsman. The stern aura around him locked him down completely. But soon, a vicious and incomparable force appeared and began to fight against these chi. The power, from the ghost hand. Compared to the opportunity of these swords, the power of the ghost hand comes from the ghosts and gods, and it is self-evident that it is stronger or weaker. However, Li Xianbai took the initiative to withdraw this killing intent. This was because he was not only devouring the sword intent of the sword weapon, but he was also refining his own sword intent at the same time. For him, the process of fighting against these sword weapon chi was a process of improving himself. In the blink of an eye, most of the month passed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6 Master Sword Technique. The 6 Sword Mastery Technique, harnessing one's own body as a foundation, sacrificing one's blood to gain supreme power. Seeing the results of the monthly check-in, Li Xianbai sighed. 6 Harness Sword Technique. Just by reading the description, he knew that this sword technique was extraordinary, and the most crucial thing was that he read the path inside. Although he was only a 4th rank today, his eyesight was extraordinary. I'm afraid that this 6-harnessed sword technique is the strongest sword technique that I have obtained so far. But this sword technique has a huge drawback. Using oneself as a base and sacrificing one's chi and blood, in short, it was a technique that made one's life short. Other kung fu, when practiced, could lead a long life, but this gong fu, once the rate of progress could not keep up with the rate of consumption of chi and blood, it was a life-saving gong fu. It's impossible to practice. He now had Bakuro swordsman, ghost hand, and various sword techniques, and his future potential was even more limitless. Although the 6-harnessed sword technique was good, it wasn't worth the price he had to pay. However, the sword technique was not useless. As night fell, Li Xianbai once again left the sword pavilion. The guards were still the same sword slaves. As sword slaves, these people, in their entire lives, never had the chance to break away from this identity. This time, however, Li Xianbai stood in front of one of the sword slaves. That sword slave was the same sword slave that had defended him earlier. And the reason that made him stay here was because of the specialness of this person. The Bakuro swordsman gives him insight into the way of the sword far beyond the ordinary, and the special nature of the ghost hand allows him to see things that ordinary people can't. So he could tell that this sword slave in front of him had extraordinary talent in the sword path. Most importantly, this person was also not the least bit fearless in the face of his invisible release of ghost hand killing intent. This was a genius with extraordinary talent in the way of the sword and tenacious roots. Do you want to get rid of your sword slave status? Hearing these words, that sword slave looked up sharply at Li Xianbai. Without thinking, he was wild-eyed. Think. Good. Li Xianbai spat out a word. And then he looked at a few other sword slaves. Kill them, I'll give you that chance. In an instant, those other sword slaves' eyes were filled with panic. In the next second, that sword slave pounced towards them like a hungry wolf. In less than an incense stick of work, there was only one person still standing in front of him. Seeing this result, Li Xianbai smiled. He threw the 6-harnessed sword technique to that sword slave. From this day forward, your name is Sharona, live for me, die for me. Thuli slave. Sharona didn't hate the name. On the contrary, he loved it. Half a month later, Sharona wielded an ordinary iron sword, and although it didn't last long, it was decent. Just then, the gate opened with a bang, and a group of armor-clad and sword-wielding men rushed in. The leader, Zhou Xiong, had an angry look on his face. Sixth Prince, you actually dared to kill someone in the sword pavilion. Li Xianbai couldn't see Zhou Xiong, he was too far away, but it didn't stop him from hearing whose voice it was. General Chang, this matter has been over for half a month. But I didn't expect that General Chang would be looking for it now. Those sword slaves taunted me, and although I was not favored by my father, I was still a royal son after all. General Chang came to find trouble with me for those sword slaves. In that case, those sword slaves dared to taunt me. Could it be that you instructed them, General Chang? Hearing this, Chang Shan's face changed, though he came over just to get in trouble. But he couldn't afford such a charge. But even so, he had no intention of letting it rest. The sword pavilion is an important place. If someone dares to taunt you, there will be someone to deal with it, but that sword slave beside you kills people, and today, in order to set the record straight, he should be killed. Saying that, he implicitly glanced towards the guards around him. A few dead sword slaves, he didn't care at all. But in the past few days, he heard that the sword slave that was taken away by the 6th prince was quite popular with the 6th prince. So here he is. He would make this 6th prince a loner until his death. Chapter 5, a small explanation of the sword Dao, 6th grade of the martial Dao. Received a hint from Zhou Xiong. That guard's eyes flickered with a fierce look. He didn't hesitate to take out his sword and stabbed it at Shiranu. Today, his goal was to kill this damn sword slave. What qualifications does a mere sword slave have to stand by the side of an imperial prince? Even if that's just a trashy prince. The attack was extremely sudden. The corner of Chang Shan's mouth hooked up in a faint arc. With mocking eyes, he looked at Li Xianbai, who seemed to be oblivious. However, he didn't realize that Li Xianbai, who had a sense of killing intent, was even more perceptive than he had imagined. But Li Xianbai didn't move. It was also his test for Shiranu. Shiranu's pupils shrunk slightly, his eyes bared. He was born a sword slave without any freedom to speak of, and even though he had outstanding talent, there was no way for him to be able to practice martial arts, because even among the sword slaves, he was the lowest of the low. But now, the 6th prince had given him this opportunity. It finally gave him hope for freedom. And the man in front of him actually tried to kill him. Only a flash of killing intent was seen as his true chi bulged. At the same time, the iron sword in his hand, nonchalantly killed towards the other party. The 6-harnessed sword technique was used by him to the fullest extent at this moment. The two men staggered. At the same time, they fell to the ground, but in the end, Shirono gritted his teeth and stood up. The wound on his abdomen was dripping blood. He stared ferociously at Zhou Xiong. There was no half-hearted fear at all, because of the injury. Chang Shan's guards, on the other hand, couldn't even die anymore. See the look in Shirono's eyes. Chang Shan was instantly furious. He didn't care about the death of a guard, but the look in this Shura slave's eyes made him very angry. Go to hell. Chang Shan was furious and directly drew his sword. Destroy the mountain. This sword was as powerful as a rainbow, wrapped in a force that seemed to be enough to break mountains and rocks, and chopped over towards cultivation slave. And it was at this time Li Xianbai moved. A sword light turned into a rainbow and violently blocked in front of Shiranu. There was a clanking explosion. Chang Shan's sword was steadily blocked. Li Xianbai looked at Chang Shan. General Chang, you have a lot of guts, you have to kill my people when you say so. Sword slave insulted me, sure a slave for me to kill what is not. You think this sword platform is Chang Shan single-handedly cover the sky not? Li Xuanbai's words calmed Chang Shan down. He looked at Li Xianbai with extremely dangerous eyes. You've actually reached the 4th rank. Chang Shan took a deep breath. Originally, he thought that Li Xianbai was able to kill that assassin only by luck. But now, this trash, Li Xianbai, had actually reached the 4th rank of the martial Dao. He didn't continue to speak, but only looked deeply at Li Xianbai. Go! After spitting out a word, Chang Shan directly turned around and left. However, the killing intent in his heart became more and more intense. Originally, he thought that Li Xianbai was just a waste of a royal son, but he hadn't thought that he had actually reached the 4th rank of the martial Dao without saying a word. This was certainly not considered a strong person, but it was completely different from the waste everyone imagined. Before, he had planned to let Li Xianbai off the hook, but now, he's changing that mind. Li Xianbai must die. Sure, a slave stared at Chang Shan as they left until he confirmed that there was no danger in the surroundings, then he directly knelt on the ground. Your Highness, my subordinate has disgraced you. His gums had bitten out blood. But if he was stronger today, how would he let Her Highness suffer such humiliation for her own sake? Li Xianbai shook his head. No harm done, next time, just kill him. Yes. Shirona gritted his teeth. He vowed to work harder than before. Next time if that Chang Shan still dared to come over, he would definitely stand in front of His Highness. I have no regrets even if I die. As for Li Xianbai, he was more urgent than sure a slave. Chang Shan was only the 6th rank of the martial Dao, and in the sword stage, although he had some status, he was actually nothing. But it was such a small man who had threatened him repeatedly. Even when he wanted to take on a henchman, he was so eager to kill his minions. It's a good thing that his status as a royal son is placed here. It was unlikely that Chang Shan would continue to strike at him in a short period of time. So all he could do now was to continue to improve his strength. Strength. Everything is strength. From this day onwards, Li Xianbai once again entered a state of seclusion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Zhou Yuan fruit. Another monthly check-in. I didn't expect to get the spirit fruit this time. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed it, and the Zhou Yuan fruit melted in his mouth. And then it transformed into a huge stream of true essence that spread out towards his limbs and bones. In the twinkling of an eye, his breath began to pull up quickly. Outside the temple, Shirona guards this place. During this period of time, he had frantically upgraded himself, and now he had reached the martial Dao 2nd grade realm. Such a speed would be enough to drive anyone crazy if it were known. Even Li Xianbai couldn't do it with the help of Bakuro swordsman. But Li Xianbai was not envious of this, because the speed at which the Shura slave improves is traded for longevity, and such a boost slows down over time. Compared to that, one's own cultivation of swordsmanship through Bakuro swordsman, coupled with Ghost Hand, was the broadest avenue. Suddenly, Shuranu looked fiercely into the hall. There was some awe in his eyes. Your Highness has broken through again. I wonder when I will be able to reach a realm like Your Highness. Thinking about it, he became more diligent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bone Forging Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Killing Scripture. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword Dao Xie. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Time is spent in seclusion. Li Xuanbai's days are very full. He was able to feel his strength increase, and at the same time, after his strength increased, the range of his killing intent perception also grew larger and larger. This feeling of being able to see farther was the best motivation for him to practice hard. Meanwhile, during this time, he had gained quite a few new things, like that little explanation of the way of the sword. He devoured the sword weapon through the buccaneer to get the spiritual rhythm of the sword weapon, but as he devoured more and more spiritual rhythm of the sword weapon, the sword Dao in his body became more and more refuted. This is a very unfavorable pitfall for him. However, through studying the small explanation of the sword Dao, he had learned to sort out the refuted sword Dao in his body. The most crucial thing was that his realm had made a new breakthrough. A small half-year's time had allowed his strength to reach the 6th grade realm. At first, Chang Shan was relying on his strength of the 6th grade to threaten him many times. But now, Li Xianbai thought that he was sitting on countless cards. Chang Shan is no longer his opponent. But Li Xianbai wasn't interested in going after Chang Shan's trouble either. That would only expose his strength in advance and attract the vigilance of others. All he wanted now was to continue to improve himself and enter the realm of the Sovereign Master before he turned 18. Chapter 6 Sword Cleansing Ceremony, 7-Star Dragon Abyss. There are 9 grades of martial arts under heaven. Those who enter the 9th grade can be called the first class of the world, but there are realms above the 9th rank. Once one became a patriarch, he would be able to have a significant position in a dynasty by virtue of his own power. There is no longer any threat, except for a few. For the current Li Xianbai, a blind man, even if he wanted to fight for the throne, he didn't have any substance to do so. Even the other emperors would never give him any hope of surviving once they realized the threat he posed. He has no connections, for one thing, and no background. So the only thing he could rely on now was his own martial arts strength. If one day one could enter the realm of the sovereign, even Emperor Jinglong could no longer easily shout at him, even though other princes have ascended to the throne. Nor would it be easy to make an enemy of him. Becoming a patriarch before the age of 18, if anyone else said that, it would be a big joke. But Li Xianbai is sitting on a golden finger. In just a year and a half, he had already reached the martial Dao 6th grade realm. Becoming a patriarch before the age of 18 was naturally not impossible. So even though he had become a martial Dao 6th grade, he hadn't changed anything and was still running between the 2 points of the Sword Pavilion and his residence. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to cultivate in peace, there were always some people that were not willing to sit back and watch. General Chang's residence. Chang Shan sat in the main seat. Below, a sword slave crouched on the ground. Just now, the sword slave had given him a report on Li Xuanbai's recent movements. He didn't bother with that sword slave, but instead looked to the side. It's been almost half a year, that Li Xianbai, I don't know how his strength is nowadays, whether he has made a breakthrough. The man was silent for a moment, then spoke. That 6th prince's talent is extraordinary, and what's most rare is that he's still able to study martial arts intensely, and he may have the stature of a 9th grade in the future. After he finished speaking, he looked deeply at Chang Shan. But old Chang, there are some things that can't be done easily, and once you do it, there can be no turning back. Chang Shan closed his eyes. Of course he knew what the other man was talking about. Soon, he opened his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes couldn't stop leaking out. Retreat? I've been fighting on the battlefield for so many years, when have I ever considered something like retreat? And I have repeatedly embarrassed the 6th prince, that little man. I am afraid that he has long hated me to the bone. If he does enter the 9th grade in the future. No, even just getting into the 7th rank could potentially lead to regaining the favor of His Holiness. He slammed his fist down on the octagonal table. Some uncontrolled force smashed this table right to pieces. So much time has passed. Now even if something were to happen, it wouldn't be an accident. He wanted to kill people, to kill the emperor. Having said that, Li Xuanbai's daily routine is 2 points in one line. Just like those northern python assassins before, Chang Shan could not find, at all, an opportunity to find trouble with Li Xianbai. And in the middle of this time, Li Xianbai, however, continued to spend all of his time entirely on practicing martial arts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 precious fruits. It was another spirit fruit, and after seeing it, Li Xianbai revealed a smile. These spirit fruits were extremely helpful. With the help of this spirit fruit, he even felt that the 7th rank of the martial Dao seemed to be close at hand. It's the check-in system that always surprises him every now and then. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bone forging pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining true element pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star dragon sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining true element pill. Time was spent in Li Xianbai devouring Sword Pavilion sword weapons and signing in. Nowadays, his killing intent perception was already able to perceive everything within 10 meters. He even obtained a sword, the 7-star dragon abyss. Such a sword was also found in the Sword Pavilion. However, the sword weapons in the Sword Pavilion were fine for him to go in and look at, but he had no qualifications to take them out. And the quality of the 7-star dragon's abyss was enough to rank as a 6th-tier existence even amongst the countless sword pavilions of sword weapons. Such a precious sword, he naturally did not want to devour it easily. After all, he was a sword user after all. Without a handy sword weapon in hand, it was difficult to exert sufficient strength. So much time had passed. Li Xianbai practiced his sword in the main hall. All sorts of sword techniques like flourishing flowers were at his fingertips. There was a sound of footsteps and Shirono walked in. Seeing Li Xuanbai's swordsmanship, Xiu Luonu's eyes revealed admiration. He also used a sword, and knew very well what the swordsmanship in His Highness's hands meant. Your Highness, General Chang sent someone to inform Your Highness that the sword washing ceremony is tomorrow, and that Your Highness is invited to go over and preside over the big event. Oh, Li Xianbai stopped. I remember that there was a sword washing ceremony last year as well, but Chang Shan used the reason of being a first-timer to keep me from attending. Sword washing ceremony. The sword platform casting sword need to go through many processes, and the sword washing ceremony, in fact, is the last step. Washing the sword at the sword washing platform means that the blade has been forged. It was natural that he, the chief officer of the sword platform, should attend. But last year Chang Shan didn't want him to participate, and this year Li Xianbai himself was not interested anymore. But that Chang Shan came to invite him again. Li Xuanbai's expression was somewhat playful. Your Highness. Shironu opened his mouth. My subordinate thinks that Chang Shan's move must harbor evil intentions. Aha. Tell the visitor I'll be on time. Li Xianbai touched the 7-star dragon abyss sword in his hand, and above the long sword, a cold light flashed. Though he didn't know what Zhou Xiong wanted to do. But this is ultimately a hidden danger. Originally, he thought of ignoring Zhou Xiong for the time being. But now that Zhou Xiong had struck out at him again and again, it would be impossible for him to hide anymore no matter what. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. This time, he was going to settle old grudges with new ones. A piercing coldness was revealed on Li Xuanbai's body. It's murderous. With the power of the ghost hand stored up, he had learned how to keep his killing aura in check. But now, the murderous aura that he had long ago collected was once again surging to his heart, unable to be suppressed. Even the Buddha was 3 times angry. Not to mention him, a royal son who had been loathed by his own father and bullied by all his brothers since he was a child. Soon, the night passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Li Xianbai was dressed in plain clothes. The 7-star dragon abyss sword hangs at his waist. Behind him, Sharona followed with his head hanging down. The doors to the great hall opened. Let's go and see what means Zhou Xiong has prepared for us. Saying that, Li Xianbai took the lead and walked towards the outside. The pace was so steady that one could not tell in the least that he was in fact blind. But for all that, Sharona was not surprised in the least. The others didn't know, but it was clear to him that everyone had underestimated His Highness. Blind prince? Perhaps His Highness's eyes are indeed blind, but His Highness's heart, however, has never been blind. No one's eyes, even, were brighter than His Highness's. In the past 2 assassinations, His Highness dealt with them calmly, but he never really showed his sharpness. And today, His Highness has been storing up his sword for a year and a half. It's finally time to pull it out. Chapter 7. One sword destroys the 5th grade. Early the next morning, a low, long horn sounded. The sword washing ceremony was an extremely important event for the sword stage. Each new batch of weapons was able to step into the battlefield after being cleansed by the sword. So it's very grand every time. Li Xianbai walked on top of the aisle with crowds spread around him. Thousands of sword slaves fell to their knees. Sure, a slave followed Li Xianbai. At this moment, his head was raised extremely high, and in the past, he was also one of those sword slaves. And now because of His Highness, he was in a position to stand up. Your Highness, there are many matters that Your Highness should keep in mind for today's sword-washing ceremony. Cheng Shan walked over, his face was cold, and he didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Li Xianbai. Why would he need to do all that superficial work with such a blind man? Not only him, but the other civil and military personnel on the sword platform all had similar expressions. Can't see it, can't look at it, and don't bother with it. Only these people's expressions were so much less murderous than Chang Shan's. I know naturally. Li Xianbai nodded. But I'm not really interested in these chores, so I'll have to bother General Chang today. Cheng Shan smiled gently, his eyebrows flushed with cold. And then, without being polite, he turned to look at the countless sword slaves below. Take the sword from the sword furnace and enter the sword washing pool. He bellowed, and thousands of sword slaves carried over a sword weapon that had been forged long ago. Though these sword weapons, all of them were but just forged and born. However, Li Xianbai was still able to feel the throbbing from the Bakuro swordsman. Sword weapons begin to form, and all swords are blades. When a large number of sword weapons entered the sword washing pool, there were some more sword slaves, with sword weapons in their hands, coming towards them. Your Highness, the ones that entered the sword pool just now were just some ordinary sword weapons. But these are first-class swords that will be famous and powerful in the future. Your Highness, as the chief officer of the sword pavilion, should personally deliver the sword pool. Cheng Shan continued to speak. I'm blind in both eyes, so how about General Cheng do it for me? Li Xianbai opened his mouth and spoke. Cheng Shan immediately said, Your Highness, this is the duty of the chief officer of the sword terrace. How can it be done by another person? If it is inconvenient for Your Highness, why don't you let someone else lead the way? Hearing this reply, Li Xianbai laughed softly a few times. Go. When he originally came, Li Xianbai was assisted by Xiu Luonu. But at this moment, Li Xuanbai's pace was steady and he didn't need any assistance at all. Seeing such a situation, Cheng Shan had an unexpected look in his eyes. This, Your Highness, is more deeply hidden than one would expect. Obviously blind, yet he needs no assistance and walks with such a steady gait. When really, it's a bit of a surprise. Unfortunately, a blind man is just a blind man after all. There's nothing left to turn over in this life. After all, today is the day he dies. And then he looked at the long sword at Li Xuanbai's waist. That sword is a good sword, and if you find an opportunity later, you can bring it to offer it to His Highness the Grand Prince. When Li Xianbai took one step at a time, leading those sword slaves who were holding the swords, he walked towards the sword washing pool. The few sword slaves that had been following him revealed a slight cold light in their eyes. Even Sharona didn't notice half of it. Only the corner of Cheng Shan's mouth hooked up an arc. Just at the moment when the sword weapon was about to enter the pool, several people instantly exploded. They held sharp swords and fiercely killed towards Li Xianbai. Seeing this scene, many people on the sword stage were shocked. Help! Although most of them despised the 6th prince. But if the 6th prince died here, they were afraid that they would have to take some of the blame. Even Chang Shan showed the same state. But he was in no hurry. Where is the water far away to quench the thirst of the near? As for the Shura slave that followed behind Li Xianbai, he didn't care at all. Half a year ago, that cultivation slave was still nothing more than a sword slave who hadn't even practiced martial arts. What can be done in less than a year? In the next instant, Xiu Luonu was the first to react as he drew his long sword, and the six-harnessed sword technique was instantly utilized. All around his entire body, he was covered in crimson blood qi. This is the six-harnessed sword technique. Using one's own qi and blood as a machine, one harnesses the power of qi and blood to explode. Madaka! With a blast, he blocked an enemy. This scene shocked Chongshan. One must know that the assassin who struck this time was not weak. That sword slave who had only been cultivating for a year was actually able to block it. What a horrible talent this is. But then he sneered. So what? There was more than one person who struck out. Shuranan blocked a martial Dao 4th grade, but there were 3 others who had already stabbed towards Li Xianbai and Shuranan's unsightly eyes. And these 3, the strongest of them, had already reached the realm of the 5th grade. Many people watched as Li Xuanbai's figure didn't even move. Pity was born in the heart. This blind man, I'm afraid, doesn't even know what's going on. The 3 assassins' eyes showed excitement. The opportunity has finally arrived. Dog Emperor, go to hell. That 5th grade assassin's eyes were wild as his long sword slashed violently towards Li Xianbai. But on Li Xuanbai's face, a cold smile appeared. The moves of these assassins, under the perception of his killing intent, had been no secret from the beginning. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword was violently sheathed. As that assassin's long sword slashed down, Li Xianbai directly met it with the 7-star Dragon Abyss. Madaka! A long sword breaks. The assassin's pupils shrunk, his eyes incredulous. How is that possible? His sword, although it was not the world's most famous sword, it was still a fine product of the sword stage for a year, so how could it be so bad? But he had no more chance to think. The next instant, his eyes, he saw his body. So, my head fell off. As soon as the 5th rank assassin died, the 2 remaining 4th ranks, their faces turned ugly. Li Xianbai fiercely killed over. Between the rows of clouds and water, the 2 4th grades had already been exterminated by him as much as possible. The 1 remaining assassin, on the other hand, fought with Shiranu. This assassination was easily solved by Li Xianbai. Everyone in the entire sword washing pool looked at this sudden change in shock. Their eyes were incredulous. The blind prince in the eyes of the world had actually reached such a level of strength. Chang Shan even felt his body trembling. A sword destroyed a 5th rank, and then easily decapitated 2 4th ranks. I'm afraid that even an ordinary martial Dao 6th grade wouldn't be able to do this with this kind of strength. In other words, the current 6th prince already had the ability to threaten himself. No, he must be killed. Chang Shan's face was hideous. The 6th prince's martial arts talent was so terrifying. If he didn't die again, he would have no chance. But today, one must hunker down, and next time, one must not give the 6th prince any chance to break the game. And then he shouted for help while he and the others rushed towards Li Xuanbai's place. Chang Shan killed the last seriously injured assassin with a sword, while pretending to say, "Your Highness, you are all right." He knew that the 6th prince had already suspected himself. But so what, he was emboldened. But his wandering eyes didn't notice that Li Xianbai was already looking towards him. Chang Shan, all these manpower, you arranged them, right? Chapter 8, no one to kill? Then I, myself, will behead you. Hearing Li Xuanbai's words, Chang Shan felt as if he had been subjected to some great insult. Your Highness, even though you are a royal prince, how can you spit blood? The rest of the crowd around them, too, spoke up. Your Highness, General Chang is an important general of my sword stage and has been loyal to my great song for decades. How could he possibly do such a thing? Your Highness, please also refrain from making random accusations and chilling people's hearts in vain. Your Highness. There was a flurry of gibberish as everyone berated Li Xianbai. It was as if Chang Shan was the one being assassinated at this moment. Li Xuanbai's face was calm. In today's matter, there were 8 sword slaves who washed their swords with me, but among them, 4 of them were all assassins. These people, all of them, should have been arranged by you. You can't shrug off such a major blunder. But in the face of Li Xuanbai's words, Chang Shan simply said, Your Highness, in this matter, the last general has an unshirkable responsibility. After today I will go to General Zhou's place to collect my punishment. But judging from the movements of these assassins who just struck out, it is obvious that they are all from North Mang. It is hard to believe that Your Highness is saying that Mordecai has defected to North Python. With that, he looked to the crowd. I, Chang Shan, have been fighting on top of the Northern Python battlefield for more than 10 years, and have narrowly escaped death no less than 10 times, and the Northern Python can be said to not share the same fate. You can accuse me of faults, but not of being in North Python. He shouted angrily. This one sentence moved the crowd. Not bad, Chang Shan couldn't have done something like that. They had also all survived from fighting on the North Python battlefield and had seen many mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He empathizes with what happened to Chang Shan and has a natural affinity for him. Your Highness, words should be spoken with evidence. If we arbitrarily accuse our great Song warriors of being traitors without evidence, we will never agree. Yes, we'll never agree to that. Never say yes. For a moment, the mountains shouted and the entire Swordwash Pond was left with only one sound. That would be support for Cheng Shan. Seeing such a situation, the corner of Cheng Shan's mouth hooked up an arc. There was naked disdain in his eyes. So what if he directed the strike? What did the sixth prince take to punish him? Besides, he was merely giving those North Python assassins some convenience. It was a pity that these assassins were too weak, and there wasn't even a sixth rank among them. Otherwise, it might have killed the sixth prince. Facing the herd, Li Xuanbai's face did not change, and the seven-star dragon abyss sword in his hand was not withdrawn from its scabbard. Instead, he pointed straight towards Cheng Shan. All kinds of evidence is already in front of us, do you still want to harbor it? He shouted angrily. Today, he wanted Cheng Shan to die. Having already jumped in front of himself so many times, today, how could he be allowed to live again? The crowd was silent. Evidence? Indeed, with 7 sword slaves, 4 of which had problems, it would indeed be a bit hard to say that it was just a dereliction of duty. Moreover, many of them knew that Cheng Shan and the sixth prince were somewhat conflicted. But at this moment, no one stepped forward. Because talk about a big day, these are only circumstantial evidence, not direct proof. Sixth Highness, we will inform General Zhou to handle this matter and will definitely deal with Cheng Shan severely. One man stepped forward. But at this moment, by saying something like this, his position is self-evident. Cheng Shan smiled. Your Highness, without evidence, you accuse me of defecting to the enemy like this, in this entire sword stage, who will help you kill me? Hearing this, Shirono struggled to stand up. He and that fourth-grade assassin from before were both defeated, and he might even have died if Cheng Shan hadn't rushed over. But even so, he had to help his Highness and kill Cheng Shan here. But Cheng Shan just glanced at him and then averted his eyes. This sword slave can't stand up. Cheng Shan looked at Li Xianbai with a mocking expression. Even if everyone was able to guess that this matter today had nothing to do with him, but so what? Today, he can't die. In the future, even if he had to go to General Zhou to receive his punishment, he would never die with his relationship with the Grand Prince. Next time, he would be prepared for anything. Kill the sixth prince completely. Everyone felt that the sixth prince was beyond help. That raised 7-star dragon abyss was nothing more than his last stubbornness. Because if he put the sword down, then his face, he would never have it again. But then in the next second, their faces changed slightly. Li Xuanbai's sword was not lowered as he walked towards Cheng Shan step by step. No one to kill? Then I, myself, will behead you. After hearing these words, Cheng Shan seemed to have heard some extremely ridiculous joke and generally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He suddenly laughed out loud. Sixth Highness, your martial arts talent is indeed good, but this general has been fighting with the Northern Pythons for more than 10 years, so what are you going to do to kill this general? He is arrogant because he has arrogant capital. A skill that came from fighting on the battlefield was his backbone. As for the sixth prince, even though he also had the 6th grade realm, he had only killed a few people. How can I compare to him? So he didn't move and just watched as Li Xianbai walked over. He wanted to let the sixth prince truly see what despair was. Even though the sixth prince wanted to kill him, in the end, he could only give up unwillingly, and then died with resentment at his revenge. Li Xianbai walked steadily. 6th grade? He felt the power in his body while restraining his right hand. There, the power of the bound ghosts and gods couldn't wait to be released and slay. But in the end, Li Xianbai restrained the urge. At some point, the cloudy sky, a light rain fell. The rain hit Li Xuanbai's body, but it was discharged by the true qi he dispersed. Many of the generals around them, looking at Li Xianbai, the 6th prince of Decadence, for some reason, suddenly had a feeling in their hearts. Aren't they underestimating the 6th prince? The moment Li Xianbai took 5 steps towards the process mountain, he moved. He had been given the scripture of murder. There was no sword art in it, but it had the essence of the sword family. Those who use swords have nothing but 3 kills. Kill people, kill gods, kill all beings. In this instant, the sword was like a long song, transforming into a rainbow. With a cry, the 7-star dragon abyss had stabbed into Cheng Shan's throat. This is a murderous sword. Looking at Cheng Shan's incredulous eyes, Li Xianbai fell silent and calmly retrieved the 7-star dragon abyss. 6th grade of martial arts, 1 sword and death. This scene also frightened the countless people around them. They all knew Cheng Shan's strength very well, but even Cheng Shan had failed to block the 6th prince's sword. What was contained within it was truly terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, there were countless people whose hearts raged. 6th prince, how dare he kill so strongly? Only at this moment, no one dared to show it out. Because Li Xuanbai's identity, the heaviest, was always the Decadence Emperor. After killing Cheng Shan, Li Xianbai opened his mouth. Shironu, help me back, I'm tired. Blood dripped from Shironu's body as he gritted his teeth and walked over, gently holding Li Xuanbai's arm as he left the sword washing pool. It was as if Li Xianbai was still the same 6th prince that everyone could bully before. But everyone knew in their hearts. It's not the same. The blind emperor before them was blind, though his eyes were blind. But, also, only the eyes are blind. His ruthlessness, determination, and that terrifying strength were enough to shock everyone. Chapter 9, The First Person on the Sword Stage. What happened yesterday? It didn't make Li Xianbai care too much, but in the entire sword stage, it set off an uproar. Zhou Xiong, as the guardian of Sword Terrace, was not a very high position, but he died just like that. It's a matter of importance for the entire Kendai. The minds of the people are different. The only thing that was the same was that as Li Xianbai walked along the road, the killing sense could no longer perceive the kind of omnipresent malice that it had before. But for Li Xianbai himself, his life remains unchanged from the past. Since those obvious malice could not be found around him and his strength was already known to the public, Li Xianbai did not move between his residence and the sword pavilion at 2 points like he did in the past. Occasionally, I would go out and see the bustle of this sword platform. Li Xianbai was followed by Shura slave. Walking on the street, although not holding a cane, it seems to be able to see, walking without the slightest obstacle. This scene made many people feel surprised. This sixth prince, isn't he a blind man? Someone whispered to the person next to them with very curious eyes. Of course it's blind. I can still remember when the sixth prince just came to sword stage, he couldn't even walk straight. I've heard that this prince is very different from what he used to be. Possessing the strength of the 6th grade of martial arts now, it was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps it's because of this strength that he's been able to make it this far. The man beside him replied fervently. After all, in the legends, those martial arts powerhouses did all have extraordinary means. Snap! A lash of a horsewhip came. What happened? Li Xianbai sidled his ears. The whipping sound was too obvious. It was just that he could only perceive just 10 meters in a circle, and naturally knew nothing about the situation there. There were a couple of Kendai guardsmen, flogging the people, looking like they were drunk. Shironu was slightly silent before answering. There was a time when he was one of the flogged, only he had to be a little worse off than these people. Just because he's a sword slave. Hearing this, Li Xianbai nodded. And then it was off in the direction from which the whipping sound had come. Lu Shantong held a horsewhip and ruthlessly struck down whip after whip. The people he whipped were wailing in pain, but didn't dare to do anything. Beside him was a basket of cabbages, which apparently was his livelihood. The cabbages, though, have been knocked over. Let you get in my general's way, today I will whip you to death. He smoked it while grinning broadly. Just then, a cold light flickered, and a sword cut off his riding crop. This scene instantly brought a few people to their senses all of a sudden. Cold sweat broke out slightly on Lu Shantong's forehead. If that sword had been stabbed towards him, he would have died, I'm afraid. What a guy! He roared angrily, and then noticed Li Xianbai, as well as Xiu Luonu, who had just made a sword strike. At this time, Xiu Luonu had silently returned behind Li Xianbai. So it's the sixth prince. Lu Shantong laughed coldly, his body's alcohol aura condensed and did not dissipate. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. What is the offense of the people? You make trouble on the basis of drunkenness. Is there no king's law left in Kendai? Lu Shantong's eyes widened in anger, and he directly drew the long knife at his waist. You blind man, you just killed my brother, and you still dare to come to my trouble. Do you really think that all of us sword terrace defenders are vegetarians? As he said this, though, his sword was still a little wobbly, and the soles of his feet were even more unsteady. And a couple of people on the sidelines had responded. Old Lu, take the knife back. Although they all hated to kill Li Xianbai as well, they were still very clear about the consequences of making a move against the prince in the street. Lu Shantong said with a face of displeasure. What, you guys wimped out? I've never been afraid of killing on the battlefield for so many years, so the big deal is to kill him, one life for one life. Li Xianbai just looked at him Lu Shangdong. Obviously, this person was very close to Changshan. Otherwise, it couldn't be so. And Shironu's sword, though not yet drawn, had long been ready for battle. Li Xianbai said with an unchanged face. If you are drunk, then go back to your house and rest. If you dare to make a move against me, when His Majesty learns of it, he will surely execute all 9 clans of you. Lu Shantong's face changed, his wine breath surged, and he was about to make a move. But several others immediately pulled him back. Old Lu, don't be impulsive, General Zhou will be back soon. And naturally General Zhou will handle this matter then. Only after mentioning Zhou Xiong did Lu Shantong calm down. He stared angrily at Li Xianbai. Sixth prince, don't think that, after killing someone at the sword stage, this matter will be settled. If it weren't for the frequent activities of the Northern Python lately, and all my great generals of the sword stage had left for the border, how could I have given you such an opportunity? When General Zhou Xiong returns, he will not spare you. After saying that, a few people turned around and left. Obviously after calming down, they all knew very well that making such a mess would not benefit them in the slightest. Looking at their departing backs, Li Xianbai spoke softly. Indeed, this matter will not be left alone. Obviously as a prince, should have a person under the status, but because he was born blind, everywhere by the ostracism, but also everyone can be bullied. That Changshan has provoked many times, and I'm afraid that everyone in this sword stage knows about it. And yet no one has ever said anything for him, not even a word. Now, Changshan is dead. Immediately, someone jumped in and called out for him. That's where he is now. His gray eyes looked in the direction of where Kyoto was. Oh father! Why was I, the sixth prince of Decadence, born in error? No one heard him say that. Even more, no one could imagine how deep the resentment was in his heart towards that high and mighty Emperor Jinglong. After Zhou Xiong and the others left, the people who originally didn't dare to approach walked over cautiously. Many thanks to your highness for being stood up by us, the people. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that we would have been killed today, and no one would have dared to bury our corpses. May you live a long and prosperous life. A crowd of people spoke as you spoke, and what was revealed in their voices was gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. In this great song, how many people are willing to speak for them, the people? No. That's the reality. Li Xianbai shook his head, then turned to leave with Shura slave. There are too many problems in the world for a blind man like him to manage. If he hadn't happened to come across this matter today, he was afraid that he wouldn't have bothered to intervene. Because he doesn't have it. And because, well, he's selfish. His mind, on the other hand, had drifted elsewhere. Zhou Xiong, Sword Terrace Resident General, possessing the power of the 8th rank of the Martial Dao, commanding 80,000 Iron Guards of Sword Terrace. On the battlefield of North Python, he killed the name of Iron Rope and Majestic Pass, which was overbearing and incomparable. Zhou Xiong seldom returned during this year or so. The last time I came back, it was 6 months ago. And now, this first person of the sword stage was finally coming back. To Li Xianbai, however, it was destined to be trouble. Chapter 10 Extreme Sword Dao, Zhou Xiong's Return. Trouble is always ahead. At least for now, Zhou Xiong couldn't affect him. It's been a quiet time of life, ultimately. However, when he occasionally went out to hang out, he could feel that the attitude of the people of Kendai towards him had changed. Obviously he didn't do anything. But for the people, he is very different today. Unfortunately, these people, they have little power. His life will eventually need to change on his own. System, sign me in. Li Xianbai drank darkly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. However, it was the most basic elixir, and Li Xianbai was not disappointed. It's just every day. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qi Replenishing Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Congratulations to the host. Time passed day by day, and he learned a lot about the situation in the Great Song in Northern Python. This generation's Northern Python male lord had been on the throne for only 3 short years. With the previous Northern Python Kingdom lord, it was a completely different character. The current lord of the Northern Python is ambitious and has repeatedly invaded the Great Song, but has been suppressed back, and as a result there has been a lot of friction between the two sides on the border. So now the sword stage, as a result, became busier and busier. Zhou Xiong, as the main general of the sword stage, was the only one who often guarded where the border was. However, the days have been getting cold lately, and the Northern Python is a nomadic tribe after all. By this time, the barren resources of the Northern Python no longer supported their continued aggression. So within a short period of time, the Northern Python shouldn't invade the Great Song again. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Early in the morning, Li Xianbai sat cross-legged in the main hall, with the 7-star dragon abyss resting on top of his legs. The whole person breathing long. After a long time, his gray eyes suddenly flashed a wisp of sword aura, and finally hidden and disappeared. The hanging drowning sword has been thoroughly digested. It's time to pick a new sword. He devoured a sword artifact and needed some time to allow his body and brain to completely integrate the devoured sword artifact. So even though his strength was rising, the speed at which he devoured the sword weapon not only didn't become faster, but also slowed down a bit. It was because in the past, he had only crudely devoured it, but nowadays, he had gained a new sensation. The Bakuro swordsman allows him to cross gaps that countless others have spent their lives trying to reach. But if it's just roughly utilized, there was simply no way to take in everything that the sword weapon had to offer, to truly take it into his own hands. Although it was said that right now he was merely a martial Dao 6th grade, but with his current sword Dao cultivation, 7 pins. It's not a rivalry either. And that didn't even include the power of his ghostly hands that he always hid. One must know that the 6th and 7th grades may seem like a difference of just 1 grade, but in reality, they were 2 completely different concepts. The difference between the middle third and the upper third is too great. Even if one was a proud son of heaven, at the time of the 6th grade, one could at most barely match the 7th grade. Wanting to cut down the 7th grade in reverse was a completely impossible thing, but Li Xianbai felt that he could try. This was his current achievement, the ultimate sword path that incorporated the sword intent contained in many sword weapons into his own. Now that it was a new January, Li Xianbai decisively opened the system. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining cloud-shattering steps. At the moment of collection, the cloud-shattering steps immediately flooded into his mind. This was a lightweight stance, but it was extremely domineering, and rather than being a lightweight stance, it was, rather, a combination of a collection of stances and leg techniques. Nice result. Li Xianbai was particularly satisfied, and it was the first time he had ever exploded his light stance. And with offense and defense, it was a great improvement to his poor stance. Just then, Shirono walked in. Your Highness, General Zhou Xiong has returned. Oh, Li Xianbai looked at Shiranu. The eyes were gray, but they gave Shirono an inexplicable heart attack. Come back as you are, soldiers come and go. Li Xuanbai's expression was calm and he didn't seem to be very concerned about it. He knew, though, that a storm was coming. The other side. Outside of Kendai City. The flag swept around, forming a long dragon that stretched for miles, slowly coming towards the sword platform. After walking to the bottom of the city, Zhou Xiong's body was in a neat and tidy manner, and he moved forward with his horse. Inside the city, the generals of Kendai rushed over. Before he even got close, he sensed a thick aura of bloodshed and murder on Zhou Xiong's body. They're all very clear. Only a person who came out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would have such a deep aura of killing. It was even more awe-inspiring for a moment. Zhou Xiong scanned the circle before speaking coldly. Where is Cheng Shan? Why didn't he show up? As the chief envoy general of the Jiantai plebeian affairs, this general returned but didn't come to greet him. Don't you know that the military law is merciless? His voice was like a bell, his eyes were like lightning, and he was incredibly cold. Coupled with that murderous aura that had just come down from the battlefield, it straight away made everyone gulp. When Lu Shantong heard Zhou Xiong's question, he immediately walked out, then said with hatred, General, Chang Shan, was beheaded by the sixth prince's sword. Hearing these words, Zhou Xiong's eyes instantly widened in anger, and that murderous aura, which he could not hide originally, was even more explosive. Why yes, he shouted angrily. Although Chang Shan said that his strength was a little worse, but his ability to do things was good, so he was very much valued by him. That is why he was given the responsibility of being the chief general of the common service. But now, he's only been gone for 6 months. Chang Shan actually died, and was still beheaded by that blind sixth prince. While he was angry, he also felt a bit ridiculous and incredulous. Lu Shantong spoke with hatred. That sixth prince, all of his strength is extraordinary, we were all fooled by him. That day, the sixth prince met the assassin of the northern python, and after decapitating him, he falsely accused Cheng Shan of directing him, taking a shot at Cheng Shan without evidence. Cheng Shan was careless for a moment and was killed by that sixth prince with a sword. Pity him for fighting with the northern python for more than 10 years, but in the end, he ended up in such a situation, even carrying such a curse. After a few words, Zhou Xiong was also annoyed beyond measure. Although he hadn't paid much attention to the sixth prince, he knew. This sixth prince was slightly different from what he had judged at the beginning. Despite being blind, he has some martial arts talent. However, how could he not have thought that the other party had actually hidden to such a deep level? To be able to kill Cheng Shan with a single sword, even if Cheng Shan was careless, it was enough to prove that his strength had at least reached the sixth grade realm. This sixth prince, the city was far deeper than expected. But he doesn't care about that. Cheng Shan is dead. That was his beloved general. It is not possible to die in this way. So he immediately shouted angrily, lead the way, I would like to see how that sixth prince should defend himself if he dares to kill in public. After saying that, he raised his horsewhip and headed towards the sword platform. When Lu Shantong saw the scene, his eyes revealed a few cold smiles. Li Shenbai, you're just a prince who's lost his power. General Zhou, however, is a major general of the town. Even if it kills you, what can you do? Brother Chang, today, I, Lu Shantong, will avenge you. Although Li Shenbai is still alive. But he had a feeling of great revenge, because he believed that Zhou Xiong really dared to kill Li Shenbai. Zhou Xiong, as a general of one side of the town, is very much trusted by His Majesty, and that Li Shenbai, as far as he knows, is in His Majesty's eyes. It's a life stain. Such a tainted death. Your Majesty, I'm afraid, will only be pleased. Chapter 11, Asking for 3 Sins, Killing Lu Shantong. Kendai Main Street. An elite cavalry galloped. There were many guards along the way, but no one dared to stop them. The reason was very simple, the owner of this cavalry was the great General Zhou Xiong. Even just the title of Iron-Locked Majestic Pass was enough to make them retreat. What's more, this person was also the main guardian of Sword Stage. The Sword Stage army is all under its control. Behind Zhou Xiong, Lu Shantong and the others followed closely behind. The group headed towards the direction of the Sword Pavilion. Because Li Xuanbai's mansion was right next to the Sword Pavilion. Soon, Li Xianbai received the news. Shirano looked worried. Your Highness, that Zhou Xiong has a fierce reputation, and today he even came with his anger. My subordinate thought that it would be better for your Highness to leave first, and wait until after a few days to share your thoughts with him. But Li Xianbai did not change his face. Why should I go? Well said. A voice with sky-high anger came from outside the hall. The gate then clanked open. Zhou Xiong, whom Li Xianbai had seen a few times before, walked in towards the grand hall with large strides. He held the long sword hanging at his waist with one hand, as if he was about to draw it at any moment and kill someone. Behind him followed a dozen generals. All of these people exuded a notable aura, and Lu Shantong, who had clashed with Li Xianbai, was among them. Sixth Highness. Zhou Xiong walked near Li Xianbai. Although Li Xianbai couldn't see with his eyes, his killing intent perception was frantically alarming him. He was able to clearly perceive how angry Zhou Xiong's expression was right now, how heavy the anger in his heart was, and how intense his killing intent was. Though you are my Ditsang Emperor's son and the chief officer of the sword stage, but Zhou Xiong is the guardian of my sword terrace, and even though you are the chief officer, you are not qualified to behead him without question. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth and spoke. In the eyes, the cold light is cold, a body of momentum is not the slightest concealment. The cultivator nun standing beside Li Shanbai had more than a cold sweat above his forehead. However, he still stood in front of Li Xuanbai's body at the first opportunity, his eyes vigilantly looking at Zhou Xiong. It's a good sword slave, but it's a pity that he followed the wrong master. Seeing that Shura slave met his aura and blocked in front of Li Shanbai, Zhou Xiong said. Of course he knew that Li Shanbai had taken in a sword slave. Seeing the performance of this sword slave today made him feel good. Lu Shantong opened his mouth. General, the sixth prince is arrogant and domineering in the sword stage based on his status as a prince, and must not go unpunished. My sword terrace is an important place in the Great Song. If we let the sixth prince be like this, the sword terrace will be in danger. Lu Shantong's words aroused Zhou Xiong's further anger. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. For such a long time, he rarely returned to the sword stage, so he didn't know much. But it was this little knowledge that had made him think, this sixth prince really should be killed. Li Shanbai let out a light laugh, his gray eyes, looking towards Lu Shantong. It made Lu Shantong's heart skip a beat. General Zhou. He held the seven-star dragon abyss in his hand as he walked towards Zhou Xiong step by step. With every step, he was able to feel the increasingly massive killing aura on Zhou Xiong's body. But his gait was steady, and his figure did not hesitate. You said what you had to say, now I'd like to ask what the offense should be for assassinating the great Song Emperor. Zhou Xiong frowned. Li Xianbi continues. I would also like to ask what the offense is for colluding with the Northern Python. Between walking, the aura on Li Xuanbai's body gradually radiated out. Although it was not as huge as Zhou Xiong's, it was extremely condensed. Even in Zhou Xiong's murderous aura that was like a raging storm, there was no fluctuation. He eventually walked to 3 meters in front of Zhou Xiong before stopping in his tracks. Lastly, I would like to ask, as I am the Ditsang Emperor's son and the chief officer of the sword stage, what is the offense for bullying and insulting me? Li Xuanbai's voice was like thunder. Zhou Xiong's gaze was like an abyss as he looked at this imperial son whose face did not change under his killing aura. There was eventually a moment of silence before the answer was given. All 3 shall be put to death. Hearing this answer, Li Shanbai laughed, and after that, he instantly had his killing aura skyrocket. Zhou Xiong has bullied me many times since I joined the sword stage, and even when I wanted to take a sword slave as my attendant, Zhou Xiong even tried to kill my attendant. Sword washing hall, I personally washed the sword, followed by sword slaves but 8 people, 4 of them, all assassins. General Zhou, tell me, how stupid is that Zhou Xiong? It took 4 assassins to blend in. Moreover, these 4 people were using the Northern Python Army's techniques, and there was even a Northern Python totem on their bodies. Tell me again, General Zhou, can these 4 men hardly be my great Song's assassins? The series of questioning made Zhou Xiong all angry, not knowing how to vent his anger. There was no need for the sixth prince to lie to anyone, because a quick check would show that this was the truth. And all these things that Zhou Xiong had done, indeed, left no way for people not to connect him with the assassination of the imperial prince, as well as colluding with the Northern Python. So now, he's not in charge. Lu Shantong, Zhou Xiong bellowed. Lu Shantong had a jolt and hurriedly stood out. Why didn't you make these things clear? Lu Shantong's body trembled as he gritted his teeth. General, what the sixth prince said is just one side of the story. Even if Zhou Xiong is suspected, there are laws and regulations here. How can the sixth prince kill my sword terrace's generals in public without interrogation? Said the man, who had gradually calmed down. He's right about all of this. Even if it was Zhou Xiong's fault, so what? The sixth prince was not qualified to kill. What's more, behind him was the Grand Prince. Even if it was for the face of the Grand Prince, Zhou Xiong could not possibly do anything to him. Zhou Xiong was annoyed beyond measure. He could sort of see that someone was using him as a gun. But Lu Shantong was indeed right. The sixth prince did not have the qualifications to kill Zhou Xiong without interrogation. So today this gun, he pawned it. As for Lu Shantong, he would wait until he returned and then dispose of it. Sixth Highness, this matter will be ascertained by this general, but it is also a fact that you killed my sword terrace guards without authorization, and according to the law of the army, killing a robe is punishable by beheading. You as a prince, this will not be able to do so, but the punishment is still necessary, since today, His Highness secluded Night Illumination Palace, without the order of this general shall not go out. Seclusion? Li Xianbi laughed. His laugh, though, was a sneer. He could tell that Zhou Xiong and Lu Shantong were not in the same gang. But Zhou Xiong had, likewise, no semblance of respect for him. Shura none, slaughter Lu Shantong. Zhou Xiong he couldn't possibly kill, nor could he. But today Lu Shantao will die. Without any hesitation, Shura slave directly struck out. Although cultivation slave hadn't cultivated for a long time, the early stages of the six-harness sword technique had originally been refined extremely quickly. Moreover, Shironu was an extremely rare genius. Don't you dare! Zhou Xiong shouted angrily. Lu Shantong, on the other hand, was surprised and disdainful. That was just a sword slave who had practiced sword for less than a year. What right did he have to kill him, a 5th rank? Zhou Xiong even slashed his sword directly towards Shura slave, daring to strike in front of him, even if he beheaded this sword slave, so what? But the next instant, Madaka! Li Xuanbai's 7-star dragon abyss blocked Zhou Xiong, and in Lu Shantong's chest, a sword had been inserted. Lu Shantong's gray eyes were filled with disbelief. He really didn't have Shironu in his sights, so he didn't put up any serious defense. But, how he died. On the other hand, Zhou Xiong's eyes, too, were filled with shock. Blocked? Even though he didn't put a sword slave in his eyes. So when he struck out, he didn't use too much power. However, the power used in this sword was also by no means something that an ordinary 6th grade could block. And the 6th prince in front of him actually blocked it so easily. His outburst of rage ensued beyond measure. Li Xianbai, you actually dare to kill someone in front of this general. It was a surprisingly angry moment for him. Chapter 12, The Crisis Begins, 7th grade of the martial way. For Zhou Xiong, he had never put Li Xianbai in his eyes. Although it was said that Li Xianbai was the 6th prince. But so what? He's a real fighting general. And Li Xianbai is nothing more than a blind man who was born unable to see. With his current status and strength, how could he possibly grovel to Li Xianbai just because of an imperial prince's status? Those imperial princes in Kyoto, from time to time, through various means, wanted to get him to commit to their camp. But he was unconcerned about it, such was his position as a solid general. So no matter what, Li Xianbai, the prince, was never in his consideration, much less in his eyes. Even if Li Xianbai possessed some strength now, but so what? Can he still ascend to the throne? Now this naked provocation from Li Xianbai. He was so angry that he almost directly drew his sword to kill. While facing the angry Zhou Xiong, Li Xianbai was calm. He just put away the 7-star dragon abyss. This person has repeatedly provoked and even maliciously stirred up conflict between General Zhou and I. He is clearly the same as that Chung Shan. I have helped the general remove this evil today, so there is no need for the general to say thank you. Li Xuanbai's words had a predictable effect. Asshole! Zhou Xiong bellowed. The long sword in his hand couldn't hold back any longer and pulled it out directly. But Li Xianbai remained calm, he didn't even move a bit. Seeing Li Xuanbai's attitude, Zhou Xiong was about to slash his sword towards Li Xianbai. The power of the 8th grade was on full display at this moment. Even though he hadn't done it yet, it made the air around him so much less cold. A biting sword chi overflowed in all directions, and even more so, it set off a gale in the surroundings. Do you really think that this general wouldn't dare to kill you? Zhou Xiong roared. Li Xianbai looked really calm, so calm that Zhou Xiong was a little uneasy. Facing the long sword that was about to fall, Li Xianbai then spoke. Even though I'm not valued by His Majesty, I'm still the Decadence Emperor's son, and in the past I had no hands and was born blind, but now, the news of my martial arts entry should have already been handed over to the dragon case. He laughed softly, emboldened. It's nothing to kill a blind prince who can't do martial arts, but now, do you dare to bet? Li Xianbai asked. Zhou Xiong's face changed. Of course he wasn't willing to gamble, that's why he questioned it back to back. Otherwise, with his power of the 8th rank of martial Dao, he would have been able to remove Li Xuanbai's head in just a split second. How could he be given this chance to talk? He wanted to make the 6th prince fearful so that he could regain the face he had lost. But it was clear that the 6th prince wasn't following his script. Moreover, the 6th prince's attitude was unusually strong. This, in turn, provoked him to a real killing spree. Eventually, though, he calmed down. It's not necessary. Even though His Majesty might not do anything to him because of a blind prince, but that would certainly be evil to His Majesty. And even though it is a stain, His Majesty may be hoping in his heart every day that the stain will disappear. But no emperor would use a great general who killed his son. The gains don't pay for the losses. Therefore, Li Xianbai couldn't die, at least not so brightly, much less die at his hands. Putting away his sword, Zhou Xiong said in a cold voice. I will inform His Majesty of this matter in full, and I think it will not be long before a messenger comes from Kyoto. I hope that Your Highness will take good care of yourself. The last 4 words, he said heavily. The coldness in his eyes was also unusually obvious. The two of them had torn their relationship apart and didn't need the slightest pretense. In response, Li Xianbai just smiled. Shironu, take care of it, this night illumination palace is dirt, it's really growing. Yes. Shironu bowed. After saying that, Li Xianbai directly turned around and left. Zhou Xiong looked at Li Xuanbai's back and didn't know what he was thinking. General, that 6th prince just killed Lu Shantong, should we just let it go? A general spoke up reluctantly. Zhou Xiong glared at him. If you are not convinced, then go and assassinate the 6th prince yourself, and this general will, later on, beg His Majesty to be lenient and leave you a whole body. After saying this, Zhou Xiong left without looking back. He's lost enough face today, what's the point of staying here? Regarding this matter of Li Xianbai, he didn't want to care. The Chang Shan and Lu Shantong who died before were both people of the Grand Prince. Although he hadn't joined the Grand Prince's faction, he had operated in the sword stage for so many years that he knew all of this by heart. The sixth prince appears to have passed himself. But the real trouble is yet to come. Having lost 2 of his men for nothing, the Grand Prince would not be able to let it go. On the other hand, Li Xianbai his mind was put at peace. Even in his opinion, even if Zhou Xiong reported his situation to Kyoto, that cheap father of his won't be doing anything anytime soon. To Emperor Dinglong, it made no difference if he, the sixth prince, was dead or alive. So by the time he thinks to send someone, he doesn't know when. Therefore, Li Xianbai lived a very comfortable life. Strength is increasing every day. But lately there has been some trouble. Someone went to the sword pavilion to pick up the sword, and found that the sword inside seemed to have some problems, because some of those swords had become ruined. In terms of the first and second layer of ordinary sword weapons, even if they are devoured by Li Xianbai, they can still be sharp, so the difference is naturally not very big. However, the third layer stored the best swords already, especially the ones that had been used for years and years and had gone through countless battles, which already had a hint of spirituality in them. Regular people couldn't see it, but it might not be undetectable to a master of the sword Dao. And on the fourth level, even more famous swords. Spirituality has been born, and a master of the sword path can tell at a glance. The good thing was that although some people were puzzled, they could not think of Li Xuanbai's head after all. So Li Xianbai continued to do what he did. With so many swords in the sword pavilion, by the time he was really detected, this sword pavilion, perhaps, would no longer be able to trap him. In his opinion, the sword pavilion was a treasure trove, but it was also a prison. Without enough strength, he could only be stuck in one place. The only way he could get out of the trap was to have the power of a patriarch. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill *2. Today's luck was quite good, actually obtaining 2 true elemental pills. After signing in, Li Xianbai didn't go to the sword pavilion today, because he already felt that he had reached the limit of his strength. It's time to break through. The night illumination palace is closed, and the Shura slaves are on guard outside. Li Xianbai sat cross-legged in the temple, and in front of him, a dozen true elemental pills were placed. These true elemental pills were able to help him break through more smoothly. Shura Nu stood outside the hall, and was clearly able to feel that an overpowering aura had been transmitted within the hall. Each aura made him feel as if he was on his back. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! A wave of true chi swept out from within the great hall. Shironu's gaze was horrified as he looked at the suddenly opened door. What a terrifying aura! I wonder what level of strength your highness has reached nowadays. Inside the hall, Li Xuanbai's aura surged to the heavens, his sword intent swept through the entire hall, the 7-star dragon abyss trembled more than just a few times, and the cloth mantle around him was windless. After a long time, the aura on Li Xuanbai's body finally disappeared. He regained his calm demeanor. Breaking. From today onwards, he was a strong person of the upper third grade of the martial arts path. Chapter 13, A Visit from Kyoto. Kyoto, it's a cold day. The Grand Prince's residence. The Grand Imperial Prince sat on the main seat, his face cold as he looked at the servants kneeling at the bottom. You said that Lu Shantong also died? And likewise died at the hands of that sixth brother of mine. Yes, the servant hurriedly replied. In the next instant, throughout the lobby, the air chilled quite a bit. That servant's already thin body was even more frozen. But he didn't dare do anything, for he knew that his master, now, must be very angry. Having followed his master for more than 10 years, no one knew better than him what a master in this state would do. After a long time, the Grand Prince on the main seat finally opened his mouth. When it really wasn't expected, I had underestimated my sixth brother. It's only been less than 2 years since he left Kyoto, and he's actually transformed as if he's a different person. Could it be that when he was in Kyoto, he just hid all of himself? No one answered. But he hadn't needed anyone to answer his words in the first place. A moment later, he stood up. Swing by, I'm going into the palace to see that father of mine, and by the way, tell him what his blind son has done. After saying that, the Grand Imperial Prince walked out towards the outside with large strides. At the moment his heart was icy cold. When Cheng Shan died, the news had already reached his father's ears. Only at that time, that father of his, did not take this matter to heart, and then it was all over. He's not happy about it. After all, Cheng Shan was at least the one who had followed him out on the battlefield in the first place. Count yourself as a full-fledged member of the family. With the death of the first family, wouldn't it be chilling for him, the master, to do nothing? But his father had forgotten the matter, and for a time he could not do anything more. And now there's a dead Lu Shantong. And it was also a direct beheading in front of Zhou Xiong, the guardian of the sword stage. There is no doubt that this is a great offense. Today he would make that sixth brother of his take the consequences that he deserved. Within a short time, he had made his way to the palace grounds. At this moment, Emperor Jinglong is quite a headache looking at the Zhang in front of him. Your Majesty, the Grand Prince is here. Chaoan opened his mouth. Emperor Jinglong frowned, originally intending to directly drive the person away, but in the end, he still opened his mouth. Let him in. When the Grand Imperial Prince came in, Emperor Jinglong looked at him with a gaze that was filled with majesty. What is your business here today? The Grand Emperor spoke. Father, my son heard some rumors about sixth brother today, and after thinking about it, I still think I should inform father. Hearing this, Emperor Jinglong's gaze was calm. He already knew what the Grand Prince was talking about. Regarding the news about the sword stage, the Grand Prince was able to get the news, so he naturally had his own channels as well. But he didn't care about it. Or rather, in comparison to the other thing, this thing is decidedly less important. Say, Emperor Jinglong spat out a word. Even though he already knew this, he was deep in his heart and did not want to expose this. As a 1,000-year-old emperor, he knew exactly what to do as an emperor. The Grand Imperial Prince took a deep breath and immediately spoke. Father, you let sixth brother go to the sword stage for sixth brother's good, hoping that his future life will be smooth. But before, sixth brother was at the sword stage and killed the guardian in the sword stage without authorization, and his nature was extremely bad. Recently, my son has also heard that sixth brother has not only failed to restrain himself after that, but has instead become more aggressive. Now that another one of our great Song generals has been killed, my son hopes that my father will investigate this matter. The sword platform is the foundation of my great Song, the sword platform generals, but also from the North Python frontier retreated from the 100 battles of the elite. If it cannot be properly dealt with, I'm afraid that we'll lose the heart of the sword platform generals. The Grand Imperial Prince briefly explained the matter, but avoided the important points and told everything in the direction he wanted Emperor Jinglong to know. At those words, Emperor Jinglong lightly hummed. Old Six was a complete stain in his mind. Previously, he had banished Old Six from the sword stage, holding out that he would never hear from this blind son again in this life. But now, Old Six's behavior had surprised him a bit. A blind man was actually able to kill a 6th grade martial general with his own hands. Add to that his age, and it's barely a sentence about a promising future. In that case, he was a little less disgusted with Old Six. It was even thought that in the future, if Old Six's strength could be raised a bit more, maybe this Old Six, it wouldn't be a stain on his life. After all, even he knew that. Even though he wanted to hide Old Six's existence, hundreds of years later, in the history books this entry would be unavoidable. The only way to make this stain on him disappear completely is for Old Six himself to not be a stain anymore. In this matter, Old Six has indeed gone too far, and when there is time in the future, I will naturally send someone to investigate. Father! The Grand Prince became anxious at the sound of it. He had already heard this from Emperor Jinglong, and it was clear that there was a lack of willingness to pursue the matter. If we really get it over with today, I'm afraid things will be over again. My son thought that this matter, if sixth brother is being vilified or has unavoidable hardships, it is still necessary to clarify the matter as early as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would not be good for father's reputation. Emperor Jinglong's gaze was fixed. The boss spoke to what he cared most about. You're also right, how about this, Xiaowen, take someone to Sword Terrace and make sure to investigate the matter clearly. After that, he said to the Grand Prince in a rather uptight manner. Boss, you're my great Song's Grand Prince, you need to set your sights a bit farther ahead, now that the Northern Python is acting foolishly, and you've been in the line of duty for many years, this is what you should be concerned about. Yes, father. The Grand Emperor hurriedly nodded. He heard the accusation, of course, but he was ultimately relieved. As long as father agrees to send someone to look into it. It couldn't have been easier to place a few one of our own among those who went. His eyes were deep. Sixth brother, pray. Your good day, it's almost here. On the other hand, Li Xianbai didn't care about this at all. He had long been prepared for someone from Kyoto to investigate. It was just that he didn't expect that the person he originally thought had already come over a long time ago never showed up after such a long time had passed. He was even a little skeptical. Could it be that his father, the emperor, was having a rare moment of goodwill? But he also knew that this speculation was not reliable. Life remains quiet. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Element Pill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Paishan sword technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chivalry. Looking at the results of the monthly draw once a month and taking the rewards out, Li Xianbai was slightly shocked in his heart. It's a poem, but it's more of a sword technique. 10 steps kills a man, 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. This poem, every line, is filled with the sternness of a swordsman. Nice haul. Li Xianbai was quite satisfied. Your Highness. Shirono walked in. My subordinate has just received news that Kyoto has sent an emissary to Sword Stage. Chapter 14, The Guardian of the Pavilion, The Trouble That Arises. Kyoto is finally coming for someone, rather sooner than expected. Hearing Shurenun's words, Li Xianbai was quite emotional. Kyoto, it could be said, had always been a huge mountain over his head. Because at the sword stage, he was now considered to have the ability to defend himself. Unless one committed the great crime of treason, otherwise, with his identity strength, even if Zhou Xiong wanted to move him, it would not be that easy. But Kyoto is a different concept. There, it could be said to be the most dangerous place in the entire Great Song. There are countless strong people among them. The 9th grade of martial arts that could not be seen elsewhere was not a rare thing in Kyoto. Add to that his father, who was uncertain about his likes and dislikes. Any movement in Kyoto could threaten his life. Until then, Kyoto was like a sword hanging over his head. Now that the sword had finally fallen, Li Xuanbai's heart, on the contrary, was still a bit lighter. Regardless of whether or not this one was coming from a bad place, as long as he was able to survive this calamity, his days at the sword stage should be a lot easier. After lamenting, Li Xianbai put all of his thoughts on the newly acquired chivalry. More than those external things, only strength is one's own. Even if a crisis was coming tomorrow, all he could do today was to make himself stronger. Zhou Xiong was a bit surprised after hearing about Li Xuanbai's behavior. That sixth prince is calm, but it's a pity that this time when Kyoto comes, they definitely won't let him pass so easily. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiong couldn't help but drink a few more cups. Right now, he and the sixth prince were also at odds, so the sixth prince suffering a loss would be a joyous event for him. Around the same time, he hadn't wanted to get involved in these royal strife in the first place. When the sixth prince had appeared at the sword stage, he had thought that it was nothing more than just one more mascot to be provided for in the future. But who could have known that in less than 2 years, this mascot actually bared his fangs? It had made him feel uneasy. Pay more attention to the situation in the sword pavilion these days. It's not a trivial matter for a sword weapon to malfunction. Although this has happened in the past, this time, this general always felt that something was not quite right. He looked to one of the men at the bottom of the table. The man's face was serious and his eyes were filled with a murderous aura. General, don't worry, the sword pavilion is under the control of the last general, and I will definitely not let any problems occur in the sword pavilion. But, should the sixth prince be forbidden to set foot in the sword pavilion? Hearing this, Zhou Xiong shook his head and said, "Let him be. The sixth prince is, in name, the chief officer of my sword terrace, and even this general has a lower status than him. It was not good to deny him access to the sword pavilion without a proper reason. Especially now, when Kyoto is about to come, even though it's here to deal with the sixth prince's problem, this general doesn't want to be in his majesty's field of vision at this time." The Endbringer understands. The man nodded. Regarding the matter of banning Li Xianbai from entering the sword pavilion, he himself actually didn't care much about it. Could it be that those swords and weapons could have been destroyed by the sixth prince? Above the fifth floor of the sword pavilion, there is a pavilion keeper guarding it all year round. The big deal is that in the future, the following layers will be guarded by some strong people. A few days later, the moment Li Xianbai entered the sword pavilion, he then sensed a difference, an aura locking him in place. After sensing this change, Li Xianbai frowned slightly. He knew that he was afraid that it was because the damage to the sword weapon had been noticed. It's a huge pain in the ass if it's like this all year round. Although it was said that his devouring of the sword weapon would not be detected by outsiders. But if anyone was paying attention, something was wrong with all the sword weapons he had taken. Cutie also knew there was something fishy going on. Looks like it's just going to have to tighten up a bit in the meantime. Just as he was heading towards the third floor, a figure appeared in front of him silently. "Your Highness the sixth prince, this is the sword pavilion. Please be careful when acting in the sword pavilion." This person was quite old, and there seemed to be sword intent hidden deep within his eyes. Clearly an expert with a sword. The moment he saw this person, Li Xuanbai's pupils shrunk slightly. This person's strength wasn't weak, but he had never seen it before at the sword stage. "Who are you?" "Under me, Sangping sect, Su Daijian." "Sangping sect? You're from a Jianghu sect." Li Xianbai had some surprises. He didn't expect that there would actually be Jianghu people appearing here. But a lot of the doubt in his mind disappeared. In this world, martial arts are vital. It's not unusual for a warrior to violate a prohibition with martial arts. Even a middle-aged lord like Emperor Jinglong could not avoid such a thing. As in the case of the world's strongest men, at least 1/3 of them came from all the sects and factions in the world. There are even some powerful people who can act recklessly in a country's capital city by their own strength. For example, there was once the great master Zhou Xiong who shocked the world. Once with a sword, the sword picks the world's strongest, famous Kyoto. It was just that for some unknown reason, when he was planning to forcefully pick on the great Song imperial court, he suddenly left again. So overbearing that it is evident that the strength is average. He had originally thought that the Jianghu and the imperial court, even if they were not on the same page, the relationship between the two sides was afraid to be poor to the extreme. But now it seems that his suspicions are still somewhat questionable. At least some of these Jianghu people have a cooperative relationship with the court. A flash of realization flickered in his eyes. Earlier, he had vaguely detected a sharp sword intent on the fifth floor of the sword pavilion. He had originally thought that it was a sword weapon with a spirit, and that the aura was self-generated. But now it seemed that perhaps that fifth floor keeper had done it. Su Daijian nodded smilingly. Although he didn't do anything, the threatening intent in his eyes was very obvious. A blind prince, of course he wouldn't care. "Well, if there's nothing else, your highness can leave on your own." After saying that, Su Daijian was about to turn around and leave. Because in his opinion, Li Xianbai would not go up to the third floor again. But the next second, footsteps sounded, as before without the slightest hesitation, towards the third floor of the sword pavilion. Seeing such a situation, Su Daijian's face was gloomy. This imperial prince did not give him any face at all. He's a little pissed off. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, took a sword weapon for himself and pretended to look at it. In reality, it was quietly unleashing the Bakuro swordsman's ability. Since he was being watched, he could naturally put on an act and utilize the Bakura swordsman to absorb some of the remnants of the sword chi. Unfortunately, while this was also helpful to him, it couldn't be compared to directly devouring a sword weapon. This is not a permanent solution after all. If he was always being watched by these pavilion keepers, then I'm afraid that his rate of strength increase would be much slower. For him, this violates his biggest pet peeve. He had thought that this question would need to wait until he stepped onto the 5th floor of the sword pavilion before he needed to consider it. But now it seems that this trouble has arisen. Chapter 15, Naked Malice. Just a few days passed. The dissatisfaction in Li Xuanbai's heart had grown stronger. In the current sword pavilion, not only the 5th and 6th floors, but even the 3rd and 4th floors, there were pavilion guards. In this way, he naturally couldn't devour the sword artifacts openly and honestly. Although his cultivation speed was still very fast, he was used to being open, and now with such a cultivation speed, it naturally made him feel like a tortoise walking on the road, with each step being difficult. Especially the guardians of the pavilion on the 3rd floor. The attitude was arrogant to the extreme, and this person had the strength of the 8th rank of the martial Dao. Relying on his cultivation, he did not put Li Xianbai in his eyes at all. Moreover, every time Li Xianbai entered the sword pavilion, he would threaten either explicitly or implicitly. Of course, the strength of the 8th rank of the martial arts path. It has the qualification of arrogance to be placed anywhere. But even so, for Li Xianbai, the existence of Su Daijian had already had a great impact. This day, Li Xianbai had just walked into the sword pavilion when he suddenly frowned. Kenkaku didn't look any different than usual, but he had the sense of killing intent that Ghost Hand brought with him. It was possible to feel that there was always a faint presence of evil thoughts around. This evil thought wasn't even considered a killing intent. Even those guardians of the sword pavilion had a killing intent that was stronger than this evil thought. Under such circumstances, I am afraid that no one will be able to detect the presence of this evil thought. But this kind of evil thought was extremely conspicuous to Li Xianbai. With a thought, Li Xianbai pretended to be unaware and walked towards the 4th floor. Just after walking to the 3rd floor, Su Daijian's figure had already appeared. He looked at Li Xianbai and said leisurely, "Your Highness is here again today. I recently heard that your Highness once killed a 6th rank with a single sword. It seems that I underestimated your Highness." Li Xianbai frowned but did not reply. Su Daijian said to himself, "But perhaps your Highness is not aware that the strength of the old man is the 8th rank of the martial Dao. With such strength, to kill a martial artist like your Highness, I think it would only take one move." In a flash, a murderous intent flashed through Li Xuanbai's heart. This threat, not even a hint of concealment. Martial Dao 8th grade, this strength really wasn't bad. But so what? Li Xianbai collected the killing intent in his heart. Asterisk 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 off, it's none of your business what I'm going to do. You are threatening this palace in such a manner today. Could it be that you have not placed my great Sung imperial family in your eyes? A sentence that blocked all of Su Daijian's subsequent all and could only unwillingly get out of the way. And without the slightest stop, Li Xianbai directly went up to the 4th floor of the sword pavilion. When Li Xianbai left, a person appeared beside Su Daijian. "Old Su, why are you doing this? That is after all the great Sung emperor's son. It's fine, what are you doing messing with him?" Hearing this, Su Daijian said with a few moments of anger, "Lu Zhengyi, you're a 9th grade swordsman. Are you just willing to be a cabinet keeper here?" Lu Zhengyi shook his head, then said, "This is the rule of the court in the Jianghu. What's the point of thinking so much? In a few years, I'll be able to go back. Wouldn't want to cause any trouble at this point. You can find trouble with the great Sung emperor if you want to, don't drag me into it." After saying that, Lu Zhengyi disappeared. Only Su Daijian's face was undying. He's not happy about it. But at this time he was only able to keep it hidden. And when they all disappeared, not far away in the shadows, a silhouette loosened its breath slightly. "There's an 8th grade and a 9th grade, but I don't know what strength the rest of them are. I'm afraid the task arranged by the Wolf Lord is not a good one." The man's eyes flickered as he thought of the task the Wolf Lord had set him on earlier. Northern Python has been suppressed by Great Sung in recent years, especially once there was a great general, with the power of a Zhongsher, had brought 18 elite cavalry, turned to fight Northern Python for half a year. Killed their Northern Python countless generals, crisis chills. Even got the title of Demon Lord. The Wolf Lord had besieged him many times and finally paid a huge price to seriously injure him and behead all 18 men under his command. But in the end, he escaped back, and after this man died, he left a sword hanging in the sword pavilion. To them, the Northern Python, this sword, was the heavy stone that pressed against their spine. The purpose of his visit today was to bring the sword back. This sword was then used as a sacrifice to announce the rise of the Northern Python to the world. Only now it seems that this is not an easy matter and will require a lot of planning. With that thought, he turned straight away. No one in the entire sword pavilion noticed. Because of his strength, he had also reached the 9th grade realm. The next day, Li Xianbai did not go to the sword stage. Because today, someone from Kyoto arrived. Li Xianbai, as the chief officer of the sword stage, naturally needed to greet the angel personally when he arrived. Zhou Xiong was with him. Upon seeing Li Xianbai, Zhou Xiong couldn't help but open his mouth. Your Highness, your trouble has arrived. Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. No firm annoyance, it is certainly my trouble, but how much more is it the general's? The sword platform is the location of my great Song's northern arsenal. It is a great responsibility, but the general has allowed the prince, who is in the middle of it, to be assassinated several times. This is a responsibility the general cannot avoid in any way. Hearing these words, Zhou Xiong's expression, all of a sudden, became gloomy. Yes, that's a responsibility he can't escape. Although it was impossible for His Majesty to dispose of him, Li Xianbai's words were very solid. It didn't take long for a group of people to arrive in great numbers. The angel has arrived. The Grand Eunuch Chaoan saw that he had finally arrived at the place and got down from the carriage. There was a strong note of displeasure between his eyebrows. Where is the comfort of being in the palace? By virtue of his status and position in the palace, apart from the need to serve His Majesty, there were also countless little eunuchs vying to serve him. Coupled with the fact that he was not the only big eunuch beside His Majesty, he naturally had a good life. But now the boat ride, all because of that unpopular sixth prince. But he didn't show that out. As the red man beside His Majesty, he knew very well what his attitude should be. On the contrary, the one aside. He looked over to his side just in time to hear the man beside him say, Eunuch Chao, we've finally arrived, but it looks like the sixth prince's attitude towards His Majesty is quite problematic. I can't believe I wasn't greeted at the gates at the first opportunity. Hearing his words, Chao Min was as clear as a mirror. This was meant to be ambiguous. Or rather, as the sixth prince was the chief officer of Sword Terrace, he shouldn't have been able to easily leave the inner city of Sword Terrace in the first place. As the head of the three divisions of the Jinwu division, Fang Ming's attitude towards the sixth prince was just too obvious. But he didn't punch Fanon in the face either. That sixth prince is blind after all. Compared to the Grand Prince, he certainly knew how to turn a blind eye. Indeed, if it were just us, it would be fine, but what we represent today is His Majesty's face. It is not proper for the sixth prince to act in such a manner. Between your words and mine, the two of them had already settled on their attitude toward Li Xianbai. That's naked malice. Chapter 16, Beloved Family and Friends. It didn't take long for the group to enter the city. Li Xianbai walked over with many officials from the sword stage. After a period of pleasantries, Chaoan said smilingly, Sixth Highness, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and now that I see that everything is well with your Highness, our family is also relieved. The words were said, but there was no amiable smile on Chaoan's face. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. I don't need to worry about the eunuch. The two spoke briefly before a voice suddenly rang out. Sixth Highness, the purpose of our coming over this time, I'm sure you should be aware of it as well. The voice was cold, and the malice was obvious and undisguised. This official is the Jinwu Division's head official, Fang Ming, in charge of this investigation into Chang Shan as well as Lu Shantong's death, so there are some things I would like to confirm with your Highness. Fang Ming continued to speak. Your Highness, you should know very well that Chang Shan and Lu Shantong are both pillars of my Ditsang army. No matter what the reason is, to kill someone in public, your Highness, are you not treating my Ditsang's law like nothing? When Zhou Xiong, who was on the side, saw this scene, the corner of his mouth curved up into a faint arc. Here we go. He knew that this time, the people from Kyoto would definitely not stop. Facing Fang Ming's questioning, Li Xuanbai's face was bland. Lord Fang, I am at least the great Song Emperor's son. What is the reasoning for you to come up and question me like this without investigating the reasons and asking for justifications? Since Fang Ming didn't give him a good look, then naturally Li Xianbai wouldn't spoil him. Fang Ming grunted lightly. Your Highness, regarding these matters, this official will naturally investigate. I hope that your Highness has a clear conscience, otherwise this official will certainly enforce the law impartially and will not condone it. The two men looked like they were at swords drawn, and everyone could see it. Especially now that Fang Ming's attitude was just too obvious, it was clearly giving the sixth prince the slip. Some smart people had already guessed Fang Ming's position. The eyes that looked at Li Xianbai had taken on a few moments of pity. The Jinwu division, but it was a special division created by the Great Song to deal with martial arts powerhouses. The martial arts were prevalent in the world, and to be able to become the head of the Jinwu division was enough to show that Fang Ming's own strength was not weak. Coupled with Fang Ming's current attitude, it almost nakedly told everyone that there was someone behind him. The sixth prince, this time, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. But the thought just crossed their minds, but they had no intention of doing anything about it. After all, they were not related to the sixth prince, and many of them even had dissatisfaction in their hearts towards the sixth prince. They naturally wouldn't care if something happened to the sixth prince. Chaoan stood aside and said with a smile, Lord Fang, this matter will come and go in time. After all, it is about the Emperor's son and cannot be easily judged. Your Honor's words today are a bit much. With a few words, he flicked the matter away. However, until the time Li Xianbai left, Fang Ming's gaze filled with malice was always locked onto Li Xuanbai's body. It was nightfall. Li Xianbai sat down in the middle of the large hall and meditated. Strength building needs to be done step by step. Especially in a situation like the current one, it was not good for him to go to the sword pavilion to devour sword artifacts openly. However, the people who came over from Kyoto this time were a bit better to deal with than he had expected. Yes, it's good to deal with. He had originally thought that the Kyoto visitors would not move to trip him up, but it did not occur to him that the other party's malice was actually so naked. There were only two reasons for this, and one was because the visitor was a mangina. But to be able to become the head of the Jinwu division, recklessness is absolutely impossible. So there was only one reason left. The other party was so confident that they thought they could easily make him disappear without a trace even if they didn't hide it. In the midst of his thoughts, a sudden shout came from outside. But after a few moments of work, the sound disappeared. Then Sharona walked in covered in blood. "Your Highness, someone tried to sneak in and was discovered by my subordinates. The blood on his body is the enemy's." Hearing this, Li Xianbai was not surprised at all. The trial came earlier than expected, and that Fang Ming looks like he can't wait at all. The mission had just entered Kendai when he was assassinated. The identity of these assassins is a little too obvious. The next day, Li Xianbai walked towards the sword pavilion as usual. Even though he couldn't devour sword weapons, this habit, it was impossible to change. And if you suddenly don't go, cutie, and know there's something fishy going on. So another few days passed. He finally met the emissary from Kyoto once more. Fang Ming had a fierce look on his face. "Your Highness, after this official's investigation over the past few days, I have found that Changshan disappeared all of a team of hidden spies from the Northern Python after your Highness suffered an assassination." Such a firm stance was enough to prove, to a certain extent, that Changshan and Northern Python did not have a direct relationship. In addition, the matter of Lu Shantong, according to our investigation, this person Lu Shantong has never had any contact with the people of Northern Python, and naturally, he cannot be a person of Northern Python. "Oh," Li Xianbai snorted. "What you're saying is ultimately just not directly related, but Changshan's malice towards this temple was very obvious in the beginning. What kind of stupidity does it take to get 4 Northern Python assassins mixed in with 8 other people? There's also Lu Shantong. The entire sword stage knows that he provoked this palace to its face and even intended to assassinate it. You came to Kendai without first checking their motives, without checking who they were under. And yet you've come to find out why the palace killed them?" Li Xuanbai's voice was cold. At the same time, a murderous aura unfolded on his body, clearly a look of being furious. And seeing this scene, although Fang Ming's expression didn't change, his heart was already filled with mockery. This 6th prince, it was true that because he was born blind, he simply didn't have the city that a normal person should have. So simple it enraged him. He knew that in this matter, even if he went to investigate, he would not be able to come up with any solid evidence that would allow him to sanction the 6th prince. That was why he had to find another way to make this 6th prince take the initiative through some other means. Because it's the only way. It was only then that the 6th prince was served with a motive of fearing a crime with intent to kill. Only then would he be able to settle this blind prince with honor. He had thought it would be a pain in the ass, but now it seemed that the process was so much easier than he had thought. Without waiting for him to speak, a general officer beside him had already spoken. "Your Highness, things always have to be investigated one by one, and based on what we have investigated now, it is already enough to prove that Your Highness did not have a good reason to kill someone with his hands at that time. So next, Your Highness might as well think about what you can do to clear your name." Hearing this, Li Xianbei's head turned towards him. "What, without evidence, you start to put a hat on it? Do you really think that this temple's sword is unfavorable?" The man laughed as he looked over toward Fanon. Seeing the encouragement in Fang Ming's eyes, this person opened his mouth and continued. "These are the things that this official is investigating, and if things go well, next month, Your Highness should be spending time in jail. This official will personally send you in to avenge Brother Cheng's death. You killed, but my beloved family and friends." This last sentence, he said in an extremely low voice, so that only Li Xianbai could hear it. He wants to sit on the fact that he has a relationship with Changshan. At the same time, he let the 6th prince know that as long as he was still alive, the 6th prince wouldn't want to feel good. He didn't believe that the 6th prince could hold back. Chapter 17, Fang Ming Schemes. Beloved family and friends. These 4 words sounded like Li Xianbai wanted to laugh. He bet that this person who opened his mouth in front of him, before coming to the sword stage, he was afraid that he didn't even know who Changshan and Lu Shantong were. But it doesn't matter. What mattered was their attitude and the attitude they wanted Li Xianbai to display. But Li Xianbai was going to let them down after all. After listening to their words, Li Xuanbai's face was calm. "If that's the case, then you have to work hard. The crime of framing the prince is enough to execute your 9 clans." This calm and bland attitude of Li Xianbai caused the expressions of the 2 men to pause slightly. His attitude was beyond what the 2 had guessed before. "Well, the matter is probably known to this temple. You guys have a lot of nerve. I just wonder if the one standing behind you can cover what you've done." Saying that, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh before continuing. "Let me guess who is standing behind you." His eyes, darting back and forth between the 2. "Seeing as how you guys aren't weak, and that you're even able to arrange manpower for a position like the Jinwu division, even making eunuch Chao turn a blind eye to you. Although there are quite a few brothers in this temple, there are not many who can possess such energy. So it's either that big brother of mine, or the second, the third, oh, and add an old 9, but the old 9 is too young, so even if the power behind him is not bad, he'll still have difficulties. The second brother is not a small force in the dynasty and has the prime minister as his background, but it is difficult for the second brother to interfere in the military with his ability. His Majesty is a man of great talent, how could he allow the royal son to tumble in both military and political affairs? Same thing with Sango. He smiled, but every word he uttered sent chills down the spines of both men. Of course they wouldn't know that idiot Cheng Shan had made his background clear from the start. Fang Ming and the others are in Kyoto and have a certain political sense. But Cheng Shan? He was at least the heart of the Grand Prince, but in the end, he was only able to stay at the sword stage and be a small officiating general. Politics? That would be too much for him. So even if Li Xianbai didn't guess, he was able to figure out the background of the two of them. What's more, these two were Cheng Shan's beloved family friends. Li Xianbai continued. So the only one who can do all this is my big brother who grew up on the border and fought against the northern python for more than 10 years. Looking at the two men's faces that had clearly become gloomy, Li Xianbai smiled. Don't worry guys, father already knows about the innate strength of this hall. When this hall's strength goes further, I think it will surely get his majesty's attention. When this hall returns to the court, I will definitely settle the score between us with my big brother. As for you, come on. After saying that, Li Xianbai didn't give them a chance to speak at all and directly turned around and left. And this time, Fang Ming was in a hurry. His pupils shrunk slightly. How could he not expect things to actually develop to this point? Twen. He suddenly spoke, and Tu Yan reacted with a jolt. Without waiting for him to reply, Fang Ming continued. You see, the sixth prince is much smarter than we thought. If we do let him go back, it's bound to be a huge problem for your highness. He sounded a little morose when he told the truth. There was also a strong sense of scorn. Because when the time comes, it won't just be the Grand Prince who will face trouble, but more importantly them. Even if Li Xianbai went back, he might not have the ability to deal with the Grand Prince. But it's not so difficult to fix them anymore. Tu Yan naturally knew this, and the fist in his hand was clenched so tightly that it oozed out a trace of blood. Definitely don't let the sixth prince go back alive, or it will be the end of you and me. They glanced at each other, and both were able to see the bitterness in the other's eyes. Originally, they wanted to provoke the sixth prince to take the initiative to strike at them as a way to capture the sixth prince's braid and then find an opportunity to finish him off. But now, it wasn't the sixth prince who was in a hurry, but themselves. The sixth prince was more terrifying than they had imagined. Look into it, find evidence no matter what, even if it's made up, find out a reason to kill him. Fang Ming opened his mouth. However, after hearing these words, Tu Yan's expression had some hesitation. Sword Terrace General Zhou Xiong is not a little cutie. And Eunuch Chao won't be watching. If the evidence isn't sufficient, not only will they not help, I'm afraid they'll block it. Tu Yan was very clear. Neither Zhou Xiong nor Chaoan had any favorable feelings towards the sixth prince. But even so, they wouldn't be left to their own devices. Everyone has their own position. If they don't have evidence to get rid of the suspicion, they won't be able to get away with it if His Majesty questions them. The only way to do that is to give a reason that will exonerate them. It's those two that might give them a chance to make a move. But that takes enough time, and even finding a good opportunity. It's too hard. Fang Ming glanced at him, then spoke sorrowfully. It's true that it's not easy to find real evidence, but so what, all we need is a reason. If you can't do it inside the city, then lure people out. Outside of the city, that sixth prince can still turn over the sky. Tu Yan froze for a moment before grinning at his words. Lord Fang is truly wise and resourceful. The only problem with this plan was how to be able to lure the sixth prince out of the city. As for hands-on killing, in their minds, it was the easiest thing to do. Even if Fang Ming didn't make a move, his own strength, he had reached the 7th rank of the martial Dao. The sixth prince was only 14 years old. Even if he already possessed a 6th grade battle power, could he still rival him as a 7th grade? Fang Ming looked at Li Xuanbai's back, and the killing intent in his eyes was simply uncontrollable. I've heard that recently, on the side of the northern python, it has begun to infiltrate the land of my great song. Now that he has heard that the sixth prince possesses 6th grade battle power, he is also interested in entering His Majesty's sights as a way to seek a return to the imperial court. Guess what? If there's a ready credit in front of you, can the sixth prince still sit back and watch? After the whisper, the two men stopped speaking. In this instance today, it was they who took the initiative to make trouble, but in the end, they lost. But it was a momentary failure. They had countless opportunities where they could make trial and error, but all they had to do was to seize that moment, and then make this world never again have the character of the sixth prince. We're not familiar with the area, and I'm afraid we're going to need some help, so go find a chance to grab a few tongues and see if you can work with those northern pythons. When he said this, Fang Ming didn't feel half as guilty. He's not the guardian of Kendai, having never even gone to war, so what if he cooperated with North Python as long as he could achieve his goal? Good. Twen nodded. And he had no problem with that. As long as we can kill the sixth prince, we can do anything. Chapter 18 Li Xianbai, who was misjudged. North Python, Natharum Department. A fast horse galloped in, followed by a silhouette dressed in black that tumbled down. After the surrounding crowd saw this silhouette, one by one, their faces changed before kneeling on one knee and lowering their heads as a sign of respect. The man in black, however, didn't bother with them. Throwing the riding crop in his hand to one of the guards, he then strides towards the main tent. Wolf Master. Walking into the middle of the main tent, he hung his head low and spoke with a respectful expression. In the main account, there was only one old man with gray hair. Apparently, this was the Wolf Lord he was talking about. Watching him enter, the Wolf Lord frowned slightly. Anitu, how is it that you have returned at this hour? Has the mission been accomplished? Anitu dropped to one knee and spoke reluctantly. I'm sorry, Wolf Lord, but I went to the sword platform of the Great Song people and also entered the sword pavilion. But that sword, I can't get it out. Oh, the Wolf Lord was a little confused. Anitu explained. The guards in the sword pavilion are very strong, just from what I've observed. There is a strong person of the 9th rank of the martial arts path. In addition, it can be determined that there are at least 2 more of the 8th rank of the martial arts path. I don't have any certainty that I'll be able to take that sword without alerting them. Once they are startled, facing an army of 80,000 iron guards, the chances of me being able to walk out are no more than 10%. Hearing his explanation, the Wolf Lord couldn't help but frown as well. 80,000 iron guards, that represents more than 80,000 ordinary people. The Iron Guards were all elites selected from the strong frontier armies, and there were even countless strong men among them. Once the battle formation was formed, let alone a martial Dao 9th grade, even if it's a patriarch, I'm afraid he'll be surrounded. After considering it for a moment, the Wolf Lord spoke. That sword is very important to us at Northern Python, and the Khan King gave us a deadly order to get it back. I'll draw an 8th rank and go with you to capture the sword. An 8th grade? Anitu raised an eyebrow. He didn't feel that a single 8th rank would be able to change his predicament. Of course the Wolf Lord knew what was going on in his mind and continued. The Khan King is ambitious and has long been ready to march against the Great Song. We, the Natharum Ministry, have been ordered to find an opportunity to cause some trouble for the Great Song people while the Great Khan King is at war. So this time, I will send someone to meet you near the sword stage. After hearing these words, Anitu sighed in relief. It's good to have someone to pick up the slack. The Wolf Lord's words changed and he continued. By the way, I heard that there's a royal prince in the sword stage, so if you have the chance, kill them all together. Slaughtering the son of the Great Sang Emperor must be considered a blow for Great Song. Also, this can boost the confidence of our North Python warriors. Anitu smiled at his words. Don't worry, Wolf Lord, I know that prince is a blind man who can't see. If I come across one, I will slaughter him by hand and bring his head back to honor the Khan King. Soon after, a man and his horse quickly left the Northern Python and headed towards the Great Song sword stage. When passing by the borders of the 2 major dynasties, there were battlefields everywhere. The Northern Python cavalry and the Great Song people kept killing each other, with countless people dying every second. But Anitu's face didn't change. He had long been used to killing, after all, he had come down from above the battlefield back then. And now he had an even more important task. As long as they accomplished this task, they, the Natharum Ministry, would be able to show their face properly once in the Great Khan King. He will be able to rise in status by then. As a martial Dao 9th grade, he had his own ambitions. On the other hand, Li Xianbai returned to the Night Illumination Palace and then sought out Shura Slave. How strong are you today? Li Xianbai asked. During this time, he wasn't the only one who was trying to improve himself. The same is true for Shiranu. Hearing the question, Shiranu considered for a moment, then said solemnly, my subordinate has now made a breakthrough and entered the 4th rank, and if he fights to the death, he is certain to take away a 5th rank head-on. 5th grade. Li Xianbai frowned slightly. Seeing this, Shiranu fell to his knees. The subordinate is useless. He secretly hated himself for being too weak. Nowadays, His Highness's enemies were easily 6 ranks, and he couldn't help much at all. Li Xianbai shook his head and then said, your cultivation speed is already very fast. The matter of the Shura army, don't forget to pick the right people from the sword stage. I'm hoping that in a couple years, these guys will be able to do what they're supposed to do. Shiranu replied fiercely. Don't worry, Your Highness, my subordinate will live up to your expectations. He believed that this Shura army would definitely become a sharp blade in the hands of His Highness in the future. After a few comforting words from Shura, Li Xianbai headed towards the sword pavilion. Daily practice is indispensable. This is an extremely important component of strength enhancement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Energy Pill *3. As he walked along, Li Xianbai made another check-in. His eyes lit up slightly when he saw the result. It seems that today's luck is good. Getting 3 true elemental pills in one check-in isn't easy. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a human outburst. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed all 3 true elemental pills into his stomach. At the same time, the true essence began to revolve, refining these 3 true essence pills. Not long after, when he walked near the sword pavilion, the 3 true elemental pills had all been refined, and he could clearly feel that his body's true essence had grown that much stronger. Unfortunately, he had now reached the 7th grade realm. Compared to the total amount of true essence he had today, these true essence were no different from a dipper of water in a lake, better than nothing. He then walked inside the sword pavilion and made his way to the 4th floor of the pavilion. Holding up a sword, he began to utilize the bokugan to parse the spiritual rhythms of the sword weapon. No one came to trouble him on this day. However, Li Shenbai was still vaguely able to feel that there were always people staring at his every move in the dark. After the day grew dusk, Li Shenbai glanced outside through the window and then prepared to leave. Just then, a couple of people walked by. "Who are you? Why is it in the middle of the sword pavilion?" The voice was stern, as if it was just normal accountability. However, Li Xuanbai's killing intent perception told him that these people were specifically here to trouble him. Without waiting for him to react, another voice suddenly rang out. "Eldest senior brother, there's a problem with the Fengyin sword." Hearing this, all eyes looked from there. Li Shenbai looked at the Fengyin sword in his opponent's hand. It was the same sword he had just held. "Sword, something wrong?" His gaze narrowed slightly. Above the sword weapon, the spiritual rhythm dissipated, as if it had been completely devoured by him with the Bakura swordsman. "Bold." That senior brother looked at Li Shenbai angrily. "No wonder the sword pavilion's sword weapons have been damaged frequently in recent days. It must be your doing. All of you senior brothers take him down quickly and hand him over to the master for disposal." After saying that, several people violently sheathed their sword weapons in their hands, making it clear that they were going to make a move. It's a blatant false accusation. But it's quite a coincidence. Li Shenbai sighed in his heart. Although these people had come to accuse him falsely, they had really found themselves as the rightful owner. However, daring to falsely accuse a royal prince so blatantly here. The nerve of these people is really something. Chapter 19, Killing God, killing all beings. "So who is your master?" Li Shenbai looked at them. Eldest brother said proudly. "We are disciples of the Tsungping sect." The other disciples also had an expression of honor. The Tsungping sect's eldest senior brother coldly spoke again. "No need to say more nonsense, thief. I, Tsungping sect, have been ordered to guard the sword pavilion, and today, you've already made a big mistake by damaging the 4th floor of the sword pavilion's sword artifacts without authorization. Even if you are the imperial son of Great Song, you still have to give obediently bind your hands or don't blame us for not being polite." Hearing this, Li Shenbai laughed. These people had just said that they didn't know what he was, but now they were opening their mouths to tell the Great Song's imperial son to tie his hands. Such pre-verbal words. He didn't even know how these people were good enough to say it. But the malice of the other side had been very obvious. Tsungping sect is so bold, this is the sword pavilion, this palace is the chief officer of the sword pavilion, and even more so, the great Song Emperor's son, would he not destroy the sword pavilion's treasured swords? "I do now have reason to suspect that your purpose in coming here is not pure. That wind-barred sword must have been destroyed by you, and now you want to use it to falsely accuse this hall. Do you not think that this hall is easy to bully?" Full of. Eldest brother had an angry look on his face. "So many of us came in and saw that it was you who destroyed the wind-barred sword. Now that the evidence is clear, what do you have to explain? Quickly follow us to see General Zhou Xiong. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, you will definitely be made to look good." In the dark, Su Daijian watched his disciples play. His mind was actually a little dissatisfied. After all, these disciples of his own were acting a bit too raw. But in any case, the end result is good, and that's good enough. He certainly couldn't do anything to the 6th prince. But at least here, he was able to gross it out once. And it was also able to provide Kyoto with some reason to come after him. The court's business is the court's business. What he had to do now was nothing more than adding fuel to the fire, so that the spark would turn into a roaring blaze that would engulf the 6th prince. By this time, Li Xuanbai's expression had turned cold. The wind-chanting sword is a famous sword, and the sword has its own spiritual rhythm within it. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual rhythm does not dissipate, and the wind chants for a long time. Those who were able to destroy this spiritual rhythm were either supremely strong or the secret medicine spirit Devouring scatter. If someone is using Spirit Eater, then he's obviously here right now. As he said this, Li Shenbai had already turned toward the sword-wielding disciple. The one who had the greatest suspicion here was undoubtedly this disciple who had just taken the wind-barred sword. Having heard Li Xuanbai's words, that disciple's face turned not so good, and some sweat slightly seeped out above his forehead. He couldn't help but speak up. "Don't you think about backtracking, eldest brother? Let's strike together to take him down." He was truly afraid that Li Shenbai would check, because the remnants of the spirit Devouring scatter were still in his pocket. There was no waiting for the Tsungping sect's eldest senior brother to speak. Li Shenbai backhanded a palm and struck at the disciple. Boom! The man made a move to block, but the next second, he spat blood. This disciple's strength was just barely able to enter the 4th rank of the martial Dao. How could it be possible to block Li Xuanbai's attack? In the next instant, Li Shenbai had already appeared in front of him, and from his coat pocket, he sought out the remaining spirit Devouring scatter. This scene instantly caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Li Xuanbai's movements were so fast that they didn't have any reaction at all. So now, it was Li Shenbai who had caught them. Shidoshi. The pupils of the Tsungping sect's senior brother shrunk slightly, shocked and angry. However, in the face of the current situation, he was a little afraid to act rashly for a moment. The Su Daijin in the dark was also full of killing intent. Even the pavilion guards on the other floors gazed over. In their opinion, the Tsangping sect had gone too far. Such a direct provocation was somewhat unbelievable to them all. They simply couldn't understand why the Tsangping sect would actively target Li Xianbai. But soon they had a guess. Kang Pingxing. I'm afraid that there was already cooperation with the court, and the one who was cooperating clearly had no favor with the sixth prince. Gentlemen, the culprit has already been found for you by this temple. That's the real evidence that's been found and the evidence that's been stolen. Now what are you going to do? Li Xianbai laughed softly while choking the man's neck with one hand. The Tsangping sect's eldest senior brother spoke with a gloomy face. Sixth prince, release my senior brother. I, at Tsangping sect, will naturally handle this matter. But when he heard this, Li Xuanbai's face did not change. In the next instant, he exerted a fierce force in his hands. Only a crunching sound was heard, and the divine light in the pupils of that Tsangping sect disciple gradually dissipated. Seeing it like this, the Tsangping sect's senior brother had a look of disbelief on his face. He had never expected that the sixth prince would actually make a direct move to kill someone. Take him. He bared his eyes. Today, even if he was unable to kill the sixth prince, he would still make the other party shed a layer of skin. The crowd of Tsangping sect disciples immediately rushed towards Li Xianbai. Things went beyond the imagination of those who guarded the pavilion. This sixth prince was far too much more domineering and decisive than they had imagined. Without hesitation, Li Xianbai drew the seven-star dragon abyss in his hand. He had practiced the three swords of murder, obtained the chivalry and practiced the sutra of murder. The countless knowledge of the sword Tao that he had once learned was unreservedly displayed at this moment. I have three swords, one for killing. As the words rose, the seven-star dragon abyss sword blade entered his body. The words fell, and the second man was dead. Two said to kill the god. Pillars of blood rose and scattered across the sky. Almost just in a flash, 7 or 8 Tsangping sect disciples were already the only Tsangping sect senior brother still standing. The Tsangping sect senior brother was filled with grief. Master! He hissed that Li Xianbi was strong. Previously, he had thought that he was also a martial Dao 6th grade, and with preparation, he might not be inferior to the 6th prince. But it wasn't until he actually faced the 6th prince directly now that he realized how big the gap between the two was. Even though he had a sword in his hand. But in the face of the monstrous killing intent that suddenly locked him in place, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. His heart was filled with horror at this moment. This killing intent almost turned into substance, as if it was like slaughtering millions of people in order to possess the terror. But no one but him could detect it. But Li Xianbai was only so young and blind. How did he do it? Said. Li Xianbai was about to raise another sword. An angry voice rang out. Stop. In the next instant, a furious to the extreme aura appeared, while Li Xianbai could feel a sharp edge coming towards him. But Li Xianbai didn't pause in his movements for a second. Kill all beings. The Tsangping sect's senior brother's eyes were blank, and his head was already flying high. The 6th rank of the martial arts path had no power to resist, and it wasn't until this time that Su Daijian's attack this arrived. Containing his anger, he directly unleashed his power at the 8th grade level of the martial Dao. Boom! A blast. Li Xianbai exploded back. Although he had entered the 7th grade of martial arts, he couldn't block it in the face of such a terrifying force. At least with this kind of hard hitting, no one can carry it. But at this moment, Li Xuanbai's expression was wildly arrogant. He, Li Xianbai, had been cautious in every way since he came to this world. Even though his strength was increasing, he never dared to forget this. But even so, there were still people who kept trying to murder him. If he didn't show off his skills again, he was afraid that not everyone would take him for a soft touch. This instant, Su Daijian was appalled. You're not a martial arts 6th grade. Chapter 20, the last one was already a grandmaster. Su Daijian was indignant beyond measure. He hadn't even expected that Li Xuanbai's strength had actually reached the 7th rank of the martial Dao. If it wasn't a miscalculation, with his great disciple's strength of the 6th rank, he wouldn't have died so easily at least. And now, he struck out in anger. However, it only knocked the 6th prince back, but did not inflict too much injury on him. At this moment his heart had even regretted it a little. Perhaps he shouldn't have involved the Tsangping sect in the affairs of the court for the sake of the so-called benefits. It's like what Lu Jingyi said. Although the Jianghu and the imperial court are regarded as the same as water and fire, as long as they don't actively participate in the disputes in the imperial court, these Jianghu sects of theirs, in fact, don't need to worry about the power from the imperial court. The warrior violates the ban with his arms. This is the reason why the court does not like the jungle, but also the bottom of the jungle. Even though Emperor Jinglong had the ability to step over the entire Jianghu once, a new generation would always emerge. There is no end to killing and slaughtering. And inevitably, the rules of the Jianghu would be broken, even causing chaos in the world. So as long as the Tsangping sect didn't break the default rules of the Jianghu, the imperial court couldn't easily take action against them. But now, there was no way back for him. The talent displayed by the sixth prince had shocked him extremely. And now that Sungping sect and the sixth prince had become mortal enemies, if the sixth prince didn't die in less than 5 years, the sixth prince would have the strength to kill him. If the sixth prince was allowed to enter that realm, the Sungping sect would be destroyed. Killing intent boiled in his heart. The sixth prince must die. He violently killed towards Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai, you will die today. Li Xuanbai's face did not change, but his heart was already alert to the extreme. He was always just a 7th rank, and it was extremely difficult to fight against Su Daijian. Even under normal circumstances, a 7th rank facing an 8th rank would almost certainly die in such a narrow space. A dense sword momentum suddenly appeared on Li Xuanbai's body. His entire person was like a sharp sword weapon, unabashedly declaring his sharpness towards the surroundings. At the same time, the sword coalesced, ready to parry Su Daijian's attack. But just for a moment, a silhouette blocked his way. Madaka! A blast! Sudakin was stopped. Lu Zhongyi. Seeing the person who appeared, Su Daijian's face was ugly. Get out of my way. But Lu Zhongyi didn't even have the slightest intention of retreating. Old Su, if you kill the sixth prince like this today, then Emperor Jinglong will have a reason to set foot on the rivers and lakes. At this time, 3 more people appeared. These people vaguely surrounded Su Daijian. All 3 of them had extremely domineering power in their bodies, and even the weakest of them had reached the level of the 8th rank of the martial Dao. They're all very clear. There is a tacit understanding between the court and the jungle. This tacit understanding prevented Emperor Jinglong from taking things lightly. That would cause a backlash from the entire jungle, which would be detrimental to his rule. But at the same time, Emperor Jinglong thought all the time that he could find an opportunity to horse trade and weaken the power of the Jianghu, whether the sixth prince is in favor or not. At least, he couldn't die so openly at the hands of the jungle people, especially in the hands of someone like the Sungping sect patriarch. Seeing the 4 appear, they surrounded Su Daijian again. Li Xianbai spat out a mouthful of spit, and in this mouthful of spit, there were threads of blood. After all, it was the 8th rank of the martial arts path, and a strike containing anger was not something that could be easily withstood. The means of the 8th rank of the martial Dao, this hall has seen it. As long as this hall doesn't die in the coming day, I will definitely slaughter your Sungping sect's entire clan. He spoke in an icy voice. The killing intent in his breath was not concealed in the slightest. These words made Lu Zhongyi and the others jump in their hearts. Looking towards Su Daijian, sure enough, Su Daijian's eyes had become blood red. This sixth prince is really looking for death. A few people were disgruntled. If he didn't put up this harsh word, Su Daijian might have had a few possibilities to be less crazy. But since the sixth prince had also said so, then Su Daijian would definitely find an opportunity to kill him at all costs. It's not a death wish. Even though the sixth prince had already entered the 7th grade of martial arts. However, it wasn't that easy to fight against the 8th grade of martial arts. But they didn't care. As long as the sixth prince didn't die today, or at least didn't die in front of their eyes, their goal had been achieved. Even if the sixth prince suddenly died horizontally in the future, it would have nothing to do with them. After Li Xianbai finished speaking, the 7-star dragon abyss returned to its sheath, and then left the sword pavilion with a steady pace. I will kill you. From afar, Li Xianbai heard Su Daijian's roar of extreme anger. And all of this was expected by Li Xianbai. Even, he hoped that Su Daijian would do it. These enemies that had jumped out at him, it was better to turn into a corpse to give him more peace of mind. He touched his right hand. An eyeball suddenly appeared on the back of the originally polished hand, while a hideous pattern began to appear. Fueled by the intense killing intent, he had some inability to control this ghost hand. And this hand, he hadn't shown it in its true form for a long time. What happened in the sword pavilion was quickly known by Zhou Xiong. Hearing the news that Li Xianbai already possessed the power of the 7th grade, Zhou Xiong's face was shocked. If I remember correctly, 2 years ago the 6th prince was still only a beginner at the 1st grade of martial Dao, right? In less than 2 years, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade, this promotion speed. The future is really something to look forward to. On the other hand, after hearing this news, Fang Ming kept rubbing the teacup in his hand with one hand. 7th grade. Less than 15 years old, 7th grade of martial arts, Tu Yan. Do you remember who was the last one? Tu Yan heard his words and said without thinking. The last one, it should be the Jinchi candidate. No, when the Jinchi candidate entered the 7th rank, he was already past his 15th birthday. Yeah. Fang Ming's voice was a little low. But now, that Jinchi candidate is already a Zhongshe powerhouse. He said quietly. Ordinary martial artists, even if they are of the 9th rank, cannot affect the big picture. However, those who could achieve the rank of patriarch already possessed the ability to change the situation of a war by virtue of their own power. If the news of the 6th prince's entry into the 7th grade spreads back to Kyoto, Tu Yan, do you think you and I will still have a way to live? Tuen was silent. There's no need to be skeptical. As long as His Majesty knew that the 6th prince had entered the 7th grade of martial arts at an age of less than 15 years old, he would surely look for an opportunity to enlist the 6th prince into Kyoto. It might even reuse the 6th prince. Even if the pair shall not be important because of their dislike for the sixth prince, as long as the sixth prince enters the realm of the sovereign. Even if he kills them himself, I'm afraid his majesty won't say anything. Because, the patriarch would have represented status. Tu Yan opened his mouth. Lord Fong, we can't keep waiting any longer. Eunuch Chow must have already sent the news back, this is our last chance. The two looked at each other and were able to see the thoughts in each other's eyes. Tu Yan frowned tightly and continued. The sixth prince of the seventh grade of martial Dao, even if I had the chance, I might not be able to kill him, the original plan needs to be considered. But Fong Ming's face did not show the slightest change. Originally, our plan was to borrow the sixth prince's mind to establish himself and go out of the city so that you could find an opportunity to kill him. As for now, although it's hard to kill the other side with your strength alone, what if you have 500 men under you? The corner of Fong Ming's mouth curved up in a faint arc. Naturally, with complete certainty. Tuen replied. Even if one is a strong martial arts practitioner, in front of the elite of the 100 battles, one is bound to drink hate. What's more, the sixth prince was just a loner without any strong men under him. But where do the soldiers come from? He didn't understand. Chapter 21 Death of the Pavilion Keeper. Fong Ming could see Tu Yan's doubts. He then turned over his hand to reveal the same thing inside. The moment he saw this, Tu Yan's pupils shrunk slightly. Fong Ming laughed. Just to be sure, His Highness gave it to me. Next, we just have to wait for the sixth prince to leave the city. In that case, then I will go and prepare. Tu Yan replied. The tiger's talisman. He saw clearly that it was a special tiger talisman that belonged uniquely to the Great Hall. With this object in place, it will be possible to mobilize His Highness's private army. Though it is said that nowadays, the Great Hall is not at the border and is not in charge of the military. But everyone knew that the High Septon had never relinquished control of the north. At the border, there is always a force of men that belongs solely to His Highness. A chill tickled his heart. With 500 elites around, even if the sixth prince had already entered the seventh grade, once surrounded, there was no chance of survival. The sword platform is dark. But for Li Xianbai, these changes did not affect his daily life. All of it seemed dangerous today, but it was basically what he had expected. And he was ready to deal with it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bone molding pill. Another day, seeing the rewards for signing in, Li Xuanbai's eyebrows brought a smile. This is good stuff. The true element pills that he normally signed up for could only boost his true element, but the effect wasn't as pronounced for him now. The bone shaping pill, however, was a good thing that could enhance his root bones. Root bones that could directly affect the speed of his cultivation. As far as daily check-ins go, there's no doubt that this qualifies as a blowout. Your Highness. Shironu ran in. What happened? Li Xianbai frowned. Shiranu's behavior today didn't look as steady as usual. Shironu spoke in a deep voice. Your Highness, I just received news that something has happened to the Sword Pavilion. Last night, a great battle occurred in the Sword Pavilion, and although the enemy was repelled, a strong man stationed in the pavilion was killed by a sneak attack. Hearing this, Li Xianbai was quite a bit surprised. Those who are able to station at the Sword Pavilion have at least reached the realm of the 8th rank of the martial Dao, and there's more than one person stationed there. What kind of person is the one who took the shot? I can't believe it's such a skill. Shironu shook his head. This was clearly not information he could have inquired about. Come on, go over there. Li Xianbai stood up and hung the 7-star dragon abyss on his waist. For those stationed powerhouses of the Sword Pavilion, Li Xianbai had no good feelings from the bottom of his heart, because their existence would make it harder for him to devour sword weapons. And because of Su Daijian's relationship, he even loathed these Sword Pavilion keepers. It didn't take long before the two had walked outside the Sword Pavilion. Zhou Xiong stood there, his face looking gloomy. He was clad in battle armor, with one hand on top of the long sword at his waist. After seeing Li Xianbai walk over, Zhou Xiong spoke. Sixth Prince, something has happened in the Sword Pavilion today, so for the sake of your safety, please leave here as soon as possible. Instead of leaving, Li Xianbai asked. General Zhou, you should also know that I enjoy staying in the Sword Pavilion. I was born blind, but feeling the swords in the pavilion can put me at ease. Now that something like this has happened to the Sword Pavilion, I'm naturally more concerned. I heard something happened to one of the keepers, I wonder which one. Zhou Xiong looked deeply at Li Xianbai before answering. You shouldn't recognize it, it's an 8th grade elder from the Wuji sect. The thieves haven't been ambushed yet, so it's better for you to stay away during this recent period of time so as not to be poisoned by the thieves. Li Xianbai secretly said that it was a pity. It was true that he didn't know this elder of the Wuji sect, and the only reason he was asking was because he was hoping that the one who died was that Su Daijian of the Tsunping sect. But apparently Su Daijian was lucky. In that case, I'll leave first, and I hope that the general will be able to catch the thieves out soon. After saying that, Li Xianbai didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave with Xiu Luonu. Since it wasn't Su Daijian who died, he naturally still needed to think long and hard. And for Zhou Xiong's words, he still somewhat agreed with them after all. Being able to kill the 8th rank of the martial Dao meant that it was bound to be a threat to him. He really wasn't going to go over there these days. Anyway, no matter who the thief was, he didn't believe that the other party could stay hidden. He broke into the sword pavilion to kill the guardian of the 8th rank of the martial arts path, but did not seize the sword. Such an assassin didn't look like an ordinary Jianghu expert. For some reason, his heart flashed with the hint of killing intent that he had detected earlier within the sword pavilion. Li Xuanbai's eyes flashed. Perhaps this matter could help him solve the sword pavilion keeper's too many troubles. The rest of the day resumed calm. Shironu is very capable and has quickly built up a decent staff from nothing. Although it was said that he still couldn't get the hidden message of the sword platform, but being able to make it this far, Li Xianbai was already very satisfied. And the Shura slave's strength increases very quickly. The 6-harness sword technique exerted great power in his hands. Although it was said that the 6-harness sword technique would gradually become less useful as his strength increased. However, with Shuranu's talent, in the future, he might really be able to enter the realm of the sovereign master with the 6-harness sword technique. However, the one who improved the most was Li Xianbai himself. Even though he couldn't enter the sword pavilion to devour sword weapons to raise his cultivation now, his daily signing in still allowed him to raise his strength at a rate that far exceeded that of ordinary people. And it wasn't just the sword pavilion that seemed very calm there during this time. Even the emissaries who had come from Kyoto seemed to be traveling as if they were touring the mountains and doing nothing more. Shaoan, the Grand Eunuch, enjoys the offerings of the officials of the Sword Terrace every day, and is quite a bit more than happy. After all, you are being served here. But back in the palace he was in need of serving people. But Li Xianbai knew very well that this could not last. At Emperor Jinglong's place, since he had sent messengers, it was impossible for them to be delayed for too long. So right now it just looks peaceful all around. It doesn't take long to end, and then it sets off a raging, monstrous wave that overturns all that is hidden in the shadows. In the midst of this waiting process, Li Xianbai had unknowingly grown another year. As of today, he's 15. No one knows his birth date, though. The only thing that can celebrate him is the sign-up system. With excitement, Li Xianbai opened the sign-in system. His first annual signing, he got the Bakuro Swordsman, which changed his mutable fate. For his second-year signing, he got the Ghost Hand, which allowed him to perceive his surroundings and see everything around him through his killing intent. And that's just the most trivial function of the Ghost Hand. The power of the Ghost God that was always sealed in the Ghost Hand was the Ghost Hand's true bottom card. And now he will make his third annual signing. With the previous experience of the previous 2 times, he was sure that this signing, too, would definitely not disappoint him. Chapter 22 Delusion Breaking God's Pupil, Stormy Weather. System, sign me in. Li Xianbai roared in his heart with excitement. Soon the system began to function. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Paranoia Breaking Pupil. Delusion Breaking Pupils, breaking down delusions and seeing the truth. Seeing the result of this signing in Li Xianbai took a deep breath. The rewards he got from this annual signing didn't seem to be directly helpful to him in raising his battle power. As he claimed his delusion breaking God pupil, he felt some itchiness in his brow. And then a vertical pupil formed at the center of his brow. But this vertical pupil was tightly closed, as if it were a guilt seal. Without any hesitation, Li Xianbai directly operated his true chi and opened the delusion-breaking God pupil. In the next instant, the vertical pupil opened. This time he really saw it. Everything around them was not hindered in the eyes of the paradox God's pupil. Almost just in a flash, hot tears had already flowed from Li Xuanbai's eyes. The perception of killing intent brought about by the ghost hand before. It was able to allow him to perceive everything around him through his killing intent, but that wasn't looking after all. But now, the delusion-breaking God pupil was able to truly bring him back to the light. For someone who had been blind for more than a decade, even if the paradox-breaking divine pupil didn't have any other functions, it was completely worth it in his opinion. But as a reward for the yearly signing, the paradox-breaking God's pupil had clearly brought him more than that. The first and simplest is the function of perspective. In the eyes of the delusion-breaking God's pupil, there was no barrier to everything in front of him, and as long as he wanted to, he was not only able to see everything in front of him, even if there was a wall in front of him, he could easily see through it. And not only that, through the delusion-breaking divine pupil, he was able to see the flow of true chi. Looking down towards his arm, in the middle of the arm, a path of true chi ran along the meridians. Inner vision. Li Xianbai immediately thought of these two words. Although it was said that what he was doing now wasn't internal vision, the delusion-breaking God's pupil was clearly more overbearing. Being able to see through the trajectory of the true chi running through the meridians meant that he was able to see through the effects of the gongfu on his body through such means, and he was able to know at the first opportunity if there were any problems. This meant that he no longer needed to worry about the matter of going off the deep end. You have to know that going off the deep end is a big taboo for every martial artist, and once it occurs, you will be seriously injured or perish if it is light. This is something that no one can avoid. After playing for a while, Li Xianbai felt a bit tired and then turned the delusion-breaking God pupil off. Although the delusion-breaking God pupil is good, the consumption is just too great. Li Xianbai had some regrets. He didn't lose too much ground on that, though. The reason why it can't last now is ultimately just a matter of strength. When he entered the realm of the Patriarch in the future, or even further, he believed that he would be able to keep the delusion-breaking divine pupil open for a longer period of time. Overall, the results of this annual signing continue to make him very happy. Although it was not directly helpful to him, the supporting role was pulled full circle. Not when practicing, even in the midst of battle. Once the delusion-breaking divine pupil was opened, the enemy's true cheese operation would not be hidden from him in the slightest. This meant that he was able to predict every move of his enemies with ease. Definitely a god technique without a doubt. After obtaining the delusion-breaking divine pupil, Li Xianbai immediately began to close the door, correcting the problems in his previous cultivation through the delusion-breaking divine pupil. After a few days of improvement, he had a further grasp and control of those techniques he had previously practiced. At the end of one cultivation session, Li Xianbai sighed. Originally, I thought that I already had a high degree of control over the martial arts before, but I didn't realize that there were actually so many problems. It's a pity that the time that the delusion-breaking god's pupil is opened is too short, and I'm afraid that if I want to correct all the problems, I won't be able to do it in a short period of time. He then became invigorated. It wouldn't be long before his strength and potential were able to further increase. And not only that, he was able to take the time to remodel the Shura slave. Shura slave had followed him for so long, and had helped him a lot. He naturally didn't mind spending some time if he was able to get Shura slave into the zone master. This is his best man. And during the time that Li Xianbai was in seclusion, a lot of things happened outside. It is said that the war over the border has become serious again. Although the war at the border has been going on for a long time, it has recently intensified. That northern Python Great Khan King's ambition could be said to have been made clear. Not only at the border, but even outside of Sword Terrace, traces of the northern Python cavalry seem to have been discovered. That's not a good sign. After the Grand Eunuch Chaoan received this news, he was also somewhat unable to sit still, and he found Fong Ming and the others more than once, hoping to leave as soon as possible. But they were all delayed by Fong Ming through various reasons. In fact, Fong Ming was also very upset. The sixth prince was simply too steady, and ever since the appearance of the northern Python cavalry outside the sword stage, he had tried to hook the sixth prince out more than once. But that sixth prince looked unconcerned about these merits. So until now, he hadn't found a chance to make a move. This, coupled with Chaoan's urging, made his daily life even more torturous. He knew very well that Chaoan wouldn't be so nice to talk to if he dragged it out for too long. Chaoan is His Majesty's man after all. Even if there are some of their own minds, they still need to be dependent on the royal power after all. If he were to detect that he wanted to kill the sixth prince, Chaoan would certainly not sit idly by. He could care less about the fight between the Grand Prince and the sixth prince. But ever since the sixth prince had displayed the power of the seventh grade, there was no way Chaoan would let this prince die so easily. Because, at less than 15 years old, the sixth prince, who had already attained the seventh grade of martial arts, already had enough value with His Majesty. A few more days passed. Li Xianbai finally couldn't wait any longer. It was impossible for him to give up on improving his strength through Bakuro swordsman just because the sword pavilion had hidden dangers. What's more, it's not like he doesn't have a bottom line himself. So from this day onward, Li Xianbai once again entered the sword pavilion. In the sword pavilion, it was as if this had never happened. Li Xianbai had observed through his delusion-breaking divine pupil that there were no new sword pavilions stationed in place, and it was determined that there were 3 other guardians present in the sword pavilion. After some more days of this, the border suddenly became urgent. The northern pythons attacked in force, and for a moment, the border was in danger, and troops were sent to seek help from Kendai. Hearing this news, Zhou Xiong's face changed drastically. After a few moments of contemplation he made a decision. He personally led 50,000 iron guards to the border to help in the battle, leaving 30,000 troops to defend Sword Terrace. Although the sword platform was important, it belonged to the hinterland after all. Even if there was a small group of northern Python elites, it was still not a big problem in front of an army of 30,000 men. But after hearing the news, many people's minds began to wander. With Zhou Xiong around, a lot of things can't be done. Now Zhou Xiong had left and had taken 50,000 iron guards with him. It leaves a lot of things open for maneuver. The current sword stage, only on the surface, remained relatively calm. And secretly, it's already stormy. Chapter 23, The Road to the Sword Pavilion, Anathema Schemes. At some point, snow fell from the sky. Although he said that he couldn't see it, Li Xianbai was completely able to feel the snowflakes falling from the sky and hitting his body. The same thing happened when he was banished 2 years ago. He had no resistance at that time. One can only sit in a lonely carriage, full of resentment, and leave from Kyoto. And now that 2 years have passed, everything has changed. Walking into the sword pavilion, Li Xianbai picked up the steps. The sword slaves guarding the front of the sword pavilion, after seeing him, all of them revealed a look of horror in their eyes. Because they were all clear that those sword slaves who dared to secretly insult the sixth prince in the first place were all dead, and they were killed by the Shura slaves in a bright and open manner. At the same time, they were all very envious of what had happened to Shiranu. The Shura slave is now free from his fate as a slave. They now even hoped to be favored by Shiranu, because then perhaps they would be able to be taken away by Shiranu and get rid of their current status. Li Xianbai didn't care about their expressions. After entering the sword pavilion, Li Xuanbai's eyes suddenly revealed a flash of abnormality. Soon, though, he regained his previous calm, because he sensed a déjà vu killing opportunity. And at the same time, there was an even more pronounced murderous streak just wandering around. Li Xianbai knew that the person who had once infiltrated the sword pavilion had reappeared. And now he had reason to believe that the 8th rank that died in the Wuji sect, he was afraid that it was the result of that person's hand. Only this time, the other side had brought a new helper. As for their goal, it was obviously within the sword pavilion. In this regard, although Li Xianbai was aware of it, he did not intend to expose it. These two were extremely strong, and if he was exposed, it would most likely result in him being targeted by these two. And he didn't have any good feelings towards these guardians in the sword pavilion. To put it bluntly, although it was said that the only one who provoked him was Tsangping Sect's Su Daijian, but all those other cabinet keepers were looking on. At best, they were not involved, but from start to finish, they were indifferent to what was happening. The current Li Xianbai, naturally, could not risk his life for them. Not to mention, for Li Xianbai, the appearance of these two now might not be a good thing. Sodai Sword, living too long. Watching Li Xianbai go upstairs. In the shadows, Anatu's face was unchanged. On his side, another man was even more composed. My lord, the situation has been confirmed. The sword we want is on the 6th floor of the sword pavilion, and the guardian there should be that strong person of the 9th rank of the martial Dao. His face was stony. Last time, they took care of an 8th rank through a sneak attack, but there were 3 other strong men in the sword pavilion now. This was definitely not an easy task. After all, dragging it out for a long time would definitely usher in a siege from the entire sword stage. There were bound to be other strong people present in this sword platform, but it's so much better now than it was already before. Zhou Xiong transferred. The guardian of the pavilion was killed by them first, designed to sneak attack one person, plus there are still people outside the city. Anatu's eyes flashed before he spoke. Get ready to do it. We can't keep dragging this out. Upstairs, Li Xianbai had just entered the 3rd floor when he was locked by an obvious malice. He knew who it was, of course, but he pressed on. Instead, they went straight to the 4th floor. The pavilion guardian who died earlier was in charge of guarding the 4th floor. Now that the man was dead, none of them had any suspicion of Li Xianbai, even though the other pavilion guards were said to still be there. So it gave Li Xianbai some room to maneuver. Even though he was cautious, Li Xianbai still got the chance to utilize the Bakura swordsman to devour the sword weapon. At the same time, his gaze was solemn, quietly waiting for what would happen next. Those killers were already here, and there was absolutely no way they could wait any longer. So whatever is going to happen, there is bound to be a change today. Almost the next second he thought that. What a guy! A bellowing cry suddenly rang out. Boom! He then felt the entire sword pavilion, which seemed to have shaken. The person who gave out the voice was familiar to Li Xianbai. It was Su Daijian of the Tsangping sect. Su Daijian's voice was laced with anger. 2 strong auras then erupted almost out of nowhere. The 3 immediately started exchanging blows. What kind of thief dares to come and break into the sword pavilion? Upstairs, angry voices immediately appeared. The upstairs guards of the pavilion were alarmed. Then Li Xianbai noticed that along with an explosion, a silhouette flew backwards out of the sword pavilion beyond. This person was none other than Su Daijian, and his face was a bit pale. Suddenly being attacked by a 9th grade and an 8th grade, even though he was prepared at all times, it wasn't something that could be easily resisted. And at this time, Li Xianbai also paid attention to notice the true face of the attacker. Looking at the other party's abnormal faces that were very obvious compared to the Ditsang people, one was immediately able to determine that they were indeed from the northern Mang. At the same time, Lu Zhini and another pavilion guardian also appeared outside the sword pavilion. 5 people with swords drawn. It had long since become chaotic in the distance. Some people went to report it. Some people are coming this way. However, in the face of such a strong person, I'm afraid that effective support would not be able to arrive at all for a while. Lu Zhini said with a cold face. It's really you northern python thieves. Do you really think that my great song sword stage is a place where you can come and go as you please? Anato chuckled. Last time, I killed an 8th rank. Now with just 2.5 of you, you still want to block us? Although it was said that the situation was still unfavorable to them, Anatoly did not show it in the slightest. At the very least, they should never reveal their intentions. They didn't come here for the purpose of killing, so as long as they could find a chance to take away the Demon Lord's sword, their mission would be accomplished. But if these people knew what they were up to, there was absolutely no way that these Ditsang people could they easily take away the Demon Lord's sword. Su Daijian roared angrily. Lu Zhini, what nonsense are you talking to them? Why don't you do it quickly and kill them? After saying that, he killed towards the 2. The 5-man melee opened at once. And at the same time, a northern python scout had quietly felt his way into the sword pavilion. That was Anatu's plan. Have them draw the enemy's attention, then have their men go and feel their way into the sword pavilion to retrieve the sword. As for Li Xianbai who went in, he didn't care. He was not from sword stage, so he had no idea of Li Xuanbai's strength. As far as he was concerned, the sixth prince was just a blind man. Although it looked like there was some martial arts strength, it was clear that it couldn't possibly be a threat to them. Plus, the Wolf Lord wanted to find a way to kill the sixth prince when he had the chance. In his mind, it was clearly an excellent opportunity. Everything was in his plan. However, he didn't realize that Li Xianbai had already discovered the presence of the infiltrator through his killing intent perception. Chapter 24, Devouring Madness. Although it is said that the enemy was found, but Li Xianbai was in no hurry to make a move, because he had some curiosity too. What exactly is the purpose of being able to make these northern pythons enter the sword pavilion with such fanfare? That python's infiltrator, without any stops, directly walked up towards the 6th floor of the sword pavilion. When he entered the 6th floor, he immediately felt the difference in the 6th floor of the sword pavilion. The ones that can be placed here are all famous swords of the world. Although the number was said to be small, every handful taken out was enough to set off a gust of blood and rain. This was where the sword pavilion, which was the northern arsenal of the Great Song, had its heritage. But without the slightest hesitation, he found his target with only a sweeping glance. Sword of the Demon Lord. His eyes were thick with excitement. Originally, he was worried that the Great Song people would not have other arrangements. But now things were going so well that he wondered for a moment if there was some kind of conspiracy. Just as he had just placed his hand on that sword, a ghostly voice had sounded. What does the Sword of the Demon Lord mean by this? The moment the voice sounded, the infiltrator's pupils shriveled and he turned around violently to notice Li Xianbai standing there. The sixth prince of the Great Song. He spoke through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with gloom. He didn't communicate with Anna too, so he didn't notice Li Xuanbai's presence. However, after noticing that there was no one else but Li Xianbai, his original gloominess turned into thick killing intent. You want to know what the Demon Lord's sword is? He simply unsheathed the Demon Lord's sword in his hand, a sword weapon sharp enough that it should be shiny and bright. But this sword was completely different. Its body was a dark red color. There was once a man who wielded this sword and went on a killing spree against our northern python. Even with blood, stained this sword red. Since then, the goal of every Baimang man has been to destroy the sword. It is a heavy stone that weighs on the backbone of our northern python, but after today, all that will pass, said the man, his expression filled with fervor. We will break this sword with our own hands on top of the battlefield, so that we, the warriors of the northern python, can watch the damned demon lord be completely destroyed with our own eyes. Then under the leadership of the great Khan King, our northern python will surely rise again. After the catharsis, his expression gradually regained its calmness. Now that you know what it is, are you satisfied with the answer? His expression was filled with sarcasm as he looked at Li Xianbai as if he was viewing a dead person, who was a blind man to stand in his way. He, however, is the 7th rank of the hallowed martial arts path. Although it was said to be a bit worse than those outside, if he wasn't strong, how could he be involved in such an important operation? Satisfied. Li Xianbai nodded. The answer took him a little by surprise, but at the same time, it filled him with anticipation. The sword weapons on the 6th floor of the sword pavilion were completely different from those below, and every sword placed on the 6th floor was extraordinary. In the past, there was no chance that he would be able to come across such a sword weapon, but now it seemed that the northern python had presented him with a nice sword. Satisfied, then go to hell. That northern python 7th grade violently killed towards Li Xianbai. The sneer in his eyes never disappeared from the beginning, because in his eyes, Li Xianbai had no qualifications to resist him. But just as he was about to rush in front of Li Xianbai, he suddenly felt as if he was locked onto something, causing his entire body to shiver. The gray and empty Li Xianbai in front of his eyes was like a demon from the abyss. The 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed at this moment. 1,000 starbursts. He gently spat out 4 words, and in the next instant, the 7-star dragon's abyss transformed into points of cold ons, blocked off all the space in front of North Python's 7 pins. In the eyes of that northern python 7th grade, it was as if the entire world in front of him was enveloped in a rain of swords. He hurriedly put out his sword and blocked. However, under the lock of Li Xuanbai's overbearing killing intent, that northern python 7th grade slowed down by 1 point. In the midst of battle, a fraction of a second was 1,000 miles away, and just that 1 point allowed him to perish in one move. After putting away his sword, Li Xianbai looked at the corpse on the ground, his face calm and collected. The so-called 7th grade of martial arts is nothing more than that. He then picked up the demon lord's sword in his opponent's hand. The battle outside was still going on at this time. Su Daijian's occasional sharp roars resounded through the sword pavilion, and Anatu's expression became more and more urgent. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? They didn't know that Li Xianbai had already used this opportunity to frantically push the Bakuro swordsman. This rare opportunity, Li Xianbai naturally did not intend to give up. The help that a sword brought to him was greatly influenced by the spiritual charm contained within the sword weapon, the sword intent of the swordmaster, and so on. This demon lord sword was clearly extraordinary. Li Xianbai sucked on it. But it's a different story out there. Over time, Anatu's companions have been injured. After all, he was facing two 8th grades. Although Su Daijian had been injured, Anatu's companion was clearly not considered a strong person among the 8 ranks. Anatu himself, on the other hand, sparred with Lu Jingyi. But on the contrary, they can't leave yet. The Demon Lord's sword is too important. Not to mention, there's a 7th grade in there that hasn't come out. He had already guessed in his heart that perhaps the reason why the people hadn't come out yet was because of Li Xuanbai's presence. Even though it felt unbelievable to him, it was the only possibility he could think of. But he still had faith in that 7th product. The reason was very simple. Although he didn't know what the 6th prince's exact strength was, he still understood the general situation of the 6th prince. A teenager who was just 15 years old. No matter how strong he was only a 6th rank. At best, they had some special abilities, which was why they were able to hold back the 7th grade powerhouses. Plus that 6th prince is still blind. Even if he had the ability to enter the realm of the 7th grade, he couldn't see anything in his eyes, so on what basis could he defeat their northern python's powerhouse? They're struggling to hold on. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, devoured everything in the Demon Lord's sword as if he were hungry. It had been far too long since he had moved the Bakuro swordsman with such abandon. In the past, he had only been able to slow down the speed of his devouring because he had devoured too much. But now his body was too hungry, and everything in the Demon Lord's sword was being quickly devoured by him. The spiritual rhythm on it was also disappearing little by little. At the same time, he could feel the power within him expanding. This expansion is unprecedented. In the midst of him devouring it like no one else, he suddenly at a certain moment felt that the bottleneck in his body was suddenly broken open. The spiritual charm on the Demon Lord's sword also finally disappeared completely, turning it into a flat and uninteresting sharp sword. 8 products. Feeling the changes within his body, Li Xianbai was somewhat stunned. How could he not have thought that this Demon Lord's sword would actually bring such a great change to himself? Then he laughed. And at this time, Anatu violently spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell, that punk? What the hell is he doing? He's going crazy. Su Daijian sneered when he saw Anata spitting out blood. He didn't care why Anata didn't run. All he knew was that he could get his revenge. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. And he's late for revenge, one incense burner at a time. Chapter 25, Su Dai's Sword, Execution. Su Daijian laughed heartily. Even though Anathema was very strong, he finally got his revenge. Anatoly won't be able to escape from here today. But at the same time his eyes twinkled, because he had something else in mind. In the middle of today's sword pavilion, there was another person present. It was only because they were now at war that the man secretly hid in the sword pavilion, with no intention of showing his face at all. The 6th prince. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the 6th prince, then he would be too sorry for this excellent opportunity in front of him. Just as Anatu was injured, Sundered Sword violently rushed towards him. Let me, he yelled, then rushed to Anathema's side. Drifting Palm. With his roar, a terrifying palm force attacked towards Anathema. Now Anatu is being pestered by Lu Zhangyi. So in the face of this sudden attack, he was actually slapped with a palm without noticing for a moment. The power of the 8th grade directly sent him flying backwards. There was a loud explosion. Anata smashed heavily into the 6th floor of the sword pavilion. Even though the sword pavilion was very sturdy, at this moment, he was still directly smashed in. Lu Zhangyi's face suddenly appeared to change. No good. He naturally knew that Li Xianbai was in the sword pavilion. Moreover, he knew very well that although the current anathema had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries, the slap that Su Daijian had just given him could not pose a fatal threat to anathema at all. In other words, Su Daijian's attack had put Li Xianbai in a dangerous situation. Lu Jingyi didn't want to consider whether Su Daijian had done this on purpose. He only knew that Li Xianbai could die, but definitely not at this time. In such a bright situation, if Li Xianbai died, then all of them could not be blamed. While Su Daijian's face revealed a cold smile. He just did it on purpose, so what? He wanted Lu Zhangyi and others to accompany him. If it was just him alone, he really couldn't carry the pressure of the 6th prince's death. But if they could pull in Lu Zhangyi and the others, it would almost be the same as tying the entire Jianghu together. At that time, even Emperor Jinglong would not be able to do anything to them. Anatu violently spat out a mouthful of blood after being smashed into the sword pavilion. Then the first thing he saw was Li Xianbai not far away. Also noticed the body on the ground. At this moment his pupils shrunk, finally realizing why the people didn't come out. Asshole! He bellowed angrily. The eyes that looked at Li Xianbai were filled with killing intent. Originally, Li Xianbai was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with his hands in his eyes. But now, this mole had single-handedly destroyed his previous plan. It even puts them in such a dangerous position now. When Li Xianbai saw Anata smashing in, he also guessed Su Daijian's thoughts at a glance. That's smart. Li Xianbai lightly grunted in his heart. In the next second, Lu Jingyi violently rushed in, and he directly rushed at Li Xianbai. Leave the sword pavilion at once, this is no place for you to be. Su Daijian rushed in right after him and then said. Surname Lu, the most important thing right now is to solve the strong men of the Northern Python. If something goes wrong with the sword pavilion, you and I won't be able to eat or walk when the time comes. At the same time they noticed the body beside Li Xianbai. Lu Zhangyi immediately reacted and looked at Anitu. So you guys still arranged manpower here. No wonder you didn't think of escaping even though you were clearly at a disadvantage. But now it seems that your machinations have failed. At this moment he looked at Li Xianbai with a little more kindness in his eyes. Because he knew that if it wasn't for Li Xianbai, the odds were that they would be out of luck today. Lu Jingyi's kindness was considered an unexpected gain for Li Xianbai. Hearing Lu Jingyi's words, Anitu blared hatefully at Li Xianbai. Su Daijian said in a conspiratorial manner. That's right, it's fortunate that there's your Sixth Highness. If it wasn't for your Sixth Highness, I'm afraid that we would have really suffered a great loss today. However, his words caused Lu Jingyi's face to change drastically. The reason why he hadn't addressed Li Xianbai in any way before was that he didn't want Anitu to know his identity. Because no matter what anathema came to the sword pavilion to do, as long as they were able to kill the prince, it would be a gain for them. Now that Su Daijian was doing this, he was undoubtedly provoking Anita's anger. Anita sneered. He had already seen Su Daijian's thoughts, but for him, this idea of Su Daijian was good for him. At the same time he had noticed the sword on the ground. Sword of the Demon Lord. Anita's pupils shrunk slightly, no longer thinking about anything else, and violently rushed towards Li Xianbai. Lu Zhangyi immediately blocked it. But at this time, Su Daijian was one step ahead of him. Your Highness, be careful. He yelled as if he wanted to help Li Xianbai block the sword. But his movement, best coincidentally, blocked in front of Lu Jingshi's body, delaying his movement. It also makes room for Anitu. Although Anitu knew he was being used, he didn't care. Prince Ditsong, you'll die here. He roared and slashed his sword over. The power of the ninth pin was on full display at this moment. Su Daijian coldly laughed. Lu Zhengde was greatly shocked, and had already closed his eyes in an intolerant manner. In their opinion, I'm afraid Li Xianbai is dead. Facing anathema, even if Li Xianbai already possessed a 7th grade battle power, it was impossible for him to have any room to react at this time. Watching what seemed like an extinction scene, Li Xianbi laughed. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, which all poured out towards Anitu. Anitu was not the 7 pints he was before. His strength was extraordinary, so when faced with this aura, he wasn't as easily shocked as that 7th rank from before. But Li Xianbai had devoured countless sword weapons. The sword intent and killing intent of these sword weapons constituted everything that Li Xianbai was now. With such a terrifying power, even anathema could not completely ignore it. So he thus paused for a split second. It was in this instant that Li Xianbai's feet had slid like a swimming dragon and dodged away to the side. In almost just a flash, he had appeared in front of Su Daijian. As he ran towards Su Daijian, Li Xianbai even smiled at Su Daijian. Unease arose in Su Daijian's heart. In the next instant, the aura shifted. It descended on Su Daijian's body violently, causing him to stiffen up immensely. Until this time, it was only then that Su Daijian realized why Anitu had stopped for such a brief moment just now. This terrifying aura was by no means idle. Then, Anitu's sword arrived. In order to kill Li Xianbai, he braced his already severely injured body and forced himself to use his peak strength. He was virtually unstoppable in this moment. And just the moment Li Xianbai dodged, the sword blade pierced into Su Daijian's chest. Looking at Su Daijian's incredulous eyes, Li Xianbai's face was bland. He who kills, man kills. He was not a god of killing, but he would never be bashful to those who bore him ill will. So, Sodai sword, put to death. Chapter 26 Dragon Abyss Long Chant. I have a sword that is said to be unparalleled. Sadakin is dead. This situation was unexpected by everyone. Seeing such a situation, Anitu did not hesitate for a second and once again killed towards Li Xianbai. The Sodai sword is not important. An 8th product, though, might pose a certain threat to them. But that's about it. On top of the battlefield, an 8th rank couldn't change the situation. In their northern Python, strengths that reached this realm abounded. But the concept of killing a royal prince was completely different. If they were able to kill the 6th prince, even if they failed in their mission today, they would be able to go back and be completely accountable. Of course, it would be nice to bring back the Demon Lord sword. However, the moment he made his move to kill Su Daijian, he had already missed his best chance. Lu Jingyi had rushed over and blocked Li Xianbai's body. Thief, no matter what you want to do, you've already failed today, so obediently tie your hands and surrender. Now that the outside is surrounded by my sword stage iron guards, you don't have any chance of leaving. Lu Zhengyi bellowed. He didn't want to keep fighting with Anitu. After the battle just now, he already had a very good understanding of Anathema's battle power. In a fight to the death, the other side might even pull him down. So if possible, he preferred Anitu to just surrender. Upon hearing this, Anitu glanced towards the outside. Desperation suddenly appeared in his eyes. A large number of iron guards were heading towards this place, and they had completely surrounded the place while forming military formations, which was the most effective way to deal with strong people. The only sound coming from the thousands of troops was the sound of iron armor clashing, and the level of eliteness was evident. Anitu, Northern Python 8-pin roared. We're in big trouble. This person was also very upset that this plan was supposed to be foolproof today, only to be spoiled by the blind man who wasn't in their sights. His opponent, the last of the Sword Pavilion's 8 products, was also already panting from exhaustion and had many more wounds on his body. They're just jungle people. These two, however, were killed step by step in the army. In terms of battle spirit aura, he was quite inferior to his opponent. So even though his opponent was already suffering from a considerable amount of injuries, he still hadn't been able to take down his opponent. Anrutai, are you not afraid of death? Anata stormed out. Whoever fears death is not that Turanian warrior. Anrutai replied. Hearing such a conversation, a touch of uneasiness rose in the hearts of the crowd. These two are going to fight for their lives. As expected, the next instant Anatu killed towards Lu Zhangyi regardless. It seemed like they had completely given up on Li Xiangbi. And 6 was just as brave. They were already determined to die, and had no fear in this moment. This situation, in turn, made Lu Zhangyi and the others fight with their hands tied. The 2 men from that Turan ministry were not afraid of death, but they were. Li Xianbai watched the battle from the side, with the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand. He didn't rush to leave, he just silently observed the battle. All of a sudden, Anatu attacked violently and forcefully. Not caring at all about Lu Zhangyi's stabbing sword, he spared the heavy price of having his chest penetrated and slashed at Lu Zhangyi's chest. Lu Zhangyi felt a sharp pain in his body. Are you kidding me? He gritted his teeth, full of disbelief. Anatu was undoubtedly looking for death by doing this. Although it was said that he was not lightly injured now, but Anatu's chest was penetrated by him. Even if there was originally a hope of escaping, he would only bleed to death now. But it was at this time. Anatu used an unrelenting aura to kill towards Li Xianbai. No good. Lu Zhangyi was shocked in his heart. Something is going to happen. I'm afraid that Anatu's goal from the beginning was to kill the 6th prince. And from the start, he was bluffed by the other's aura. Although Lu Zhangyi immediately returned to help, he knew very well that he was ultimately a bit too slow. Now even if he was able to kill Anatu, I'm afraid the 6th prince would be dead. As for this possibility that the 6th prince survived, no one has considered it. Because the gap between the 7th and 9th grade was like a heavenly rift. Anatu was thinking the same thing, so he grinned. Emperor Decadence, give this general a burial. However, in the face of Anatu's mockery, Li Xuanbai's face did not change. The 7-star dragon abyss in his hand was violently sheathed. In the next instant, the entire Sword Pavilion's sword artifacts, as if they all sensed something at this moment, kept clanging. A skyrocketing sword intent was recklessly released. 9 pints. Li Xianbai drew his sword. Facing such a strong person, his battle intent, too, was unprecedentedly high. If it was a 9th pin in his heyday, there was no way he would be a match for this person. But what he was facing now was nothing more than a dying tiger that was seriously injured and about to die. If you can't even fight this person, what else does he cultivate the way of the sword and call himself invincible? I have a sword that is said to be peerless. The dragon abyss in Li Xuanbai's hand chanted long. His sword intent, at this moment, transformed into a green-fronted sword chi. It slashed at Anata's sword. Madaka! A blast! Sword break! It was also at this instant that Anathema's advancing body came to a halt. Then with a heart full of shock and resignation, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Lu Zhangyi looked at Li Xianbai, and the shock in his eyes was no less than Anata's. What a strong sword intent! He couldn't help but speak. After living for so many years, he asked himself that he had seen countless strong people, but the one who could achieve such a sword intent as Li Xuanbai's was almost the only one he had ever seen in his life in his opinion. I'm afraid that even if it was an ordinary sect master powerhouse, in terms of sword intent alone, it would be incomparable to the 6th prince. And at this time, Anrutai outside noticed what was going on inside and was even more shocked and angry. If you dare to kill Anatu, the Wolf Lord will never let you live. When he finished, he turned and ran. Anatu was alive, so there was still hope for them to complete their mission. But now that Anatu was dead, with him being a severely injured 8th rank, if he didn't run at this time, when would he wait? He was a warrior of that Tulane clan, but being a warrior didn't mean he had to go to his death. Never leave. The pavilion keeper across from him roared in rage, but in the end, he only chopped off one of his arms with a sword. The cabinet keeper didn't give chase, he had been seriously injured. And in front of Anrutai, there was a military formation made of thousands of troops. People can't run away. But just as the army was preparing to surround them, a pale horn sounded. Hearing the sound of this horn, a rallying cry came from the army. Even though Anrutai had been seriously injured and it wouldn't take long to surely kill him, it didn't change their minds. Lu Zhangyi opened his mouth with a grave expression on his face. Something has happened to Sword Terrace. This is the Iron Guard's rallying call. At this time of the year when this happens, I'm afraid that there's a large army attacking the city outside of Sword Terrace, and it's in a critical situation. Hearing Lu Zhangyi's explanation, even Li Xuanbai's face changed dramatically. An army attacking the city? But how is that possible? Those enemies, how did they get around the border? Or has the border been broken? The sudden turn of events made Li Xianbai not have the heart to take care of Anrutai either. an 8th rank that was seriously injured and missing an arm. There was no longer the slightest threat to him. The problem now was that nowadays, he and the sword stage could be considered one and the same. If the sword platform was broken, even he, an 8th rank who had just broken through, might not be able to survive. Chapter 27, War, Li Xuanbai's arrival. I wonder how things are going outside the sword platform. Lu Zhangyi opened his mouth and spoke. Worry showed in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, the sword platform is safe enough. But a situation like the present one made it difficult for their hearts to feel at ease. The 4 guardians of the sword pavilion, 2 were killed in battle and 2 were seriously injured. Any problems now could result in the destruction of the sword pavilion. Sword pavilion cast the world sword, but also the casting of 100 soldiers. In the event of a problem, the sects they were in as town guards could hardly be blamed. Old Lu, and you can rest a little easier. What we can do has already been done. The war outside, we don't have the ability to participate in it now. This is a sword platform. It's definitely not that easy to break through. The other seriously injured pavilion keeper opened his mouth to comfort. I hope so. Lu Zhangyi nodded. Then their eyes went to Li Xuanbai. 6th Highness, I don't know what happened within the sword pavilion. As they spoke, their gazes had swept towards the body of the one that had died earlier. At the same time, he also noticed the Demon Lord's sword that had fallen aside. How did the Yangyu sword become like this? The sword weapons that were on the 6th floor of the sword pavilion, each one of them was a unique existence. They have always been carefully watched over. The Yang Jade sword was even the most important of them all, not to mention the grade of the sword, but its significance alone was extraordinary. Li Xuanbai took a deep breath without the slightest change in his face, then opened his mouth to explain. There is a northern python powerhouse entering the sword pavilion. This person has extraordinary strength and I didn't dare to act rashly for a while. So follow right behind him, and then I saw him pick up this sword, and he said that it was some kind of demon lord's sword, and that he had come here to destroy it. As he spoke, Li Xuanbai's eyes darkened slightly, looking a little lost. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough and did not dare to strike at him easily, so I could only find an opening, which allowed me to take advantage of his defenses and kill him. As for the sword, Li Xuanbai paused briefly, then continued. I don't really know, but it looks like, I'm afraid it's been damaged by the man. The two of them, Lu Zhang, looked at each other with a bit of bitterness in their eyes. They certainly saw that the Yangyu sword had been damaged. Although the sword weapon was still there, the sword spirit did not exist. For the Yangyu sword, which was originally called the world's most famous sword, it was tantamount to having been abandoned. It's our fault, we didn't expect them to come to the sword pavilion with such thorough arrangements. Lu Jingyi was somewhat remorseful. They had already guessed that these northern pythons were bound to come to the sword pavilion with no good intentions. But at that time, they felt that there was a high probability that the other party was there to destroy the sword pavilion. After all, the existence of the sword pavilion had a very important symbolic meaning. This represents the force of the Great Song. Only that they could not have imagined in any way that the other party's purpose was actually the Yangyu sword among them. It's normal when you think about it. After all, this sword was called the Demon Lord's sword in North Python. Seeing that the two did not look deeper, Li Xuanbai was slightly relieved. If they pursued the matter further, it would indeed be a nuisance to themselves. The trumpets of war sounded one after another. The battle outside the sword stage had gradually entered a white-hot state. Countless northern python bruisers charged towards the sword platform. But the Iron Guards were no slouches and blocked their attacks. Han Jiangming, who was the commander of the Iron Guard army, had a somewhat somber expression on his face. Zhou Xiong had only just left not long ago, and they were already under this attack. It was obvious the other side had come prepared. The most troublesome part was that the sword pavilion was also attacked at the same time. To say that there was no relationship between the two, he could not believe it in any way. Han Jiangming, open the city quickly and surrender. If we wait for us to capture Sword Terrace, we will surely go on a killing spree and slaughter the city for 3 days. The northern python powerhouse at the bottom of the city opened his mouth, and his voice was as loud as a bell, easily reaching the top of the city with just one person's strength. But when he heard his words, Han Jiangming just tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. You northern python barbarians, don't make a big deal out of it. If you have the ability, then attack in, otherwise, this general will have a day to kill all of you. He chided loudly. His mind didn't care much about the siege. The siege looked very dangerous, but in reality, when he actually waited for the other side to open up, he noticed that it was nothing more than a feint. The opponent's offense looked ferocious, but in actuality, it didn't spell death. This is not a normal siege play. So he was very clear that the other party was just stalling for time for the people in the sword pavilion. Just at this time, Fong Ming and the others rushed over. General Han, how is the situation? Seeing Fong Ming appear, not only was Han Jiangming not happy, but his face changed. Lord Fong, what are you doing here, and why haven't you gone to the sword pavilion to help in the battle? Hearing the question, Fong Ming explained. The sword pavilion is just a raid by a few powerful people, and with the defensive strength of the sword pavilion, it's just a minor inconvenience at most. He sounded a little unpleasant, and had no problem explaining it at all. Han Jiangming frowned. There really wasn't any problem with what Fong Ming said, but there were some special circumstances. The sixth prince was in the sword pavilion every day. With the sixth prince's strength, something would probably happen when he encountered a northern python powerhouse attack. It's a responsibility he doesn't want to take. But now that Fong Ming had come over, there was no way for him to say anything else. And just at this time, a figure came from the back and crossed over to the city wall at an extremely fast speed. The man was gray, covered in blood, and even had a broken arm. At the same time, there was another person behind him who was chasing towards him. But the man was extremely fast. With the wind beneath his feet, he had already crossed the city wall in a few light points, and then leaped down in one long jump. It wasn't until this time that they saw clearly who it was that was chasing this person. Chowan watched his opponent jump and didn't pursue. It's too dangerous to go down at this time. This guy is not slow. He spoke in dissatisfaction. The corners of Fong Ming's mouth, on the other hand, had arched. It should be over there at the sword court. Moreover, someone from the northern python had managed to escape, which meant that the great battle there in the sword pavilion was definitely not a crushing situation. The sixth prince is in this game. Today. Damn it. On the surface, though, he was still worried. Eunuch Chow, you didn't go to the sword pavilion either? Chowan frowned. When we went over, we bumped into this thief, so we didn't go. I just don't know why Lord Fong, too, hasn't gone over. His voice was already shrill, and the fact that he was in a bad mood made it even more jarring. He could already tell that Fong Ming was doing it on purpose. However, Fong Ming acted very calmly, even with a face of worry. General Han said that the sixth prince is there, and although he hasn't been cleared of suspicion yet, if something were to happen at this time, what would happen? For those who didn't know, they would have thought how worried he was. Just at this time, a cold voice rang out. Lord Fong can rest assured that this hall is not that easy to die. Li Xianbai is here. Chapter 28. A young plot against Li Xianbai? Seeing Li Xianbai appear, Fong Ming's face changed, and the gloom in his eyes flickered. Your Highness is still alive, then we are relieved. With that he looked down at the city. These northern pythons don't know how they came to Sword Terrace and have entangled so many troops. Seeing Fong Ming change the topic, Li Xianbai glanced at him and didn't continue. The relationship between him and Fong Ming needed no further explanation. There was no time when Fong Ming didn't want to kill him. Some of Fong Ming's previous movements were clearly seen by Li Xianbai, so he had been very vigilant and had not revealed any cracks. After all, with his current strength, as long as he was in the sword stage, he was in absolute safety. But if it's out of town, that's not so good. Before the sovereign, all are ants. But Li Xianbai also wanted to kill Fong Ming. Although he couldn't kill his master now, if a traitor repeatedly tried to kill him and he did nothing, it would be too stifling to live. It looks like things aren't going too well there on the front lines. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. The northern pythons love to slaughter, and even if there is no large-scale war between the two sides, the northern pythons will always look for some opportunity to slaughter the Decadence people. Li Xianbai hadn't been involved in any wars before though, he said, but it was also possible to see what these northern pythons were through just a few words. Although he didn't care about Emperor Jinglong and the Great Sun courtiers who were full of malice towards him. However, he had no intention of letting the northern pythons trample on the Great Sun. Now that there was a problem on the front line, he naturally would not feel indifferent. Han Zhengming opened his mouth. Your Highness, don't worry, General Zhou Xiong took 50,000 iron guards under his command, even if the northern pythons attack in force. With General Zhou's support, the front line is unlikely to be breached in the short term, and I'm afraid that these people are just taking advantage of the momentary instability of the front line to sneak in. When the battle on the front line stabilizes, we will naturally move to deal with these people. Saying that, a cold smile surfaced in his eyes as he said, but having said that, if I can't even solve these, then my sword pavilion's 30,000 iron guards are no different from pigs and dogs. These words were a bit of a surprise to Li Xianbai. To be able to say such a thing is proof enough that this man is considered a good general. But that's just standing up for the dynasty. As for Li Xianbai himself, he had no favor with him. Like Zhou Xiong's situation, these people were at best considered to have no killing intent towards him. His identity as the sixth prince of the Great Song was no different from an ordinary person to these people. Even if he was killed, as long as it wouldn't affect them, they definitely wouldn't care. The entire reason why they were now looking at his life and death was simply because his current abilities had already gotten into Emperor Jinglong's eyes. Just as when he first entered the sword stage and encountered an assassination, there were too many people in the sword stage who had the ability to do him justice. But because he was blind and of no value, there was no one to lend a hand. This is not a sin, naturally. But since now Li Xianbai has gotten out of the predicament he was in, that for himself, these people wouldn't be considered friends. Not much time passed before the northern python's attack slowed down, and Han Zhengming turned to leave at the sight. Soon, the city gates opened and 20,000 iron guards assembled. Han Zhengming took the lead in the charge. It wasn't until this time that Li Xianbai noticed that this person's strength had actually reached the 8th rank realm as well. Facing the sudden charge of 20,000 iron guard troops, the northern python army wasn't able to resist for long and soon chose to retreat. Han Jiangming didn't pursue either. After all, the situation outside was unknown, and the most important thing to him was still guarding the sword platform. And the other side. The northern pythons retreated for a while, though it was considered a defeat. But they retreated with their troops in good order, apparently with few losses. In the middle of the tent, someone helped Anrutai walk in. Seeing Anrutai's situation, the head general's face suddenly changed dramatically. Anrutai, what's gotten into you? Where's Anitu? Anrutai spoke. Anitu is dead. Anitu is the next wolf lord of our Naturan tribe. How could he die at the hands of those great songs? The Lord General's face was hard to see. Anrutai explained the process. Anitu died in battle, and the Demon Lord's sword wasn't able to be brought out, and I was also seriously injured, and now that I've broken an arm, I'm afraid that even if I'm able to recover, I'm afraid that my strength is going to go down by a large margin. All of this is thanks to the 6th Prince of Ditsong. He sounded full of indignation. If it wasn't for Li Xianbai, there was absolutely no way they could be in this situation. Gusha, be sure to kill the 6th Prince of Ditsong. Anrutai said hatefully. Getting the Demon Lord's sword was a dead order given to us by the Great Khan King. And now that the mission has not been accomplished, only by killing the 6th prince will we be able to clear our faults. Gesha listened, and could not help but fall silent. In a situation like the current one, how difficult it would be to kill the 6th prince of Great Song. They couldn't find any opportunities at all. What's more, after the siege just now, they had suffered considerable losses. Just when these two didn't know what to do. Outside, a personal guard ran in. General, there are Ditsong people outside the camp, saying they want to see you. The Great Pale? The two men frowned. Let him in. I'd like to see what tricks they're trying to pull. It didn't take long for a man to walk in. The man raised an eyebrow at the sight of Anrutai before looking at Gesha. Gussie's voice had rung out. What kind of person are you and what do you want to do in my North Python camp? His voice was filled with murderous intent. There was a great intention to cut the other party down at the drop of a hat. This general's surname is Tu, from Great Sung Kyoto City. I'm here very simply to cooperate with you to kill the 6th prince. I'm sure it's tempting for you North Python to do the same. This person was none other than Tu Yen. Hearing Tu Yan's words, Gesha didn't reply, but was rather puzzled. You, to defect to me, Northern Python? Tu Yan sneered, the disdain on his face not hidden in the slightest. Are you kidding me? Just with you barbarians? You want this general to defect? We merely share a common goal. His disdain for the Northern Pythons was real, and his desire to kill Li Xianbai was also real. Gesha and Anrutai didn't care about Twen's disdain, and the two laughed. Good. In that case, let's have a good cooperation. They looked at each other. These people of the Great Celandine are indeed condescendingly stupid. They didn't mind, anyway, as long as they could kill the 6th Prince of Ditsong, it would be a good cooperation for them. How do you want to cooperate? Gessi asked. I would like you to arrange for a routed army, at which time we will naturally lure the 6th Prince out. As for after that, it's out of your hands. After listening, the two nodded. It's too easy. Tu Yan smiled when he saw that the two agreed. Even if the 6th Prince was greedy and afraid of death, could he really let the ready-made credit go? He couldn't not want to go back to Kyoto and become the true 6th Prince of Ditsong. So this time, the 6th Prince was bound to take the bait. Chapter 29 If I want to go back, it will be because I want to go back. The war was over in a short time. The sword platform seemed as if it hadn't been affected in any way, and everything was recovering in an organized manner. But Sword Court has changed dramatically. The two guardians of the pavilion who were still alive now were all seriously injured. This gave Li Xianbai a good opportunity. Originally, because of the existence of these cabinet keepers. Therefore, Li Xianbai wasn't able to devour sword weapons to enhance himself with impunity. But these past few days, although the two were stationed in the sword pavilion, however, it was not as serious as before, and more of it was just repairing its own injuries. It was as if there was some disregard for everything in the sword pavilion. As Li Xianbi looked on, he always felt that the two had a mentality that they were completely swinging for the fences. What has happened in the recent past is a very bad situation for them. Only 2 of the 5 guardians of the sword pavilion were left alive, and the Yangyu sword was damaged. This is a responsibility they cannot escape in any way. By then, even if they returned to their clan would still need to deal with the pressure from the imperial court. After all, the meaning represented by the young jade sword was not trivial, and could definitely not be taken lightly. Although Li Xianbai had just made a breakthrough, to him, it was naturally a good thing since Lu Jingyi was not interested in looking after the sword pavilion's affairs. On the other hand, the northern Python people outside the sword stage still hadn't withdrawn. Or rather, they had been waiting for an opportunity to find trouble with the sword stage. Even some of the neighboring cities and villages were attacked by them, or that was their original purpose. Deep inside the Great Song to create pressure on the front line. But for the entire sword stage, there was at least no threat. These northern pythons were already small in number, and now they were in a state of being reduced to nothing. That's why in these recent days, Han Jiangming had been dispatching his men to go out of the city to clear out the remaining northern python. On the contrary, the situation on the front line is a bit bad. According to the news coming back from the front line, the northern python is coming in strong this time. The only reason the Atrin Ministry's men were able to cross the front line was that the Great Song front line was taken by surprise when the first encounter took place in the first place. So much so that it tore a huge hole and let this group in. Even now it is at the stage of fighting for territory. Finally stabilized. Li Xianbai took a long breath. Previously, he had impacted to the 8th rank realm in a short period of time under the impact of the Yangyu sword. This realm, however, seemed a bit flimsy. After these days of cultivation, he had finally stabilized his realm completely, and had even taken a small step forward. Shirono looked at him with a wild look in his eyes. Who in this world could have thought that his master was an ordinary man 2 years ago? He believed that one day his master would be able to use his sword to swing a world to bow down. Your Highness, Shirono spoke up. During this recent period, that fellow Fang Ming has been trying to get you to go out of the city to fight. Hearing his words, Li Xianbai smiled and then said, in the middle of this sword stage, Fang Ming doesn't dare to do anything right now, and even though he still wants to kill me, he can't do anything about it. So if he wants me to leave the city now, he's just trying to take this opportunity to get rid of me. Shiranu said with a grave expression on his face. That's what my subordinate thinks. His face was a bit torn, and he thought for a while before finally asking again. Your Highness, I don't know what you have in mind. It's true that Fang Ming doesn't mean well, but do you really want to stay here? Fang Ming's purpose is not pure, but if you still want to return to Kyoto, then you really should consider what it will take to get His Majesty to favor you. He felt that Li Xianbai, being a prince and possessing such a strong power, would never be willing to stay in this place all the time. So one day, Li Xianbai will want to return to Kyoto and get back everything that belongs to him. Shirono took a deep breath, knowing that what he was saying now was actually a bit of an arrogance, but he had to say it. You were sent to Sword Terrace by His Majesty at that time, and even though His Majesty is now concerned about you, I'm afraid that if you want His Majesty to retract his order, you'll still need enough merit to do so. Hearing Shiranu's words, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. Shirono said it euphemistically, but Li Xianbai knew what he meant. It was Emperor Jinglong himself who had thrown him out in the first place, so if he was easily recruited back, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. That's why Shirono thought he needed merit to give Emperor Jinglong a leg up. There was nothing wrong with Shiranu's idea, but he wasn't aware of Li Xianbai's thoughts. Li Xianbai just had a muddled look that hooked up at the corner of his mouth, then faintly opened his mouth and said, Who said I was going back to Kyoto? These words filled Shirono with surprise. Li Xianbai continued again. Going back is going back, but I never thought of relying on Emperor Jinglong's charity. If I ever have to go back, it'll only be if I want to, and until then, the sword platform is a good place to stay. When he finished, he stretched lazily. Born again since the baby croaked. He, at that time, had a longing for affection. His mother gave him affection and showed him that this was a real world. 13 long years were enough time for him to forget the habits of his previous life. So at that time, he would expect something from Emperor Jinglong. It is the instinct of those born to long for affection. But since that day when Emperor Jinglong banished him from the sword stage, none of this had any meaning to him. The heavenly family is merciless, and if that is the case, then why should he show any mercy? After saying this, Li Xianbai turned his thoughts and spoke again. While I have no intention of taking credit for the sake of returning to Kyoto, fuming always has to be dealt with. A coldness flashed in his eyes. Since Fang Ming wanted to play, it would be good to have some fun. Outside the sword platform, wave after wave of Atrin clan generals were eliminated. For a number of Kendai's generals, these northern pythons had become their meritocracy, and Li Xianbai didn't have 2 points between the Sword Pavilion and the Night Illumination Palace like before. After all, the current him had just broken through. Continuing to boost like crazy at this time would not be very effective for him. On this day, news suddenly came from outside. A force of northern pythons was found, and among them was Anrutai, who had already been seriously wounded. Han Zhengming found Li Xianbai. Your Highness, this is an excellent opportunity. Anrutai has broken an arm, and although you say that your strength is good, I remember that you have already reached the 7th rank realm. Why don't I send 800 iron guards along? It's a good merit if we can cut it down. Hearing this, Li Xianbai did not reject it at first. He could see that this was Han Zhengming's gesture of goodwill. After all, he did have value now, and Han Zhengming had more or less offended him before. It was a normal thing to send him some merits now at this time to ease the relationship between the two. Li Xianbai knew very well that Han Zhengming should have no malicious intent. But this thing, it's definitely not that simple. Chapter 30, Out of the Sword Stage. After thinking for a while, Li Xianbai didn't reject Han Zhengming's offer. He opened his mouth. Since that's the case, then I'm moving out. That thief Anrutai actually dared to break into the Sword Pavilion's important land and kill my Great Song's strongest person. If we don't cut him down, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. These words were said in a grand manner, and Han Zhengming also seemed to have hot blood surging up when he listened to them. But both men were well aware that it was nothing more than their words. The corner of Han Zhengming's mouth curved up. In this way, the relationship between him and Li Xianbai should be able to be eased. Although it was said that he did not intend to defect to Li Xianbai, but a valuable prince, he still didn't want to offend. Now that Li Xianbai wanted to return to Kyoto, he needed a large amount of merit, and he took the initiative to give the other party the opportunity to get merit, enough to reverse Li Xuanbai's previous dissatisfaction with him. That's enough. However, he didn't know what was going on in Li Xuanbai's mind at this moment. On the other hand, without waiting for Li Xianbai to leave the city, Feng Ming already knew the news that Li Xianbai had been tricked. After hearing that, his eyes lit up. It's not in vain that we spent so much effort, the sixth prince has finally taken the bait. He said that he looked at Tu Yen who was at the side. Now that the war in Kendai is basically over, Eunuch Chao can't wait to return to Kyoto again. This is the only chance we have, and we definitely can't miss it. Tu Yen sneered and said, "Don't worry, Your Excellency, the men and horses are all in place. As long as the sixth prince dares to leave the city, we will definitely let him have no return." Yes. Feng Ming's voice spoke a few points higher, and even carried a bit of excitement. Finally was able to finish this. If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to explain to the Grand Prince. It didn't take long for Li Xianbai to finish his preparations before he left the city with the 800 iron guards that Han Zhengming had promised. According to the information received, Anrutai was recuperating 70 miles away from Kendai, and the farmers in his neighborhood had their entire families killed because they had offended him. Of the family, only the youngest son survived because he had not returned home, and then reported this information to Kendai. Sure, a slave followed Li Xuanbai's side. "Your Highness, it's a 70-mile journey, and I'm afraid we'll be isolated if Feng Ming is plotting." Although it was said that there were still 800 iron guards at their side, these 800 people could not bring him a sense of security. Because if Feng Ming had made a move, he must have anticipated the presence of this group of men. To this, Li Xianbai did not care and simply said, "As it happens, this is the Great Song hinterland." The manpower of the Anatole ministry in the neighborhood added up to only 3,000, and it had been reduced to 0, and even if they had gathered, they would have gathered just over 1,000 people at most. 800 iron guards, even if we can't beat them, it's enough to bring us back to the sword stage. If these northern pythons are the only ones who are outnumbered, it's impossible for them to pose any threat to me. I'd like to see what other tactics that Feng Ming has prepared. Shirono nodded his head in a deep voice. He was only responsible for giving his opinion, and as for what exactly His Highness would do, that was not for him to consider. All he could do was to use the 3-foot blade in his hand to open the way for His Highness' current step. Then he gazed behind him. "Ergo, remember, if there is no Your Highness, there is no us. If anyone tries to harm Your Highness today, then step over our dead bodies." Yes. The 30 people who carried long swords like him answered yes with a roar, and all of them practiced the 6-harnessed sword technique just like him. Although it was said that the time was still short, but relying on the characteristics of the 6-harnessed sword technique, they all had good strength. Even though there were only 30 people, they were not the least bit afraid even in the face of 300 people charging. After marching for a while, Li Xianbai led his men to the vicinity of the target location. However, seeing this situation, the Iron Guard commander behind him frowned. "Your Highness, something doesn't seem right about the situation. It's a village, but there's not a living soul in sight, not even the slightest hint of smoke. You know, it's the middle of the day. Normally, families build fires to create meals. Have everyone be careful." Li Xianbai opened his mouth. The Iron Guard commander nodded and then conveyed the order. They are also all battle-hardened. Although it was said that the situation in front of them now was a bit weird, they didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Just at this time, a sudden sound of armor clashing resounded around them. "Ah, Great Song Emperor, you've fallen for it after all." A voice with a mixture of smugness and indignation rang out, and then the one-armed Anrutai stepped out. Seeing Anrutai, Li Xuanbai's face remained unchanged. He had originally thought that even though Feng Ming wanted to kill him, he would not go so far as to collaborate with his enemy. But looking at the current situation, these northern pythons had obviously anticipated his arrival and had even taken the initiative to set up an ambush. This was proof enough that Sword Stage had a northern python inside. And this person, other than Feng Ming, Li Xianbai couldn't think of any other. Similarly, the moment he saw these people appear, the Iron Guard commander's face changed drastically. "Formation!" he hissed loudly. The 800 Iron Guards, too, entered a state of full alert at this moment. The Iron Guard commander's face was chilled. The number of northern pythons that appeared before their eyes was feared to be more than 1,005. This obvious ambush. It also made him guess the truth that Sword Stage had an inside man. But at this time, there was nothing he could do, and although his heart was bitter, he had no intention of surrendering. Today, even if he had to fight to the death, he would still bring the 6th prince back to the Sword Stage. But Li Xianbai looked at the northern python generals in front of him without the slightest worry. "Enrutai, do you think that you, a cripple, can kill me, and these people of yours? I'm afraid that if you want to exterminate my 800 Iron Guards, it will be equally insufficient. If that's all you're prepared for, I advise you to turn your head and walk away. All of those here should be warriors of your clan. It wouldn't be a good idea for them all to die here." Anrutai's face was grim. He had a general understanding of Li Xuanbai's situation and knew that this person's strength had already entered the realm of the 7th rank. and although he was an 8th rank, he had broken an arm and had not recovered from his injuries yet. In this case, between him and Li Xianbai, it was indeed still unknown who would win or lose. However, they had set up such a situation today, so naturally they had absolute certainty. Surnamed Fong, don't come out yet. Today is the day you set up the situation. Don't think you can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He bellowed angrily. Accompanying his words, a troop of men and horses dressed in great Song battle armor walked over from one side. The one in the lead was none other than Fong Ming, who said with some dissatisfaction, "Anrutai, what's your hurry?" He first spoke to Anrutai before looking at Li Xianbai with a sneer on his face. "Sixth Highness, you've been hiding deep enough during this time, but as long as you still want to return to Kyoto, you'll always leave the city. Nowadays you don't just come out obediently to die yourself." Behind him, 2 Yen with 500 elites had cooperated with the northern pythons and surrounded the 800 iron guards. At this moment, Fong Ming was overwhelmed with complacency. Chapter 31, Sword Intent of a Grandmaster, Dragon Abyss Sheet. The moment. Li Xianbai and the others were in a desperate situation. Thousands of cavalry from northern Python, plus 500 border troops from Decadence. On top of that, there were the 3 powerhouses in Rutai, 2 Yen, and Fong Ming. That's all. The commander of the Iron Guard could no longer think of any possibility of being able to turn the tables. He gritted his teeth. "Sixth Highness, I'll lead you in an attempt to break out later." He sounded a little determined, with a will to die. This kind of courage and loyalty, Li Xianbai had stayed in the sword stage for such a long time, but he had rarely seen it. Even if this loyalty wasn't to him, this person had truly gotten into Li Xianbai's eyes. "What's your name?" Li Xianbai opened his mouth. "Pang Yisan." Pang Yisan replied. "Good, I'll keep you in mind." Li Xianbai simply replied, but Pang Yisan just laughed bitterly. "So what if you remember? They're all going to die here today." With a few moments of enjoyment, Fong Ming looked at the desperate eyes of these people in front of him. "Sixth Highness, do you have any last words to say?" Anrutai sneered, then said. "What are you wasting words with him?" He had a disgruntled look on his face. "You people of the Great Song are really not dry." However, the sneer in his eyes as he looked at Li Xianbai was also extremely obvious. The great revenge is enough to be called one of the great pleasures of life. However, they did not notice that at this moment, Li Xianbai's expression remained calm. "Let's not waste any more time. If we drag this out, there may be unexpected changes." And Rutai glanced at Fong Ming, then directly raised the chopper in his hand. He was also good at using sword weapons though. But this is a battlefield. On top of the battlefield, the sword weapon is certainly honored. But to say that killing, the hands of the chopper, is what he is more good at. "Warriors of the Arturan clan, raise your swords." He let out an explosive roar, and the 1,500 northern Python cavalrymen raised their curved swords, their blades pointing straight at the 800 iron guards. Fong Ming also no longer hesitated. "Twen!" Along with his voice, 2 Yen similarly shouted. "Raise your guns!" The uninhabited village was full of solemnity. A flock of crows in the sky were startled by the sound of their voices and let out a croaking sound, strangely cawing away. It was as if it foreshadowed that a grueling battle would take place here next. Shura slave stood in front of Li Xianbai. His face was extremely grave. "My subordinates and others, we will open a bloody path for you today." The desperate situation in front of him was clear to him. Although he had already guessed before that this battle today might not be simple. But the power of his opponent was far beyond what he had previously imagined. These remnants of the northern Python were actually able to gather more than 1,500 men, a result that no one could have imagined. "I'm afraid there's a problem with His Highness's scheming today." So at this point in time, all he wanted was to take Li Xianbai and kill him out. Beyond that, there was no more thought. But at this time, Li Xianbai smiled. "There are quite a few people, but unfortunately, they're all a bunch of drunkards." He spoke softly, but Fong Ming's ears were sharp enough to hear it clearly. "Drinking bag?" Fong Ming's face was cold. "In that case, then I'm afraid you're going to die today at the hands of us drunkards." Li Xianbai didn't bother with him. He just rolled over and dismounted from his horse, and this action saw both Shiranu and Pang Yisan's faces change drastically. At this time, the warhorse was their maneuvering force, and once they dismounted, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to stand out. "Your Highness! Sixth Highness, get on your horse!" Instead, Li Xianbai took one step at a time and walked towards Fong Ming. "And Rutai is hateful. He entered my great song and killed my people. What he did is not justified by heaven." This scene as if no one else was there, watching Rutai and Fong Ming, both frowned. Both of them felt a vague uneasiness in their hearts. What makes Li Xianbai so calm? But Li Xianbai continued to talk and walk. 2 Yen is hateful. The frontline war is currently, 2 Yen does not think of serving the country, guarding the border and defending the border, but the raid of the border army wants to surround and kill this temple. At this moment, a sharp sword intent appeared on Li Xianbai's body. Even though the 7-star dragon abyss was not sheathed, but he was, in himself, an incredibly sharp sword weapon. Fong Ming suddenly yelled out, "Kill him!" As the words fell, 2 Yen immediately reacted. "Charge!" He roared loudly, and the 500 border troops immediately hissed and rushed towards Li Xianbai. Meanwhile Anrutai was not idle. The 1,500 Northern Python army similarly charged towards Li Xianbai. No matter how big the gap between their positions was, but at least at this moment they all had the same goal, which was to kill Li Xianbai. Shirenan and Pang Yisan saw the scene. There wasn't any hesitation either, and he directly brought his men over to kill them. Soon, the 800 Iron Guards crossed over to Li Xianbai. With a booming explosion, the two parties violently collided into each other. In just a flash, people were tumbling over each other, and the killing was brutal. The charge of an 8th grade, plus 2 7th grade warriors leading the army allowed them to form an absolute suppression over the 800 Iron Guards. Almost every second, an Iron Guard died a horrible death. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, seemed as if he had no reaction at all to this scene. He was still walking toward the opposite side. With every step, the sword intent on his body would become 1 point stronger. And Rutai always kept an eye on Li Xianbai. Suddenly, he felt what seemed to be a difference in his waist. When he looked down, he noticed that the long sword that had been hanging in his waist was somehow emitting a clanging sound. Not only him, but anyone with a sword around them felt as if their swords were somewhat out of control at this moment. Fong Ming's pupils shrunk. Grandmaster sword intent. His face was horrified. It was really the sword intent on Li Xuanbai's body at this moment that was too strong. Far beyond the limits of what a normal 7th grade could achieve. Tu Yan and Rutai surround and kill Li Xianbai. He roared. He finally saw that Li Xianbai was accumulating sword intent through this. When the two heard Fong Ming's words, they also immediately killed towards Li Xianbai. And Rutai even sneered. So what if there's no clan-level sword intent, without the power of a clan master? Today, he's still dead. The 800 Iron Guards were unbeatable in front of them. So did Li Xianbai. The district's Zhongshi-level sword intent was not enough. In the face of this mockery, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. Yeah. The power of the 7th product was naturally insufficient in the face of such a situation. Even though he had a patriarchal-level sword intent, it was difficult to utilize true patriarchal power with only the power of the 7th product. In the next second, the power of all 8 products blossomed out. In just an instant, this strong power attracted everyone's attention. Pang Yisan's eyes were wild. Fong Ming was appalled. 8th grade, when did you actually reach the 8th grade realm? He was shocked beyond belief. 15 years old with 8 pins. Even just the thought of it made him feel shivers run through his body. And in this instant, the 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed. Chapter 32, The Only Winner? The moment the 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed, the entire battlefield was filled with bursts of clanging sounds of sword weapons. The clan-level sword intent was displayed to the fullest. The 7th rank of the martial way could not dominate the battlefield in a war. Even if one was an 8th rank in martial arts, there was no way they could stop the charge of thousands of elite Iron Horsemen. In today's situation, although Li Xianbai is not alone, but the 800 Iron Guards under his command were not strong enough to face the enemy, and among his opponents, there were 3 major upper 3rd grade powerhouses. This puts him in a situation that's pretty bad. However, the sword intent that Li Xianbai unleashed with all his might was a true patriarchal level sword intent. This meant that sooner or later in the future, he would be able to enter this realm. Even now, the patriarchal level sword intent, which added to his battle power, was extremely exaggerated. After the 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed, Li Xianbai looked at Fong Ming and finally spoke the unspoken third sentence. But you, Fong Ming, most certainly deserve to be killed. Li Xianbai bellowed. With every step he took towards Fong Ming, a sentence spread throughout the battlefield. And Rutai is a man of the Northern Python, and is a mutual enemy of my great song. Although Tu Yan rebelled against my great song, he was only instructed by someone. But you, Fong Ming, are the Lord of Tuyin, the 8th rank of my great song, yet you rebel against my great song, and are to be executed. In the instant that Li Xuanbai's words fell, the 3 of them had already rushed to a place not far from him. Their faces were hideous as they killed towards Li Xianbai almost simultaneously. The power of 3 people striking out together was astonishing. However, in the face of these 3 attacks, Li Xianbai simply opened his mouth. I have a sword that says, kill. In an instant, the patriarchal sword intent was infused into the 7-star dragon abyss. It chopped violently towards the 3 people. Boom! A blast. The power of the 4 collided together. But Li Xuanbai's face did not change. However, and Rutai spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries had not healed, and this moment directly triggered the injuries on his body. Tu Yan's breath shriveled. Because of the 3, only he was a true 7th rank. Fong Ming was in the best shape, and although his face was white, his movements were unaffected. It was only the shock in his heart that he couldn't hide. This blind man, his strength actually did reach such a level. Combine your forces, don't hold back, or we're dead today, he yelled. With the true chi in the 6th prince's body, he won't be able to use that attack too many times. Once these words were spoken, the 2 of them were once again born with confidence. The despair from before was gradually dissipating. That's right, although the 6th prince is strong, but with his 8th grade true chi, how could he possibly support such a strong release of sword intent? Listening to Fong Ming's words, Li Xianbai let out a light sigh in his heart. In that case, let's see if you can hold out until I run out of strength. His target, still clearly pointed at Fong Ming. However, this time the three had learned to be much smarter. They didn't dare to confront Li Xianbai head-on again, they just wanted to consume Li Xuanbai's strength. But in front of Li Xianbai, their actions were so ridiculous. For some reason, when Fong Ming looked at Li Xianbai, he always felt that the vertical scar on his forehead was like an eye that could see through everything. No matter how much he dodged, he could not escape Li Xuanbai's tracking. But he was not willing. At the moment, he was in a sorry state. Sixth Prince, you can't kill me, you definitely won't be able to kill me, today is the day you die. He roared. Li Xianbai kept chasing after him, and even though he didn't use the same attacks as he did in the beginning again, he didn't let him have any breathing room at all. However, in the face of the crazy Fong Ming, Li Xianbai did not change his color. I have a sword that says, kill God. The moment the words fell, Li Xuanbai's sword, slicing through a long space, violently stabbed at Fong Ming. Fong Ming's eyes were bared as he desperately chopped towards the sword intent that Li Xianbai was exerting, trying to block the sword. You can't kill. Madaka. With an explosion, the long sword broke. The sword energy violently pierced into Fong Ming's heart, gagging the rest of his words. He had not been able to utter another word until his eyes had dimmed and his entire body had fallen to the ground. And when Enrutai and Tu Yan, who were on the side, saw such a situation, they just felt their entire bodies trembling. Especially when Li Xianbai locked eyes with them. Even though Li Xuanbai's eyes were grayed out, he should not have been able to see them. But it doesn't give them the slightest sense of security either. Your turn. Li Xianbai spoke softly. The two men looked at each other. Kill. They roared and killed towards Li Xianbai at the same time. Because they were all clear that at this point in time they were already in and out. Only by blocking Li Xianbai could the army crush the 800 Iron Guards. At that time, they would be able to surround and kill Li Xianbai with the power of their army. It's the only chance they have to win now. As the two rushed over, Li Xuanbai's feet generated wind and he similarly rushed towards the two. The two of them frantically wandered around Li Xianbai. After this bout of fighting, they had already figured out Li Xuanbai's general situation. Li Xianbai didn't know through what means he was actually able to detect their location. And it was as if there were eyes behind them, so there was no way to sneak up on them. But he was ultimately blind, a defect that could not be ameliorated. Although they didn't know how he caught Fong Ming, they were sure that they wouldn't make the same mistake. By doing so, they did have the ability to tangle with Li Xianbai. The two were even slightly relieved. Finally dispelling the fear in his heart, the sixth prince in front of him was not invincible. Tu Yan even had the presence of mind to make a mocking remark. Sixth prince, how much power do you still have now? Do you still think you can survive? Even though you killed Fong Ming, you'll be dead today? He sneered. It was even a good thing for him that Fong Ming was dead. After all, it meant that no one could split the credit with him. And there was still a possibility that he would be able to move further in the camp of the Grand Prince with this matter. This is a rare opportunity. But it was at this time that his pupils suddenly shrunk. In front of him, Li Xianbai, the crack in the center of his forehead, suddenly propped open and turned into a vertical eye. The corner of Li Xuanbai's mouth hooked up a faint arc. Die! Almost just the next instant, Li Xianbai then appeared in front of Tu Yan. Looking at the long sword that entered his body, he finally realized why Fong Ming died so crisply. And of all this, Enrutai, who was at their rear, remained ignorant. Who could have imagined? The legendary blind prince is actually not a blind man yet. Ha! That's pretty ridiculous. Enrutai looked shocked as he watched Tu Yan die, then immediately reacted and turned to run. With both of them dead, it was clearly impossible for him alone to hold Li Xianbai. But fortunately, he looked around him. After all this delay, the 800 Iron Guards, long ago, had been crippled, and what was left was nothing more than a lingering struggle. And under his command, there were at least 1,000 more. He grinned as he reacted. He didn't lose. Moreover, those two strong men of the Great Song are dead, all 500 border troops are disabled, and the sixth prince of the Great Song has suffered great attrition. Look at it this way. He's the one and only winner. Enrutai smiled smugly. Chapter 33, Unsealed Ghosts and Gods. The sky was overcast. At some point, there was some appearance of rain coming. The dark clouds were thick and heavy, as if they were weighing on everyone's heart. Enrutai had retreated back into the army. The 800 Iron Guards, on the other hand, were leaning towards Li Xianbai. The 500 border troops who had originally obeyed Tu Yan's orders were confused, and for a moment they did not know what to do. Now they are in a very awkward situation. Before, they were following Tu Yan's orders, but now Tu Yan was dead, and Fong Ming was likewise dead. They've lost their backbone. Now they didn't know if they should continue to carry out the order to kill the sixth prince, or choose to help the sixth prince and fight against these northern pythons. But when the three parties are clearly separated, they just realized they were the ones with the most to lose. Originally 500 people, now there are only 30 to 50 people still alive, and almost everyone is injured, which can be described as tragic. Pang Yisin gritted his teeth and moved closer towards Li Xianbai. Behind him were the remnants of the Iron Guards, the 800 Iron Guards, who were in no better shape. There were only 800 of them, even though there were still Shuranun's 30 Shura guards. But the gap with the enemy was too great. So the losses were huge, but even so, his bones remained unyielding. Walking behind Li Xianbai, Peng Yisan looked at Enrutai with eyes filled with anger. All this anger, however, was quickly suppressed by him. Because he had seen too many battles, a battle that showed him that this was war, and that in the midst of war, human life was like grass. Only the truly strong can dominate destiny. That's why he looked at Li Xianbai with a strong admiration in his gaze. The reason was very simple. If it wasn't for Li Xianbai, I'm afraid that the 800 of them would have already been killed. And Shuranu also brought the remaining Shura guards to respectfully stay near Li Xianbai. Enrutai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. Prince Ditsang, see, there's no one left on your side, no one who can help you escape from this general siege of thousands of riders. His one arm, which gripped the chopper, spread wide, and his words were full of licentiousness. Today was certainly a huge loss, but the sixth prince of Ditsang was a genius who already possessed a Zhongshi-level sword intent at the age of just 15. As long as he could kill him, then all the price he had paid today would be worth it. Peng Yisan suddenly raised the sword in his hand high. Where are the Iron Guard? He yelled. In. A voice with a weak, but firm voice gave him a response. Peng Yisan said with pathos and anger. Today is the day we go to our deaths. 800 Iron Guards, as long as there is still one person alive today, these northern Python barbarians will never think of touching a single hair of His Highness. Generals, are you afraid of death? No fear, no fear, no fear. Rumble. A loud roar, as if provoking the resonance of heaven and earth, and a booming explosion came from the dense dark clouds. Seeing such a situation, Li Xuanbai's face, too, couldn't help but be somewhat moved. He didn't really have much of a sense of identity with this world. Or rather, after his mother's death. The little sense of identity he had originally had completely disappeared, so he had more of a spectator's mindset towards this world. But all this today, these generals who are willing to die for him. But it made him find that feeling of being recognized once again. And for the first time, he felt that the generals should not have died here. The sword intent on his body, which was originally sharp, suddenly disappeared. The whole thing was like a harmless blind teenager. Being on top of this battlefield even made one feel a bit out of place. Hearing the roar of the remnants of the Iron Guard, Enrutai naturally did not half agree. He just wanted to laugh. Even if they were unwilling, so what? None of the Ditsang people here today would ever survive. Not only these Iron Guards, but also those remnants of the border army, are going to die. He then raised his chopper high. That Turanian warrior. Roar! 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 Thousands of that Turan tribe's cavalrymen, curved swords in hand, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. At this moment, their eyes were filled with madness and flashed with greed. And it wasn't until this time that Li Xianbai finally made a move. God! It's going to rain! He spoke softly as he looked behind him to those Iron Guards. The eyes of every Iron Guard general revealed the determination of an impending death, and the smudge of admiration that could not be hidden when they occasionally looked at him. Too many people in the sword stage had ill will towards him. But he forgot. More people that didn't have the deep malice towards him. These generals, in particular, had nothing but that adoration for him. How could these admirers of his own die here like this? He looked to his right hand, in which the power from the Oni was sealed. It had been a year since he had gotten this power, but he had never released it, because it was an extremely important card for him, and things like undercards are supposed to be shown when needed. Now, he felt it was time. Boom! There was another blast, a flash of thunder, and a brush of pea-sized rain fell. It made everyone's vision blurry, and everything 10 meters away was like ripples in the water. And at this time, a faint voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Zhouka, Amenhu Tassel. The moment the voice rang out, a miserable scream appeared. Wu Hook Frost and Snow Bright. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, something like a shooting star. A miserable scream appeared one after another, instantly causing Enrutai to become flustered. He had no idea what was going on. Charge! He roared, the rain making his whole body look very down. At this point he had no choice. No matter what the sixth prince of the Great Song wanted to do, the best way for him to respond was to press on with his entire army and use his absolute superiority of troops to wear him out. He wanted to use facts to tell the sixth prince of Ditsang that on top of the battlefield, a powerful martial artist could not change the ending of the battle. And the verses continue. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, something like a shooting star. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present felt as if some terrifying existence was awakening. It made their heartbeat even heavier, and with each beat, it was as if it was going to jump out of their hearts. Enrutai's heart trembled. No, the situation is not right. Alarm bells went off in his head. Why this is happening? That damned Ditsang prince, what means does he have? Why is it that almost every instant, a warrior of that Turan dies in battle? And he couldn't even find where the other guy was. The Wolf Lord is watching us. He growled. Great Song Emperor, if you have the ability, you can kill all of our thousands of warriors. Enrutai's eyes were bloodshot and he was breathing heavily. He doesn't believe it. He has thousands of cavalry. No matter how much the sixth prince of the Great Song pretends to be a god, he is dead today. And it was at this instant that a sudden voice, like a thunderbolt, rang in his ears. Yes? The voice was indifferent, unearthly. Afterward, a lingering sword intent suddenly rose up into the sky, striking the sea of clouds. Boom! The sea of clouds dissipated. A ray of sunlight fell from the dissipating clouds and shone down on the blind boy on the ground. Chapter 34, One Man Destroys 1,000 Horsemen. Li Xianbai stood on the ground. His eyes were gray and his face was calm. A 7-star dragon abyss in his hand, held lazily. A plain dress, not stained with the slightest color of blood. The golden sun shining down made this a beautiful picture. But looking in Anrutai's eyes, there was only a strong fear. Sword intent breaks the sea of clouds. This was definitely a power that could only be attained at the level of a grandmaster. But, on the basis of what? He thought that he had already figured out the limits of that great Song Emperor. The power of the 8th rank of the martial Dao to manipulate the sword intent of a patriarch. Even if he was able to use patriarch-level means, it simply wouldn't last, and it would take an all-out effort to do it. But now, he had managed to break the sea of clouds with his sword just by the sword intent that he had unconsciously emitted. There is only one thing that can explain it. That was the power of the 6th prince of the Great Song. I'm afraid that it was already different from the powerfulness of the previous vapors. I'm afraid that the power possessed by the current 6th prince of Decadence has truly reached that level. Suddenly, the pupils of his gaze as he looked at Li Xianbai shrunk slightly. Because in Li Xuanbai's body, he felt a monstrous malice. This malice even made Li Xuanbai's face somewhat difficult to see, especially his right hand. It's like boarding a real demon, but more than their fear. At this moment, the admiration in the eyes of the Shura guards and Iron Guards, however, had reached its peak and turned into extreme fervor. Li Xianbai took one step towards the Northern Python cavalry. At this moment, his pace was filled with unprecedented dominance. Anrutai saw this scene and at the same time noticed the fear in the hearts of the surrounding generals. Don't be afraid, gentlemen, he's only one man. He wanted to dispel the general's trepidation by doing so, but in the very next second, Li Xianbai suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, the 7-star dragon abyss had landed on his neckstalk. He didn't even react to what was happening until Anrutai's head flew out. Looking at the one-armed, headless corpse, his remaining consciousness was still a bit puzzled. How does that look so much like my body? Ah, it's my. He reacted, but his consciousness had dissipated. In the next second, Li Xianbai appeared in front of another Northern Python cavalryman as if he was instantly moving, and it was the same repetitive maneuver as before. Head after head flew high. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. The matter is over. The body and the name are deeply hidden. I have been drinking at Xinling, and I have taken off my sword and crossed my knees. I'm going to roast Zhu Hai, and hold a goblet to persuade Hoang. The murderous chivalry rang across the battlefield. The Northern Python cavalrymen who finally reacted to the situation were killing towards Li Xianbai. They believed, as did Anrutai, that on the battlefield, even the most powerful and strong would be surrounded and killed by them. However, after they surrounded Li Xianbai in the center, Li Xianbai, however, just laughed lightly, only to see a flash of flashy light from the 7-star dragon's abyss. A huge and incomparable sword intent suddenly slashed over towards them. In just a split second, there was not a single living person within a radius of tens of meters. The scene was enough to send chills down the spine. Even those Northern Python cavalrymen who prided themselves on having experienced countless bloody battles could not avoid it. The killing continued. The monstrous malice, coupled with the horrific slaughter, made the entire battlefield like hell. After an incense stick of time, Li Xianbai stood on top of a mountain of corpses with one hand on his sword. Around him, there was no longer a single standing Northern Python cavalryman. Pangison in the distance suddenly reacted. Your Highness is mighty, he yelled excitedly. At this moment in his heart, Li Xianbai was like a god. Not only him, but with his voice, everyone else reacted. Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness. Their voices were hoarse, but they were still struggling, only wishing that their voices could be a little higher so that His Highness could hear them more clearly. And Li Xianbai was very satisfied as he looked at the results in front of him. That's the power of demons. Originally, even if he had the power of the 8th rank of the martial Dao as well as the sword intent of the patriarch. However, there was still a huge gap between the battle power and that of a true sovereign. It could even be said that if he were to face a patriarch, I'm afraid he would fall in an instant. But after unleashing the power of the demons, that demonic power surging within him, however, was enough to allow him to break this insurmountable chasm. Let him have true clan-level combat power. With this kind of power, I think it's enough to defend myself. The battle outside the sword stage ended. Li Xianbai returned to the sword platform with those who survived. When Han Zhengming saw Li Xuanbai's condition, his face changed drastically. What happened? Without waiting for Li Xianbai to answer, Pangison spoke angrily. Fang Ming and Tu Yan colluded with the North Python people and wanted to surround and kill your highness. If it weren't for your highness being like a god, I'm afraid that we, at this moment, would have already been wiped out. Hearing this, Han Zhengming couldn't help but suck in a breath. Fang Ming and Tu Yan hooked the Northern Pythons to surround and kill the 6th prince? The message contained in those words made him instinctively feel that it was a hot potato. Also there was some anger in his eyes. These two are really crazy. In order to kill the sixth prince, they actually dared to collude with the northern pythons. However, he didn't say much and only comforted Li Shenbai a few times. Only after Li Shenbai left did he look at Pang Yisin and said in a deep voice, "Tell us the specifics." Pang Yisin said in a cold voice, "Fang Ming colluded with the northern pythons, so much so that the northern pythons gathered more than 1,500 cavalry, and Tu Yan also brought 500 elite border troops just to kill your highness." Hearing Pang Yisin's explanation, Han Zhengming frowned slightly within his eyes. "If so, how did you survive?" 800 iron guards, although their combat power was good, those northern python cavalry were no slouches. 1,500 northern python cavalry, plus 500 border troops, totaling 2,000 men. There were also 2 8 points and 1 7 points in Fang Ming and Tu Yan as well as in Rutai. You want to win with just 800 iron guards? He felt like he was insulting his intelligence by even just thinking about the possibility. Hearing Han Zhengming's questioning, Pang Yisin's eyes, at once, became frenzied. Because, Your Highness, he destroyed 1,000 horsemen by himself. When he thought of the scene he had seen earlier, he felt himself trembling all over. In this life, he would only serve his sixth highness. Even if he died for it, he was willing to do it. But Han Zhengming suddenly snorted. "Pang Yisin, are you not joking? The sixth prince's strength, which this general does know something about, has reached the 7th rank of the martial Dao, and his sword cultivation is profound. But with such strength, how could one person destroy 1,000 horsemen? You think he's a patriarch?" Han Zhengming didn't believe it. A 15-year-old 7th rank was already exaggerated enough. A 15-year-old grandmaster? Even, he had already somewhat doubted whether Pang Yisin had already defected to the sixth prince. How else could you say such nonsense? This sixth prince, when it comes down to it, has some little tricks up his sleeve. However, the matter of the 800 iron guards being hit hard, the sixth prince must give a reasonable reason. Otherwise, not to mention him, General Zhou Xiong's place would never let it go easily. Chapter 35, The Northern Python raises an army, and the world is in turmoil. Faced with Han Zhengming's questioning, Pang Yisin had no way of explaining himself, because he knows it too. The ones he recounted were like myths. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been impossible for him to believe that the sixth prince actually possessed such a powerful force. It can even change the outcome of a war. Seeing that Han Zhengming didn't believe him, he didn't have any other way to do it for a while, so he was only able to turn around and leave. Watching Pang Yisin leave, Han Zhengming snorted and muttered to himself. The sixth prince's tactics are indeed good, but unfortunately, a lie so unbelievable was concocted. Now that Fang Ming and Tu Yan are dead, that old eunuch, Chaoan, I'm afraid he won't stop. He shook his head, and then left the matter alone. How the sixth prince was had nothing to do with him. Soon enough, Chaoan already knew the beginning and end of this matter. After hearing from the people who came back that Fang Ming and Tu Yan betrayed and also joined forces with Rutai, his first reaction was that he couldn't believe it. With Fang Ming and Tu Yan's status, there was no need to join forces with Rutai and their families, all in the middle of Kyoto. Such a betrayal would do them no good at all. He even felt that the possibility of Li Xuanbai's betrayal was a bit more likely. After all, Li Xianbei's situation was well known now. Having been banished from Kendai by His Majesty and not even allowed to return to the court easily, if he carried a grudge in his heart, the possibility of joining forces with Rutai to kill the two men was indeed a possibility. A cold sweat had broken out on his forehead after he thought about it. He immediately got a couple of his men. You guys immediately monitor the sixth prince's situation and tell our family as soon as there is any movement. The purpose of Fang Ming and Tu Yan coming here is to investigate the unauthorized killing of the guardian of the sword platform by the sixth prince, and now that both of them are dead, this heart of ours always feel a little uneasy. He was truly a bit flustered. After all, the sixth prince was not weak, plus it would allow Pang Yisin to be drawn in by the sixth prince. Then it's not impossible to set him up. For all this, of course, Li Shenbai was not clear. After a trip outside the sword stage, he saw the power of Unsealing's ghost hand for the first time. At the same time, after this actual battle, the sense of the sword Dao in his heart had further improved. Originally, although he was said to possess a sword Dao cultivation at the Zhongshu level, but that was all gained through Bakuro swordsman's ability to seemingly become one with him, but ultimately there was something unspeakably detached about it. However, after this battle, he had completely fused these powers into his body. With just a little more time, he would be able to master this power completely. Early the next morning, Li Shenbai once again walked into the sword pavilion. The current sword pavilion is at its weakest, so he walked directly towards the 5th floor, wanting to see if he could take this opportunity to devour a sword weapon from the 5th floor of the sword pavilion without anyone noticing. It would help him immensely if it worked. He had just entered the 5th floor of the sword pavilion, and then he sensed the aura around him. However, he had just spread his sword intent out when he realized that a powerful but weak aura had appeared within the coverage of his sword intent. Sixth Highness. Lu Zhongyi's voice rang out. Li Shenbai turned towards the direction Lu Zhongyi's voice came from as if he was unaware of it. Elder Lu is not lightly injured. How is it that he still has the time to come and see me? Lu Zhongyi said with a smile. The old man is leaving, and not only the old man, but the other one will be leaving in a few days. After hearing this, Li Xianbai raised the tip of his eyebrows. The two of you are the guardians of the sword pavilion. I'm afraid it's not easy to explain if you just leave like that. Could it be that the person who took over has already arrived? Li Xuanbai's face was calm, but his heart was slightly condensed. His original plan was to take advantage of the fact that the two pavilion guardians were severely injured to devour a few more upper-tier sword weapons to build up his strength for breaking through to the 9th rank of the martial Dao. Although it was said that he was now relying on the power of the ghost hand to be able to possess a patriarchal level of battle power in a short period of time. But that kind of state is also extremely stressful for him. The power of the demon god was incomparably crazy, and if it lasted for a long time, it might even cause him to lose his own will and fall into the puppet of the demon god. The only time he would be fearless of everything was when he himself had truly entered the realm of the patriarch. Lu Jingyi shook his head, then spoke slightly helplessly. Both of us have been seriously injured, so there's no use staying any longer. As for the manpower to take over, I'm afraid it won't arrive anytime soon. With that said, his eyes looked in the direction where the border was. I have received news today that great Khan King of the Northern Python is more ambitious than anyone could have imagined. This time, the Khan King of the Northern Python raised an army of 500,000 men and attacked Jiaguan in force. Once they are allowed to succeed, they will definitely be able to drive in at that time, and at that time, I am afraid that there is no danger in the north except for the sword platform. Meanwhile, the barbarians to the south have been very dishonest lately. Hearing that His Majesty has decreed to enlist the strongest members of the Jianghu sect to help in the battle, battles are imminent in all places. This side of Kendai, I'm afraid there's no one left to send. Hearing this, Li Xuanbai's face remained unchanged and his heart was surprised. This time, the northern Python and the southern barbarians had quite a tacit understanding. No wonder Zhou Xiong had hurriedly left with his troops, and there had been no new guardians arriving since the previous sword pavilion guardians were killed. It turned out that it was no longer able to care about the sword platform here. He didn't show the thoughts in his mind. In that case, I wish Elder Lu a safe journey, drawing on the good advice of your highness. After saying that, Lu Jingyi turned around and left with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth always wearing a faint smile. Today he had come over specifically to talk to Li Xianbai about these things, because he knew that Li Xianbai didn't have any other channels that he could get information from right now. It's good karma, though he is a journeyman. But since he was in the jungle, he could never escape the influence of the court. Why not seek some more shelter for the clan? The current 6th prince had qualifications worthy of his bet. And then, Li Xianbai directly grabbed a sword weapon of the 5th tier before devouring it without a care in the world. No matter what Lu Zhengyi's purpose is, all that he said let Li Xianbai know one thing. The world, it's going to be in turmoil. It was a crisis for him, but also an opportunity. A few days later, news suddenly came from Han Zhangming. Said Chaoan was leaving to go back to the capital. Hearing this news, Li Xianbai rushed over. Seeing the smiling Chaoan, Li Xianbai said with enthusiasm on his face, "Eunuch Chao, why don't you stay for some more days? The results of that previous incident have yet to be investigated." However, after hearing his words, Chaoan's heart became more and more drummed. He even felt that this was Li Xianbai threatening him. At that moment, he was even more determined that he had made an extremely correct choice by leaving now. Watching the Grand Eunuch Chaoan leave in a hurry, it was then that Li Xianbai said rather emotionally, "It seems that it is this temple that is not well taken care of. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely give a good reception." To Chaoan, he really had a killing intent. It's just that there's never been the right opportunity. And by letting Chaoan go back, it would also put that cheap father of his at ease. As for this sword platform, he had no intention of leaving for a while. Chapter 36. Outside of Kagan, countless flags inscribed with northern Mang totems fluttered in the wind. At a glance, the North Python camp could not see the border, and across from them was the world-famous Jiaguan. Since ancient times, Jiaguan has been difficult to break. It was because of the existence of this barrier that the northern Python was never able to enter the Great Song's hinterland, even though it had more than once been a strong clan with a strong army. Even if they were looting, it would only be a small force that would detour elsewhere. But this way is too hard and too dangerous. It can be said to be a practice that has more to gain than to lose. Jiaguan, a natural barrier in Ditsang. Previously, because of the lack of preparation of the guards of Jiaguan, they were allowed to break through this defense line in a short period of time and send in a troop of men. But soon with the support of Kendai's reinforcements, Jiaguan was retaken by them. Now the large forces of both sides are stationed here, and for days the conquest has been going on, with even more deaths and injuries. Natharam Ministry Residency. The Wolf Lord sat in the upper seat, and at his lower head were the remnants of several tribes. "Do you mean to say that both Anitu and Anrutai are dead, and that even the 30,000 warriors of my Natharam clan have almost all been lost?" When he spoke, the Wolf Lord didn't even know what was going on in his mind, and his entire person seemed a bit hollow. Anitu and Anrutai were the most powerful warriors among their tribe. Anitu, in particular, was the next Wolf Master. Now that he's older, it's no surprise that Anitu will take his place after a few more years. But now the next Wolf Lord of their tribe had died so quietly. And there were also 30,000 tribal warriors all lost as well. This was already the majority of the force for their tribe. Such a huge loss made his eyes go black and he nearly fainted. It was a good thing that he had experienced so much in his life, which barely calmed him down. Why is that? Wolf Lord, all of this is because of the sixth prince of the Great Song. A few remnants of the soldiers opened their mouths filled with fear, and then they gave an overview of the situation in a word. Listening to them, the Wolf Lord couldn't help but narrow his eyes, but was half convinced by what these people under him were saying. There's no way around it, what they're saying is just too much. In their mouths, the sixth prince of the Great Song was simply like a god. With his own strength, he was actually able to defeat thousands of their tribal warriors. This was something that was only possible for a patriarchal powerhouse. But the sixth prince of Ditsong he already knew something about. This person was only 15 years old, so how could he possibly possess the battle power of a patriarch? Looking at these people at the bottom who clearly no longer even had the will to fight, he helplessly waved his hand before speaking. I already know, it's not easy for you guys to come back, go rest first. When a few people left, he looked aside. There sat an old man about his age. The man's eyes were glittering, and at a glance, he was of extraordinary status. Lord Eupatorium, do you think that what these men are saying looks like the truth? Euphrates laughed softly, then spoke. That sixth prince of the Great Song is somewhat interesting. I see that these few people from your clan have had their wills broken though. But the speech was still toned and clear, not like gibberish. Such a situation either means that they are telling the truth, or it means that they are so completely in fear that their minds can no longer restore the truth of the matter. What does that mean? The Wolf Lord wondered. Euphrates spoke with a calm expression on his face. I'm afraid these clansmen of yours have been stunned. That Ditsong sixth prince is only 15 years old, how could he be a grandmaster? However, this was enough to prove that I'm afraid this person was not easy to deal with. No matter what, Anitu was a true martial down 9th grade, being able to let him die on the sword stage, being able to let 30,000 Naturan generals fail, are definitely not simple matters. Hearing Euphrates' words, the Wolf Lord's face showed dissatisfaction. Lord Euphrates, if it weren't for you, I would never have let the tribe's warriors, nearly all of them, travel to Kendai. You can't just leave us alone at this point in time now that something so big has happened. Euphrates spoke up. Don't worry, Wolf Lord, you and I are now grasshoppers on a rope. The biggest problem right now is that the Demon Lord's sword has not been taken out. He frowned slightly. The Demon Lord's sword is a task personally explained by the Great Khan King. Now that the sword has not been taken out, and the loss is so huge, I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. But my tribe has no one left. The Wolf Lord spoke helplessly. Right now, among the tribe, not to mention the 9th grade, even the one with the 8th grade's battle power was the only one left, himself. In such a situation, how was he going to fetch the Demon Lord's sword? Euphrates said with an unchanged face. Don't worry, I have a 9th grade assassin under me. No matter how strong that 6th prince of Ditsan was, he could never be a true sect master. This time, not only the Demon Lord's sword, even that 6th prince of Ditsong, I want him dead. Regardless of how strong this person really is. If we can kill it, it's all a big credit. Hearing this, the Wolf Lord finally revealed a smile. He doesn't care about that right now. As long as the Demon Lord's sword could be retrieved successfully, it would be good for them to make up for their mistakes. As for the 6th prince of the Great Song, it was naturally best if he died. And Euphrates had sneered. A 9th grade assassin. He didn't believe that the 6th prince of Datesong could block it. Sovereign? Ha! He'd like to see it. The other side is not a true patriarch. If so, then what's the harm in dying for this 9th grade assassin? He doesn't believe it. Soon, a ghostly figure. Quietly, he crossed the Jiaguan and headed towards the sword platform. On the other hand, Shaoan left the sword platform, and along the way, he was still a little afraid that Li Xianbai hadn't already taken control of the sword platform and would send someone to intercept them. It wasn't until a few days later that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Said the little eunuch to the side. That 6th Highness really doesn't show his face. Who can know that that one is the most deeply hidden one amongst the many emperors? This situation in the dynasty is more and more difficult for him to understand. But that didn't stop him from being dissatisfied with the 6th prince, or rather, he and the 6th prince already had a conflict. So at this moment, he was the one who least expected the 6th prince to be able to return to Kyoto, because he knew that if the 6th prince came back, one is bound to have bad luck. But now the 6th prince's abilities must have entered his majesty's eyes. No, we have to do something. His eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't sword stage anymore, and he didn't need to keep his tail between his legs. But he didn't realize that everything he was thinking right now was what Li Xianbai wanted. When he got into Kyoto, all the way to the palace without even changing his clothes. While running, he was still screaming, and even already had a tearful and snotty look on his face. Your Majesty, the old slave is back. Today, he would not let the 6th prince have a chance to return to Kyoto. Chapter 37 Emperor Jinglong's Mind. The Grand Prince's Residence. At the first moment Shaoan returned, the Grand Imperial Prince had already received the relevant news. At the same time, he knew that both Feng Ming and Tu Yen were dead. Instantly, the Grand Emperor stood up in shock. Are you kidding me? He looked down at the person who answered back with a look of incredulity. Old Six is nothing but a blind man, what right does he have to kill Fong Ming and Tu Yen, two experts of the upper third grade realm? We're not sure about the exact process. However, according to the people who came back, Lord Fong Ming and Lord Tu Yen joined forces with the Northern Pythons, while mobilizing 500 border troops from the front line to join forces to surround the sixth prince. But the end result, the two lords and those Northern Pythons, all died in battle. The handlers replied. His body was shaking as he said this. Even when he heard such words, he thought it was a ridiculous excuse. But after hearing this, the Grand Prince suddenly sat back in his seat in an uncharacteristic manner. 500 sidekicks. Others don't know it well, but he knows it very well. Before Fong Ming and the others left, he did give the other party the seal to mobilize the border troops. And the limit of this seal to be able to mobilize the border army was exactly 500 people. That was the last resort he gave to Fong Ming. He closed his eyes, his face expressionless. It's true. His mind was complicated and difficult to describe. Though it's impossible to say if Old Six did it himself with these alone. But now that this news had come back, it was at least enough to prove that Old Six was not as powerless as he had thought. On the contrary, in the hands of Old Six, a very powerful force has been possessed. As for the matter of Fong Ming and Tu Yen colluding with the Northern Python, he didn't care much about it instead. Because in his view, as long as the end result is good, its process doesn't matter. You say that Chowan has already entered the palace to report back? Yes. The first time eunuch Chow came back, he didn't even have time to change his clothes and already went straight to the palace. Come on man. The Grand Emperor bellowed. Prepare the horses, I'm going to make a trip to the palace. At this moment, although it was said that he did not communicate with Chowan, the thoughts in both of their minds were surprisingly the same. That is, the sixth prince must never be allowed to return. Otherwise, it must be a huge threat to them. When the Grand Imperial Prince rushed over, he happened to hear Chowan crying there. Your Majesty, this time, the deaths of Fong Ming and Tu Yen, although it is said that it is impossible to determine if there is any relationship with your Sixth Highness. But the Sixth Highness's mind was just too deep. He had the audacity to put out the word that it was he who had defeated the Northern Python's thousands of men and women with his own strength. And it was also said that the two of them, Fong Ming and Tu Yen, had colluded with the Northern Pythons. Although the old slave is not familiar with those two, he knows that their families are in Kyoto, and that they have been going to Sword Terrace for just over a month, so there is no reason at all for them to collude with the Northern Python. Emperor Dinglong sat in his chair, his face calm and unruffled. The inner thoughts didn't give away the slightest bit. He pondered how much of what Chowan said was true. Although it was said that all of these dog lackeys existed in dependence on the imperial power, he knew better that everyone had selfishness. So right now, he only believed Chowan's words by 7 points at most. Above all, he was heartened. Thinking about him, the great Song Heavenly Son, martial arts emperor, in just a dozen years, by virtue of his own power to make the might of the great Song, overriding the North Python Southern barbarians' two countries. Instead, she gave birth to a blind royal son with a courtesan. It's a stain that can't be washed away no matter what. But today, there is another way to interpret it. Although this imperial son was blind, he had extraordinary martial arts talent. If that were the case, it would not be a stain. That's the kind of legend a perfect emperor without the slightest flaw should have. But at the age of 15, he has already reached the strength of at least the 7th grade. Such a talent, even if one looked at the entire world, it would still be a rare existence. So now he had the intention to put this matter behind him. Right about this time. Your Majesty, the Great Hall is here. A small eunuch walked in. Emperor Jinglong frowned slightly. What's he doing here? Let him in. Between just a moment's thought, Emperor Jinglong had already guessed his intentions. The Grand Imperial Prince entered the Great Hall and glanced at Chowan, who was kneeling on the ground with tears and snot running down his face, without the slightest modicum of modesty. Then he averted his eyes and gave Emperor Jinglong a salute. Then the Grand Emperor said with a serious attitude on his face, Father, my son has heard that those who went to Sword Terrace have returned, and that the two ministers, Fong Ming and Tu Yen, died in unknown circumstances. Emperor Jinglong said with a smirk, You're quick with information, those two, they couldn't be your people, could they? Under the sky, there is no king's land. My son just once met with Lord Fong a few times and thought that he was a good person, a pillar of my great song, and did mean to befriend him. He knew there was no way to hide this matter, so he didn't even try to deny it. And he didn't come over here today to say that, he spoke. Sixth brother is only 15 years old and already possesses the power of the 7th grade of the martial Tao. Such natural talent is truly extraordinary. But I'm a little confused. Sixth brother left Kyoto only 2 years ago, how can he suddenly have such strength? Saying that, he slightly hesitated above his expression, and only after a long time did he clench his teeth and open his mouth. Sixth brother's mother is a palace maid, now his mother has died, the son of the minister is thinking, sixth brother will not have some other ideas. In that instant, the air in the entire room suddenly turned a little colder. A moment later, Emperor Jinglong spoke faintly. I'll go down, the matter of Lao Lu, I will naturally make arrangements, so I don't need you people to worry about it. hearing Emperor Jinglong's expulsion. The corner of the Grand Prince's mouth, however, hooked up a faint arc, because he knew that it was a done deal. As long as there is this thorn in the side today, old Six will never come back in his life. Chowan also breathed a sigh of relief. Who cares what the sixth prince is capable of? As long as he couldn't go back to this Kyoto, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. On the other hand, Li Xuanbai's life had returned to its previous calm. Nowadays, the sword pavilion is unguarded. Although Han Zhangming had arranged for some iron guards to be stationed there, these obviously couldn't influence Li Xianbai to enter. So during this period of time, Li Xianbai recklessly devoured the sword weapons within the sword pavilion. His bottom line, as a result, continued to rise. Instead, things got a little worse outside of Kagan. The war between the two sides has entered a white heat, and there is no tendency for it to end at all, even in a short time. But these had nothing to do with Li Xianbai. Sign-in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pulse Nourishing Pill. Looking at the results of the check-in, Li Xianbai took the elixir he had gotten and swallowed it into his stomach. Feeling the power brought by the elixir, a smile hung at the corner of Li Xuanbai's mouth. This kind of leisurely day has not been seen for a long time. He could feel his power, and that feeling of steadily increasing was truly mesmerizing. If it goes on like this, perhaps the 9th grade of the martial arts path, it wouldn't be far away. Chapter 38 Peng Yi Xian's Faith, Dragon Image Emperor's Skill. Nightshade Palace. Shirono walked in. Your Highness, our manpower has been spread out, and more than 30% of the sword slaves at the Sword Terrace now have goodwill towards you. With their help, I'm sure it won't take long for us to gain some control over the sword stage. Hearing this, Li Xianbai nodded. Well done. In this sword platform, sword slaves can be said to have no status. For them, if we are willing to give them a promise of freedom, I think the vast majority of them will not resist. Li Xianbai smiled and opened his mouth. He hadn't really cared very much about these things before, and most of the time it had been left up to Shirano to do the work. But now he was thinking differently. He's already got a few real emotional inputs about the world, so he's also thinking about what he can do to make a difference in the past. And the easiest is actually through these sword slaves who have no rights and are no different from slaves. These sword slaves, some of them are after the sinners of the dynasty. He was eventually relegated to being a sword slave for his mistake. The other part is the ordinary people who can't survive and have to sell their bodies, choosing to serve the sword for life. But either way, they were the lowest class of people in the entire Great Song. Especially after those sinners. Many of them were implicated in this, and these people generally had good talent. These people want to change their current situation all the time, either for the sake of redress of grievances or to regain their human dignity. But no matter what, for Li Xianbai, it was the best thing to pull for. That place in Kyoto held no attraction for him, but he didn't mind if it could change the Great Song for the better. And, of course, he never forgot what his roots were. Strength alone is the strongest means of supporting one's goals. And while he was practicing, Shura Slave was not idle. Not only him, but Peng Yisin did the same. After the last time he went out of the city with Li Xianbai, he was now a die-hard loyalist of Li Xianbai. That's why he didn't hesitate to throw himself into Li Xuanbai's camp after Shura Nu made contact with him. These days, it has also been working for Li Xianbai, but he also offended a lot of his peers because of it. After all, for most people, Li Xianbai's existence was of no benefit to them. Even because of what happened with Cheng Shan and Lu Shantong in the beginning, many people were malicious towards Li Xianbai. Coupled with the fact that when Li Xianbai and the others came back earlier, the battle record that Peng Yisin had said was too exaggerated, so it was even more so that many people were dissatisfied in their hearts. On this day, Peng Yisin took his turn at guarding Jiang'a. Just as the defense was about to change, someone said in a conspiratorial voice, "Look, the 6th Prince's traitor is here again. I heard that the 6th Prince will enter the sword pavilion every day to observe that so-called sword intent. I think this traitor must be very happy because he can see the 6th Prince." Hearing it in his ears, Peng Yisin's face did not change. He'd gotten used to the taunting a long time ago these days. But he didn't care, because back then he was the same, with a deep misunderstanding of the 6th Prince. After seeing the strength of the 6th Prince, it took him a moment to put aside all those insights in his mind. That's why he believed how shady these people in front of him were talking right now. The moment they saw the 6th Prince's power, how ashamed they would be in their hearts. He had no intention of looking for trouble, though, but the others had no intention of ending it so easily. Seeing that Peng Yisin did not respond, someone immediately spoke up. "Peng Yisin, aren't you the 6th Prince's traitor? Now that you've heard such words, you don't even have a reaction. With a traitor like you, how strong can the 6th Prince be? What's the point of him going to the sword pavilion every day? Those sword weapons are all dead things. Can't he really let him observe a sword Dao master?" The face of the person who said this had a strong sense of mockery in it. He thought that Peng Yisin would not react and would just let them humiliate him like before. But in the next second, Peng Yisin's gaze snapped towards him, and his entire countenance became extremely vicious. Peng Yisin doesn't care how he is himself, but he couldn't accept that someone was disrespecting the 6th Prince. This person had undoubtedly touched his bottom line. The man's heart jumped at the sight of his gaze. The asshole's eyes looked kinda scary, but then he calmed down. What could a loser who followed the blind prince and who might have even betrayed the great Sang be capable of? So he toed the line, his eyes engaging in a stare down with Pang Isan. Apologize. Pang Isan opened his mouth. In your dreams, your master is a waste, and you yourself are a waste. But in the next second, Pang Isan violently unsheathed his sword. Without any second thoughts at all, he slashed directly at the man. Madaka! A blast. The man flew straight out backwards, and he had fear in his eyes. 6 pints. When did Pang Isan become a 6th rank? Wasn't he at the same 5th rank realm as himself? He didn't realize that after that bloody battle, Pang Isan had already broken through his original realm not much later. Especially after witnessing the scene where the sword intent broke through the sea of clouds, that peerless sword intent had left an indelible impact on him. Along with his senses, his sword art, too, was improving. I say again, apologize. Pang Isan's eyes were indifferent, and not only himself, but the few generals behind him also had similarly fierce gazes. They were also the ones who survived that battle in the first place. The man opened his mouth, but would not speak anyway. Just as Pang Isan was about to teach him a lesson, a faint voice rang out. Pang Isan, all fellow soldiers, what are you going to do? The visitor's face was indifferent, not caring in the slightest about the strength he displayed. The reason was very simple, he was the 7th rank of the martial arts path. Even in this sword platform, with his strength, he had a place. General Hu Fei. Pang Isan was not humble, he had already seen the relationship between the two. That man, he was sent by Huffy. Hu Fei is a great general of the sword stage with extraordinary strength. There had been considerable disdain for what he had said earlier about the battlefield situation. He knew that if he didn't bow down, he was afraid that this matter would be very difficult to settle today, but his head remained high. He didn't care about anything else, but there were people who wanted to suppress the 6th Highness through him. Even if he died, he would definitely not retreat half a step. And at this moment inside the sword pavilion, Li Xianbai cultivated for a while, stood up and stretched, then opened the system. System, sign me in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique. Dragon Elephant Emperor's power, horizontal training method, the world's martial arts, only the supremacy of force, non-great perseverance cannot be practiced. Seeing the result, Li Xuanbai's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad for a monthly check-in. This gong method, when it comes down to it, is truly overbearing. Chapter 39, Bullying Yokozuna, Infiltrating Assassin. The Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, a horizontal training technique, was extremely demanding in terms of true chi and required a high level of martial arts talent. Wanting to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique to its great completion was an almost impossible task. The reason was very simple, according to the description of the Dragon Elephant Emperor's skill. Cultivating the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, it would only take an unusual person at first cultivation more than a month to complete the first layer. However, if you want to enter the second floor, it takes a year to do so. After that, if one wanted to enter the third layer, it would even already take more than 10 years. For an ordinary person to be able to enter the 4th layer of the Dragon Image Imperial technique throughout his life, he would already be called a person of great perseverance. The Dragon Elephant Emperor technique was divided into 12 layers, and each layer was capable of erupting into a power far stronger than before. This was not a step-by-step technique, but a technique that became more and more domineering the later it got. It is said that if one is able to reach the 12th level of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, you can gain the power of the Dragon Elephant, pushing your flesh across the board. The 4 words vertical invincibility were obviously loaded with water, but it was already enough to prove the extent of the hegemony of this technique. Noting these requirements, Li Xianbi was not discouraged. The requirements of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique were indeed comparable to reaching the heavens for others. In this world, there were some true chi great achievers such as the legendary patriarchal powerhouses, with a true chi that was overbearing and incomparable. However, for such a strong person, the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique might not be as useful as one might think. And even if such a strong person wanted to deduce the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique to the realm of great accomplishment, he would need to spend his entire life working for it. But how could a powerful person who had already entered the realm of the sovereign master easily change his ways because of a single technique? But not for him. He was very sure of his own talent. Entering the 8th rank in 2 years was certainly due to the fact that he possessed the ability of a Bakuro swordsman. But his own talent is not to be underestimated. It was only because he was born blind in the first place that Emperor Jinglong instinctively ignored him. So much so that he had no access to martial arts at all. Most importantly, the reason why the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique required an extremely high level of true chi cultivation was in order to flush the flesh through this true chi. According to Li Xuanbai's understanding, the demonic power sealed in his right hand, which contained baneful chi, definitely had a much more powerful effect than true chi. So this horizontal training technique was simply tailor-made for him. Without any hesitation, Li Xianbai directly began to deduce the Dragon Image Imperial technique. The seal on his right hand was released for a fraction of a second, and a wave of fury that washed over his body. In the absence of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, these Fury Chi would have a direct effect on him, and if the Fury Chi was too heavy, it might even make him unable to control it. But now, the Fury was turned into power to refine his body. In less than an incense stick of work, he felt a difference in his body as a newfound strength appeared in his frame. The first layer of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique has been successful. Although it was said that this power, for his augmentation, was not great, it was only because the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique's deduction level was too low. And now this cultivation speed was enough to prove that it was the same as what he thought. The Dragon Elephant Emperor technique fit him extremely well. And then he entered the second level of cultivation. The results of the first layer had already allowed him to feel the changes in his body's strength. If he was able to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, it would definitely be a huge boost for him. It was because he had entered this state of cultivation that he was ignorant of the situation outside. While he was practicing, the Pangyasin and Hu Fei conflict had been born. That man just now was instructed by Hu Fei. He just couldn't stand the sixth prince, and even more so, he couldn't stand Pangyasin who had been bribed by the sixth prince. Only he hadn't expected that Pangyasin's strength was actually a bit stronger than he had imagined, and that he didn't know when he had broken through to the sixth grade of Martial Dao realm. That's why he, who was originally in the shadows, had to finally choose to come forward in person. For that, he didn't care. There was no difference to him between the 5th and 6th grade. None of them knew that not far away, a figure saw their strife and the corner of his mouth curved up in a faint arc. There was a strong sense of mockery in this arc. What a bunch of fools, these Ditsung people. I was considering how I could get in quietly, but I didn't think they would actually take the initiative to create such a good opportunity. He is the 9th rank assassin sent by Euphrates. He had been here for a few days, only to remain hidden in the shadows. The spirit of the crowd was now very tight and can die because of the front line. Especially here in the Sword Pavilion, it was tightly guarded. 3 paces to a post, 5 paces to a sentry, surrounding the Sword Pavilion. So much so that he couldn't get in for a while. If he forced his way in, even if he was a 9th grade, it would be extremely difficult for him to leave the sword platform in one piece. Even he was often able to see Li Shanbai enter the Sword Pavilion, and each time an extremely strong killing intent would arise in his heart, because Li Xianbi was his target. But for the sake of the Demon Lord's sword, he could only force himself to endure it. But now the opportunity has finally arrived. Fight it out. His eyes were greedy with anticipation. Things were moving as fast as he thought they would. Pangyasin had no intention of bowing down to Hu Fei, and Hu Fei was even more annoyed to see this. Swords were drawn between the two men. Pangyasin had already drawn the long sword in his hand. Hu Fei, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're my top boss. It's fine for you to insult me, but trying to insult His Highness is absolutely impossible. Apologize to His Highness at once. He spoke angrily. After hearing this, Hu Fei's eyes widened a bit. Pangyasin, are you kidding? He never expected that Pangyasin would actually dare to ask him to apologize. It's just a slip of the tongue. Not to mention that the blind emperor was just a waste of space. Let's just say that the two of them were now in a superior/subordinate relationship. What right did Pangyasin have to question himself, his top boss, in such a manner? In the military, that's a big no-no. Faced with such an attitude from Hu Fei, the scene immediately became tense. Without any hesitation, Pangyasin violently rushed towards Hu Fei. Just now, facing that 5th grade, he had a crushing stance. But now he was facing a stronger powerhouse than himself. But even so, his attack was unrelenting. There was a clanking explosion. Swords clashed in the hands of both men. Hu Fei's face was gloomy. Pangyasin, you're really looking for death. He was furious beyond belief. At the same time, the many men behind him also drew their blades and engaged in a direct confrontation with Pangyasin's men. Anyone who insults His Highness is our enemy. Pangyasin's face did not change. The generals behind him did likewise. Anyone who insults His Highness is our enemy. Today, they have no regrets even if they die. And at the same time, that 9th grade assassin saw the scene and dashed in towards the Sword Pavilion with a flash. Here's your chance. He entered the Sword Pavilion in almost just a flash. No one even noticed. Chapter 40, the 9th grade powerhouse flying backwards. As a 9th grade assassin, he is the strongest infiltrator in situations where the defense is vulnerable. And when he entered the Sword Pavilion, the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. Because he knew that from this moment on, his mission could already be accomplished. The only thing he feared was nothing more than the siege of the army. Now, whether it was the Demon Lord's sword or the 6th Prince of Ditsung who was the target, it's all as easy as picking up a bag for him. His eyes glittered with greed. As he kept moving upwards, those sword weapons around him, too, caught his eyes. Worthy of the great Song arsenal. He had some slight feelings, those sword weapons on the bottom floor not to mention, when he entered the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion, the sword weapons here, they were already rare gems in the outside world. And he's aiming for the 6th floor. As he entered the 5th level, he was even more shocked by the various divine weapons in front of him. Perhaps a few good swords should be brought back. He opened his mouth and muttered to himself, blithely not placing Li Shanbai, who might appear at any moment, in his eyes. Because that's what he had in mind. That great Song sixth prince, although he didn't know what means he had used, had brought people to defeat their thousands of northern python warriors. But his own strength is necessarily limited. As an assassin of the 9th rank, facing a 15-year-old teenager, if he still had to be afraid in his heart, then he had really lived this life in vain. Soon enough, though, he had dissipated the aura around him. If the 6th prince of the Great Song wasn't on the 5th floor of the Sword Pavilion, then he was bound to be on the 6th floor. It would also be a good result if he could be directly stabbed to death, and perhaps he would be able to leave the sword platform silently, unnoticed by anyone since the beginning. At this moment he had already thought of the desperate and helpless look of those Great Song people after he had left the sword platform and found out that their 6th prince had died in the Sword Pavilion. When he entered the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion, the first thing he noticed was the figure that was sitting in the center. The silhouette was already extremely handsome, except for the obvious childishness still on his face. At the same time, a golden vertical scar in the forehead. The 6th prince of the Great Song. He licked his lips, and between his backhand, his usual dagger had appeared in his hand. He was able to see that the 6th prince of Date Song in front of him was practicing some sort of gong method, so it was simply impossible to detect his approach at this time. At the same time, he saw the sword hanging on the wall. Yang Jade Sword. But in their North Python, there was the fearful name of the Demon Lord Sword. Today, others will be killed and the sword will be taken. Kid, you're just a blind man. Today I'll send you to hell, so you can end this pathetic life of not seeing the splendor of the world early. He laughed as he moved closer to Li Shenbai. Walking to a place less than 2 meters in front of Li Shenbai, he finally raised the dagger in his hand. But at this very moment, the golden vertical scar on the forehead of the teenager in front of him suddenly opened up. His pupils shrunk, and his entire body stiffened at that instant, because he noticed that it was an eye. And this eye looked toward him without the slightest hint of anger. It was as if the god and goddess who had just been on top were looking at the prostrate slaves at his feet. At the same time, a terrifying and incomparable killing intent instantly locked him in place. It was only because of the appearance of this killing intent that his body regained control. The situation is not right. He was appalled beyond belief. The blind prince in front of me. It wasn't any 7th grade of martial arts at all, at least not in the unusual sense of the word. He's not even blind. Damn it, his intel was wrong. This was a monster, a real monster. Li Shenbai stood up. In his delusion-breaking divine pupil, he was able to see everything about the assassin in front of him clearly. 9th grade? He smiled. I didn't expect that the Northern Python people would actually not die and dare to send someone to the Sword Pavilion. The 9th pin assassin regained his composure after a brief moment of stupefaction. He's in 9th grade. This was between the worlds, and aside from the high and mighty patriarchs, he was the top of the heap. With such a 15-year-old, even if it was weird somehow, could it scare him? Kid, no matter what kind of monster you are, you're dead today. He opened his mouth. The voice was full of murderous intent. Had dead? Li Xuanbai's face was unhappy. It wasn't because of the assassin in front of him, but because his Dragon Elephant Emperor technique was only half a step away from being able to cultivate the second layer. But now, because of this assassin's disruption, it had to be given up first. This displeasure of having a good thing interrupted. It's his mindset right now. In that case, try it. The 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed, and the power of the demon god sealed in his right hand was unsealed in an instant. In this instant, a terrifying and incomparable baleful aura emanated from his body. The instant that 9th pin felt this baleful aura, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Almost in the next second, Li Shenbai had already appeared in front of him. 7 stars falling rain. Li Shenbai lightly drank, and countless swords rained down towards his opponent. That 9th grade assassin could only use the dagger in his hand and barely parry. But daggers were not meant to be frontal blades against the enemy. Coupled with the fact that at this moment, Li Shenbai had unsealed part of his demonic power, even though there was still some restraint, at this moment, his power was already not inferior to that 9th grade assassin in the slightest. The Grandmaster level sword technique was used, and in just a matter of it left countless tiny wounds on the body of that 9th rank assassin. He's testing his sword. The refinement of swordsmanship is a process of trial and error. Before, on the battlefield, he had never had a suitable opponent, so he lacked this process of trying. More power crushing. And now the 9th grade assassin in front of him was a good opponent as far as he was concerned. But that 9th grade assassin, however, felt miserable. Finally, he felt the offense in front of him slow down, and thought to himself, finally, the time has come for a counterattack. But that's all, you. He was opening his mouth and preparing to speak when he suddenly realized that the already terrifying aura on Li Xuanbai's body was like an abyss at this moment. The sword test is over. Li Xuanbai's face was calm. This 9th pin, just an assassin. There was no qualification for him to remain a chaperone. Boom! A blast. That 9th grade assassin flew out violently backwards. The outer floor of the Sword Pavilion, which had just been patched up, was also blasted apart by this terrifying force. That 9th grade assassin flew out backwards. And it was at this time that Pengison stood in place, panting. He's not willing. But the difference between the 6th and 7th grade is too great. Looking at Hu Fei in front of him, whose face was tinged with sarcasm, there was nothing he could do. See? Huffy snorted. According to you, the sixth prince's strength is extraordinary. How come he should have noticed when we made such a big commotion? But now what? He didn't come out, didn't even look at you. Pang-san, you've been abandoned. What a wretch. Then in the next second, they all heard the commotion that came from the sword pavilion, and the silhouette that flew out backwards like a ragbag. Chapter 41 The Iron Guard Conquered by Strength. Boom! With an explosion, the silhouette that flew out of the sword pavilion landed on the ground and smashed out a large pit. The man's face was miserable and covered in blood. Condition looks pretty bad. What a guy! The appearance of this person surprised both sides greatly. At the same time, they also noticed the breach that appeared in the sword pavilion. Something's wrong. They immediately realized what was happening now. Without waiting for them to react in any way, a silhouette suddenly leapt out of the broken sword pavilion. Sixth Prince. Hu Fei was shocked beyond belief. He hadn't thought that all of this was actually done by the sixth prince. And by this time, fervor had appeared in Pang Yisan's eyes. Your Highness! He screamed in excitement. General Pang, I didn't expect that you would actually be the one on guard duty here today, but it's just as well. Right now there's an assassin sneaking into the sword pavilion. The person should be alive by now, so have someone take care of it. Li Xianbai acted as if he had absolutely no understanding of what had just happened. Yes, Pang Yisan nodded heavily. He knew why his sixth highness hadn't reacted. The loss that couldn't help but appear because of Hu Fei's words quietly disappeared. It's not that his highness didn't care about them, but because of other things. More than these disputes happening outside of them, the intruder in the sword pavilion was the top priority. So he can totally understand this approach. Instead, it was Hu Fei's face that had some bloom. He thought he was always in charge and there was absolutely no way he would let anyone break in. Now this strange intruder that suddenly appeared was simply slapping him in the face. However, the way he looked at Li Xuanbai's eyes didn't become much kinder. His dissatisfaction with Li Xianbai was unlikely to change just because of a strange intruder. Where did the furry thief come from, actually sneaking into the middle of the sword pavilion? He said with a not-so-good look on his face. It's a bother to your highness, but in the future, just tell us if there's this kind of problem. We guards aren't vegetarians either. Hearing his words, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. Leave it to you? His face was bland, but the distrust in it was obvious. Hu Fei immediately spoke. The last general has the strength of the 7th grade of martial arts, so a mere hairy bandit can still be dealt with, not to mention that there are still 300 garrison troops outside of Sword Pavilion. No one will be able to escape the blockade of my Iron Guard. He said it so cleanly that even Pang Yisan couldn't help but nod his head at this time. Although he and Hu Fei did not deal with each other, he also valued the honor of the Iron Guard very highly. However, he could likewise sense that Hu Fei had indifference and disdain for his highness between the lines. It made him feel angry, but it was hard to let it out for a while. After all, he really wasn't as strong as his opponent, and he didn't want his highness meddling in such a matter. That's his own incompetence. None of them knew that at this time, the 9th grade assassin on the ground had slowly climbed up. This man is not dead. Although it was said that Li Xuanbai's attack just now was very terrifying, he was at least a 9th grade powerhouse with a tenacious life force. He spat out the bloody foam from his mouth. Huffy suddenly smiled. Good chance. Men, take down this northern python scout. A seriously injured intruder, taking it down didn't seem like much of a problem to him at all. This credit, he did not intend to give it to Li Xianbai. In a situation where he already had no favor with Li Xianbai, grabbing the credit was obviously nothing. Hearing Hu Fei's order, 2 people behind him immediately answered with a roar. They all exuded an aura of humility. Apparently still Hu Fei's inner circle. The 2 were extremely fast and acted decisively. But the very moment they had just approached, 2 cold auras flashed by, and that 9th grade assassin had already struck. Even though he was in a state of serious injury, he still instantly took the lives of 2 people at this moment. Seeing this, Hu Fei's eyes widened in anger. These 2 men were robes who had followed him for more than 10 years and were like brothers to him. Now that the 2 were dead, his anger was directly aroused. Asshole, you seek death. He roared angrily before killing towards the man. But he didn't turn out much better. That 9th grade northern python assassin, even though he was already heavily injured, was not something he could easily deal with. In just a few moves, the anger in Hu Fei's heart had turned into shock and despair. How is that possible? It was clear that the 6th prince was able to seriously injure him, but he, a martial Dao 7th grade, would actually fall into a disadvantage when facing this seriously injured assassin. This person, what is his strength? That 6th prince, what is his strength? Seeing such a situation, the surrounding Iron Guards immediately supported them. But even so, that northern python assassin still had the ability to kill in a big way. Pang Yisan's face was tinged with hesitation. He didn't want to help, but as an Iron Guard, he didn't want to give up his duty. After a short hesitation, he ended up killing towards that 9th grade assassin. Just you guys want to kill me? The 9th pin assassin sneered and growled. Although there were many people rushing up, none of them were in his eyes, even though he was already seriously injured. Even seeing that Li Xianbai didn't come after him, the idea of escaping arose in his mind. Perhaps, there is still a chance of surviving on your own. With that in mind, he began to fight and retreat as he did so. Seeing this, Hu Fei bared his eyes. This person has already killed a dozen of his brothers. If he is to let him escape, what face will he have to face these fellow soldiers? How can you have the face to say that you are a war general of the Iron Guard? Don't let him leave. Iron Guard, vow not to retreat. He roared, his heart dripping blood and his body bleeding even more. Unstoppable. This ninth pen was like a tiger in despair making a dying counterattack. Its ferocity was greater than even its peak. Then with his gaze, he suddenly noticed the incredibly calm sixth prince. This person was injured by the sixth prince. Although I don't know what means were used, perhaps the sixth prince really has the ability. Even though his heart remained unconvinced, he couldn't help but open his mouth after all. Sixth Highness, please also make a move to help us capture this Fang. Li Xianbai gave him a look. He didn't have any natural aversion to Hu Fei, and he wasn't aware of the previous conflict between Hu Fei and Peng Yisen. But even so, he had no good feelings towards Hu Fei, naturally. But Peng Yisen is his man. Moreover, this ninth grade assassin had come to trouble him after all. So naturally he wouldn't let Late leave. Li Xianbai took a step forward, the aura on his body suddenly appeared to change, and the sword intent at the level of a grandmaster erupted in this instant. That ninth grade assassin's pupils instantly shrunk. He had felt a deadly threat. He tried to escape, but it's no longer useful. In the next instant, Li Xianbai's sword suddenly cut through the sky and landed at his throat with an incomparably radiant gesture. Looking at the assassin who had just been killing people in all directions, but now stopped there and turned into a corpse, Hu Fei's pupils shrunk slightly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. And then, the way he looked at Li Xianbai's eyes suddenly changed. That's as fanatical as Peng Yisen. He was a pure sergeant, and because of the previous battle that was as good as a joke, he was not happy with Li Xianbai. But now, he felt bowled over. He wanted to slap himself hard a few times now when he even thought of his childish actions earlier. Your Highness is weak? Which said this? Definitely not him, Huffy. Chapter 42 Han Zhengming's shock, crossing 3 realms in one day. Noticing Hu Fei's expression, Peng Yisen grinned. He knew that this bastard had spoken arrogantly just now, but as soon as he saw the strength of his sixth highness, he would naturally be convinced by his sixth highness's strength. Li Xianbai also didn't expect that Hu Fei's heart had actually undergone such a huge transformation. But for Li Xianbi, this was obviously a good thing. Whether or not he intends to return to Kyoto in the future. For the current him, building up his base step by step was something that didn't do any harm. Especially the iron guards of this sword platform. As the elite of the 100 battles guarding the northern armory, even in the entire Great Song, it was able to rank. Huffy's body was trembling. He felt guilty if he hadn't offended the sixth prince just now. Perhaps the sixth prince wouldn't even need them to make a move and would simply kill this person. Then these robes of his will not fall as a result. All of this all stems from his ignorance. But even regret was useless now. Things had already happened, and although he was overwhelmed with remorse in his heart, he did not have any hatred towards Li Xianbai. The reason is very simple. It all started with him. Blame it on no one. As for Li Xianbai, after killing the man, he shook his head and chose to turn around and go back to the sword pavilion. Time was still early. Today he must step into the third layer of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique realm, and if things went well, he might even be able to touch the threshold of the fourth layer of the realm. The first 3 layers of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique weren't exactly helpful to him. However, when he reached the 4th layer, he should be able to get an effective boost to his battle power. The other side. Han Zhengming has already received the relevant news. When he heard that the sword pavilion had been attacked again, disbelief filled his eyes. The whole thing looked furious. Are you kidding me? These northern python dogs, do they think that my sword pavilion is their backyard, coming when they want and leaving when they want? Men, bring all those losers on duty today. He was really pissed off. How long had it been since the last time the sword stage had been invaded? With a second invasion so soon, he was naturally culpable as the current main general. And most crucially, it was actually broken into the sword pavilion once again. You know, he had arranged for a full 300 men to defend it day and night. Not only that, this assassination was again solved by the sixth prince. This happened several times in quick succession. It appeared that they, the Iron Guards, and the Waste were already indistinguishable from each other. So of course he's not in a good mood. It didn't take long for both Peng Yisen and Hu Fei to walk in. Seeing the two, Han Zhengming slammed the table. You two losers, you'd better give this general an explanation today as to how on earth you let those assassins in, or else you'll definitely be court-martialed. The two of them looked at each other, and Hu Fei spoke up. General, this incident is due to our ineffective guarding, and we willingly accept the punishment. He said it very dryly and without any intention of hiding. Penalty? Han Zhengming glared at them before opening his mouth angrily. Fighting you guys is just a small matter. The problem is that this time the problem was actually solved by the sixth prince. Even that blind emperor was able to solve the problem. As the elite of the Iron Guard, are you all even inferior to a blind man? He prided himself on being careful and discreet, so he was never allowed to be easily offended. Even when facing the sixth prince, he had always been cautious. Not close but not outright ripped off either. But now he's really pissed off. But just as he said this, he suddenly noticed a change in the faces of the two men. Pangison spoke in a cold voice. General, the Sixth Highness has extraordinary strength. What the Sixth Highness can solve may not be something we can solve. Han Zhengming glanced at him and sneered. Pangison, this general doesn't know what kind of bewitching soup the Sixth Prince has put in your head, but I'll tell you, you have to remember that your identity is first and foremost that of my great Sang Iron Guards. A blind prince, even if he has some skills, how can he compare to my 300 Iron Guard elites? Not to mention, there's also a Hufei of the 7th grade of martial arts. The coldness in his eyes was already very obvious. He was annoyed that the two were not doing their job well, but he never doubted Hufei's strength. But at this moment, Hufei spoke with the same anger. General, I thought that you should be careful what you say. Your Highness's abilities are not for us roughnecks to discuss in private. Hearing Hufei's words, Han Zhengming looked over with a surprised expression. There was a strangeness in his eyes. Hufei was his own confidant, and with the addition of the 7th grade of martial arts, he had an extremely high status in the Iron Guard. What's going on here today? A Pangison is even. How the 7th ranked Hufei, also defected to the 6th prince. Is he crazy, or is he crazy? Hufei knew what was in his mind and spoke in a deep voice. General, you and I are both from the Iron Guard army and have experienced countless battles with the Northern Python. The one who invaded today wasn't some petty thief, but a true 9th grade powerhouse. If it weren't for your Highness, we would be unable to absolve ourselves of the blame for what happened today. And then he seriously said something that shocked even Han Zhengming. I thought that Pangison's claim that His Highness turned the tide of the war with his own strength was nothing but gibberish. But today, the last general saw with his own eyes that your Highness's power has long since transcended the ordinary. What he meant by that was very simple. He obeyed. And looking at his beloved saying this, Han Zhengming couldn't help but fall silent. He can disbelieve the words of others, but Huffy's words. Yet it made him wonder for the first time if he had really underestimated that Highness. A 15-year-old, imperial son who had the ability to kill a 9th grade powerhouse, this world actually felt that he was just a blind man who was good for nothing. If everything is true, then it's really a bit ridiculous. In this moment, he felt greatly shaken. The sky of the sword platform has changed. He even began to think about his future. Nowadays, all the imperial princes in Kyoto each had their own style, but in front of a 15-year-old martial arts 9th grade, their underlying strength, was it really enough? And for all this, Li Xianbai did not know. He didn't even know that the 8th grade general with 30,000 iron guards in his hands already had the intention of defecting to him because of today's events. From this day on, he had truly possessed his own underpinnings. As for himself, he let out a long breath after a day of hard training. Dragon Elephant Emperor Technique 3rd Level Perfection. It's only been a day, so it seems that the great circle of this body refinement technique is not out of reach. Li Xuanbai's spirit was uplifted beyond measure. On Jiaguan City, Zhou Xiong sneezed heavily. Strange, it always feels like something bad is happening. He then shook the uneasiness from his mind. He was the main general of Sword Terrace, and he had 80,000 iron guards under his command, all of them elite. As long as these 80,000 people didn't betray him, even if His Majesty wanted to move him, it wouldn't be that easy. Guess it's just an illusion. In this moment, he was still spirited. Chapter 43, King of the Northern Python Khan, Battle of Jiaguan. It didn't take long for the news to reach the North Python camp in Jiaguan. The moment you hear the news, Euphrasia's face turned ironic. Disbelief filled his expression. Are you kidding me? He ran violently to the messenger and grabbed the other man by the neck. The anger in his eyes was as if he wanted to kill. The man who reported felt like he could barely breathe, but he repeated the situation with difficulty. A few days ago, a strong person of the 9th grade of my Northern Python's martial arts path entered the Sword Pavilion and fought with the Great Song Iron Guards, and it is suspected that the 6th Prince of the Great Song displayed incomparable strength. In the end, I, Northern Python 9 Pin, died in battle. This time, Euphrates heard it clearly. He stumbled a little and let go of his men's necks. Not far away, the Wolf Lord's face was equally gloomy. Another 9th Pin is dead. Earlier, Yuftai said that it was impossible for the 6th Prince of the Great Song to possess the power to kill the 9th grade of martial Dao. But now it seemed that they had clearly underestimated the 6th Prince of Dit Song. And the price to pay for that was the fall of a 9th grade assassin. Now he was tempted to ask how Euphrates was feeling. Euphrates was now in a mood that was clearly as bad as it could get. His heart was dripping with blood. That's a 9th grade. Even if he was higher in the Northern Python than the Wolf Lord. But the 9th grade of the martial arts path was no cabbage. At first, he had thought in his mind that if the 6th Prince of the Great Song could kill his 9th Pin, then it would be good to give the head of this 9th Pin to the other party. The reason was simply because he had never felt that the 6th Prince of the Great Song had such strength. But now, he paid the price in blood. Wolf Master. He suddenly jerked his head back to the Wolf Lord. After this, you and I are completely in the same boat. Nowadays, your tribe has suffered a lot of losses, but under my command, I have likewise lost a 9th grade expert. If we just give up like that, not to mention the fact that we won't be able to account for it with the great Khan King. Even if we face other people in the future, I'm afraid we won't even be able to raise our heads again. Hearing his words, the Wolf Lord said with a composed face. What do you mean, Lord Euphrates? Vengeance. Euphrates gritted his teeth and uttered those 2 words. Only by killing that 6th prince of Ditsong can my heart be quenched. Lord Euphrasia, you're a bit of a fiend. The Wolf Lord frowned. The situation now was that their Nathram ministry had lost a lot of money in Janga. So for him, the first thing that must be considered is the subsequent development and continuation of the tribe. If they lost some more strong people at this time, then I'm afraid that their tribe's position in the northern Python would really be in tatters. Euphrates saw his thoughts at once, speaking in a cold voice. Regarding this matter, I only need you to send 3,000 people to attract the sight of the sword stage. I'll do the rest, and I'll definitely pour out everything I have to exterminate the 6th prince of the Great Song. The Wolf Lord had some heartburn. Even he had to admit that because of the 6th prince of the Great Song, so now the entire clan had gone from originally flourishing to a state where they could only fully cower today. Moreover, if they could kill the 6th prince of Didsong, it would be a chance for them to turn the tables. Well, if it's really as you say, then I'll say yes. Receiving this answer, an icy smile appeared on Euphrates' face. The Wolf Lord instantly began to draw in his men. But before they could do anything, a messenger from the king's tent walked in. Gentlemen, the Khan King has an invitation. The Wolf Lord and Euphrates looked at each other, and although they were a bit puzzled, they were only able to head towards the king's tent at this point in time. The Northern Python Great Khan King looked to be only in his 30s, and his gaze revealed a clear arrogance. Upon seeing the two, King Khan's face was expressionless. This king has heard all about the sword platform. The Demon Lord's sword has not been retrieved yet, and the 6th prince of the Great Song is even alive and well. What do you have to say in your defense? The two men physically shivered. King Khan, please give us another chance. This time we will definitely not let you down. The Wolf Lord rushed to speak, but King Khan's face was unhappy. Enough! This king doesn't want to listen to your explanations. From today onwards, that Tulan department is incorporated into the Vanguard tent for 3 months. Do you have any questions? As he spoke, King Khan gazed at the Wolf Lord. Wolfsbane's mouth dropped open. The Vanguard tent meant the first attack sequence. It has always been borne by the ministries on a rotational basis. If they, the Tulan ministry, were unable to leave the Vanguard tent for 3 months, countless sons and daughters would surely die in battle. But he knew that they had no right to refuse. And then King Khan looked to Euphrates again. As for you, you fool, if it wasn't for you, how would there be so much trouble? If there is a next time, then don't blame the king for not remembering old times. As for this time, all the people under your command will all be organized into the Vanguard battalion to participate in the attack on the city, and you will leave again after half a year. One sentence made Eupatorium break out in a cold sweat. It also dispelled all thoughts in his mind. Revenge? His face was bitter. The man was gone. What else could he do? But his hatred doesn't go away. It only becomes deeper. King Khan watched the two men leave. The expression looked very annoyed. These two idiots, failing time and time again, now they actually want to go and infiltrate the sword pavilion. Do they think that the people of Ditsung are all idiots? After these two attacks, the sword pavilion would surely strengthen its defense. It's already more trouble than it's worth at this point in time to go back and seize the Demon Lord's sword. For the sake of the Demon Lord's sword, they had already lost 2 9th grades. Even if the Northern Python is strong, it can't afford to be so wasteful. The Right Honorable King on the side said with a smile. This is quite good now. Both of their forces are organized into the Vanguard tent, and the attitudes of the other ministries should be able to ease up a bit. Hearing this, King Khan's face finally recovered a bit. The attack on Kagan during this time has resulted in a lot of losses. So the ministries have a not-so-subtle opinion of him. Now that the Pioneer Battalion had permanent manpower, it naturally eased the pressure on the ministries. So much for killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It pleased him quite a bit. The Great Khan King waved his hand. Starting tomorrow, give the king a full-scale attack on Jagwan, and within 3 months, the king will dominate Jagwan. It had been his ambition all along. But the offense had lasted just 3 days when he got news that soured his mood. At the Jagwan Pass, a group of Ditsong Jianghu experts suddenly appeared, pressing back the offense they had just launched. Once again, the battle was once again a stalemate. Just like what Lu Jinyi said before, for the Battle of Jagwan, Emperor Jinglong had enlisted many strong Jianghu warriors. As for Janga, with Jagwan at the front, it was a bit of a concern, though. As for the sword pavilion at this time, Li Xianbai was quite cozy. Now his position in the sword pavilion was countless times higher than in the past. Plus, the sword pavilion is not guarded by a strong man. Everything, so to speak, was moving in the direction he had imagined. Onlookers are hoping that the Northern Python will withdraw its troops soon. Yet he was the only one who expected the war between the two sides to last longer. Chapter 44, The Beginning of the Sword. No more checks and balances. Li Xianbai had a very comfortable life. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The weather is getting a little hotter today. the entire sword stage was beginning to be roasted by the hot summer sun. So much time has passed, and it seems that Shaoan, indeed, has made his majesty give up on my existence. He spoke softly. Beside him, Pang Yisin spoke up in dissatisfaction. This damned eunuchs, you clearly possess the ability to spread your wings, but because of these eunuchs, you can only be resigned to this corner. Hearing Pang Yisin's words, Li Xianbai lost his smile. What's wrong with this now? It's a free-for-all here, without all the yakuza of Kyoto. Until now I still remember that my mother's mourning period had just expired, and my father, who was the son of heaven, couldn't wait to drive me to the sword platform in the middle of winter. It was as if even just seeing me one more time was a disgrace to him. But in reality, at that time, I couldn't see him more than a couple of times a year, even at the end of the year. But, Pang Yisin was still trying to speak, but Li Xianbai had stopped him. There's no buts, and if I ever want to go back it will only be because I think it's time for me to go back. Instead of looking forward to being summoned by the Son of Heaven, as I am now, so that I may go and act out with him that play of the Father's kindness and the Son's filial piety. Li Xianbai spoke very dryly, and did not hide his dissatisfaction with Emperor Jinglong in the slightest. After such a long period of time, Pang Yisin was now as much his absolute beloved as Shura slave. So he had no intention of hiding his attitude from Pang Yisin. After hearing Li Xuanbai's words, Pang Yisin's face was solemn. One day, my subordinates and the others will definitely send you back to Kyoto in a dignified manner. His voice was a little hoarse, even though he was upset for His Highness. He had understood His Highness's thoughts, so now all they could do was wait, waiting for the moment when His Highness believes that the time has come. Of this he never had a doubt. A 15-year-old, who was capable of possessing a strength that surpassed the 9th grade battle power, he had never doubted that the other party would be able to enter the sovereign realm. So he believes, when His Highness ascends to the pinnacle of this world, it will be the day to return to Kyoto, and at the same time, the time to liquidate all this humiliation today. Li Xianbai looked at his hands. He could feel the explosive power coming from above his hands. System, sign me in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bone forging pill. Bone forging pill, which can expand the meridians, refine the sinews and bones, and improve the root bones. Seeing the bone forging dan, Li Xianbai smiled, then took it out and directly took it. A few moments later, a crackling of bones came from his body. This was the effect of the bone forging pill. And during this time, he had already swallowed quite a few bone forging pills. Each bone forging pill was able to make his physical body's roots and bones stronger. It was also able to enhance his talent for horizontal training. With these gifts, and the rush of the fury from the power of the demons, today, his Dragon Elephant Emperor technique had already reached the 8th level. It was thought that in less than 2 years, he would be able to bring the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique to the Great Perfection realm. And even if it was only the 8th layer of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique, he had also felt the terrifying power coming from within his body. In the past, he was able to slash out a powerful sword with his sword intent at the Zhongshi level, but other than that, he was a martial arts 8th rank with decent battle power. Without a sword intent at the level of a patriarch, for him to fight against the 9th grade was almost an impossibility. But now he was simply relying on the explosive power of his physical body. Even without using his true chi, he was able to fight against the 7th rank of the martial arts. If he used his true chi, he would definitely not fall into a disadvantage even if he faced a martial down 9th grade. Combined with the various techniques he had previously practiced, even if he didn't go out of the 7-star dragon's abyss, he was confident that he would be able to be invincible amongst the 9th grade. No, even then, he didn't relax, because he knew deep down, martial cultivation was not advancing but retreating. The only way to bring out the strongest power was to keep hammering away day and night and keep an enterprising heart. And on the other side, Han Zhangming sought out Hu Fei. Old Hu, what do you think of the 6th Highness's strength right now? His heart was scratching like a cat's claw. Although Hu Fei had previously said that the 6th prince's strength was already able to strongly cut through the 9th grade, and was even comparable to a grandmaster, but until he had seen it with his own eyes, he was ultimately incredulous. Hearing Han Zhangming's words, Hu Fei showed a helpless expression. During this period of time, Han Zhangming had moved to find him and inquire towards him about these matters, but he has made it very clear. Nah, Han Zhangming just doesn't believe it. Seeing Hu Fei's expression, Han Zhangming knew that he was afraid that this conversation had failed again today. He always felt that Hu Fei was a bit fooled when he thought about it. Perhaps the 6th prince's power strength was extraordinary, but it certainly wasn't as powerful as Hu Fei said. He waved his hand, then said, "Forget it, the 6th Highness is at the sword stage anyway, there will always be an opportunity." Then he continued, "Let's go, follow me to see how the sword pavilion has been repaired?" Because of the previous battle, the sword pavilion appeared extremely broken. It was only that the sword platform had been attacked before, so there was no manpower to deal with the sword pavilion for a while, and the defense of the sword platform had to be restored first. Now that the defense of the sword platform had been restored, he immediately sent the iron guards to repair the sword pavilion. "I happen to have nothing to do today, so I'm going to take a look at the repairs." At the same time, he wanted to take his chances. Perhaps this time he would be able to see the strength of the 6th prince. The two of them went all the way towards the sword pavilion. And the sword pavilion, Li Xianbai was sitting in the sword pavilion. Around him, various sword weapons surrounded him. Being in such an environment was able to calm him down. Moreover, the tempering of the sword intent was able to increase his sword Dao. These days, he had acquired the same special technique called the Flying Sword Decree. This technique was able to allow him to achieve imperial sword flight. However, the cultivation was extremely difficult, and it required complete integration with the sword weapon, realizing the unity of the human sword. But Li Xianbai had found a special trick. Those sword weapons that had once been devoured by him had turned into a mundane sword though. But the spirit that was once there did not disappear, it was just devoured by him. As long as he landed a bit of his spiritual rhythm on the sword weapon, he would be able to realize the state of human sword unity. In short, he was able to imperialize the sword. Flying with a sword was not possible for the time being, but he had already imagined a picture of the future. The bespectacled swordsman was still bitterly running around with his sword. It's good to see your opponents, you and me. However, he flew with his sword, so it could be said that his innate nature had fallen into an undefeated position. You can even take the head of an enemy by 1,000 miles out of sight. This kind of image made him look forward to even just thinking about it. Martial arts training? Sorry, I practice immortality. Chapter 45 Overlord's Power, Han Jiangming submits. While Li Xianbai was practicing, Han Jiangming and the others had already walked near the sword pavilion. Construction is ramping up here, with hundreds of sword slaves, sweating up and down. The so-called sword pavilion could be more than just the main building of the sword pavilion. What the true sword pavilion housed were swords that were best described as sharp instruments. Even for those more ordinary sword weapons stored on the first and second floors, its owner, too, had made notable battle achievements. And besides the sword pavilion, there were hundreds of sword towers on the periphery. These are also called sword forests. This is where the entire sword stage sword artifacts are stored. 10,000 swords arching sword pavilioning soul artifacts, to town big pale eternal prosperity. That's what the sword pavilion is really all about. As for other blades such as knives and guns, they are naturally placed elsewhere. Previously, because of the invasion of the northern Python powerhouses, several sword towers were damaged to varying degrees. Martial Dao 9th grade, although still human, the powerful explosive force was already enough to destroy these wooden sword towers. Where is the 6th Highness? Han Jiangming asked. Pang Yisan thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to reply. At this time of the day, your highness should be in the middle of the sword pavilion to realize the sword. At one time, he, like the vast majority of people, thought that the 6th prince's entry into the sword pavilion was nothing more than a pretense. After all, in his opinion, practicing sword that naturally should be holding a sword and sweating like rain. Like the 6th prince who hugged his sword all day long but did nothing, how could he look like he was practicing his sword? But now his thoughts were completely different. He had witnessed the 6th prince's miracle with his own eyes. So in his mind, the 6th prince was completely different. Perhaps no one else could comprehend the way of the sword in such a way. But it didn't mean that the omnipotent 6th prince in his heart couldn't do it. Han Jiangming nodded. Nor did he say anything more. Now his attitude towards Li Xianbai was completely different, so it was impossible for him to do something like forcing his way into the sword pavilion to meet Li Xianbai. Since we don't have a chance to see it this time, let's look for other opportunities later. These sword towers are of great significance to my great song, and nothing can go wrong. He mentioned it casually. The officer in charge nodded solemnly. General, don't worry, my subordinate will definitely do his best to not let any mistakes occur in the matter of repairing the sword tower. But they didn't notice. A tower of swords beside them was undergoing the last of its main body writing. Hundreds of sword slaves were holding several thick ropes, shouting the call in a sold-out manner, and bit by bit, they were writing the sword tower. But just at that moment, one of the main ropes suddenly appeared to break. In a split second, everyone's pupils shrunk. With the first rope breaking, the other sword slaves were unable to control the heavy sword tower at all. The entire sword tower directly tilted towards one side. And the direction of this tilt was exactly where Han Jiangming and the others were. Look out! The sword tower is going to fall. Run! A blistering cry and a terrified scream rang out. Han Jiangming's reflexes were extremely fast, and he immediately turned around and noticed the sword tower. At the same time, it was also noted that this sword tower threatened not only a few of them, but also dozens of sword slaves and iron guards were there. Something's wrong. He grimaced. Directly after the vertical leap, he jumped to the broken rope. With a bellowing cry, the strong 8th product power was exerted, trying to pull down the sword tower that was starting to tilt downwards. It wasn't just him, everyone else made a similar move. But even so, their power was completely inadequate. In front of the massive sword tower, their self-proclaimed and proud power was as ridiculous as an infant's. Just at this time, Pang Yisan's pupils shrunk. General Han, be careful. Hundreds of sword weapons fell out of the broken sword tower. And the location where it fell was right where Han Jiangming was. The long, sharp sword fell straight down towards him. At this moment he blushed hard. These swords, they can't hurt him yet. But as long as he let go, the already shaky sword tower would naturally no longer be able to support it. Not a single person who was under the sword tower would be able to survive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He roared in his mind. Instead, he was only able to reluctantly decide to let go of the hand that was pulling on the kenta. But at that instant, a silver light slashed through, and all those sword weapons that smashed down towards him were shattered by the silver aura. He hadn't reacted to what was happening. A silhouette that had appeared in front of him. Sixth Highness. He didn't expect that it would actually be the sixth prince who would step in to solve his crisis. Then, he saw the sixth prince grab the rope in his hand with one hand. The sixth prince was going to help, so it was good that he might be able to give some of the people underneath a few more points of hope for survival. It was a pity that even with an additional sixth prince, this sword tower was definitely not something they could pull off. The thought had just flashed through his mind. He saw the sixth prince's face suddenly grimace. Up! With a bellowing cry, the sixth prince's exposed arms were gnarled with muscles that looked domineering. The next second, he felt the rope in his hand actually move. What a joke! He had personally felt how powerless they were against the sword tower when there was no sixth prince. So the reason for this result now is self-evident. Han Zhengming's face was horrified. That was a sword tower that could only be pulled by the strength of hundreds of people. Even though it was only one of the ropes that had been broken now, to do so, in his opinion, was definitely beyond the reach of manpower. In less than a cup of tea, the sword tower had been pulled up alive. Everything is back on track. Li Xianbai withdrew his strength, and he felt that his arm was a little sore. This tugging on the sword tower thing really isn't human. He didn't notice that the eyes of these people around him were already looking at him as if they were looking at ghosts and gods. Han Zhengming swallowed hard. At one time he had disdain for Li Xianbai, and then he was half convinced. But now, whoever said that the sixth prince's name was not true, he would be the first to cut that person down first. Then a wild look came into his eyes. He was also a military general and boasted of his warlike achievements. It was with these battle achievements that he was able to sit in his current position, and when Zhou Xiong left with his troops, he was even in command of 30,000 iron guards to defend Jiandai. In the past he had never considered which one he would be bowled over by. Even Zhou Xiong, although he admired him, he had never felt inferior to the other party. Only because of his seniority, he was only able to be subordinate to Zhou Xiong. But now, he felt rather ridiculous about his past. There are countless strong men in the world, and a strong patriarch can even break thousands of armies with his own strength. He had seen it more than once, and had even personally faced the onslaught of such a powerful person, feeling that kind of invincible power. But even then, it wasn't as shocking as it is today. For Great Song to have such a royal son, it is truly a blessing from the heavens for Great Song. As for the other princes? Originally, he had thought that His Majesty's son was mostly a dragon and phoenix among men. But now, what kind of crap is that? Chapter 46, The Shock of the Imperial Sword, Jiaguan City breaks down. Li Xianbai did not know much about Han Zhengming's thoughts, and the shock that Han Zhengming felt at this moment was far from over. He had just felt the power of the overlord from Li Xianbai. This kind of terrifying power gave him an unprecedented idea. After gathering himself, he took a deep breath. Your Highness Divine Power, I admire Han. Li Xianbai shook his head. This is nothing. When strong men fight, it's not just the strength of the physical body that is valued. He really didn't think that it was that much of a stretch. What he possessed now was merely the 8th layer of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique. Such a realm did give him transcendent power. However, in the middle of a battle, such power alone could not give him an overwhelming advantage. Perhaps one day after he had cultivated the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique to its great completion, being able to fight against a sect master powerhouse with his physical strength. But naturally, with his current means alone, he was still extremely far from being able to do so. But he was not aware that for Han Zhengming, the power displayed by Li Xianbai now was a different concept. A war is a meat grinder of blood and flesh. Even if it was a Zhongshe powerhouse, facing a siege of tens of thousands of people, he would inevitably drink his heart out. The main reason for this was because even a strong person at the level of a patriarch was still a human being after all. There is an end to manpower, the moment when the power of a Zhongshe powerhouse is exhausted. It is the time of death. This is the reason why even though there are many strong men in the Jianghu, they can only bow their heads in the face of the Imperial Iron Horsemen. If it was just foot soldiers, it was still possible to escape as a strong Zhongshe. But in the face of an army of thousands, even a Zhongshe powerhouse would find it hard to escape the siege of 10,000 horsemen. In his early years, Emperor Jinglong had trodden the rivers and lakes with an army of 100,000 horses, and it was a nightmare for the entire rivers and lakes. Instead, what Li Xianbai had displayed was a terrifying and incomparable power. Having such strength meant that he possessed extraordinary stamina in the midst of battle. If there were no top powerhouses that could threaten him, wanting to rely on means like consumption to surround and kill Li Xianbai would become an almost impossible thing. It is the unafraid of siege that makes war the most terrifyingly strong. With mixed feelings, Han Zhengming once again felt that even if he had overestimated the sixth prince's ability time and time again, but now it seemed that the power of the sixth prince had been underestimated after all. Your Highness is joking. He was about to continue when he noticed Peng Yixin looking at a place with a somewhat blank face. Han Zhengming furrowed his brows and looked in the direction Peng Yixin had looked over. Then his expression, likewise, changed. At this moment, he was as dumbfounded as Peng Yixin. Even the terrifying power displayed by Li Xianbai just now hadn't been able to make him so. Is that a sword? He gulped and mumbled something, again as if asking the others around him. I think so, Peng Yixin replied. But, why is this sword flying in the air? It was a doubt shared by both of them. Then their gazes unanimously looked towards Li Xianbai. If there was anyone who could do this, then I'm afraid it would be the sixth prince. This was because both of them knew very well that the sixth prince's sword Dao strength was extremely extraordinary. In the next second, Li Xianbai made a move. He just waved his hand, and the sword flew directly towards him before falling into the scabbard behind his back. Everything is back to normal. It was as if that scene just now had never happened, but the two are etched in their minds. Kenshin. Only a sword immortal could do so. Even Han Zhengming was deeply in shock at this moment. His Majesty boasts of being the Son of Heaven, the Emperor of the Ages, the Dragon of True Destiny. But, is he an immortal? If there were fairies on Earth, at this moment, they would be right in front of their eyes. Who but the sixth prince can sit as the Lord of the Great Song? None. There's no one else who has the qualifications. From this moment on, Han Zhengming completely fell into Li Xuanbai's camp. It's not just him. The surrounding crowd that had noticed Li Xuanbai's performance just now was even more fervent than what he had shown. Unconsciously, Li Xianbai had become an omnipotent descending immortal in the hearts of countless people in Sword Stage. And Li Xianbai didn't care about these things at all. For him, as long as it didn't affect his ability to raise his strength, everything else was a floating cloud. After what happened at the Sword Tower, everything around them, once again, returned to the midst of calm. The war in Kagan continues. Both the Northern Python and the Southern Barbarians, it seemed, had no intention of giving up this opportunity. Together, the two pinched the Great Song. There was a big intention to fight the Great Song to the death. In the face of this, Emperor Jinglong was not to be outdone, and mobilized men from all over the country to support the border. The war is going on and on. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, was cozy and enjoying a peaceful life. Just like when he had just arrived at Sword Stage, he had been wandering between the Sword Pavilion and the Night Illumination Palace every day. Without realizing it, the weather is getting progressively colder and winter is creeping in. All is in order. And Li Xianbai, too, celebrated his 16th birthday. At the moment, his posture was erect, and some of the boyishness had faded from his face. The entire Sword Stage, regardless of their status, were all respectful when they saw him. It was an extremely stark contrast to when he first came to the Sword Stage. And the war on the border never ended. Although Zhou Xiong was still nominally the commander-in-chief of Sword Stage, he hadn't had the time to return for a long time. Everything during that time was handled by Han Zhengming. Shura Slave's own strength, as well as the manpower under his command, had once again been boosted after this period of time. Today's Shura Slave already possessed the power of the 7th rank of the martial Dao. With this kind of strength, even in the Sword Stage where there were so many strong people, there was still a place for them. Even the Shura guards under him were not as petty as they had been in the past. Although they were still in the shadows, the entire Sword Stage had already known the mighty name of the three-word Shura Guard. This day, the sky was cold and dark clouds were pressing down on the city, just like when Li Xianbai left Kyoto. Suddenly large snowflakes fell. In just a few moments, the entire Sword Stage was already covered in silver. It's snowing. He sighed, and when he did, he looked more and more like he did back then. Without realizing it, he had been here for 3 years. Peng Yixin, has there been a lot more outsiders in Sword Stage lately? He was a little puzzled. Since he spent most of this time traveling between the Sword Pavilion and the Night Illumination Palace, he didn't know much about the situation outside. Peng Yixin nodded, then said with a slightly heavy face, "Those are stragglers." Hearing this, Li Xianbai froze slightly. A straggler? Why are there so many stragglers pouring into Kendai? Kagan is broken. Peng Yixin replied, and then he explained. Before winter, everyone thought it was time for the Northern Python to withdraw, but no one expected it, just when everyone was letting their guard down. The Northern Python Great Han King suddenly summoned 3 martial arts masters and attacked night and day for 3 days in a row, eventually breaking through Jiaguan at the cost of 1 master's fall. Li Xianbai was in deep thought. Kagan is broken. That means the Sword Stage is going to be a mess. Chapter 47, 16 years signed, Zhou Xiong returns. The breach of Jiaguan was undoubtedly a major event for Li Xianbai. After all, he was in the middle of the Great Song right now. The changes in the entire Great Song touched his every move. Especially in a situation like the present, the entry of the Northern Python into the customs meant that there was a loophole in the original Great Song's unbreakable defense. The whole world will be in chaos as a result. He was on the sword platform, and he was even more unable to ignore it, and the impact he received was bound to be extremely great. However, what Li Xianbai cared about now was not these things. Nowadays, he already possessed the means to defend himself, and more importantly, he was already 16 years old. After such a long period of precipitation, his strength had long since increased tremendously from before. His 16th birthday was an even more extremely special day for him. Yearly signing. The annual check-in, a day that was extremely important to him. A couple of previous birthday signings had given him the roots of invincibility. I wonder what kind of change the signing of the now 16-year-old will bring to him. Without much hesitation, Li Xianbai directly opened the system. System, sign me in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining sword formation technique. Seeing this result, Li Xianbai froze for a moment. Sword formation? What a concept. He was generally able to think of it, but he didn't think that such a tactic would be worthy of the special signing opportunity he only got once a year. After all, a few times before that, it had downright changed his existence. Though there was some hesitation to say the least, he chose to receive it. Sword formation method, the world's sword, the body, the sword, this is the next lower method. Sword formation method, with the heart of the sword, with the intention of the sword, to get the honor of the sword of the position of the sword of the heart of the extreme road. At the same time, a huge stream of information appeared in Li Xianbai's mind. At the same time he felt a change from his body. It was a special kind of change, as if it created an evolution in his mind. After he had absorbed all of it, the expression on his face changed abruptly. I see. This was also a kind of sword control method, only that it was fundamentally different from the previous sword control method, the sword formation method, which was the basis for the control of 10,000 swords, 1 life and 2 lives and 3 lives, and 3 lives and 10,000 swords. With the infinite quantity sword, set the momentum of the invincibility of all swords. This isn't some simple means of sword control at all, but rather a dharma that is capable of driving all the swords in the world. The information he received made his heart feel very shocked. He had originally thought that the imperial sword technique he had obtained before was already a very profound means. It could even be said to have transcended the realm of martial arts. But now after obtaining the sword formation technique, he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The true sword formation method was to use the heart to control the sword. It could be said that as big as the heart was, it was able to harness as many swords as it could, and at the same time, with countless sword weapons, combining them to form a sword formation to surround and kill, which was clearly a terrifying to the extreme attacking and destroying means. Not bad for a once-a-year signing, the means gained are really all extraordinary. He took a deep breath. The 13-year-old Bakuro swordsman gave him the opportunity to change his destiny, which was the root of the change. The 14-year-old ghost hand had given him the transcendent power of the ghost god, which was his greatest card. 15-year-old delusion-breaking divine pupil, although it was said that as of right now, it didn't give him a huge boost as the first two. But even if the delusion-breaking god pupil didn't have any enhancement for him, just by virtue of his third eye, being able to let him see the outside world was already the best reward. And now, the 16-year-old sword formation technique gave him the strongest means of attack. With a thought, Li Xianbai operated the sword formation technique, putting his mind into the nearby sword weapon. Almost just in the blink of an eye, he felt as if he was able to multitask. Those sword weapons, at this moment, were as if they were his arms, able to move with his mind. In the next second, 3 sharp swords suddenly flew up. Under his control, these sharp swords transformed into long rivers, making all sorts of dazzling movements for him. And when he followed the control of the sword formation technique for these sword weapons, he immediately felt the changes from the sword weapons. Originally, these sword weapons were disorganized, but the moment he activated the formation, the 3 sword weapons, all of them, erupted with extremely sharp sword intent. And this is nothing more than a small 3 talents sword formation. He was fully able to sense that this was not his limit, and his mind kept spreading. It wasn't until after his mind had controlled 99 sharp swords that he felt the limit within his body. This limit, however, was only because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate for the sword formation technique, so he couldn't control more. It was thought that after he became familiar with it, it wouldn't be long before the number of sword weapons he could control would still be able to rise. A few moments later, all was calm again, and no one had any idea what had happened here. Only Li Xianbai knew how great today's harvest was. Outside the sword stage, a tired-looking trooper walking amongst the wilderness. Zhou Xiong led the Iron Guards and was heading towards the sword stage. Originally, as a hallowed martial Dao 8th grade expert, his aura was naturally very extraordinary. But now his state, the whole person indeed but cloaked, the body armor, also made a lot of broken. Even his hair, for the most part, had gone gray. Damned northern python barbarians. He cursed hatefully, his breath filled with displeasure. I don't blame him for being like this, it's really because he owes all of this now to those northern pythons. At his side, a great general in a silver helmet and silver armor frowned slightly. Perhaps we should leave Sword Terrace, the way it is nowadays. If we go over there, it's likely that we'll attract a large number of northern python cavalry. But Zhou Xiong just shook his head and then said, "Don't worry, there are still 30,000 Iron Guards in Sword Terrace, that's all we've brought back. Even if we want to break through North Python it won't be easy, but there's still no problem in guarding Sword Terrace." Hearing his words, the other man could only nod. Let's hope so. After all, they had, for now, little else to go on. However, this general has heard that the 6th prince is on the sword stage, and according to rumors, the 6th prince's means are not weak nowadays, this sword stage. With what you and I have now, can we still control it? Hearing his query, Zhou Xiong lightly laughed. Don't worry, today's guardian of Sword Terrace is Han Jiangming, who is not weak and has a higher heart. Although he didn't know how trustworthy the rumors about the 6th prince were, it was never possible to convince Han Jiangming. As long as I return to Sword Terrace, Han Jiangming will naturally surrender his military power. His expression was extremely confident. He had been operating in Sword Stage for more than 20 years, so he still had that confidence. The silver-armored general hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, "What if the 6th prince is unwilling to obey you?" Hearing this, a cold color flashed within Zhou Xiong's eyes. "No, this is not the usual time, war is at hand, those who disobey the order, kill." Hearing this, the silver-armored general opened his mouth. Zhou Xiong. He was highly decorated in battle, which had raised his disdainful character, but the way he was behaving now was a bit overbearing and excessive. Excessive to the point of forgetting what the difference between a king and a minister is. Chapter 48, they say manpower can't be used against the army? Although the silver-armored general felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Xiong's mindset right now, he did not say anything. After all, the situation is really very critical now. Moreover, he also felt that even if Zhou Xiong was overbearing, he couldn't really do anything to the 6th prince. The army sped up towards the sword platform, and behind them were the overwhelming Northern Python cavalry. For these Northern Python cavalrymen, they didn't care what happened to the Great Song. After entering the pass, they burned and looted all the way. Because in their minds, there was no thought of staying here permanently. Hundreds of years of hatred, moreover, made their attitude towards the people of the Great Sang as if they were looking at pigs and dogs. And for all that, the Northern Python Khan King didn't care too much about it even though he knew about it. Because he knew very well that the generals needed to vent. After such a long time of stalemate with Ditsong's soldiers and horses at Jiaguan, everyone's heart was tightened to the extreme. Almost everyone's idea was to go on a killing spree to loot everything they wanted once they got to Jiaguan. It can be said that it is because of this belief that they have been able to persevere to this day. As the Khan King, he could not possibly discourage the generals at this time. As for the people of Ditsong who died tragically, naturally, they were not in his consideration. The thing he was thinking about now was very simple, and that was to continue attacking, and it would be best to be able to strike directly within the Great Song's capital city. The head of Emperor Ditsong was taken off and made into a kyokan for future generations to admire, laying the foundation for his immortality. In the face of such ambition, all else must stand aside. Right, wise king, the sword platform, the arsenal of the Great Song North, is in your hands, and this king hopes to get a satisfactory answer as soon as possible. Hearing King Khan's words, the right honorable king stood straight up. Don't worry, your majesty, the district Jiantai can be taken in half a month. Hearing this, the Northern Python Khan King nodded. A sword platform went, the main force of Ditsang and Jiaguan had already been crippled by him, and the sword platform was naturally in no better condition. Half a month is enough time. When the right honorable king left the tent, a man accelerated and chased after him. Euphrates, what are you doing over here? He frowned. Based on the past, Euphrates could have nothing to do with him. Especially when, like now, Euphrates' power has shrunk dramatically. Previously, the Yuftai manpower had been organized into the Vanguard Battalion for a full half a year. Euphrates spoke through clenched teeth. My lord, please give me this opportunity, I too wish to join the war against Kendai. If it wasn't for the words of the 6th prince of the Great Song, there's no way that I would have ended up in the situation I'm in now. And it's not just me, this battle will definitely have the full support of the Nether Tulan ministry as well. Hearing this, the right honorable king pondered for a moment. The power of Euphrates is not much help to him now. But if you add that to Lane ministry, that's a different concept. The most important thing lies in the fact that he has to compete with the left Sage King. It was not only a fight for merit, but also for power, and in the previous battle of Jiaguan, his own command had lost even more. So nowadays, an imbalance in strength was emerging between him and the left virtuous king. If he was able to add Euphrates and the Nathram clan at this time, he would be able to restore the balance with Zhou Xiong once again. Good, the king agrees. The right sage nodded. But if you're going to join, then you'll have to serve as pioneers. Euphrates gritted his teeth. Yes. He spat out the word with a slight heaviness. He didn't want to make that choice if at all possible. Only now there was nothing else he could do. Because of the previous loss, it resulted in a huge loss for both that Tulane ministry and him. It even affects the planning of the entire North Python. Even if the Great Khan King didn't suppress them anymore on the surface, but if there were no accidents, they would never be able to regain their former glory in their lifetime. He and the Wolf Lord had conferred and both agreed that the only way to bring them back into the sights of the Khan King at this time was to take revenge. And defecting to the right honorable king was a decision they had to make now. Because only in this way could he gain the support of the right honorable king and the possibility of revenge. On the other hand, the number of stragglers entering Sword Terrace was increasing daily. The pressure Han Jiangming felt was also increasing. He even wanted to close the sword platform at one point so that he wouldn't be entered by North Python's people. When Li Xianbai saw this, his face also looked a little heavy. He was no saint though, but he was at least the 6th prince of Decadence. No, sooner or later, he was going to choose to return to Kyoto. So at that point in time, all of these people will naturally be his people as well. Countless people were displaced. Miserable wails resounded non-stop on the sword platform for almost the entire day. General Han, did you not ask Kyoto for help? Li Xianbai asked. If Kyoto could send reinforcements, even if they couldn't repel the northern python, at least they wouldn't let them be so arrogant. It was sent out a long time ago. Han Zhengming's face was somewhat helpless. But there has been no reply from Kyoto, and I'm sure that there is now anxious because of the circumstances surrounding the attack on Kagan. In addition, Zhou Xiong and the others are fighting and retreating, and have now arrived near the sword stage. Hearing this, Li Xianbai had some surprises. Zhou Xiong is still alive? He raised an eyebrow between his eyebrows, not hiding his dissatisfaction with Zhou Xiong in the slightest. From the very beginning, Zhou Xiong didn't give him any good attitude, and such an attitude carried through to their last meeting. For such a person, Li Xianbai naturally didn't care much. His concern was that the guardian of the sword platform was nominally Zhou Xiong, and once Zhou Xiong returned, it would be hard to say who this sword platform would listen to. Han Zhengming nodded. Zhou Xiong is not weak, and those northern pythons haven't put their hearts into advancing at all since they entered the pass. Most of their forces have spread out and are burning and looting everywhere. It's even possible that it won't be long before they themselves have civil unrest and flee back to North Python. Speaking of which, Han Zhengming shook his head. To him, there was no difference between these northern pythons and barbarians. This was a natural flaw in the existence of the northern python, which was not at all under the control of the northern python Khan King, as it was a habit formed by the northern python over countless years. The only problem is that even the northern python will be repelled sooner or later. But by that time, I'm afraid that the entire northern realm of the Great Song will be nothing but bleak. If that was the case, even if the northern python was repelled, what was the point? Li Xianbai's expression was also slightly silent. Indeed, if that were the case, it wouldn't make any sense. And Han Zhengming hadn't finished his words. But now, if Zhou Xiong and the others come back, I'm afraid they'll attract quite a few northern python cavalrymen. At that time, the north was naturally preserved. But I'm afraid it would be dangerous. Although his expression looked bland, Li Xianbai was able to guess the uneasiness in his heart. He didn't have much to worry about though. It is said that manpower cannot be used against the military. But now he hadn't made a move in half a year. He wants to try. Kyoto. I've been away for 3 years now, and it's really made for some nostalgia. Li Xianbai felt that it was time to go home. Chapter 49 Tiger Talisman of the Iron Guard, Zhou Xiong's action. The sun gradually set, and the cold air made the entire generals on the sword platform move a little shivering. Even though many fires had been set up, the effect was minimal. Such a situation caused many people to curse in their hearts. Those northern pythons are crazy. In this kind of weather, they didn't think of withdrawing their troops, but actually dared to continue their attack, already violating the great taboo of marching. Han Zhengming rubbed his hands together as well. Even for him, an 8th grade powerhouse, it would be difficult to ignore such weather without running his true chi. All get your spirits up. There's no telling when the northern pythons will come over, and this general doesn't want to somehow lose his head. Don't worry, General, those northern python dogs, there's absolutely no way they can enter the sword stage. Someone laughed out loud. Such a smile elicited a lot of recognition. For a moment, the laughter spread around. Yeah, with this cold weather, even if those northern pythons were crazy, they would never attack late at night. That's a death wish. What a guy. A sudden bellow rang out, and Han Zhengming's gaze instantly became grave. He looked over in the direction the voice came from, and the man immediately blurted out, "General, an army is approaching outside the city. The enemy has arrived?" There was some surprise in Han Zhengming's heart. The other party's actions were far beyond his expectations. As he gazed towards the outside of the city, he saw a troop of men approaching the area. Seeing these men and horses, Han Zhengming's mood tightened immediately. Everyone prepare to fight. At that moment, a neutral voice rang out from the bottom of the city. "Han Zhengming, it's me, General Zhou Xiong." Han Zhengming was still surprised when Zhou Xiong immediately said, "It's me, why don't you open the gates and let us in?" Han Zhengming hesitated for a moment, waiting to confirm Zhou Xiong's identity before opening the city gates. The army outside the city looked a bit scattered. Now it's the dead of winter again, and everyone is freezing so hard they can barely move. As soon as Zhou Xiong walked in, he said to Han Zhengming, "Old Han, how's the situation at sword stage now? Before, I left you with 30,000 iron guards, have there been any losses during this time?" "All is well here," Han Zhengming replied. "We have experienced some battles during this time, and the 30,000 iron guards do have some damage, and now there are more than 3,000 of them, unable to continue fighting." 3,000 people? That means there are 27,000 more now. That's enough. The corner of Zhou Xiong's mouth hooked up in a faint arc. Then immediately spoke. Mobilize 20,000 men at once, this general is going to leave the city now, those northern pythons dogs and thieves, they have been hanging back and teasing us, this time this general will give them an opportunity to show them a lesson. Hearing this, Han Zhangming froze for a moment. General Zhou, this isn't right, is it? If you take away 20,000 people, with the current situation, I'm afraid the entire sword stage will be in danger if something goes wrong. No one can afford that. Might as well find out what's going on now, or at least determine how many enemies are out there. Zhou Xiong moved between his eyebrows. His eyes narrowed slightly. You're rejecting me? The silver-armored general beside him, seeing this current situation, his expression became a bit odd. Han Zhangming was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he was greedy for power, but he really didn't want to send out troops in the current situation. What's more, the sixth prince is in the city. As the sixth prince was the chief officer of the Sword Terrace, if such a huge amount of troops and horses were to be mobilized out of the city, he thought that the sixth prince had to be informed first. That's the way it's supposed to be. Nowadays, it had long been impossible for him to ignore the sixth prince. However, he also knew that Zhou Xiong had always been overbearing. Although the two of them were both at the 8th rank of the martial arts path, but even among the 8th grade of martial arts, there was still a gap. Zhou Xiong had already entered this realm more than 10 years ago, and coupled with countless conquests, his strength was extraordinary. Moreover, when Emperor Jinglong had just ascended the throne, Zhou Xiong had already defected and joined Emperor Jinglong in making the Great Song rise to power. It was because of this reason that Zhou Xiong had enough backbone to refuse anyone's solicitation. That's why he acted in a domineering manner, and Han Zhangming had always chosen to back down. It had never occurred to him to clash head-on with Zhou Xiong. He only thought that when Zhou Xiong was a bit older, he should retire, and at that time, he would naturally be able to take the throne. But now, he wanted to fight for once. Not for himself, but for the sixth prince. Just as Zhou Xiong had made the right choice in the first place, he thought he had likewise made a right choice. General Zhou, it's not a refusal, I just need a valid reason. Sent out late at night with 20,000 elite. It is both sensible and reasonable to let His Highness the sixth prince know first. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xiong's expression immediately became ugly. Yuqingzi, it's true what you said. He looked over toward the silver-armored general. But Yuqingzi just laughed bitterly and then said, General Zhou, General Han is also right in saying that we should have informed the sixth prince of this matter first. But Zhou Xiong didn't pay any attention to them and directly pulled out an object from his arms. Iron Guard Commander's Tiger Talisman. Everyone listen to the order. Immediately lead 20,000 people and march with this general. Anyone who dares to stop them will be punished for treason. He shook the entire citadel with a bellowing cry. Being in charge of the Tiger Talisman of the Iron Guard was his greatest strength. For a moment, even Han Zhangming didn't dare to say another word, because Zhou Xiong has the right to do so. Watching Zhou Xiong leave with his men, Han Zhangming's expression didn't look too good. Go inform the sixth highness immediately. He sued his men. For some reason, there was always a faint uneasiness in his heart. Zhou Xiong went too fast. He hadn't even had time to confirm the exact number of men and horses that had been following them. If the reason why the other side has been hanging on to them without making a move, if it was to plot for the sword platform, then I'm afraid that all of these 20,000 iron guards have been killed. At this time, Li Xianbai had already fallen into a deep sleep. After hearing Han Zhangming's transmission, there was some consternation in his expression. Zhou Xiong was at least a general who had fought many battles, how could he be so irrational? But now, it was too late to say anything. His expression was slightly cold. This Zhou Xiong, as usual, really did not put him in his eyes. Outside the city, Zhou Xiong's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Beside him, Yuqingzi's face was slightly gloomy. Maybe we should find out what's going on before we come out in the middle of the night, it's too dangerous. But Zhou Xiong just sneered. It is because of the middle of the night that I am coming out. I'm afraid they've already gone to sleep at this moment, and a night attack is twice as effective. After being chased by them for so long, it's time to settle the score. The anger in his expression was not hidden in the slightest. In all his years of living, he had never been chased like a lost dog for so long. It's not even a chase, it's a tease. When they arrived at the North Python's camp, they watched as the countless torches around them suddenly lit up. A large number of Northern Python elites sharpened their swords. Zhou Xiong was confused. How can? He muttered a word, and then he realized that he was in big trouble. Chapter 50, let's go, it's time to kill. North Python Camp. Euphrates and the Wolf Lord rode on warhorses. The Wolf Lord, whose face was somewhat pale, had an unusually unrestrained expression at this moment. These fools of the Great Song have indeed returned. Euphrates laughed, then his gaze went to Zhou Xiong. If you surrender now, we can still consider letting you live, otherwise, you are surrounded without any chance of surviving. Although Zhou Xiong's face was ugly, he was unyielding. It's not yet known who the deer is going to die, and just you thieves dare to talk nonsense. Yuqingzi, who was on the side, also had a very grave expression on his face. General Zhou, we have to prepare to break out. If we're late, I'm afraid we really won't be able to leave. On the other hand, the Wolf Lord was about to say something when a man stepped forward. Well, both of you, what's all this nonsense with them? These people are nothing more than appetizers. Our true purpose is the sword stage, the son of the emperor of the great song, and the right honorable king is still waiting for us to bring back glorious feats. After hearing such words, the Wolf Lord also put away his playfulness. Kill them. With a hiss, the battle began. Zhou Xiong and Yu Qingze both have good strength. However, in the face of the North Python elites who had already prepared for this, with the strength of the two of them, nothing could be done at all. The Iron Guard around him, one after another, died in battle. Instead, they could only watch, but there was nothing to be done. The sounds of killing continued throughout the night, and it was only when the sky grew bright that the sounds of fighting gradually faded away above the battlefield. Euphrates shook off the blood from his blade and sneered. That was a pretty fast run. If they had been any slower they could have left them all behind. The Wolf Lord said with grim eyes. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. With so many corpses dropped here, the current Sword Terrace is no longer that northern township. After saying that, the two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Finally, I can get my revenge. As long as he was able to take down the sword platform, the Great Song's prince would surely die. And they, too, were able to take credit for their sins. Let their tribes never again need to worry about the days ahead. There is even the possibility of regaining the appreciation of the Great Khan King. The man next to him, on the other hand, always had a calm expression on his face. He didn't care about the hatred between the two, but he had the same idea of killing the Great Sang Emperor. At the same time there was some faint disdain in his heart. These two losers who have failed twice actually want to compete for credit. When really, it's not self-serving. Until the sun was close to the top of the head. Only then did Zhou Xiong and Yu Qingze return to the sword platform with the remnants of their troops. Seeing the 20,000 iron guards, Han Zhangming was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Fully 20,000 people, but now I'm afraid that the ones who came back are not even 5,000, and many of them are still injured. There's a question mark over whether or not we can put together 3,000 battle-ready soldiers. You know, these are the best of the best. A loss of this magnitude is simply unforgivable in his mind. Zhou Xiong coldly grimaced before speaking. Those northern python dog thieves, they have actually already made preparations a long time ago. This time I was negligent. I'm afraid it won't take long for the northern python army to reach the outside of Jiantai City. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Get all of your defenses in place. I'm afraid this battle will be tough. Hearing this, Han Zhangming couldn't hold back any longer, and he immediately opened his mouth to curse. Zhou Xiong, I told you a long time ago that you can't be reckless. Now 20,000 people go out and less than 5,000 return. The crisis at Sword Terrace was all started by you alone. How are you going to account for the tens of thousands of wronged souls who died in vain? How can I explain to the entire people of Kendai, and to His Majesty who is far away in Kyoto? Having made such a major mistake, in his opinion, even 10,000 deaths could not atone for his sin. So today, he's taking this opportunity to seize power. Zhou Xiong took a deep breath. Of course he knew that he had made such a big mistake in the future. I am afraid that it is not good to explain. But the more he did, the more he had to keep his power secure. It's the only way to get credit for your crimes. Otherwise, then he's really screwed. Clank! Zhou Xiong directly drew his sword out and landed on Han Zhangming's neck. The sharp blade of the weapon cut a streak of blood on Han Zhangming's neck. Yu Qingze's pupils shrunk. General Zhou don't. How could he not expect that Zhou Xiong would actually be this crazy? Zhou Xiong didn't bother with Yu Qingze. Yu Qingze is the one he brought back from the border. This person had 7th grade strength, and was one of the few strong people left in Jiaguan. But at this point in time, he didn't need the attitude of an outsider. Zhou Xiong coldly spoke. When the war is over, I will naturally give an explanation to His Majesty, but right now, we are still in the middle of a war, and I am in charge of commanding the 80,000 iron guards. All you have to do is follow orders, not shake up the army like you're doing now. To do so is heartbreaking. Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Han Zhangming had a look of disbelief on his face. Are you out of your mind? But at this point in time, there was nothing he could do with Zhou Xiong. Men, take Han Zhangming down, and kill him if he dares to do anything different. Zhou Xiong's face was cold. The mind had already begun to calculate. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to settle this matter today. Han Zhangming clearly already had an extraordinary relationship with the 6th prince. Otherwise he wouldn't have directly contradicted him before. And today he made such a big mistake. Once someone opens his mouth to His Majesty, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to explain myself. When the war was over, the 6th prince would inevitably step in to make things difficult for him. Instead of waiting for the 6th prince to make his move, it would be better to take advantage of this war to make the 6th prince disappear and Han Zhangming die in battle. In that case, the matter of the sword platform was naturally up to him. Zhou Xiong mumbled in his mind. Don't blame me. If you do, blame your bad luck. Not far away, Peng Yisin took it all in. Without any hesitation, he went directly to the Night Illumination Palace. When he arrived at the Night Illumination Palace, Shura Nu was practicing his sword. The 6 harnessed sword technique transformed into a channel of blood chi, and its power was extremely terrifying. Seeing Shura Slave's performance, Peng Yisin sucked in a breath of cool air. How did this monster practice? Clearly 2 years ago, was nothing more than an ordinary person. But now, I'm afraid that his strength has long since far exceeded his own. Right now, though, he didn't have the heart for that. Instead, he went straight into the Nightshade Palace. Your Highness, Zhou Xiong has returned, and less than 5,000 of the 20,000 iron guards remain, and now General Han is imprisoned. Li Shenbai, who was sitting cross-legged in the Night Illumination Palace, heard this and let out a long breath. A cold smoke shot 3 feet straight up before it slowly disappeared. What's coming is coming after all. Things weren't going better than he thought they would. He stood up. The 7-star dragon abyss was held in his hand. Let's go, it's time to kill. Saying that, Li Shenbai walked out towards the outside. Shuranan immediately stopped practicing his sword and followed. At the same time, a dozen Shuraguards followed in tacit agreement. Pang Yisen's face was grave and at the same time, there was also some confusion. Murder? Kill who? How do you kill it? It can't be killing Zhou Xiong. If you kill, what to say to His Majesty? For a moment, his thoughts were in turmoil. Chapter 51, it's time for someone to sacrifice the flag. Kendai Castle Head. Zhou Xiong stood there, one hand on his sword, his gleaming gaze looking far ahead. There were no figures there, though. But he knew that there was an immense shadow rolling toward them. But even so, there was no hesitation between his demeanor. Although it is said that the losses are heavy today. However, he still had nearly 30,000 elites in his hands, plus the sword slaves in the city, and he could even conscript the people if necessary. There was no problem in getting together 100,000 men to defend the city. Moreover, Sword Terrace, as the place where the northern arsenal was located, was well stocked with all kinds of blades, and stocks of grain and grass. The whole sword platform is even a rare big city in the north of Decadence. The city was so high and thick that 3 carriages could run on it, and the towers could watch the enemy outside the city. The entire sword platform was now controlled by him alone. He believed that although the enemy was said to be not weak, he would be able to defend the sword platform. Currently, this presupposed that the blind prince, who had stayed at the sword platform for 3 long years, didn't come out to mess things up for him. He wasn't hopeful about it, though. So when the time comes, don't blame him. It's wartime now. Suddenly, a dark curtain appeared in the distant sky. Looking closely, one could even see that the dark curtain was surrounded by a sky of raised dust. Notify the reserve army and assemble. Immediately mobilize 5,000 sword slaves to come up and assist in defending the city. Zhou Xiong roared violently. He could already see that this dark curtain that appeared in the distance was the Northern Python cavalry. Such a dark and pressurized scene was enough to prove that the number of opponents was feared to be extremely large. Yu Qing's heart and mind on the side was also tightened up by the uncontrollable. Finally, he had seen these Northern Python barbarians countless times before when he was in Jiaguan. These barbarians, although very coarse, it had to be said that running on top of the grassland all year round made them physically fit and strong in combat. And all of them are good at riding and shooting. Almost every North Python barbarian is a cavalryman on horseback, and a tough soldier off horseback. Very bad to deal with. Fortunately, these Northern Pythons are not good at attacking cities, so Jiaguan has been safe. However, recently, the Northern Python had used an extremely unique method, and that was to open the way with a Zhongshu powerhouse and forcefully attack the city. They were unprepared for a moment, so Jiaguan was lost as a result. That's a patriarch. Between the entire world, the patriarchs were numbered. Every Zhongshu powerhouse was an extremely important battle force, and even the imperial court had lost its base restraints on such powerhouses. Just like their great song, Grandmaster Zhao Xinyi's sword picked the world back then and no one could stop him. Many powerful men have lost at his feet, causing a great chaos in the Jianghu. Even the court could not do anything about this man. During that time, Zhao Xianyi was quite a bit arrogant and unself-conscious. If it wasn't for the fact that he later had a brain fart and dared to force his way into the imperial court, I'm afraid that no one would have been able to restrict his pace at all. But after that time, Zhao Xianyi was much more honest. Returning to the clan, he seldom comes out of the mountain. According to the world's speculation, it was feared that there existed a sect master in the imperial court that was stronger than Zhao Xianyi. It was because of this that it was able to make Zhao Xianyi bow down. But more is unknown. All in all, the existence of a patriarchal powerhouse had disrupted the balance of battle power. With the 3 great patriarchs of the Northern Python striking out, it was no surprise that Jiaguan was lost. After all, at that time, above Jiaguan, there was only one patriarch present. And now, he would once again face the North Python's army. Suddenly, he felt his hand, which was holding the knife, become a little shaky. The feeling was a bit unbelievable to him. He was the 7th rank of the hallowed martial arts path, and he was a great general who had fought against the Northern Python dogs for many years. But he couldn't restrain this fear in his body. It wasn't just him. When he looked around, some of the other generals who had accompanied him in life and death. In this moment, though, they still stood there. But the fear in his heart was no longer able to be restrained from showing itself. It's the result of a failed game. Especially last time, they followed Zhou Xiong out of the sword stage with their last courage, but almost all of them lost their lives. It became the last straw that crushed their courage. But for all of this, Zhou Xiong was oblivious. In less than half an incense stick's worth of work, the Northern Python cavalry arrived at the city. Euphrates grinned. Zhou Xiong, we meet again. Having just sent 20,000 people to their deaths, are you now preparing to give us the sword platform as well? If that's the case, then open the gates quickly and don't waste any more time. He was not weak, so he saw Zhou Xiong above the city with a glance. Hearing Euphrates' words, Zhou Xiong's eyes revealed a look of anger. Northern Python dog thieves, before it was just you guys being sinister and cunning. Today this general will defend Sword Terrace, you guys won't be able to break the city. When the Wolf Lord heard this, a touch of mockery appeared in his eyes. This Zhou Xiong, they had also dealt with in Jiaguan. The man's command is actually not weak, but the mentality is bad. It was for this reason that they fell for their so obvious ploy. He looked towards Yuftai, and at this time, Yuftai also glanced towards him, and the two of them met each other's eyes, and both saw the look of anticipation in the other's eyes. Men, send up the gifts. After saying that, an archer immediately shot a small parcel above the city's head. Zhou Xiong frowned, and the moment he opened the package, his pupils shrunk slightly, and then his entire being was filled with anger. You dog thieves, looking for death. He was furious beyond belief. It was a head. It was his woman. Even if it was just his plaything, a woman he'd never truly liked, it was still all his goods. Now the head was cut off and given to him by these Northern Python dogs. Men, order 5,000 men to follow this general out of the city. He wants revenge. Hearing this, Yu Chunza had a look of disbelief on his face. He now wanted to ask Zhou Xiong if he was crazy. The best way for them to do that now was to defend the city, and to go out now at this time, even if they could show off their strength. But as long as there is the slightest mistake, the end result is bound to be doomed. But Zhou Xiong didn't look at him. He felt that he had not lost his mind at all, despite his anger. Now that his side is newly defeated, he is in desperate need of a victory to salvage the heart of his army. And now the opposing vanguard was small in number, and the rearguard did not come forward. That may have been their ploy, but the reality is that the opposing rear army is disconnected from the front. So as long as he was able to seize the opportunity, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to his opponent. Yu Chunza directly shook his head at this statement of his. Knowing that it was a ploy by the other side, they took the bait of their own accord. There is no such thing as a war in heaven. Zhou Xiong looked at Yu Chang and suddenly snorted abruptly. Yu Chunza, you're a general too? Look at your trembling hands. Can you even hold a weapon now? Since you don't dare to go, shut up for this general, or else I'll behead you first for the flag. One sentence made Yu Chunza's face harden. Anger made his body tremble, but reality prevented him from refuting it. Zhou Xiong didn't look at him again. Failure? Ever since he followed His Majesty, he had not encountered such a great defeat. So this time, he's going to get up from where he fell. Yu Chunza's mouth was open and speechless. He could see Zhou Xiong's mindset. Know his ambitions. Available at. He's betting on the whole sword platform. At a time when he didn't know what to expect. A figure came towards here. You're right, someone should indeed sacrifice the flag today. The voice is subdued, and it's a breath of fresh air. But, also penetratingly morose. Chapter 52, with these 5 sins, the general will be beheaded in front of the battlefield. Li Xianbai walked to the top of the city. Although he could not see with his eyes, his ears were very sensitive. That's why he had listened to everything that had just happened, all of it. The conflict between him and Zhou Xiong was already very obvious. Those iron guards who had died in battle held him in the highest esteem, and even made him a god. In this case, 20,000 iron guards, taken out on a mission of almost certain death. This was naturally unacceptable to Li Xianbai. And now, although he couldn't see what the Northern Python army had sent to Zhou Xiong, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Zhou Xiong actually lost his mind because of this. Even planning to open the city gates to fight the other side. Ridiculous. Li Xianbai could only think of this word. Zhou Xiong frowned when he saw Li Xianbai coming up. He suppressed the anger in his heart, because for him, the anger he felt just now was only fueled by those Northern Pythons. He didn't have any hardcore feelings for that woman. Now the appearance of the 6th prince made him recall the situation he was facing now. The 6th prince came to trouble himself. That was the first thought that flashed through his mind. He was more interested in meeting this blind man who was not in his sights in the first place than going out of town to vent his anger. Because it won't be long before he sends this blind man where he really belongs. 6th prince, this is a battlefield. What are you doing here? Zhou Xiong spoke with a cold voice. It was natural that he would not control his attitude towards a dead man. Li Xianbai let out a light laugh before speaking. As the chief officer of the Sword Terrace, shouldn't this palace come to take a look at the Northern Python army's attack on the city? While speaking, Li Xianbai had already walked over towards the city wall there, not paying any attention to Zhou Xiong who was blocking the way. In response to such an attitude from him, Zhou Xiong showed obvious dissatisfaction. Pang Yisan followed Li Xuanbai's lead without looking away. The current him had no expectations for Zhou Xiong as his main general. And after the many guards on the city saw Li Xianbai, each of them also had an excited expression. Hu Fei's eyes brightened slightly, and after glancing at Zhou Xiong, he couldn't help but open his mouth. 6th Highness, General Han was imprisoned for contradicting General Zhou, and now it is General Zhou who is in charge of the war effort. Although he felt that Pang Yisin should have already informed the sixth prince of the situation. But he said it anyway. And when Zhou Xiong heard Hu Fei's words, he immediately glared at him, his eyes slightly chilled. This general is the guardian of Sword Terrace and holds the tiger talisman of the Iron Guard, so what's wrong with that? Han Jiangming disrespected the general's orders during the battle and will be sentenced after the battle. He had no intention of letting this end. And now it looks like there are a few more people to deal with. Hu Fei and Pang Yisin's performance has been on his must-kill list. Sixth Prince, if there's nothing else, you'd better leave first. There are many crises above the battlefield. If something goes wrong with you, I'm afraid this general will not be able to explain. After saying that, he looked directly at his own soldiers. Men, send the sixth prince down. Those few soldiers immediately walked towards Li Xianbai, with their blades already sheathed in their hands, looking like they would strike at any time. Hearing this, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. When I was in the Night Illumination Palace, this temple never backed down. Now, do you think this temple will back down? Zhou Xiong's face changed. Do it. He's going to have someone force the sixth prince down. Those few personal soldiers didn't have any hesitation and directly rushed towards Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai didn't move. The moment they had just gotten close, several bloody lights cut through, and a few of their own soldiers fell to the ground with disbelieving faces. On their necks, a line of blood was unusually conspicuous. Eyes wide open, filled with incomprehension, the Shironu took a deep breath. When Shang Shan wanted to kill him, it was His Highness who blocked it. Later on, His Highness was assassinated, and that time, despite his reluctance, he had no ability to do anything about it, and in the end, he could only barely hold off a Northern Python assassin. Still, His Highness solved the trouble himself. And nowadays, 2 years have passed. He was finally able to stand in front of His Highness, even if it was only to take care of some trivial trouble for him. But for him, it was a great honor. Below the city, Yuftai's expression didn't look too good when he saw such a turn of events. He was naturally unhappy that his original plan had been disrupted. That's the son of the great Song Emperor? Sure enough, he's blind. Because Li Xianbi had stood on the edge of the city wall, Yuftai was barely able to see him. The Wolf Lord on the side was even more surprised. It's unimaginable that such a young age could actually kill my great Python 9th grade. If we let him grow for a few more years, I don't know what level of strength he will reach. So definitely don't give him another chance like that. Otherwise, King Khan will not spare us. Euphrates muttered. The sixth prince of Datesong had grown up step by step against their assassinations. If he was allowed to continue living, how could King Khan give them a good face when he recalled how the other party had grown up? The good thing is, he won't get that chance. Zhou Xiong, do you want to deal with your own problems first? A teenager who also dares to talk big in front of you. In that case, why are you still the general of the city watch? The Wolf Lord spoke out to provoke. This provocative attitude was very obvious. Yu Chengzi could hear it, Hu Fei could hear it, and Pang Yisin could hear it. But Zhou Xiong couldn't hear it. Or rather, whether he heard it or not, it didn't matter to the current Zhou Xiong. Because, he wants to establish his authority here. So today he must teach the sixth prince a lesson. Good guts. On top of the battlefield, even though your men attacked and killed their fellow soldiers. Zhou Xiong was incomparably furious as he vented all of his emotions. Just right. On the battlefield today, everything is about the battle first. The general is not a man of his word. Even a royal prince cannot disobey his orders on top of the battlefield. Today, he was going to take this opportunity to execute the sixth prince here. Get everything back on track. He didn't care who did it, all that mattered was that the reason was good enough for him. But Li Xuanbai's face was calm. It is a fault that the city of Kagan was broken and not martyred. To lead the strong army of the Northern Python to pursue them to Sword Terrace, this is the second fault. Not to think of fighting together against a strong enemy, but only to fight for power and gain, this is the third fault. Unknown to the situation, late at night with the army out of the city, so that the army defeated, countless generals died tragically, this is 4 faults. As a general of the Great Song, disrespecting the Great Song Emperor's son, this is 5 faults. Li Xuanbai's body gradually displayed a few moments of domineering sword power. This sword momentum made Zhou Xiong feel some uneasiness. This feeling, it's horrible. It was as if they were being watched by some flooded beast. But how is that possible? This sixth prince, could it be that he really possessed the power of the 9th grade, or even above the 9th grade, just like in the rumors? Today, with these 5 offenses, this temple will behead the generals before the battle to correct the heart of the army. The moment the words fell, a clanging sound was emitted from Li Xuanbai's sword. Zhou Xiong's pupils shrunk. He could see that the sixth prince was going to make a move to kill him. Just you want to behead this general, yellow-mouthed child, you seek death. He roared angrily as all of the power of the 8th rank was displayed. In the next second, the two sides exchanged power. There was a clanking explosion. The weapon shattered. Zhou Xiong stood in place, but on his body, he had already lost his vitality. What about the 8 pints? Dead. Li Xuanbai's face did not change as he faced the city, facing the Northern Python Iron Horseman. At this moment, the sword intent rushed to the sky. Chapter 53, A Different Way. Looking at Zhou Xiong's fallen body, Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath at this moment. Regardless of their original positions, at this moment they all felt the dominance of Li Xianbai. Yu Chengzi gulped. If I had to say who was the most nervous here, I'm afraid it would be no one else but him. Because he was following Zhou Xiong back. Although it was said that he didn't agree with those things Zhou Xiong had done to the sixth prince, he was afraid that he had already been bound to Zhou Xiong a long time ago. If the sixth prince wasn't strong, then it would be fine. But now, the Hall of Fame's 8th grade powerhouse. Facing the sixth prince's attack, he actually wasn't even able to block a single move before he was already easily decapitated. Such terrifying strength was enough to make him feel chilled. Fearing that the sixth prince's next sword would cut off his head, he wasn't half sure he could block a sword. Your Highness, Your Highness. He stumbled a little over his words. He also wanted to calm down, but this eye-opening rushing sword intent made his tongue out of his control. Li Xianbai didn't pay any attention to him and spoke faintly. The traitor is dead. Does anyone have any objections? Everything is postponed before the great enemy. Hearing these words, Yu Chengzi was like an amnesty, because these words meant that the sixth prince wouldn't hold him accountable. The other sword platform defenders were also in shock because of Li Xianbai's strength. Even though Pang Yisin and the others had already known that Li Xianbai's strength was extremely strong, the scene right now, for them, was something that they couldn't see enough times. This extreme dominance, the power of near invincibility. Every time it makes their hearts sing. Your Highness is invincible. Pang Yisin couldn't help but yell. So what if Zhou Xiong, in front of His Highness, he will be like a dirt chicken. Subsequently, the entire wall of Sword Terrace was filled with the same hissing roar. Your Highness is invincible. Your Highness is invincible. The enemy outside the city made them feel fear. But now, the strength displayed by the sixth prince reassured them. As for the matter of the sixth prince's decapitation before the battle, not to mention that the 5 sins are all true, for those of them who were born to die, single Zhou Xiong with 20,000 people to send to their deaths, it is already enough for them to be filled with dissatisfaction with Zhou Xiong. Perhaps normally, no one dares to let this emotion out. However, the moment the sixth prince stepped forward and beheaded Zhou Xiong with a single sword, there was no longer any half concern in their hearts. Dead ones. But it's all their robes. There was no one who dared to guarantee that if Zhou Xiong continued to command the troops, the next person who would be taken away by Zhou Xiong and sent to his death would not be himself. At this moment, there was no second voice in the entire sword platform. The majestic sword intent represented the mood and attitude of Li Xianbai today, even though you can't see straight with the naked eye. However, the sword intent above the city's head still made the northern Python cavalry below the city feel their chills rise. It's a very strange change that the vast majority of people can't detect. Wolf Lord and Euphrates frowned almost simultaneously. Zhou Xiong's death was unbelievable to both of them as well. At least Zhou Xiong was an 8th grade powerhouse, but he actually died so easily. They didn't see the exact course of the battle though. However, it was also possible to tell that the two were exchanging blows extremely quickly. Something doesn't seem right about the situation. The Wolf Lord opened his mouth, a few moments of hesitation on his wrinkled face. I'm afraid we've still underestimated that sixth prince of the Great Song. The Wolf Lord had a very keen sense of crisis. The extremely fast fighting process of the two, coupled with the biting sword intent that came towards them without any concealment, all of them made it obvious to him that Li Xianbai was a bigger threat than he had imagined. Euphrates on the side also felt uneasy, but he immediately spoke in a cold voice. That Great Song's sixth prince is extremely powerful. But having said that, he didn't show any semblance of fear in his eyes. Crisis, he's seen a lot of it. He had survived countless life and death crises before finally sitting in his current position. How could a sense of crisis that could not be seen or felt by the district frighten him? Prepare to attack. He grunted coldly. Jiantai is only a remnant army of tens of thousands, even if the son of that great Sung Emperor has extraordinary strength. So what? I have countless warriors of the northern Python, and I will be able to consume him to death. Hearing Euphrates' words, the Wolf Lord's spirit also lifted. That's right, they don't need to worry at all. Moreover, they are just a vanguard force. Behind them, there is also the Right Honorable King's right-hand man who comes with troops. It won't be long before we reach the sword platform. The execution of that son of Ali is today. The blood revenge of tens of thousands of generals of that Tehran ministry must be repaid in blood. For a while, the Northern Python group was energized, and the Northern Python cavalry abandoned their horses and transformed into bruisers, coming towards Jiantai City. Looking at the black press of Northern Python humans that rushed over, the generals' faces were grave. The strength of Li Xianbai just now had really made them feel much more confident. But the enemy they now faced would not be the least bit diminished by this. The huge disparity in numbers is bound to be an uphill battle. These Northern Python cavalry came in a hurry, so they did not prepare the instruments for attacking the city. This, however, was not a problem for the Northern Pythons. Countless arrows rained down from the top of Jiantai City, harvesting the lives of those Northern Python bruisers. But soon, the first batch of Northern Pythons had rushed under the city against the rain of arrows. They were seen pulling out hooks and ropes from their belts. And then with a violent fling, countless hooks and ropes, they had landed on the city wall. Those northern python bruisers just grabbed the ropes and started climbing towards the city wall. Li Xuanbai's quick eyes and hands cut off a rope with a single sword, but more and more hooks and ropes were flung up. This was the first time that Li Xianbai had personally experienced a siege battle in this world. The military bruisers are generally extremely powerful. This kind of means of attacking the city was not possible in any way in the world before Li Xianbai crossed over. With the first northern python bruiser up on the city, the blood and flesh killing began. Wu Fei's eyes were wide open. He kind of felt how Kagan was overrun. The two of them, Wolf Lord and Euphrates, however, never ascended to the top of the city. Just like they thought before. Consumption. Since he knew that the sixth prince of the Great Song was extremely strong, they wouldn't be able to easily let themselves fall into a dangerous situation. It didn't take long for the sword stage to be in jeopardy. Pangison slashed a northern python cavalryman to death. But then, a North Python powerhouse next to him, who had notable strength, slashed at his shoulder. Even with the armor in place, it still made him bleed. Fight to the death and don't retreat. He roared and continued to fight. The entire situation of the war was moving towards what Wolf Lord and Euphrates had predicted before. Although Li Xuanbai's strength was strong, the idle means that could be used in a war were really limited. Seeing this scene, the Wolf Lord laughed out loud. Little boy, what can you do to me? He was smug, arrogant. Today I'll show you what war is. Euphrates laughed too. That's right. That little child was not very old and extremely strong, but he was too young after all. War, it is never decided by one person. Li Xianbai suddenly stopped killing. He was blind, and the killing intent from the ghost hand was perceived at a limited distance, allowing him to be able to perceive his surroundings, but not allowing him to judge the overall battlefield. Now it seems like a little out of control? In that case, well, it would have to be a different way. In the next second, he leapt and jumped off the sword platform. It looked as if it was going to kill itself. Chapter 54, I have too few cards. Seeing Li Xuanbai's movements, Wolf Lord and Euphrates froze for a moment. They then realized what Li Xianbai wanted to do. Under such circumstances, it was clearly impossible for the sixth prince to seek death. So there was only one possibility for him to jump down at this time, and that was to try to kill them both. At this moment they looked at each other. Then he saw the smirk in the other man's eyes. This son, he is really arrogant. They were really trying to laugh. Then their eyes turned cold. Does this little child think he's playing house, with tens of thousands of my troops at hand, who is he to charge alone? Euphrates sneered, then bellowed. Where are the wolf guards? In. A roar that almost resonated through the sky rang out from behind him. There was a team of 1,000 men there. However, this group of 1,000 men was no ordinary northern man cavalry. Rather, it was the strongest force in his hands. Since that little child wants to be a hero for once, let him know what the consequences of being a hero are. Kill the thieves. The long sword was pointed, and 1,000 horsemen rushed into formation. Thousands of wolf guards, at the same time, rushed towards the direction where Li Xianbai was. Yu Qingza on the city head also noticed the situation here. Bad. He grimaced. Although your highness is strong, how can you do it with one person charging the formation? But Hu Fei and Pang Yisen's eyes did not question it in the slightest. They only had a passionate desire to shout for his sixth highness, because they never doubted that his highness could do it. Especially Pang Yisen, he thought of the time when his highness strongly yanked the sword tower with his own strength. With such divine power, even if there were 1,000 armies in front of them, so what? Your highness shall prevail. Li Xuanbai's face did not change the slightest bit as he faced the thousands of wolf riders charging towards him. He didn't even use much of the true qi in his body. Just like what Pang Yisen thought, he was full of divine power, which was the most dominating weapon in the middle of a war. Back then, he was only at the 8th level of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique. But even so, the power he possessed was already quite extraordinary. And now he had already reached the 11th level of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique. He was wanting to take a look at just how extraordinary the power of this Dragon Elephant Emperor technique was. When the wolf guards at the front saw the blind Li Xianbai, their eyes immediately revealed a touch of disdain and greed. He knew that Li Xuanbai's strength was extraordinary, but he was selected at every level to become a wolf guard. The first rule of selection is not to fear life and death. So now, he never considered whether he would die if he rushed towards Li Xianbai. All he wanted was to take his own knife and plunge it ruthlessly into Li Xuanbai's chest. That's what he thought and that's what he did. The warblade was raised high, and then slashed down violently towards Li Xianbai. The moment he noticed that Li Xuanbai's body did not have the slightest amount of true qi released, he revealed a cold smile. No need to use real energy. What's stopping him? But the next instant, boom! With an explosion, he flew out violently backwards, his entire body heavily smashing into the body of the wolf guard behind him, and then wrapped around that wolf guard to continue flying backwards. The 7 or 8 wolf guards behind him were all affected, but for all that he no longer knew. Because the moment Li Xuanbai's power was vented onto him, he had already shattered his tendons and bones, and all his organs were broken. Such a terrifying power caused the pupils of many wolf guards to shrink. Even the imposing pace of the offense stopped for that split second. When Euphrates saw this, his face chilled slightly. What kind of power is this? Is this son's major not horizontal training? But from the intelligence it looks like it should be a sword technique. He was a little incredulous. He also knew a lot of horizontal training techniques, but there were very few truly strong people in this world who majored in horizontal training. On the contrary, there are quite a lot of horizontal training methods in the army. For example, these wolf guards under his command were actually people who practiced horizontal training. Although his realm was not high, he was overpowered and his battle prowess was extraordinary. Available at. This is just the next best thing after all. No one could answer his question. The wolf guards that rushed over were smashed away by Li Xianbai like rain, and no one was able to stop him at all. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The moment Li Xianbai approached the two less than 100 or 10 meters away, the two were finally emboldened. This damn monster, is it possible that he started practicing horizontal training since he was born? No wonder he was able to kill the ninth pin. Euphrates spoke with difficulty, feeling that he had found the truth about the death of the ninth great assassin. Wolf Lord, it's time to pull out. He couldn't help but speak. Maybe Li Xianbai couldn't kill thousands of wolf guards, but he didn't need to do so either. As long as we kill them, this siege will naturally be neutralized. The Wolf Lord also reacted. Yes, it's time to pull out. Safety first. At this moment, any thoughts of revenge had faded from his mind. Facing such a terrifyingly strong person, he only wanted to survive now. Perhaps placed 20 years ago, he still had the heart to fight to the death, but he was old now and had long since lost that fearless courage. After saying that, the two pulled out their legs and ran. But at this moment, Li Xianbai, who was advancing in search of the sound, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up a faint arc. Found it. Killing aura perception, had captured a not-so-weak aura. He directly grabbed an iron spear that was stuck in the corpse. And then the power of the 11th layer of the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique suddenly erupted, and in an instant, the muscles of his right arm skyrocketed. Boom! The iron spear transformed into a terrifying cannonball, heading towards the aura he sensed. In the next second, the familiar sound of screaming came. Euphrates looked at the iron spear that pierced through his chest from behind, and the sharp pain made him scream out uncontrollably. Then an aura like an abyss appeared within the perception. The moment he looked back over, he saw the sixth prince of Decadence whom he had just taunted. Wolf Lord, help me! He yelled, and then saw a scene of despair. The Wolf Lord's face was filled with fear, and he fled towards the back of the battlefield without stopping. There was none of the eagerness that the two had felt before. How? At the moment he regretted it immensely. Had he known this, he would have said nothing to find trouble with this monster. The moment Li Xianbai appeared in front of him, there was only one thought in his mind: perhaps this monster's strength hadn't reached that of a sovereign. But with this kind of terrifying power, on the battlefield, it might already be able to be comparable to a patriarch. He suddenly recalled the original message from Amrutai. The sixth prince of the Great Song has the power of a Zhongshi. This kind of monster, even if it wasn't a sect master, I'm afraid it could only be dealt with according to sect masters. He believed it. But it's already too late. Li Xianbai's hand rose and his sword fell, awarding him with a sword. Feeling the fear of the North Python generals around him, he smiled. That's good. Even if it's just power, you can still kill on the battlefield. Nowadays, even if he didn't use his undercard, he should still be able to fight with a sovereign. Even if the Dragon Elephant Emperor technique was perfected, one might be able to experience the feeling of tearing a sect master apart with one's hands. It's better to try not to move things like undercards when you can. After all, my bottom card, but it's too little. Chapter 55, Means of Dealing with a Zhongshi. With the death of Euphrates, and the escape of the Wolf Lord, the Northern Python army began to retreat. The originally majestic army looked flustered at this moment. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, relied on his strong strength and killed his way straight back to the city of Sword Terrace. The moment he returned to the head of the city, the North Python's men have all withdrawn. The Iron Guardsmen who died on defense were all exhausted, with the elation of having survived a robbery on their faces. Seeing Li Xianbai come back, the expressions on everyone's faces were excited beyond belief. Although Pingyson was said to be seriously injured, at the moment he insisted on standing up with his knife. The Northern Python has retreated, Your Highness, God's power. He hissed in excitement. The other generals, too, followed the cry. In the past, although they said that they were also very excited, they did not have the correct perception of Li Xianbai's strength. Instead, today's battle had allowed them to see the power of the sixth prince in a knot. Cross the battlefield with your own strength and kill the enemy general. With such strength, it was simply a heavenly god coming down to earth. Li Xianbai was not overwhelmed by their shouts. This war is not over, or it has just begun. Although he killed Euphrates, the main force of the Northern Python didn't suffer much from it. This is war. With his strength alone, he would not be able to completely remove the immediate jeopardy. At least, he couldn't do it now. Looking at the retreating but still neatly formed Northern Python army, Li Xianbai had some feelings. No wonder it is said that with the power of one person, one cannot fight against a large army. The power of one person is ultimately exhausted. Hu Fei grinned, then opened his mouth. Your Highness is divinely powerful. If it was to give you, Your Highness, some time, you would definitely be able to kill the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. That's true. Li Xianbai smiled. He said it seriously, but Huffy, who said it to him, was just instinctively complimentary. As for whether or not the sixth prince was really able to fight against the army with his own strength, he never believed it. Because even a patriarch, I'm afraid, can't do that. It's still true that there is an end to manpower. Patriarchs could come and go as they pleased in the midst of an army, and could inflict heavy damage on the army. But to say that a large army numbering over 10,000 was completely crushed head-on, that is something that is impossible to do in any way. But he didn't know that Li Xianbai really thought he had a chance to try. How strong do you think the world's patriarchs are? Li Xianbai suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hu Fei froze for a moment, not understanding what the sixth prince meant by asking this. Deliberating before speaking. The power of a patriarch is beyond the reach of human strength. Even a ninth-ranked powerhouse has no power to fight back in front of a patriarch. It is already inhuman. Yeah. Li Xianbai nodded. The patriarch was no longer humanly possible. He thought that he was already comparable to a grandmaster, but exactly how, only by actually trying could he know. Han Jiangming was soon released. His face was filled with anger. Zhou Xiong was just too much. However, when he realized that Zhou Xiong had already been decapitated by the sixth prince, he instantly laughed. Your Highness is still really bossy. He opened his mouth to speak, and Huffy, who had come over to greet him, nodded approvingly. That's right, before I met Your Highness, I always thought that Your Highness didn't have any ambitions, and that you only traveled back and forth between the Sword Pavilion and the Night Illumination Palace on a daily basis. The whole person can be said to be intoxicated by the sword, but because of his blindness, he can only become a tragedy in the end. But the more I get to know Your Highness. Now I realize that Your Highness is, I'm afraid, even more domineering in nature than that majesty in Kyoto. With that, Hu Fei let out a light laugh before continuing. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Your Highness has in your heart goodness for the people, domination over your enemies, and ambition as a prince. Is there anything better than that? Han Jiangming didn't answer, because both of them knew the answer in their hearts. No more. Who doesn't want to go further? If His Highness has no ambition to enter Kyoto, then they can only be mediocre. That's what's best right now. Ambition that grows in their hearts. Such an ambition they originally did not have, but after they witnessed the power of the sixth prince. But there is no way to avoid growing out of it. On the other hand, the Wolf Lord's face was gloomy. The air was also extremely silent throughout the camp. They were originally full of confidence in this battle, but the end result was an abject fiasco. Not only that, but even Euphrates is dead. At this moment, the Wolf Lord's heart was filled with regret. He had originally thought that this was revenge, but now, in this situation, he was afraid that it was enough to send that Tehran ministry into the land of doom. Wolf Lord, what should we do next? Should we retreat? A big man came over and opened his mouth carefully, afraid of touching the Wolf Lord's brow. The Wolf Lord glanced at him. This person's strength was of the 6th rank. Such strength was originally not in his eyes. But now, with a mere 6th rank, I'm afraid I've already claimed to be a warrior of that Tulan ministry. Can't withdraw. Wolf Lord shook his head grimly. If we retreat at this time, we have no way to explain to the Right Honorable King, pass the order down, surround but not attack. Before he could finish his sentence, the doorcloth of the big tent was directly lifted. Assholes, you guys, that Tehran ministry, don't want to exist anymore. The visitor's eyes widened angrily, his eyes staring at the Wolf Lord in death. Seeing the visitor, the Wolf Lord's face stiffened. Lord Undul, it is not that we of the Nathram clan are afraid of battle, it is simply that there are no more men capable of going to war, he said with a bitter look on his face. Nowadays, in my Tulan department, even the 7th grade of martial Dao powerhouses, there are only 2 of them left, and the tribal warriors are even more dead and wounded, so it's really a matter of having a heart and not being able to do anything about it. He knew that Undul was a beloved general of the Right Honorable King. If the other side is offended at this point in time, they, the Nathram clan, will no longer have room to survive in North Python. Andar didn't look at him and sat directly on the main seat, while speaking coldly. What the hell happened? That old thing Yuftai's strength is quite good, plus your superior troops. How could he die after a siege? Hearing Andar's question, the Wolf Lord took a deep breath. My lord, you should have also heard of the 6th Prince of Decadence, who had failed my Tulan division twice. This time, that thief showed extremely terrifying strength. One person rushed the formation, and my 1,000 wolf guards were unable to stop the other party for a single step. In the end, Yuftai was killed by the thieves, and if I hadn't run a bit faster, I'm afraid I would have been killed by this man as well. Hearing this, Andar narrowed his eyes slightly at him. Are you lying to me? Andar's expression instantly flared with rage. The son of that great Song Emperor is only 16 years old. Are you telling me that a 16-year-old teenager killed through my northern Python's proud wolf guards? You don't mean to say that that little thing is a Zhongshire powerhouse? Andar was furious. In his opinion, the Wolf Lord was completely shirking his responsibility. How could a 16-year-old have such strength? But the Wolf Lord nodded. Perhaps, he really does have the power of a patriarch. Snap. A horsewhip, without warning, lashed out at the Wolf Lord's body. A bloodstain appeared. But the Wolf Lord didn't dare to hide. Andar looked at him with a cold expression on his face. The old thing was crazy. But it is a fact that the army was defeated. That kid. There's something really evil about it. Starting tomorrow, the city will be attacked day and night. Since you said that sixth prince of Daesong has the power of a Zhongshi, then this general will deal with him the same way he dealt with the Zhongshi. Andar's face was calm. Even the patriarch was not invincible. What's more, he only believed 3 parts of the Wolf Lord's words. Sovereign? It's not possible. Deal with him the way you dealt with the patriarch. Even in death, he should be honored. Chapter 56, Everyone Wants to Kill. The siege battle on the sword platform lasted for more than 10 days. North Python's men continued to attack the city without stopping. The army was assembled before dawn, and it was only when the sky darkened that the army of the Northern Python began to retreat. An offense like that leaves a feeling of breathlessness. The strongest of them, on the other hand, always stood in a very safe position. Not only that, Li Xianbai had a feeling. If he dared to leave the city alone, Kendai would surely be lost. Even though he was very confident in his power, he was aware that there was a limit to it. Wanting to fight against tens of thousands of Northern Python's elite with his own strength, it's simply an impossible thing to do. Even if he had his bottom card fully open, he definitely couldn't do it. A 9th grade powerhouse facing 1,000 armies was almost bound to fall, and even a patriarch powerhouse could only flee in the face of 10,000 armies. Even if he wanted to do something in this situation, he was still unable to do so. It was good to subdue the sword platform, but it was not very difficult. However, this period of war had caused the hearts and minds of the sword stage's generals to tighten to the extreme. Undal supervised the battle daily, and he stood in the rear of the army. The battles these days had allowed him to see that the 6th Prince of Daesong's performance was indeed not bad. However, the more so, the less he felt that Li Xianbai had the means of a Zhongshi. As for the words of those in the army, while he wouldn't doubt them too much, he had a more direct way of questioning them. He had seen the patriarch strike. The so-called patriarch, the sword breath lives on. When the sovereign sword chi came out, tens of meters in a radius was a forbidden zone. Such a terrifying power was enough to make anyone tremble. Even he had personally faced such a strong man. When the Battle of Jiaguan was fought, he had followed the 3 patriarchs in attacking the city. He even assisted the 3 patriarchs in killing the Great Song Patriarch by virtue of his power of the 9th pin. That was why he dared to say that there was no one here who knew better than him how a patriarchal powerhouse would behave. Now Li Xuanbai's performance was also very eye-catching though, but every move looks very ordinary. That was why his evaluation of the 6th Prince of Great Song was still that of a 9th grade powerhouse. Only this person's power is not bad, so it has a great advantage in the middle of a war. It was because of such means that they were considered to have the power of a patriarch by the Wolf Lord. But after observing this, he just wanted to laugh. There was a huge difference between the 9th grade and the sovereign. He himself was a 9th grade powerhouse, and he was the upper grade among the 9th grade. Since the 6th Prince of the Great Song was not a Zhongshi, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Because, under the sovereign, he was the pinnacle. Wolf Master. He opened his mouth to speak, and the Wolf Lord hurried over. He had seen Undal's dominance these days. What is the matter, my lord? The Wolf Lord asked. Andar spoke up. This general doesn't want to wait any longer, so give notice to go down and surround the 3 and force them out. After fighting for such a long time, I'm sure sword stages people should be in a hurry. Hearing Andar's words, the Wolf Lord's eyes brightened slightly. He immediately guessed what Andar was thinking. After these more than 10 days of fierce attacks, the entire sword stage, almost all the time, was in a state where it would be breached at any time. Every single one of them turned out to be a disaster, though. However, in everyone's opinion, I'm afraid that the sword stage will not be able to hold on. Under such circumstances, they would naturally think of retreating from the sword platform. Ease up on one side of the offense at this point. It's natural to draw them out. And after that, it can hang itself. There is one small problem though. My lord, what about the 6th Prince of Daesong? The Wolf Lord wore some hesitation on his face. Although these days Andar had been telling him that the 6th Prince of the Great Song hadn't even reached the level of a sovereign. But the fear that he had felt in the beginning had been deeply rooted in his heart, and he simply couldn't get rid of it. So this time, he's scared. Andar gave him a look and said with a snort, "Don't worry, the 6th Prince of the Great Song doesn't need you to take care of him, this general will personally deal with him." This son's strength must have reached the 9th rank upper as well, so this general will take a look then to see just how strong this 16-year-old 9th rank upper is. Hearing that he didn't have to deal with the 6th Prince of the Great Song, the Wolf Lord breathed a sigh of relief. But he still had some concerns. Will it be a bit dangerous for you to deal with that 6th Prince of Daesong alone? Even though he's not a grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not that easy to deal with either. Andar didn't care about his questioning, just explained. Even if they are on the same 9th grade, there is still a difference. This son's divine power is truly unbeatable in the midst of war. But this kind of horizontal training means also destined him to be more bulky than the other 9 products. In this battle, I will have 8 points of certainty. And you don't need to worry, this general accompanied by 800 personal guards, more will set heavy crossbow ambush. These are all means of dealing with the sovereign. This son will surely die. Seeing that Andar was so confident, the Wolf Lord also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leaving from the tent, he looked back. He didn't believe that Andar alone could deal with the 6th prince of the Great Song. But there are both 800 personal guards and a heavy crossbow ambush. These were the means used to fight against the sovereign, so it shouldn't be possible for that 6th prince of Ditsong to block it. Now he was afraid that the plan would go wrong again. After all, the 6th prince of the Great Song was already a shadow on his psyche. If this son does not die, he cannot sleep day and night. Seeing the Wolf Lord leave, Andar grimaced. He used the same technique he used against the sovereign to deal with the 6th prince of the Great Song. Through more than 10 days of observation to determine the strength of the other side, coupled with the ambush of the heavy crossbow, he was already so vigilant, but the Wolf Lord was still afraid. I've lived to be a dog for a long time. Thinking about it, he put down the information he was holding in his hand. The Right Honorable King sent word that reinforcements from the Great Song had arrived. These days, the two sides would be at full-scale war, and the outcome of this war would determine whether or not the Northern Python would actually be able to enter the Great Sang this time. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. But right now, all he could do was just take the sword platform as soon as possible, capture the sword stage and have the sword stage supplies to back it up. Whether they fought or withdrew, it would be an acceptable outcome for them, the Northern Python. His eyes were firm at the thought. This battle must not be lost. The North Python's play around the three was quickly noticed by the city. These days, the pressure on Kendai's defense was indeed extreme. Worry was written all over everyone's faces except for Li Xianbai. After seeing the emergence of a weak point in the siege, many people became excited. Your Highness, either that or we break out. Hu Fei couldn't help but speak. We have no information about the outside world and have no idea if we are now a lone army. Now that the enemy's siege is not as dense as before, it means that they are afraid that their troop strength has been stretched to the limit, which is an excellent opportunity for us. But listening to his words, Li Xuanbai's face was calm. Everyone felt that Sword Stage's defense was very dangerous during this time, but it was all under Li Xuanbai's control. He just didn't want to expose more of his cards. This was because if he showed too much strength, he would most likely be detected by the Northern Python. He's not worried about anything else. However, if the other party sent out a patriarch, then even he was not sure that he could handle it. Take Kagan for example. Jiaguan had 200,000 male soldiers, and was even guarded by countless strong men, even patriarchs. In the end, however, they were still taken down by the Northern Python, and the patriarchal powerhouse died tragically. He is not the one who is in charge of the Great Song now. There were quite a few strong soldiers in Ditsong, so it didn't make sense for him to risk his life to attract the Northern Python army over. 16th's 9th rank is already an exaggeration, if it's a 16-year-old patriarch. He was really afraid that the Northern Python Khan King would treat it as a thorn in his side and send 3 more people to kill it at all costs. This should be an ambush. These days, the North Python's attacks are always strong, and there's no sign of weakness at all. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. The crowd's faces stiffened, and the elation on their faces disappeared. On their faces, there was a look of disbelief. Then Li Xianbai laughed again. But it's not a bad idea to get caught in an ambush. Someone tried to kill him, but he, too, wanted to kill. The sword platform had been under siege for so long, and it was really time for some changes. Counting the time, even if Emperor Jinglong was a waste of time, reinforcements should have arrived. Someone to share the attention. Then he could naturally relax a bit. That being the case, it was time to address the discomfort of being surrounded lately. Chapter 57, Signing in to refine the heart technique, the so-called 1 Rai to 1,000. The sword platform was filled with the aura of blood and fire. The Northern Python's attack still hasn't ended, and also remains for 3 lack of a state, 3 sides of the strong attack, but only left the North City Gate this break, though it was the attack on the North Gate that never stopped, but it is much less intense than the other 3 parties. With such an obvious state of affairs, after Li Xianbai reminded them, the others gradually realized that something was wrong. It's too obvious. It's almost as if they're open pockets waiting for them to dig themselves in. Li Xianbai rested for the night. The first thing he does when he wakes up in the morning is to do his check-in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, refining the heart. Refinement of the heart, quenching the fire of the heart, subduing the power of the heart and casting the foundation of the extraordinary. Seeing the introduction of this gongfu, Li Xianbai was puzzled. Today is the monthly check-in for January. What he usually signed up for was basically such as True Elemental Dan or Bone Forging Dan. True Elemental Dan had the effect of replenishing True Element, and as his strength increased, the amount of True Elemental Dan he got when he signed up for True Elemental Dan became a bit more. The Bone Forging Pill, on the other hand, could enhance the root bones. Other than that, even if he got some feats, it wouldn't be of much use to the current him. Monthly check-ins can vary. The 7-star Dragon Abyss in his hand was obtained from the monthly sign-in. And the rewards for signing on, and the overall quality of the rewards, are improving as the strength of the program goes on. This heart-refining method sounds ordinary. It even seemed like it was just a dharma to build a foundation. But now, he was only one step away from being a sovereign. In such a situation, he really couldn't think of any need to lay a foundation. Especially the word transcendence mentioned in the refined heart method. What is transcendence? The 9th rank of the martial arts path could be the enemy of hundreds of people, but if they faced thousands of elite cavalrymen, they would ultimately have to drink their hearts out. But the sovereign realm was fundamentally different. Perhaps the word transcendent in this heart-refining technique referred to the patriarchal realm. But, unusual. After a few moments of tapping on the heart-refining method, Li Xianbai brought a touch of surprise in his eyebrows. Heart-refining technique, this is really a technique to refine the heart. He had some surprise. According to the heart-refining method, the essence of this technique was to quench the heart of the martial Tao. The process involves refining the heart with red dust, which is, to put it bluntly, traveling thousands of miles and observing the red dust of the world by quenching the heart. The effect obtained, on the other hand, is a transcendent heart of martial arts. What Li Xianbai could think of was the power of the ghosts and gods sealed on his right hand. This power, when not unsealed, had no effect on him. But once it was unsealed, the monstrous malice would affect even him slightly. It would even devour his sanity if it went on for a long time, which was the main reason why Li Xianbai was unwilling to easily unseal it. He didn't want to go into that kind of rage that was out of his control. However, the method of refining the mind was able to help him refine his mind and remain clear in the face of the evil of ghosts and gods. This is the power of the heart. Even his delusion-breaking divine pupil, which consumed mind power. In the past, he didn't have any means of being able to actively raise his mind power. It was only able to grow passively with the advancement of the martial realm. And the huge consumption of the delusion-breaking god's pupil also made him not dare to turn it on easily at all. These are the limitations placed on him. But the heart-refining method was the answer he needed. Li Xianbai ran the refined heart method, and he could feel the changes in the refined heart method on himself. This change, however, is not very noticeable. Like something was missing. The red dust refines the heart. It seems like it's really time to take a good look at the world. Li Xianbai made up his mind that when the war was over, he would leave Sword Stage and travel thousands of miles to see this great world as he returned to Kyoto. Speaking of which, after 16 years of traveling across the world, he had only been to the Sword Stage in addition to the Imperial Palace. In the beginning, Emperor Jinglong did not want to see him, but he did not want to risk universal condemnation to kill his son and tarnish his reputation as the son of 10 perfections. So it's almost as if he's under semi-home arrest in a deep palace. Most of the ministers in Kyoto had only heard of his name, but had never seen him. So the first time he appeared before those ministers himself was when he was banished from the sword platform. He had never really seen the red dust of this world. Your Highness, the hour is up. Sharana walked in, and yesterday they made a plan to get out of the city to meet the enemy. The time is today. Aha! Li Xianbai nodded as he stood up and then said, "Then let's go." Grabbing the 7-star dragon abyss on the side, Li Xianbai walked out of the night illumination palace with a steady gait. At this time, the generals who were ready to leave the city had already waited in silence. Han Zhengming's face was grave. To be honest, he was not in favor of doing so, as it would put His Highness in a dangerous situation. Moreover, he himself had the duty of guarding the sword platform, so he could not follow and leave. Hu Fei, the safety of Her Highness is in your hands. He looked to Hu Fei, who was at the side, and spoke. Hu Fei nodded solemnly. General, don't worry, if the last general doesn't die, your highness will have no worries. If anyone wants to harm your highness, then step over the corpse of the last general first. This is his realization. Li Xianbai came over. A plain dress and a sharp sword. Open the gates. Those were the only 3 words he said. Today he was there to kill, so no other elaboration was needed. Yes. Hu Fei responded loudly, his true chi running, his voice like a bell. Open the gates. 1,000 elite cavalry on the side. These, then, were all the men they had prepared to deal with the enemy. With a loud creak, the gates of Sword Terrace were finally opened after half a month. Li Xianbai left the gates of Jianbei city on horseback, followed by 1,000 horsemen behind him. And outside the city, Andar had been ready for this for a long time, and he had been expecting the gates to open. After seeing the gates open, the corners of his mouth split open. Gentlemen, the great Cthulhu has been duped. From this moment on, in his eyes, Li Xianbai had become a dead man. He was able to see Li Xuanbai's sword in his hand leading 1,000 horsemen in a reckless charge. In front of his strong strength, they, the warriors of Northern Python, barely had the power to fight back. It was like a sharp arrow charging towards the outside of the sword stage. But, just as he had calculated, the direction in which these men were advancing was where they were. He silently calculated the distance between Li Xianbai and him, and along with Li Xianbai approaching, the color of excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious. Today, he was going to execute the son of the great Song Emperor. With such a feat, I'm afraid that even the great Khan King would have to think highly of him. Seeing that Li Xianbai had completely entered the encirclement, Andar couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped out alone, in front of everyone. It's quite a bit of an unrivaled ride. Under the right honorable king, General Undul of Tai Tai Lang is here. Son of the great Sang Emperor, why don't you quickly dismount and surrender? As long as you are willing to submit to my northern python, you can have your life spared. He smiled a very smug smile, with a teasing look in his eyes. From the beginning, he had no intention of accepting Li Xuanbai's surrender. But, that's how he's going to play it. It's like a tiger, teasing its prey, just instinct. Chapter 58 Heavy Crossbow Shooting, Sword Aura. Sensing the playfulness within Andar's expression, Li Xuanbai waved his hand and the army stopped. The 1,000 horsemen looked solemn. Hu's face wore an obvious gravity. Sure enough it came. The fact that the other party was only one person here was the most obvious sign of crisis. Unless the other side is cute. Otherwise it's impossible to do so. With just you alone, you want to block our breakout? Li Xuanbai opened his mouth. Hearing this, Andar smiled. With me alone it's enough to deal with you without using other hands. But the words were there, but he didn't make any moves. It was clear that other ambushes existed around the area. But until these means of ambush appeared, no one could have guessed exactly what preparations he had made. In a sense, that was the reason he showed up alone. The bottom line. This is an extremely important tool in an encounter. By playing the bottom card first, the innate has already lost 3 points. And in Undul's eyes, Li Xuanbai, right now, was in the clear. 10 days of observation had made him think he had everything. It was because of this that he was able to act so relaxed. Li Xuanbai's face remained unchanged. A faint chill appeared on his right hand. Its killing intent emanating. What the power of Ghost God brought him was the ability to perceive the world with killing intent. He had just gotten the ability to sense killing intent. The distance that could be perceived was no more than 10 meters. But now, he had entered the realm of the 9th rank of the martial Dao. The distance of the killing intent perception was 100 meters away. And that's just his base right now. Mind power could help him control the negative effects of the power of the ghost hand. Likewise, this also meant that the increase in heart power would allow his to release more killing intent to be used to perceive the world. So it wouldn't take long for his killing intent perception distance to be able to gain a substantial increase. And now, even though it was only 100 meters, it was enough. When all of his killing intent perceptions were laid out, immediately, he sensed those hidden undercurrents behind Undul. An unknown number of cavalry, and heavy crossbows. The cavalry was so far away that he couldn't perceive the exact number because of the distance. But these heavy crossbows are a great killing weapon in war. Even if it is a patriarchal powerhouse, it does not dare to skim its edge, and can only avoid seeing it. However, as a clan master powerhouse, it wasn't too much of a problem to hide after spotting the heavy crossbow. These heavy crossbows were hidden, obviously designed to attack and kill him. Though it was now that he had detected the presence of the heavy crossbow through his killing sense. But it also gave him a wake-up call. Even if he didn't talk about those patriarchs, there were still quite a few things in this world that could pose a threat to him. This time because of Undul's confidence, plus the desire to secure a hit by getting in close. That's why the heavy crossbow was placed within 100 meters. But what if the other side didn't do that? If the presence of the heavy crossbow had not been detected by him, the moment the heavy crossbows fired in unison, they were bound to give him a deadly threat. But now that the existence of heavy crossbows is known, these heavy crossbows, then, were no longer a threat to him. Li Xuanbai rolled over and dismounted. You guys wait here. He opened his mouth. Facing heavy crossbows, these cavalrymen behind him had no means of defense. If they are attacked, they are bound to lose a lot of money. Huffy's eyes went wide. Your Highness, this is bound to be an ambush by the other side, or else if we charge with 1,000 horsemen, no matter what preparations he has, he is bound to die. He was a little incredulous that His Highness was actually planning to go solo. Li Xuanbai let out a light laugh. There's no need for that, one for the other and one for me, that's enough. Although his voice was not high, both his expression and tone of voice exuded an extremely heavy dose of confidence. What's more, there's a dominance that makes it impossible to argue. It's like a holy decree that can't be refused. Undul saw that Li Xianbi actually came towards him all by himself. The heart snickered even more. This great Song Emperor, relying on his own good strength, actually dared to come over alone in earnest. A prince who was so brainless and blind, and I wonder how Yuftai was killed by him before. Andar licked his lips. The same pattern of single response was made. But in the shadows, he had already passed the hand signals to get his men ready. Once it's done, heavy crossbow shots leave no room for error. At the same time the 800 personal guards were ready to charge. Fully prepared, Undul was confident. He was stronger than his opponent and still had more preparation. It was a battle he couldn't think of how to lose. He fiercely bellowed, and above the battle sword in his hand, blade chi spread out. The aura on the 9th pin was displayed to the fullest. At the same time, the entire person began to accelerate, rushing towards Li Xianbai. Today, only one of you and I can live. He roared, his eyes full of murderous intent. A heavy crossbow had locked Li Xianbai in place, ready to fire at any time. Facing the charging Undul, Li Xianbai finally moved as well. The 7-star dragon's abyss was sheathed in a horizontal training, making his entire body as imposing as a rainbow. But Andar just wanted to laugh at the sight. Obviously a cross-trainer, but with a sword. So done. When really, it's a joke. He was already prepared. As long as the two sides made contact, he would forcefully suppress the other side with his power on the 9th rank. When the time comes, the heavy crossbows will fire and the 800 personal guards will come out in full force. The great Song Emperor had no chance of surviving. The corner of Li Xuanbai's mouth, on the other hand, had already hooked up a faint arc. This man's strength is not bad. Unfortunately, the worst choice was made. The very moment they made contact, Andar bellowed, "Do it!" Heavy crossbows were fired and the cavalry opened up. He's winning. But he miscalculated a little. Madaka! A blast. A power that was terrifying to the extreme was transmitted from the battle sword to Undul. Not only that, there was also a hidden and unveiled sword intent within this power. At the same time there was also a murderous intent like that of an evil spirit, which in this instant, locked him in a death grip. Under all these things, his whole being was like falling into an abyss. Put! Andar spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body felt black before his eyes. Such power was something he simply couldn't block. But his body, under the shock of the sword intent and killing aura, could not even move. Almost instantly he reacted, his face horrified beyond measure. Euphrates didn't die unjustly. This son, truly, has the power of a patriarch. But then, his expression perked up. Today, his preparations were made against the patriarch. The Song Emperor, this idiot, although he said that he was powerful, not having a brain was a reality. He thought he was facing only one person, but he didn't realize that he was facing a well-prepared attack. 800 of my own guards have shown themselves. Those cavalrymen of the Great Song also moved. And the Great Song Emperor had already had his eyes drawn to him and the 800 personal guards. From the beginning to the end, he didn't notice the heavy crossbows that could actually kill a Zongshi. Crossbows and arrows, already shot. In this instant, he looked at Li Xianbai with a mocking gaze. This Song prince, dead. But just the next instant, the Great Song Emperor, whom he thought was bound to die, suddenly swung his sword back without warning. Sword chi was spread out. A very terrifying power of the sword Dao was displayed. But that's not the point. Andar's face hardened, his pupils slightly. Those crossbow arrows, all of them were cut down by the sword chi. Li Xianbai let out a laugh. You think, I don't know? He had only opened the most common card, but his opponent was already at full strength. Chapter 59, Undul dies, the wretched wolf lord. You. Andar opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Li Xuanbai's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even the heavy crossbows he had prepared were not able to do the job accordingly. At this moment, he had sensed his end. Regret was spreading in his own mind. In fact, based on the information he had received earlier, he had been able to confirm that the 6th Prince of Decadence at that time possessed a battle power at the level of a Grandmaster. And at that time, the other was only 15 years old. But he didn't believe it. How could a 15-year-old have a power at the level of a Grandmaster? Not to mention him, no one anywhere would believe such a statement. And now, once again, he heard from someone else that the 6th Prince of the Great Song's strength had reached that of a Grandmaster. But he remained unconvinced. Until now, he had come face to face with the power of the 6th Prince of Decadence. He finally believed it. Such a tactic was simply not something a martial Dao 9th grade could do. Even if it was on the 9th grade, it was absolutely impossible, because he was in that field himself. Therefore, the strength displayed by the 6th Prince of the Great Song now must have already entered that realm. There was remorse in his eyes, but also resignation. Even if I die, I'll drag you along with me. He screamed angrily. He's afraid he won't survive on his own. In front of the sovereign's battle power, he didn't have any chance of escaping. But he still had 800 elites, and although those heavy crossbows had been exposed, as long as they weren't destroyed, their threat to the sovereign still existed. And these 800 elites started out as martial Dao 3rd grade. This is the personal guard he prepared for the sovereign. Although the other party also had 1,000 horsemen, he could tell at a glance that most of the other party's strengths were only at the beginning of the 1st grade. The whole army is at your service. He hissed. Whoever kills the 6th Prince of the Great Song will be given 6 additional titles and rewarded with 10,000 gold. If you step back, all will be decapitated. After saying that, he grinned at Li Xianbai. Even if you possess the power of a Zongshi, so what if you have the power to fight? Today, this will make you go to hell to be buried with you. I have 800 guards who have fought hundreds of battles. It's enough to kill you. You, after all, are not a true patriarch. He laughed wildly. In his eyes, Li Xianbai had the sword intent of a patriarch level and the invincible horizontal training of the 9th grade. But these are not patriarchs. Enough is enough. He thought, while in the next second, Li Xuanbai's sword had already chopped off his head with a single stroke. Li Xuanbai's face was bland. So what if it's not a patriarch? He shook his head. He did think Andar was quite lucky. Until he died, he felt that he would be buried with him, that his 800 personal guards could take his head.
Let him not see what true despair is. With the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand, Li Xianbai walked over towards the 800 personal guards. Behind him, Hu Fei rushed towards here with his cavalry. Hu Fei, go chop up those crossbows. Li Xianbai spoke up. Huffy froze for a moment, then followed the order without any hesitation. He could see how elite these cavalrymen were in front of him. The bodies of at least 2 of them were emanating an aura at the upper 3rd grade level. This meant that these 2 were at least as strong as him, if not stronger. But he trusted the 6th prince. So, his blade pointed straight at where those heavy crossbows were. Hearing Li Xuanbai's order, Undul's 800 personal guards froze for a moment before laughing outright. How did they not expect it? The 6th prince of Decadence in front of him would actually make such a stupid order. He actually really thought that he could fight against 800 of them by himself. How ridiculous is that? But they also know. To kill the 6th prince of Decadence, a heavy crossbow was essential. The leader of the group immediately bellowed out. Separate 400 men to guard where the heavy crossbows are. The remaining 400 people were enough to stall the 6th prince of Decadence. His voice had just fallen when he saw a puff of smoke rise up ahead of him. Shattered cloud steps. This was an attacking and killing footwork that had both speed as well as power, only the dexterity was somewhat lacking. But now, Li Xianbai was using his Dragon Elephant Emperor skill to harness the shattered cloud steps. Under the terrifying power, the cloud-shattering steps caused the earth to crack with each step of his feet. It also allowed him to have appeared in the midst of this northern python cavalry almost in a flash. The pupils of that leading general shrunk slightly at the sight of this scene. Without waiting for him to make any reaction, Li Xuanbai's attack had already arrived. The hundreds of people in the area were as unbeatable as dirt in front of Li Xianbai. There were more and more dead souls under the 7-star dragon abyss sword. Even though this was a precious sword, at this moment, it couldn't help but be tinted with a touch of blood. Formation. The general at the head hissed. But in the next instant, a sword had cut off his head. Those heavy crossbows were firing, but with Hu Fei's interference, plus Li Xianbai observing everything around him with his killing intent fluctuation without any dead angle. So these crossbows and arrows didn't pose the slightest threat to him. One incense stick of time later, the ground had been reduced to a patch of corpses, with no more living souls remaining. This cavalry is truly elite. At Undul's command, it actually died and fought to the last man. Such wariness, coupled with the fact that the northern python was a race on horseback, born warriors. No wonder it made Ditson look at it like a tiger, not daring to have the slightest carelessness. Hu Fei looked at the situation after the battle and laughed. Your Highness, in this battle, we won big. Li Xianbai nodded. Once Undul died, this sword stage's perilous situation, too, was solved. Go to the south gate of Kendai. He opened his mouth and said that the other side would never expect that they could actually kill Andar and still have the strength left to kill them from their flanks. With his horse in the air, Li Xianbai led the way out. On the final battlefield, one head's eyes never closed. The head's eyes opened to the direction where the 800 horsemen had been so tragically slaughtered. The grayness seemed to be filled with regret. 800 horsemen, all dead. Just as Li Xianbai thought, the northern python army did not anticipate their appearance at all. The moment Li Xianbai charged the formation with 1,000 horsemen, the northern python army was in disarray. But Han Jiangming at the city's head didn't mess up. When he saw Li Xianbai bring his troops over, a frenzy appeared in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly led his troops to kill. By the time the Wolf Lord heard the news, the army at the North Python's southern gate, too, had suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, his entire body was in a daze. How did a good war suddenly fall apart? And Undul. He nearly fainted when he received the news of Undul's death. Undul is the most respected general under the Right Honorable King. Now that Undul is dead, the Right Honorable King is bound to be furious. At the same time, fear arose in his heart. The 6th Prince of Nadatsong. Could it be that he's really become a Grandmaster? But even if it was a Zhongshe, with Andar's configuration, he shouldn't have the slightest power to fight back. At least, it shouldn't be a total loss. But he was no longer destined to get that answer. 3 days later, the northern python army retreated. The danger of the sword platform was completely lifted. Li Xianbai, on the other hand, had long anticipated all this. So it doesn't really matter. There are still tens of thousands of Jinrui under the Wolf Lord's command. With these people from the sword stage, even if they went out, the odds were that they would be defeated in battle. Even if he led it himself. But the final loss is bound to be not small. It wasn't worth it to him, so let the rest of it be a headache for someone else. After this battle, he felt that his refined heart technique was getting hotter and hotter. Obviously this war, too, belongs to the category of red dust adventures. On the other side, the Wolf Lord retreated with his army, filled with confusion along the way. This matter, he no longer knew how to explain to the Right Honorable King. Chapter 60 Explosive Boost of Killing Intent, Crazy Tiger Xianginghu, Nightshade Palace. Li Xianbai had been in seclusion for a day and a night. This war was fought for the better part of a month. These days he didn't have a chance to cultivate at all. But accordingly, he kills every day. Even if the enemies he faced might not be powerful, this endless killing had made his comprehension of swords and techniques even more refined. Most importantly, his newly acquired heart refining technique had made great strides after this day and night of refinement. In silence, a terrifying and incomparable killing intent violently swelled in all directions. Outside the night illumination palace, Shiranu and the others were sparring with each other. These days, they'd been fighting, too. The successive battles had cost them dearly, but those who managed to survive turned out to be true elites. Although it was said that because of the six-harness sword technique, they had notable strength, but they were not able to utilize much of it. They hadn't experienced many battles in the past, and now it was half a month of bloodshed. It has likewise given them a complete metamorphosis. Sure, Commander, I feel that in a few more years, I will be able to challenge you. The one who spoke was a teenager, no more than 17 or 18 years old, but the talent is quite impressive. Hearing his words, even Shura Slave became serious. If that's the case, then I'll be waiting for you, and I hope you won't let me down when the time comes. The teenager's talent was good, but he was never presumptuous. Even he believed that he would never lose, because only then would he be qualified to stand behind his highness. Sure, the teenager held his sword in his hand, and there was aggression in his eyes. Now that I'm used to fighting, there's nothing that doesn't scare me anymore, even you. However, at this very moment, his entire body instantly chilled, his pupils shrunk slightly, and his body even stiffened a bit. Then his gaze snapped to the direction of the Night Illumination Palace's main hall. Quickly he responded. Scared of myself. In the face of that invisible force just now, his body actually trembled with some fear. Then he thought of the way he had just said he was fearless in front of the Shura commander. Now that I think about it, it's a little shameful. The smack in the face came too soon. However, when he looked over towards Shuranu, he realized that even Shuranu's eyes carried a panic that he couldn't hide. Although calmness had been restored very quickly, it was enough to show that even the Shura commander was unable to remain calm in front of this kind of power. But, what is the power that can reach such a point? Looking in the direction of the Night Illumination Palace, almost all of the Shura guards, at first guessed the correct answer. It's your highness. At one time they had vaguely felt the presence of this power. Only his highness never released it completely. It was only until now that they realized that this power was so terrifying to such an extent. They couldn't even be sure that they would still have the courage to draw their swords in the face of such power. And inside the palace, Li Xianbai has confirmed his progress. The wave of killing intent released at full strength had been able to reach a distance of a full 300 meters. But because it just broke through, so it's going to take a few days to get used to it, otherwise it's an uncontrollable mass deterrent capability. As long as the killing intent fluctuation was turned on, it would be released without discrimination. That's not what he had in mind. He turned on the killing intent fluctuation more just to be able to sense the situation around him, than before when it could only reach a distance of 100 meters. Now he's straight up tripled. This is where the power of the mind comes in. However, he also knew that he would have to be much slower to improve in the future. After all, what he relied on now was more of the previous accumulation of underpinnings. There's only so many times this good thing can happen. While he was in seclusion, Han Jiangming also gave him a report on the situation outside. The reason why the Northern Python army that was besieging Sword Terrace had retreated was not just because they couldn't find a chance to attack Sword Terrace. Again, it was because reinforcements from Kyoto had arrived. At the head of the group was Decadence Heavy General Xiangyinghu. This person was strong and acted extremely cold. The first moment they came over, they came face to face with the main force of the Northern Python. That battle was fought for a full day and night. In the end, Xiangyinghu beat the Northern Python Khan King at the cost of 100,000 army casualties and had to withdraw. When he heard this news, Li Xianbai was shocked. That's 100,000 people. Just one battle was buried by Xiangyinghu. Though in terms of results, he did do so in a way that forced the Northern Python to withdraw its troops. But hard to say, the Northern Python was only intimidated by Xiangyinghu's style of action, and at the same time, was unwilling to suffer greater casualties. After all, the Northern Python is different from the Great Song. The Great Song has a large land area, but the Northern Python's elite is limited. If both go out of their way to do so, it was inevitable that the Northern Python would perish and the Great Song would be heavily damaged. Only normally, no crazy person would dare to do that. That's a consequence no one can afford. But Xiangyinghu dared. Even this was the way he fought his wars, disregarding human lives. As long as he could achieve what he wanted, he wouldn't blink an eye even if he had to bury millions of troops. That's why this man has the name of Crazy Tiger. But no matter what, the collision between the two major dynasties had an ending of sorts. Northern Python Army. Although the Northern Python was losing all the way. But except for those generals at the bottom, the top brass were in a good mood. The reason is very simple. They appeared to have failed, but in reality, they had broken the myth of invincibility in the Great Song. Not only did they enter Kagan, but they plundered the whole way. This period of looting was enough for their Northern Python to not need to worry about survival for the next 10 years or so. For them, the nomads, that's the biggest benefit. And it's not just that. They didn't actually lose the battle where Xiangyinghu pushed them back. Although they did retreat, they lost just over 20,000 men. The other side lost several times as much as they did. How can such a retreat be called a defeat? I should say it was a big win. The left-wise king and the right-wise king walked out together from the Khan's tent. The relationship between the two, not so much. After all, the two of them belonged to a relationship that was in competition. However, during this time, the right-wise king had the upper hand for the time being because he had suffered more losses, so the left-wise king had the upper hand for the time being. The left sage king looked at the right sage king and laughed. How are the men you sent to attack sword stage? As this king remembers, you made a military order that you would surely be able to take the sword stage. We're starting to prepare for a retreat now, and I'm afraid we won't make it if those of you don't come back. Hearing his words, the right honorable king didn't look too good. This matter doesn't need you to worry about. This king has already sent his beloved general Undul. The sword platform will be taken. As soon as his words fell, he saw the wolf lord running over with a wolfish face. Seeing the wolf lord's appearance, the right-wise king's heart was suddenly an uneasy one. Something's not going to happen, is it? Then the next second, the wolf lord spoke. My lord, we lost the battle of Kendai, generals Yufdai and Andar died in battle, and we lost over 20,000 other soldiers and horses. Hearing this, the left magister laughed and the right magister was confused. After reacting, right sage king directly drew his sword. Asshole, if that's the case, then why haven't you brought your head? He's angry. Undul are dead. But this that the wolf lord of the Tehran tribe was actually still alive. Why doesn't he go and die? Besides, why did Undul die? That's a strong person on the 9th rank. Sword stage, what's in it? Chapter 61 Northern Python Patriarch, Emperor Jinglong's Judgment. Great, my lord. The wolf lord directly fell to his knees, his head constantly kowtowing on the ground. Even with blood on his forehead he didn't stop, because he knew that if he couldn't quell the right honorable king's anger, then it's all over for them, the Natharam clan. There is no bargaining power in the present Natharam ministry. It was good to see that the right honorable king had calmed down after all. He glanced at the left sage. Nowadays, he was already in a weak position. If he kills the wolf lord again at this time, he loses this force of that Tulan ministry. Then it's really over. Get up. The right sage opened his mouth, but he spoke in a voice that was cold as ice. At the same time that anger had reached a point where it couldn't be hidden, the left sage king spoke with a smile. Right wise king, it seems like you've suffered a boring loss. Now that King Khan's orders have come down and we're about to retreat, what are you going to do? Don't you want to get it back yourself? As the king remembers, Undul is your beloved general. To die here in such an unexplained manner, when really it's chilling to think about it. But his words were like the whispers of a demon in the eyes of the right honorable king. The right sage king spoke with an icy face. This matter this king has his own plan, there is no need for you, Zhou Xiong, to say it. After saying that, the right wise king left straight away with the wolf lord. Only one left behind, Zhou Xiong, who had a smile in his eyes. For King Zhou Xiong, everything that happened today was too wonderful. Although the loss of the right wise king was not a good thing for the entire northern Python, but not for himself, because from today onwards, the right wise king would further lose his ability to hold him back when facing him. A fight between the two of them. He had the absolute upper hand after all. The right sage returned to the tent with the wolf lord. What the hell is going on? The right sage king spoke with suppressed anger. The wolf lord hurriedly explained. The specifics are unknown, we besieged Kendai, and that 6th prince of Ditsang became an army all by himself, and went out of the city to forcibly kill Yuftai while we were attacking the city. If my subordinates had not been farther away, I am afraid that they would have been beheaded on the spot as well. In my subordinate's opinion, I'm afraid that the strength of that 6th prince of Ditsang already possesses the battle power of a grandmaster. Patriarch. The right sage king couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. That great song 6th prince, that's only 16 years old, actually has become a Zhong master. How is this possible? The wolf lord laughed bitterly, then said. Undul thought the same thing. He observed for more than half a month and decided that Ditsang emperor was not a Zhongsher, so he set up a ploy to carry out a siege. However, as a result, the 800 personal guards it brought out, as well as the heavy crossbows it used to fight against the Zhong master, failed to return. So as for the specifics of that battle, my subordinate does not know. After hearing the wolf lord's words, the right wise king didn't hold back and slammed his fist fiercely on the tabletop next to him. The excessive force smashed the tabletop to pieces. What a great song 6th prince! He gritted his teeth and spoke, his face extremely ugly. The wolf lord glanced at him, then said carefully, My lord, shall we take vengeance? He didn't want to go near the sword platform by any means now, but if the right honorable king wanted to go, he could only go over there now. The right honorable king gave him a look. What's the point of going? King Khan has already ordered a retreat, and that Ditsang prince is not easy to deal with. If the retreat is delayed, there is simply no way to account for it to the great Khan king. After saying that, he added to the wolf lord with full of hatred. Starting today, give this king 100 miles to slaughter all the way back to North Python. This king will make these great Song people, give this king's people a burial. Hearing this, the wolf lord froze for a moment before nodding. There was even some excitement.
A massacre can bring them a lot.
Anyway, it was only the Great Song people, and it had nothing to do with them, the Northern Python.
To them, these people of the Great Song were nothing more than their granary.
When the Wolf Lord left, the right wise king suddenly spoke.
Get a day, could you come over there?
This hatred is really hard for this king to dispel. After his words fell, a somewhat slender-looking figure walked out. This person's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and his entire body was erect, exuding a beast-like aura.
I haven't recovered from my injuries, so it's not good for me to make a move.
But the guy you mentioned, I don't believe he's a grandmaster. Maybe he has a few grandmaster tricks up his sleeve.
But he was bound to be some distance away from the patriarch. It's just a matter of killing it later. Getade shook his head, not nodding in agreement. Hearing the refusal, the right wise king's eyes held a few moments of disappointment. But it didn't continue to force the issue. The reason is very simple. This person is a Zhongshire powerhouse.
In their northern Python, Zhongshire powerhouses also had an unrivaled status. Even he was not in a good position to force a patriarch to do something. This was especially true now that he hadn't recovered from his injuries, so he was only able to suppress his thoughts of revenge. But until the time he drew up his camp and left, his gaze still looked at the direction where the sword platform was. He was so angry that he couldn't dissipate it at all.
Slaughter! He must slaughter all the way back. Blood, to cleanse your anger. The news of the Battle of the Sword stage also quickly reached Kyoto. After the Grand Imperial Prince heard this news, his entire body was confused. He looked at the messenger who had delivered the message and asked with some shock, "Are you sure you're right, my sixth brother? Is it really that powerful?" With that he stood up and walked back and forth uneasily. "How can it be?" he muttered.
"He's just a blind man, how can he suddenly become a zone master?"
"It can't be, it's impossible."
It took a long time before he finally calmed down. The information that came back should be fine, and if that was the case, he would need to change his attitude when facing Old Six.
Based on their previous conflicts, could Old Six really befriend him?
A chill flashed in his eyes.
After collecting his mind, the Grand Emperor walked straight outside. He's going to make a trip to the palace.
Even he himself knew the news, and I'm afraid that father had already known about it. He had to poke around and see what his father's attitude was. When he arrived at the palace, he realized that he wasn't the only one. Lao Er, Lao San, and even some courtiers had also gathered here. The purpose of their visit is self-evident. One is a battle report of a great victory at the front, repelling the Northern Python. The other, I'm afraid, is Old Six, who has suddenly erupted with strong force.
Where is father? He looked aside to the older two. The second prince opened his mouth smilingly.
Big brother seems to have rushed here in a hurry as well, but we haven't seen father yet either. Just as his words fell, a strong voice came out from within the tightly closed door of the hall. All of you come in, looking at all of your flustered looks, those who don't know would think that I, Great Song, have lost the battle. Walking into the hall, the crowd saw Emperor Jinglong sitting in front of the table, holding the war report in his hand with a calm expression. The princes looked at each other. In the end, it was the Grand Imperial Prince who stepped forward and spoke tentatively. "Father, my son has heard that sixth brother has entered the realm of the sovereign, which is truly a great event to be congratulated.
Why don't we have Old Six come back to report on his duties as soon as possible?"
Hearing this, Emperor Jinglong let out a light laugh and put down the battle report in his hand.
"I knew that the purpose of your coming over was to spy on Old Six."
He opened his mouth nonchalantly, directly poking at the minds of these imperial princes. The royals directly knelt on the ground, each with a terrified expression. Emperor Jinglong didn't sell his words and spoke directly. "Put down all your petty thoughts, Old Six, there's no way he's a Trunks." He sounded certain and unusually confident.
Chapter 62, Only Hatred, Nothing More. Hearing Emperor Jinglong's words, the crowd was a bit surprised, not understanding how Emperor Jinglong could be so certain. Emperor Jinglong opened his mouth and asked them a question. "Do you know at what age the youngest patriarch in this world was accomplished?"
The crowd frowned. They really didn't know much about it. After all, it wasn't important to them this. And as they were royals, force was not a necessity. They knew martial arts as well, but they were not strong. Just at this time, the third prince opened his mouth with some uncertainty. "My son has heard that Grand Master Zhou Xiong is extremely talented, and once released a wild statement that there are 3 points in the ancient sword path, and I have one of them all to myself." This kind of statement can be described as confident to the extreme. I'm sure his talent is considered rare. When he broke through to become a grandmaster, he was only 27 years old, and at that time, he shocked the world's martial arts world. It even attracted countless great and powerful people to gather at Jianxian sect to congratulate them, becoming a moment of good news. He had wanted to say Lao San, but since Emperor Jinglong was so confident, he naturally didn't feel that Lao San had become a zone master. Emperor Jinglong looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. Lao San is right, Grandmaster Zhou Xiong is indeed gifted and his person is as sharp as his sword. Even bold enough to dare to forcefully break into my great Song palace. However, Lao San still guessed wrong, he is not the youngest patriarch. In the past 1,000 years, the youngest patriarch broke through at the age of just over 25. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked beyond belief.
25.
This was 2 years younger than Grandmaster Zhou Xiong. But this kind of character, they had never heard of. Emperor Jinglong clearly had no intention of explaining himself to them.
Just open your mouth and say. The first person since the millennium was only able to break through to become a Zhongsher at the age of 25. Old Six may have good talent, but he's only 16 years old. How is it possible to break through now? But now, his strength must have already reached a point that was beyond the reach of an ordinary 9th grade. Send someone to appease him, and if Old Six has any idea of coming back, find a reason for him to do so. After saying that, Emperor Jinglong once again picked up the battle report in his hand.
Start talking about this great battle between the two sides.
Emperor Jinglong coldly grunted and said,
This Xianginghu really doesn't know the price of wood and rice when he's not in charge. He lost 100,000 of my men and women in one battle, and he actually has the nerve to come and claim credit. Refute all of his requests for credit, so that he can calm down and not be so brainless when he fights in the future. The crowd immediately cried out for sainthood. As for whether this matter would attract Xianginghu's displeasure, none of them cared.
Because in this great song, His Majesty is the sky.
No one can argue with that.
Not even just questioning it. This is the prestige of today's son of heaven in the court.
Seeing these sons and courtiers of his so obsequious,
Emperor Jinglong secretly nodded.
Not bad, in this great song, no one has been able to defy his will. It's just that the northern python and the southern barbarians are really a bit insensitive. After the royals walked out of the hall, they touched their backs, and all of them were already soaked. The second prince looked at the third prince and said with a slight flash in his eyes,
Old Third, you really know a lot about the affairs of the Jianghu.
The third prince smiled roundly. It's just some cursory understanding. As for the 25-year-old patriarch that His Majesty spoke of this day, I actually haven't heard of him at all. His mind was also very puzzled. There were several patriarchs under the sky, each with a resounding name. Especially a strong person who was only 25 years old and had already reached the level of a patriarch, even if it was 1,000 years ago, there should have been some circulating records.
But he actually knows nothing about it. One wonders what kind of origin this strong man, really, has?
The crowd left individually with mixed feelings. At the same time, many of the emperors had a few scruples against Li Xianbai in their hearts. Originally, they thought that Li Xianbai was just a blind man and posed no threat to them.
Plus it's been banished. There's no chance of coming back in this lifetime.
But now, the other party showed the possibility of being able to become a patriarch.
And it's already in the eyes of the Son of Heaven.
It is unlikely to change Emperor Jinglong's attitude, and as of today, if Emperor Jinglong's attitude changes, he will not just send someone to inquire without the slightest concern. But Li Xuanbai's existence was already a threat after all.
And the other side.
After a period of rest and recuperation, the potential in Li Xuanbai's body had basically been transformed into strength. At this point, even if one stayed on the sword platform again, it would be difficult to continue to improve for a short period of time.
Though there are Bakuro Kenshir present. But that was not what he needed most urgently right now.
Rather, it is the power of his heart and mind. As for the sword in the Pavilion of Swords, it's there. It's never going to suddenly disappear. Moreover, the sword in the Sword Pavilion was not as helpful to him now as it was before. All of this gave him new ideas.
Today he is not weak.
So now, he had no resistance to returning to Kyoto. 3 years have passed. That familiar place, and it was time for him to go back. What he had lost in the past, what he should get back, sooner or later he would get it back piece by piece.
He has only one family in this world.
That is the mother who was in the palace and gave birth to a son for Emperor Jinglong, but ended up on her deathbed, without even a doctor, and could only die with hatred.
As for Emperor Jinglong,
there was only hatred between them, nothing more. And it was a hatred that he would have to liquidate sooner or later. After some more days, Han Jiangming came over to look for him, his eyes full of smiles.
Good news, Your Highness.
Oh,
what good news? Li Xianbai asked.
Han Jiangming immediately explained. My friends in Kyoto have sent word that His Majesty has sent an emissary to offer his condolences. It also brings you news that His Majesty has said that if you have any thoughts of going back, you will be able to find a reason to do so when some time passes.
Hearing this, Li Xuanbai's face was calm. That's not good news.
Han Jiangming froze for a moment, then said seriously. You can go back. When you go back, with your strength you will surely be able to be reused by His Majesty. In the future, even that supreme position might not be impossible to think about. The generals of the sword stage, and the Iron Guard under my command, are waiting for that day to come.
It's a commitment.
From the beginning of his utterance of these words, it meant that he had decided to bet his entire fortune on Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai lost his smile, but did not explain in detail.
Just open your mouth and say. Since the palace is coming, I'm going to go out for a walk after the palace arrives. I'll head in the direction of Kyoto when the time comes, taking in the scenery along the way and meeting the world's red dust. It's time to refine your heart in the red dust. Chapter 63, the tiger comes out of the cage, the sword comes out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, most of a month had passed. Han Jiangming finally brought new news. Your Highness, a messenger from Kyoto has entered the city. Hearing this, Li Xianbai nodded. In that case, let's go meet.
He had already decided to enter Kyoto, but before that, he could also use these messengers to judge the attitude of Kyoto and Emperor Jinglong towards him. By now, one's strength should have been known by Kyoto. Though that's not all he is. Maybe just the one shown now should be enough to get Emperor Jinglong's attention. He would like to see it. He, a former disgrace, had demonstrated the power of a Zhongshu level. Would Emperor Jinglong regret it? With this curiosity, Li Xianbai met the people from Kyoto. The number of people coming was small, and there was nothing that Li Xianbai was familiar with. From this it is enough to prove that the status of these people should not be very high. After all, although Li Xianbai has been living in the Deep Palace for many years, but after 13 years, there was still more or less some understanding of the Great Song's ministers, even if you don't recognize them, but at least the sight of their faces is always unfamiliar. Ji Changjing, meet Sixth Highness. Ji Changjing had a respectful attitude and did the courtesy of a courtier. This kind of performance made Li Xianbai feel pretty good. I wonder what reward His Majesty has brought. Hearing Li Xianbai's words, Ji Changjing hesitated slightly before speaking. His Majesty was so comforted to know all that His Sixth Highness did to defeat the Northern Python that he rewarded him with 100 gold and a mansion. At the same time, His Majesty has sent a message that if your Highness has important business, you may return to Kyoto at any time to report on your duties. Hearing his words, Han Zhangming, who was standing on the side, froze for a moment. No more? He was just a little incredulous. The reward of 100 gold and the granting of a mansion looks like a good reward. But such a reward is simply not comparable to those feats done by His Sixth Highness. And beyond that, there was only one spoken word so that His Sixth Highness could find a reason to return to Kyoto. That is to say, the real reward would just be the possibility of giving the Sixth Highness a return to Kyoto. But, which is a reward for a royal son. On the contrary, it was Li Xianbai on the side who always had a calm expression. He had anticipated this for a long time. Emperor Jinglong's dissatisfaction with him had long been etched into his bones. From the moment he was born. It was a big mistake for Emperor Jinglong. The only reason he survived that time was because of his mother. Even the Jinglong Emperor at that time couldn't wait for him to die quietly in the harem. Only Li Xianbai had a great life. That's why he was able to survive until he was 13 years old, until his mother died, and by doing so, he was able to gain a sliver of mercy from Emperor Jinglong. That's right, for Emperor Jinglong to let him leave Kyoto was a mercy in itself. But for Li Xianbai, his mother died in the Deep Palace, and he himself was likewise in that same palace city, suffered humiliation, and experienced what is worse than a beggar's day. Such compassion had no meaning for Li Xianbai from the beginning. And the moment Emperor Jinglong decided to banish him, even more so, everything was turned into anger in Li Xianbai's heart. If that's the case, then thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me, a royal son who has always been out of favor, the possibility of seeing the Son of Heaven again. Li Xianbai said with a smile. Your Highness. Han Zhangming felt bad for Li Xianbai. Ji Changjing lowered his voice, then spoke. Either way, it's an improvement, and by being able to meet His Majesty, there's a chance that His Majesty will be reminded of your presence in the future. After speaking, Ji Changjing directly knelt on the ground. My lord, I have overstepped my bounds. It's not something he should be talking about. It was only because out of sympathy for the sixth prince that he said this that he shouldn't have. It seemed to him that it wasn't the sixth prince's fault that he was born unable to see, but the sixth prince had endured countless things he shouldn't have because of it. Li Xianbai shook his head. No harm done, thanks to what Lord Ji said, it really made me feel warmer in my heart. But while the words were said, Li Xianbai's expression did not show any change. This Ji Changjing is not bad, but such comfort, at best, could only fool a child, and meant nothing to him. Wait for Ji Changjing to turn away. Only then did Han Zhangming say with an angry face, how can your majesty do that? If it weren't for you, Kendai would have been lost long ago. Even out of this merit, these should not be the only rewards. Okay. Li Xianbai stretched his back and then opened his mouth. I have already met the messenger from Kyoto, and after tomorrow I will set out to leave Kendai. Either way, it's been so many years since I left Kyoto. It's about time to go back for a visit. Han Zhangming nodded solemnly. In that case, my lord wishes your highness a safe journey and all the best. If your stay in Kyoto is not enjoyable, your highness can always return to Kendai. 80,000 iron guards, ready to be dispatched at any time for your highness. Today's iron guards, combined, were only 30,000 men. But it won't take long for the iron guard establishment to be replenished. In this commendation order, he had also managed to be promoted to the position of the Iron Guard's main general, and was in charge of the Iron Guard's Tiger Talisman. So the words he said could represent the attitude of the entire Iron Guard. And it wasn't just him, he was sure that anyone who had ever followed his highness would feel the same way. Back to the Nightshade Palace. The night was silent, and the day dawned. Li Xianbai opened the system. The system signed me in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Energy Pill *5. There are actually 5 of them, so it seems that today is really lucky and a good day to set out. Although it was said that as his strength increased, the number of true elemental pills obtained also increased, but to have 5 of them is considered extremely rare. Swallowing the 5 true elemental pills into his stomach as if he were eating sugar beans, Li Xianbai stood up.
It's time to go.
This time, he wasn't going to take anyone with him. The red dust refining heart was meant to be a walking process, so even if it was a Shura slave, he didn't bring it with him. When he stepped out of the sword platform, outside of Kendai City, 10,000 people were empty. The countless people of Sword Terrace, and the generals of the Iron Guard army, had long been eagerly awaiting this.
When Ji Changjing saw the scene, shock was written all over his face.
When the 6th prince left Kyoto, he heard about it later. The court was full of people, and no one was there to see them off. This refers not only to the court of those civil and military ministers, the same is also said to be the deep palace backyard concubines, and even eunuchs and court ladies. But now, in just 3 years, this 6th prince, in the middle of the sword stage, clearly there has been a prestige that is frightening to the extreme. Looking at the figure that slowly left, a few words flashed in Ji Changjing's mind. The tiger comes out of the cage, the sword comes out of the sea.
Chapter 64, Hell on Earth, Sword from Heaven.
The north wind was howling and cold.
These are very difficult days for anyone. Kendai was near the border between Great Tsang and Northern Python, so it seems very desolate.
Li Xianbai walked aimlessly for 3 days. After all, he hadn't been in too much of a hurry to get out this time. The so-called red dust refining the heart is naturally a matter of taking things as they come,
instead of deliberately pursuing something.
During this time, however, he had also seen the desolation that followed the war. Many villages that were originally populated have been turned into deserted villages after a war.
Think.
Most of the people in the village, they fled for their lives, I think. There are starving people on the roads, and there are no people in sight for dozens of miles, which is the most common thing.
It also brought a lot more feelings to his mind.
The refining of the heart became hotter and hotter. While rejoicing that the refined heart method had improved, Li Xianbai couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion as a result.
We're not human beings, we're all human beings.
The bones of those corpses on the side of the road were like a reminder of what a tragedy this place had been through. He was no saint though. But such a scene has seen more. The heart is also inevitably some pathos. As night fell, Li Xianbai found a deserted village anywhere and prepared to spend the night. After taking out dry food to eat and drink, Li Xianbai laid down on a bed. But before he could fall asleep, he suddenly heard some movement.
It's not very loud,
but to him, it was clear and distinct. With his hearing, no movement could escape his ears in this dark environment.
He didn't open his eyes though, because he knew that there could be no assassin from North Python here. Daddy, look, it's food. A voice of suppressed excitement rang out. Keep it down, don't get caught. A slightly thicker voice responded, and after a brief pause, the voice resumed again. Leave him some food, we want to live, and this one shouldn't be easy. A sparse sound followed.
Until the sound disappeared, Li Xianbai sat up. The delusion-breaking god pupil in the center of his brow opened.
Everything has nothing to hide and immediately locks in on the location where some of these people left. And then he just followed.
There, a group of refugees with no food to eat.
These people are starving to the bone. Especially the grown-ups, each of whom looked frail and weak.
Li Xianbai had no doubt that a gust of wind could blow them all down. On top of that there were 7 or 8 teenagers. These people were well protected, but now that they were in this situation, their state was predictable.
Been gone so long.
It was the first time that Li Xianbai had seen a living person. No, I should say, the first time I saw an earthly hungry ghost. With them in such a state, it was hard for Li Xianbai to describe them as human beings. Li Xianbai watched them from afar for a while before turning away. Didn't care about the fact that they were stealing food. The fact that these people, even in such a state, still left him food to live on was proof enough that these were not evil people. One might even say that the goodness is a little too much. For even he himself would not dare to say that he would leave a portion for the owner of the grain in the face of the same desperate situation.
For himself.
Man is not for himself, God is for him.
He would give anything to be able to live.
So, he never claimed to be any kind of good guy, because he knew that he wasn't qualified to say something like that. He's just a regular guy. After this, Li Xianbai felt his red heart burning hot. Just by slightly running the heart refinement technique, he felt an increase in his heart power. From that day on, though, he shifted his direction of travel.
There is much injustice in the world. It wasn't something he could manage, but he always had to take a look at this great song's heaven and earth before he entered Kyoto. After another half a month, Li Xianbai arrived at where the border between Decadence and Northern Python was. This place was a little more terrifying than what he had seen all the way before. Before that there were occasional sightings of living people. But here, he hadn't seen anyone for many days. Instead, he saw some of the Northern Python's scattered soldiers. Although it is said that the North Python has retreated. But that doesn't mean that they're going to quit Kagan easily. Kagan in hand, for them. It's just a card. Though they do realize that it's hard to hold that card in their hands for the long haul. But they see the benefits. They have no intention of giving up, at least for now. As a result, there is no more heavenly danger in the northern border of the Great Song. Where the border was, it became a hunting ground for the Northern Python cavalry.
A dozen or so northern python cavalrymen rode their horses with a strong sense of teasing on their faces.
In front of them, dozens of Decadence people were fleeing with terrified faces.
These northern python cavalrymen were in no hurry to kill, but played with their prey. Every now and then he swung down and cut down a prey that didn't have time to run, all the while enjoying the fear-filled faces of the other prey. It didn't take long before these dozens of people had been killed with only 7 or 8 left. They shivered and huddled together. The northern python cavalry had them surrounded.
On every face, there was cruelty. One of the cavalrymen opened his mouth with a wide grin.
"Why don't you stop running? Keep running up, if you don't run, how can we feel pleasant?" His words, however, only made these people become more frightened.
They can't run anymore. So at this point in time it's just a matter of letting it go. One of the northern python cavalrymen grabbed his bow and knocked an arrow. "Let me see who I shoot first."
The moment the words fell, his arrow had already shot out.
A scream rang out.
A woman fell to the ground in agony, an arrow sticking out of her arm. The sharp pain tore through her. But such a wound is not at all sufficiently fatal.
The trooper looked very happy.
"How about we have a competition to see who shoots more arrows and still keeps these great Song Nu from dying?" His words quickly drew the attention of the others.
An archery match begins. Arrow after arrow was shot at the woman's body.
Instead, most of them hit her limbs, each arrow making her scream in agony. Until a northern python cavalryman accidentally shot her in the chest. She gasped for air, only to die horribly from blood loss, excruciating pain, and the despair of not being able to breathe.
"Ha, you lost, Najerdai."
The man known as Nagtai had a look of remorse on his face. But no one cared how much pain that woman was in before she died.
This hell-like punishment is just a daily pleasure for them. Under their play, soon only a father and daughter were still alive.
Looking at the child in his arms, who was no more than 5 or 6 years old, that father's eyes were filled with despair.
Those northern python cavalrymen, on the other hand, grinned widely when they saw this scene. "It seems you love your daughter. Spare Nyan Nyan, please spare Nyan Nyan Nyan."
That father kowtowed heavily, but he did not see the sneer in the eyes of these cavalrymen.
"Since you love your daughter so much, just watch us torture her." One man suddenly grinned, and the others laughed heartily. Hearing this, that father's eyes went gray. Then his expression suddenly became frantic. "I'm going to kill you."
He screamed and charged at these northern python cavalry.
But his actions only drew snickers from these northern python cavalrymen.
One man cut off his arm and another cut off one of his thighs. The intense pain twisted his face, but even so, his eyes always looked at where his daughter was.
"Daddy, Daddy!" Nui Nui's childish voice screamed. Even if she didn't understand anything yet, the horrible look of her father had taught her about despair and the horrors of the world. Hell on earth.
That father fell to the ground, wounds on his arms and legs, causing him to bleed continuously. It won't take long to bleed to death alive. But his mouth didn't even stop.
"Spare the inamorata, someone save the inamorata."
But because he was so weak, his voice, no one could hear him anymore. Even in a trance, he could only see the look of those northern python cavalrymen around him looking at him and laughing.
And it was at this time. Swish!
The head of a northern python cavalryman fell aside. All the northern python cavalrymen suddenly became terrified.
Who?
They screamed. It was clear that no one had shown up, so how could Nagtai be dead? This situation made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts.
This moment,
the only one who saw it clearly was the father. The sword comes from heaven. Chapter 65, Killing Intense 600 meters, thousands of troops die under the sword. Almost only for a split second, a cold light flashed. A dozen or so northern python cavalrymen, all turned into headless corpses. Seeing such a situation, a flash of hope appeared in that father's eyes that appeared gray. He's already dead himself. But he wanted his daughter to have a chance to live. Then he saw a figure that slowly came into view. Save. The father spoke with difficulty. Li Xinbai looked at him. The young father had a dozen wounds and a broken arm and leg. Even for a man made of iron, the appearance of so many wounds on his body was enough to be called torture.
But there was only one emotion in his eyes.
Li Xinbai was silent for a moment, then spoke.
"I can't save you." "Save." That father wasn't disappointed, he just struggled to speak and couldn't say anything at all. "But I will take your daughter and she will live." Hearing those words, a touch of relief finally appeared in that father's eyes. Then closed his eyes, never to open them again. Only a little girl was left, sitting not far away in loneliness and despair, with tears in her eyes, which had long since dampened her lapels. The moment Li Xinbai walked over, the little girl cried out with a wow. "Daddy, Daddy." She was crying extremely hard. It makes you feel what despair is from the bottom of your heart. But what's in front of us is just a microcosm of what's going on around us.
He had seen similar tragedies more than once. Only this was the only time he had a chance to save the survivors.
"What is your name?"
Li Xinbai opened his mouth and asked.
"I'm Nui Nui. Will you come with me, and I will take you, to avenge your father?"
Nui Nui bit her lip, then stood up and took Li Xuanbai's hand, not saying anything.
"But that's the answer. Go."
Li Xinbai opened his mouth. When he came, he observed with his delusion-breaking divine pupil. Just found that this little girl is a little different from normal people. There is a foreign bone on her back that is hidden and not visible, making Li Xianbai very curious. If it wasn't for the delusion-breaking divine pupil's ability to view people's roots and bones, it would definitely be impossible to tell. And she showed Li Xianbai the shadow of Shura slave. Even though she was still young, this little girl's future, her potential was not bad. The border had been massacred for hundreds of miles and had long since been deserted, so naturally he was able to put the little girl right here. In the beginning, Li Xianbai had no intention of coming to the border. Just walk in the red dust, see too much, there is something that cannot be cut off. Besides, he had some things to do. Like, for example, killing the Wolf Lord. Killing intent perception was spread out at this moment. In just an instant, the tentacles probed out by the massive killing intent had already reached a distance of nearly 600 meters. Within these 600 meters, no matter the flying insects, birds and beasts, they were all shocked by this killing intent. At this moment, the birds are falling, the insects are hiding, and there is no more sound other than the wind. The red dust refinement of the heart polished the strength of the heart really quickly, but it also made it really hard to calm his mind. 3 days later, a group of 100 cavalrymen, all of them turned into a corpse on the ground. After 2 more days, none of the dozens of Northern Python elites survived. In a short span of 10 days, hundreds of Northern Python elites had died without a sound. Jagwan, the Northern Python guardian, heard the news. The whole thing burst into a rage. Find out why. That's hundreds of Northern Python warriors, hundreds of deaths in just half a month, and now you're telling me you know nothing about it. How will you let me explain to the left Hyun King? He's from King Zhou Xiong. Ever since the right wise king was weak, the left wise king began to fully encroach on the right wise king's power. The Kagan township is an extremely important part of that. The people below were all shivering. Eventually, he also gritted his teeth and spoke. General, although we don't know his exact location, he came all the way towards our Jagwan. That should be a strong person with a sword. If we set up an ambush in advance, we'll definitely be able to strangle him. Hearing this, the face of the guardian of Jagwan was cloudy, and only after a while did he nod his head in agreement. In that case, Aguna, this general orders you to lead 1,000 men and set up an ambush on the road that must be traveled to Jagwan. A big man stepped forward. Don't worry, General, I'll take care of this matter. He had a sardonic smile on his face. I will let that person know how serious the consequences are for daring to make a move against my Northern Python warriors. After saying that, he turned straight away. He knew that the other party was bound to be a strong person. Although it was said that no one had seen the true face of the other party, it could be seen from above those corpses that the other party's swordsmanship was overwhelming. But so what? Individual bravery is worthless in front of a large army. If not, the ones who ruled the world would have been those who were the most powerful of the martial arts. Watching Aguna leave, the guardian of Jiaguan considered for a moment and presented the information here to King Zhou Xiong. At the same time, he also mentioned a point in the intelligence that the person who made the move seemed to be intending to take revenge on them, the Northern Python. Revenge for the massacres of this period. And it was all done by the Right Honorable King's men. Although it was said that they, the people of Zhou Xianwang, did not have any resistance to burning and looting, but they didn't carry out the massacre deliberately. So in his opinion, all of these things were troubles caused by the Right Honorable King. After King Zhou Xiong received the intelligence, a few moments of annoyance appeared on his face. This Right Honorable King is really stupid, and now he has left this king with such a big trouble. He was filled with displeasure and then said, "Men, give this piece of information to the Right Honorable King, and let him take care of the trouble he himself has left behind." When he finished, he didn't care. He had given this information to the Right Honorable King mainly to disgust the other party. In fact, when the guardian of Jiaguan mentioned that he had already sent his general with 1,000 men to intercept that strong man, in his heart, that strong man was already dead. In the face of a prepared rider of 1,000 men, a non-patriarch cannot escape. The other side. Aguna led the men into an ambush on a hillside. He stood tall, where the momentum of his cavalry charge was maximized. It is an excellent strategic location. He held his dagger in his hand, which had freshly roasted wolf meat stuck in it. Ripping hard, Aguna looked disgruntled. That great song's powerhouse, when exactly is he coming over? It's not possible that he's already scared and so he's fled. If that's the case, then they've come for nothing. As soon as he said this, he immediately noticed that a large and a small silhouette at the bottom of the hillside were coming towards this place. The older ones are only 16 or 17 years old, and the younger ones are only 5 or 6 years old. The two were holding hands, perhaps walking very slowly as they were taking care of the 5 or 6-year-old girl's pace. With just a glance, Aguna snorted. Where did these human sheep come from? They actually walked here. Aren't they afraid that my Northern Python cavalry will slaughter them all? Said he was a bit bored with the road. Go to kill them. It is extremely boring to be in the middle of such a wait. It's kind of fun to watch the killing. This was followed by several excited Northern Python cavalrymen, who ran towards the other side on their warhorses. The sword was raised high, and the horse whistled and neighing. Soon the two men across the street stopped in their tracks. Everyone thought, inevitably, that they were afraid. But the moment the two cavalrymen approached, two good-sized heads that just dropped out of nowhere, Aguna's pupils shrunk. Such swordsmanship made him think of the cavalryman who had died tragically. He responded immediately. I didn't realize that the one who killed my python cavalry was actually a teenager with a young child. He gritted his teeth, anger in his eyes. Mount your horses in charge. He was going to kill the teenager with the force of 1,000 armies. And at the moment, Li Xianbai glanced at Nui Nui before releasing his hand and said, Nui Nui, can you wait for me for a while? Inuyasha nodded in confusion. The seven-star dragon abyss was sheathed, and the patriarch's sword intent was out in full force. Aguna, who was rushing towards here, suddenly felt the longsword at his waist vibrate. Not only him, but those generals who wore swords around them, their swords did the same. And Li Xianbai moved. He faced 1,000 horsemen and initiated the charge. The moment the two sides came close, the seven-star dragon abyss chopped out a terrifying sword chi. Almost just in a flash, dozens of people died. And it's only the beginning. In less than an incense stick of work, Li Xianbai was already standing in front of Aguna. You are the patriarch. Aguna regretted it immensely. If he had known that his opponent was a Zhongshi, he would have said nothing. Thousands. Facing the ninth pin is enough. But when facing a Zhongshi, it was completely insufficient. Hearing this, Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. Ha! Oh patriarch. He hasn't seen it yet. Chapter 66, Identity Displayed, Right Honorable King's Hatred. The news of 1,000 armies' death in battle soon reached the guardian of Jiaguan. He had a look of shock on his face. What did you say? That's thousands of elite cavalry, not 1,000 pigs, dying so quietly. But of their opponents, they remained ignorant. Isn't this a joke? He paced back and forth, his expression cloudy. That person, shouldn't he be a Zhongshi? His face was extremely ugly when he thought about it. If the opponent was a patriarch, then everything would be answered. However, how could a patriarch appear at this time? Although the patriarch was powerful, he didn't have any chance of surviving against the siege of the army. Showing up here single-handedly and being so provocative to their northern python. It's no different than looking for death. So he couldn't understand the other side. But the fact before him now was that the thousands of men he had sent out were dead. It was a very huge loss, enough to make him feel flesh. General, what should we do? Should we keep sending more men? The moment he heard this, the guardian of Jiaguan glared at him fiercely before slapping him on the head. Fools, thousands have died in battle. Would it do this general any good to send more men? He was furious beyond belief. The deaths of these thousands of men in battle gave him a responsibility he could not escape. But now, that was no longer what he was considering. If the other party was truly a patriarch, then he didn't want to take this trouble into his hands at all. This is the right honorable king's people looking for trouble, not his. So naturally the person who should be dealing with this trouble shouldn't be him. Report it immediately. When he finished, he sat back in his chair with a thump. Also, find a way to investigate the identity of the other party. I just can't believe that no one would have actually seen him after he killed so many people. Yes, the henchman nodded. It's not a hard thing to do. In fact, they had already sent people to investigate during this time. I'm sure it won't take long for an answer to come back. And Xiangyinghu, the heavy general of Ditsong, had already arrived near Jiaguan. However, this majestic pass that originally belonged to the Great Song was now occupied by the people of the Northern Python, and for a moment he had no good solution. Though he fights without a life, and cares even less about the lives of others. But he doesn't want to die because it will give him victory, and not because he's stupid. So when it was judged that there was nothing that could be done to attack the Jiaguan, he stationed himself 50 miles away. And Kagan are far away, silently waiting for their chance. He's also tracking down relevant intel. His was easier though, after all. This was where the Great Song was after all. So it's much easier to investigate. It didn't take long for a piece of information to reach him. 16 or 17-year-olds? My Great Song, when did such a bloodthirsty and strong person appear? He pondered silently. And it was at this time that the news of Li Xuanbai's overthrow of the 1,000 armies came through. After hearing this news, he was even more shocked. Overwhelming thousands of northern python cavalry with one's own strength. Is this really something a martial Dao 9th grade can do? At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. No, it's impossible to have this kind of strength at the 9th rank of the martial arts path. But how could a monster who reached the rank of sovereign at the age of 16 or 17 exist in this world? A patriarch and the age of 16 or 17 were originally a parallel line that could never intersect. General, do you remember the 6th prince? Xiangyinghu frowned. Rather, I have heard that the 6th prince, said to be only 16 years old, his strength is extraordinary, has exceeded the limit of what the 9th grade of the martial arts path can reach. Speaking of which, he reacted. You mean the 6th prince did this? He sucked in a backwards breath. If that was the case, then it would be too terrifying to have reached such a realm at the age of 16. The future potential is even more unimaginable. Then he said in a pensive voice. But if that's the case, then this person is not a sovereign. He's connected. So he already knew that His Majesty in Kyoto's judgment of the sixth prince, that the sixth prince couldn't possibly be a sovereign powerhouse.
He never questioned this judgment.
Not many people in this world knew about it, but he knew very well that His Majesty's comprehension of the martial way was quite extraordinary. And back then, the great master Zhou Xiong retreated to the Deep Palace and was as taboo as ever. All of these were enough to prove that there was a strong person in the Deep Palace whose strength was still above that of Grandmaster Zhou Xiong.
It's just that no one knows who this person is.
It was also simple to identify the sixth prince.
Because he's blind.
Such a characterization is just too obvious.
It seems that the situation here has to be reported to the court. He spoke in a hushed voice. If this was the sixth prince's doing, then he couldn't let His Majesty know nothing about it.
The relevant information, the Jiaguan guards soon touched some of it as well.
Suspiciously blind? He got lucky and found very critical intel. What nonsense!
The moment he heard this intelligence, he felt he had been deceived. But then, he also thought of the sixth prince of Decadence. He was more than a little alarmed at the thought of this possibility. Once he calmed down, the corners of his mouth curved up into a faint curve.
That is a good thing, and if that is the case, then it is all the more reason for this matter to be handled by the Right Honorable King. This huge hassle was able to be shaken off. It certainly wasn't a bad thing for him. It was better to let someone else have a headache with a suspected clan master's powerhouse. After handing over the information, he slept in peace. After receiving the intelligence, the left virtuous king did not even hesitate to pass this intelligence to the great Khan king. That was the great Song Emperor who had caused a huge hindrance to their northern python attack. Now the heart of the Khan king has a deep impression of this name, I'm afraid. As expected, King Khan went straight to the Right Honorable King. Looking at the expression on King Khan's face, there was something about Right Sage King that he couldn't quite fathom. King Khan didn't let him guess. Right Honorable King, do you remember that great Song Emperor?
Hearing this person, the Right Wise King gritted his teeth even more. Of course I can't forget, if it wasn't for him, how could my men have suffered such great losses? It's just a pity that the situation didn't allow it at the time, otherwise I would have broken him into pieces.
King Khan gave him a look and said, in that case, here's your chance. That great emperor's royal son, who has already arrived near Jiaguan, is suspected to be coming towards my North Python.
Jiaguan can guard a large army but not a strong man. I'm afraid it won't be long before it appears in the grasslands of my northern Python.
I want you to find him and kill him. This is your long overdue mission.
Hearing this, the Right Wise King froze for a moment. Then his mouth, at the corners, broke into a sardonic smile.
Alone on the prairie? This is a godsend. Compliance. I will break him into pieces.
His hatred for the sixth prince of Decadence had long since reached its peak.
Chapter 67 Success and Ambition. After the Right Honorable King left, the first thing he did was to go and find the wolf master of that Tulan tribe. The original spirited wolf master of that Tehran department has long since lost that look of the past. At this moment, because of the worsening situation of that Tulan ministry, his whole person also became disheveled. Though it was said that the Right Honorable King didn't punish him for what happened before. But just because you don't discipline, doesn't mean you can rest on your laurels. A tribe needs resources to thrive. If it was that Tulan tribe in the beginning, then he could still barely carry on maintaining with the tribe's heritage.
But now, more than half of the clan's warriors were dead or wounded, and the strongest had been similarly lost. Under such circumstances, that Tulan ministry could be said to have fallen into a desperate situation.
Without the Right Honorable King's help, sooner or later, their Nathra ministry would have been overthrown. See the Right Honorable King.
The Wolf Lord hurried over and fell directly to his knees.
Lord Right Wise.
His attitude was respectful. Because the Right Honorable King right now was the saving grace of their entire Nathra ministry. The Right Honorable King glanced at him, then spoke. I've come to you, naturally, for something. Because of you, my men have suffered heavy losses, but now there's a chance to be able to make it right.
Hearing this, the Wolf Lord's expression became agitated. Go ahead.
He saw the only straw that saved his life. The Right Sage King spoke coldly. A warrior must rise from where he falls.
You were beaten by the sixth prince of the Great Song, and you were beaten back.
And now that he has appeared in my Python territory, I want you to find him and kill him.
Hear that. The Wolf Lord's body trembled.
Li Xianbai was a nightmare for him that could never be dispelled. He had sworn that he would never go after that man again.
But now,
looking at the Wolf Lord's struggling expression, the Right Wise King hummed lightly.
This is your last chance. If you don't take it, suffer the consequences.
When he finished speaking, he turned directly away. If it wasn't for the foolishness of that Tulan ministry, there was no way that the power between him and the left virtuous king would be out of balance. Of course, there may be more than just that one reason, but everyone else is dead.
Only the Wolf Lord and that Tulane section still existed.
So even if it was unreasonable, he vented all his anger all over that Tehran ministry. The Wolf Lord wrestled with this for a while, but eventually stood up, because he knew that he simply had no other choice.
Come on, man, he yelled. Gather all the fallen warriors, find the sixth prince of the Great Song, and kill him. A flash of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. The sixth prince of the Great Song was indeed very strong,
so strong that fear had already arisen in his heart.
But he is the wolf lord of that Tulane clan.
His will is the will of that Tulane ministry. If he was fearful, then it meant that the entire Nether Tulane ministry had grown fearful of the sixth prince of Great Xian. This will never work.
The soul and backbone of that Tulane ministry should never be bent because of him.
Isn't it just one person? His Natharam clan has countless warriors who are not afraid of life and death. Even if it was a Zhongshire powerhouse, he could still surround and kill it. Not to mention the fact that the sixth prince of the Great Song was nothing more than a pseudo-Zhongshire. In less than a day, the entire Natharam ministry was fully mobilized. A large number of warriors of the Natharam clan left the tribe on galloping fast horses. These men and horses numbered in the tens of thousands. Though it was said that they, the Turanian ministry, had suffered great losses. But even so, they were originally a strong tribe. This door-to-door cavalry was the last of their Natharam ministry's reserves. As soon as any problem arises, then the Turan ministry will certainly be completely declined as a result, and there will be no more room to turn around. A large number of the Natharam clan's cavalry spread out, looking for any sign of Li Xianbai who might have infiltrated the northern Python.
It's not even just that Tulane ministry. The entire Right Honorable King's command has been mobilized. He had given the order for Li Xianbai to be killed, because the only way to wash away his shame and regain the prestige he had lost over this period of time was to kill Li Xianbai, and for that, he would pay any price. And this time Li Xianbai. There's no point in hiding yourself away at all.
Walking through the northern Python lands, it didn't take long for a northern Python cavalryman to find their trail, but it was almost just a blink of an eye. This lucky cavalry was then all decimated by Li Xianbai, and that's just the beginning. Soon the Right Honorable King learned of Li Xianbai's entry into the northern Python, got the exact location, although it cost dozens of cavalry lives as a result. But there was nothing but excitement in his eyes. A pseudo-sect master with the power to break 1,000 armies, once hidden, was a huge threat to anyone.
But if this person appears to everyone,
then he loses his stealth, which means he loses his threat. The Right Honorable King was like a ravenous beast that began to show its fangs. A piece of information was passed on to various places.
The Wolf Lord's eyes became calm after receiving the news.
At last we've found it, pass the word that all men approach towards us. This time, I absolutely cannot let him escape, even if he is a sect master, I will let him fall completely. Beside him, a man suddenly spoke up.
That sixth prince of Ditsong, is he really not a grandmaster? If it's really a patriarch, then it won't be that easy to surround and kill.
These words caused the Wolf Lord's expression to stutter.
You're not trying to say that now you regret it, are you?
Lal was a tribal leader like him, and after receiving the Right Honorable King's order, he took the initiative and chose to join forces with the Natharam tribe. The corners of Lar's mouth curved up in a faint curve.
No, if he's not a sovereign, then I'll take this credit.
Hearing this, the Wolf Lord glanced at him,
then snorted a laugh. Lol, you'd better collect your thoughts. Otherwise, you'll regret this idea of yours today.
The sixth prince of the Great Song, although not a Zhongshire,
but one can only deal with him in the same way one would deal with a Zhongshire. The Wolf Lord spoke in a deep voice. He didn't want any surprises. Wait for a few more days, and when you have enough troops, it won't be too late to make a move at that time. Lar narrowed his eyes at him for a moment before this withdrew itself. Well, you name it.
His face was calm, not caring much for such a statement from the Wolf Lord. It was well known that even a Zhongshire powerhouse could only run away in the face of a large army. And this time, he had gathered 3,000 men. Even if the sixth prince of the Great Song was really a Zhongshire, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. So his mind was made up. For this credit, he'll take it. Ambition blazed in his eyes. The rise of a tribe always requires some risky decisions. Then the Tulane ministry lost the bet. But he believed he wouldn't lose.
Chapter 68, Sword Formation Rises. Today, Breaking Armor 3000. Early the next morning, the Wolf Lord realized that his ally had suddenly disappeared.
Seeing such a situation, his mind just turned and immediately reacted to what the other party had done.
Damn lol.
He roared with such fury that it could be heard clearly for hundreds of meters around him. Pass the word down, gather the entire army immediately, we need to catch up with that asshole.
He was furious beyond belief.
The situation was very obvious. Lal had taken his headquarters and gone to find the sixth prince of Ditsong. But that fool didn't even realize that although he had 3,000 men under his command, this amount of manpower couldn't stop the other side at all.
Surrounding a sovereign, relying on 3,000 people would not be enough. At least a doubling would be in order.
He was grim-faced as the men of that Turan ministry assembled.
Tell me, how many men have we assembled now?
Wolf Lord, we now have close to 3,000 men in position.
The man on the sidelines replied.
Hearing this, the Wolf Lord was slightly relieved. Close to 3,000 men, if you add in the one from Lal. Perhaps it would be possible to have the sixth prince of Ditsong completely killed. But it's still not insurance. Tell the others to gather immediately, and absolutely not give the sixth prince of Ditsong a chance to escape.
He's very clear. There's only one chance for a siege. If the sixth prince of Ditsong was allowed to leave, then the other party would definitely run. Now entering the boundaries of the Great Song, It would be almost a fool's errand for them to try to surround and kill a false sovereign there. So in his mind, he had already cursed Lol. If Lol hadn't taken matters into his own hands, they could have been more consistent. Only now he had no other choice but to expect that he would be able to get there before the two sides exchanged blows. And the men under him, one by one, looked at each other. Both felt that the Wolf Lord was a little too worried. Pseudo-sect masters were not true sect masters after all, and such strength could give them no small threat though. But to speak of escaping from an army of 3,000, it's an impossible thing any way you look at it. The Wolf Lord didn't give them an explanation and just picked up the pace of the march one after another. Lol, on the other hand, was heading moment by moment towards the location where the sixth prince of Ditsong appeared in the intelligence. Because in his opinion, the sixth prince of the Great Song was a living meritocracy. So he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. Not for much longer. Intelligence had come in from his men. There's word that a blind man has appeared 30 miles from us. Hearing this, Lol laughed at once. Gentlemen, it seems that we've been lucky, and when we take this merit, the right honorable king will surely think highly of us. Even getting into the sights of the Khan king is not impossible. Roar! Ha ha! For the tribe! Must win! A shout rang out, and everyone was excited. After all, they weren't that Tulane ministry. Their tribe, just a small tribe, all the warriors were just over 4,000 people. However, the contemporary chief Lol had extraordinary talent, and his strength was extraordinary, having reached the realm of the 9th grade of the martial arts path at a young age. So they also have ambitions to take the tribe further. The sixth prince of the Great Song was the stepping stone that belonged to them. It was because of such strength that they were able to obtain the opportunity to cooperate with that Tulane ministry. Charge over there! Find him and kill him! Lar roared with excitement. He drew the long sword that had been hanging at his waist. Not only him, as those other warriors who wore swords, all made the same movement. The blade they fought with was not necessarily a sword, but the sword, the symbol of the warrior. Only the truly brave warriors among the tribes are qualified to hold the sword. Hundreds of long swords were pointed high into the sky, and at this moment, they were as imposing as rainbows. And behind them, the Wolf Lord was chasing hard. Wolf Lord, Ral and the others are already close to making contact with the sixth prince of Great Song. Hearing such a return, the Wolf Lord's face was gloomy, but he could only continue to try to hurry. Damn bastards, sooner or later, I'm going to make their entire tribe regret for what they did today. The sixth prince of the Great Song was a meritocracy he was bound to win. Only this merit badge will allow them to wash away their shame. And this time, a northern Python cavalry scout looked at Li Xianbai from a distance. There was some doubt in his eyes, not understanding why there was a little girl at Li Xianbai's side. He even wondered for a moment if he had the wrong person. Soon, though, he wouldn't need to worry about that anymore. Because, Lars is coming. 3,000 steeds galloped above the grassland, raising a cloud of smoke. Countless flags fluttered in the wind, and a hiss of excitement resounded continuously among the army. It's a state that only occurs during tribal roundups. Obviously, they took Li Xianbai as their prey. Lol rushed ahead. He reached the scout. The scout couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly told Lol about the location of the sixth prince of Ditsong. Lar looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a very plain teenager leading a young child of a few years old. At the sight, Lol froze. Are you sure that's the son of the Great Song Emperor? Why would he be carrying a little girl? He instinctively found it all a bit ridiculous. A Great Song, who had gone on a killing spree in their northern Python territory, had attracted countless cavalry to attack. But the other party calmed down a little girl, as if she didn't put them North Python warriors in their eyes at all. 3,000 cavalry are in position. All of them drew the combat knives at their waists, just waiting for the final order. Ral knew, of course, that the scouts couldn't possibly deceive him. So there's only one reason why all this is happening now. That was the son of this Great Song Emperor, who was now a bit arrogant and excessive because no one could stop the killings in the past. And this, a very good thing in his opinion. He loves this kind of stupid opponent. On the other hand, Li Xianbai also noticed Lol and their presence through his killing intent perception. Scared? He asked Nui Nui, who was on the sidelines. Nui Nui is not afraid. Nui Nui's little head shook. She did get scared in the beginning. But then, she had gotten used to it. Li Xianbai smiled. This little girl had a good heart, and based on his observations, her martial arts talent wasn't bad either. In the future, I think I will be able to have a good result in practicing martial arts. This time though, it's different than before. There are too many opponents. And at his side was a little girl with no hands. If it comes in the regular way, even he could not guarantee that Nui Nui would survive. So he spoke softly. Nui Nui, close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. Nui Nui obediently closed her eyes. As for Li Xianbai, he drew the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand, one step at a time towards them. Across the room, Lol was well and truly in his element. He was surrounded by 3,000 armored cavalry armorers, all under control. Further back, the Wolf Lord hoofed it towards here. Sons and daughters. Lar raised his hand. Charge.
At his command, 3,000 cavalrymen started charging towards Li Xianbai.
Feeling the cavalry rushing towards him, like a torrent,
Li Xuanbai's face did not change. Just in front of him, the grass and trees suddenly began to fall towards the surrounding. Suddenly, a small blade of grass is sliced through the air. And then suddenly countless grasses and trees, all sliced by sharp blades that could not be seen in the air. Subsequently, a majestic and incomparable sword intent was violently lifted above the 7-star dragon abyss, a channel of mind power that spread out in all directions.
Sword formation rise.
Li Xianbai let out a soft cry. Today, he shall break through 3,000 armors with his sword.
Chapter 69, The Might of the Sword Formation,
3,000 horsemen destroyed. The scene was extremely shocking as 3,000 cavalry charged. The earth was set off a slight tremor under the galloping horse. It was as if an earthquake had appeared. Add to that the fact that they were high above the ground, and the speed got even faster and faster. Raoul charged at the front, his face extremely cold. Though it was said that he knew the enemy was strong, the purpose of his visit today was to establish the merit of the tribe, and his valor, through this powerful enemy. Therefore, he shall be the first to use the battle sword in his hand and tell everyone. Him, Lars,
will be the first warrior of the next generation of North Python.
But it was at this time. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. The changes that appeared around Li Xianbai had caught his attention, and he seemed to feel some vibrations in his loins. When he looked down, he saw the longsword hanging at his waist, trembling, and then look around toward the rest of the area. It was then realized that the swords at the waist of the others were similarly uncontrollable. This scene instantly caused his pupils to shrink slightly.
Sword intent rainbow, all swords move. This was a realm that only a sword Dao master could arrive at. Sure enough,
he suppressed the horror in his heart. The 6th prince of Ditsang in front of him had already arrived at the realm of a grandmaster, at least in terms of sword Dao. The 6th prince of the Great Song stood less than 200 paces away from him. Although he was shocked in his heart, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He even waved his horse and raised his whip to make the warhorse under his seat speed up.
Victory, only the brave can take it. That's what he believes in.
Just as he hurriedly approached, he suddenly saw an invisible sword aura emanating from the 6th prince of the Great Song's body, destroying everything around him. Only he and the little girl standing beside him were unaffected. The most terrifying scene. Even more so, he felt appalled. Accompanied by the sword formation up those 3 words. Immediately, he felt the long sword at his waist, jerking. Almost just for a split second, not only him, but anyone in the army who wore a sword. All the sword weapons, in a flash, rose into the air.
Hundreds of sword weapons turned into a torrent of sword weapons.
And then these sword weapons suddenly stood high in the sky. The blade was aimed at them. Even he couldn't control his emotions anymore with this scene. He opened his mouth that had become a little dry at some point. And behind him, the advance of the many warriors on their horses had slowed.
This anticlimactic scene was enough to make them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. The sword weapon is uncontrolled and in the air.
These are images that could only be found in myths and legends.
But now, it was just so real to them. And everyone knows it.
The one who caused all of this was the 6th prince of Ditsang, who was 100 paces away from them. Everyone had the same feeling that the sharp sword hanging over their heads would pierce them through in the next second.
This situation,
it made them feel chilled to the bone.
Though they have 3,000 horsemen, its power can resist a patriarch. But, patriarchs are people too. But what stood before them, was it a human being?
For a moment, the 3,000 cavalry began to appear confused. It was still Lal who reacted first.
Keep charging, he yelled. Live to the death, and those who disobey will be killed.
There was no use running away at this time. If you want to survive, you have to kill the person who controls these swords.
He does have some skills. His prestige among the tribes was even at its peak.
Under his roar, the 3,000 cavalrymen actually regained their composure.
However, in front of them, Li Xuanbai's face was always calm as one.
The sword formation was his strongest killing technique nowadays. The moment he sacrificed the sword formation, he had already doomed the end of those people in front of him. He glanced at Inuyasha, who had his hands over his eyes and his body was shaking.
Obviously,
this little girl's mind was not as calm as she claimed.
The moment,
the 3,000 horsemen had already rushed to 100 meters away.
Raoul was even ahead of the pack, charging less than 50 paces away.
6th Prince of the Great Song, with your blood today, let the Great Song know the capabilities of my Northern Python warriors. He roared, his battle spirit high. So what if it's the sword immortal? He had 3,000 men. Even if the Desong Emperor in front of him was really a sword immortal, he would still have to execute him.
Not to mention,
he didn't believe that there were really fairies in the world. If he believed that, he wouldn't have been able to take the tribe this far. It is because he believes only in himself that he is able to keep him going.
Finally at this time, Li Xianbai faintly opened his mouth. Strangle, with those 2 words exiting.
On the hundreds of long swords standing in the air, there was a sudden flash of spiritual light.
And then it turned into the most biting killing machine, toward the galloping cavalry below.
In just one breath, hundreds of cavalrymen were pierced through their chests and fell heavily to the ground.
In the next breath, 3,000 cavalrymen, 1,000 had died in battle. And the silver light was still strangling. Lol is still charging.
But as he rushed, he felt the shouts behind him diminish and turn into a scream.
The moment he turned around, it was even more like falling into an ice cave.
Hundreds of swords and weapons turned into silver light to harvest the lives of the warriors under his command. There was simply no one who could resist the presence of these sword weapons. The steps of his warhorse gradually came to a halt, because by this time, there were only a dozen people left behind him. But before he could open his mouth to say anything, these remaining dozen or so people were pierced by hundreds of long swords in a flash. They looked at their leader with incredulous eyes.
Lol. Us. Wrong.
A man opened his mouth to speak, but the countless sword holes in his body had long since rendered him unable to speak even a single word. But to Lol, it was like a thunderbolt, because that's his best buddy.
Sword formation. This is the sword formation. He gritted his teeth and glared at Li Xianbai.
The 3,000 cavalry were all destroyed, and from this moment on, he was no longer a warrior of the tribe, but a sinner of the tribe.
Asshole! He roared.
But the hundreds of sword weapons above the sky had long since converged at this moment, as if they had transformed into a giant sword weapon. The blade was pointed straight at Ral.
I'll kill you.
Lol jerked his horse's belly,
and Li Xianbai stood there motionless,
when Ral was already less than 20 paces away from him. The giant sword weapon, long ago wrapped in a boundless and radiant sharpness, stabbed through at his chest. Sword artifact, after passing through his chest, parted towards the sides. It made his body like a towing bag.
Hundreds of sword weapons all went through.
Only then did Lar plant himself heavily on the ground, his eyes wide and dead. It wasn't until this time that Li Xianbai made Nui Nui open her eyes.
Into what the eye sees.
The northern python's 3,000 cavalrymen were annihilated, and there was no one left alive at the scene.
Sovereign?
Li Xianbai laughed lightly.
A patriarch, can you do this? In the next instant, the eyebrow-breaking god pupil opened. He wanted to see, with his own eyes, the outcome of this battle. However, when he looked over in one direction, the corner of his mouth suddenly curved up. In the midst of the breaking god's pupil,
there, a wolf's smoke went straight up to the sky, while there was even more sharpness hidden outside.
Soldier striker. It seems that there are still leaks. Chapter 70 Wolf Lord dies, entering the sovereign. Thousands of meters away. The Wolf Lord's face was filled with horror.
He had long since turned his horse around and was frantically running out the door.
Kiss my ass. He just saw something. Hundreds of long swords, actually hanging in the air without anyone controlling them. How is this something a human being can do?
Then the next second, he saw the sword weapons, as if they were warriors in strict formation, launching an attack on something. At the end of the day, hundreds of sword weapons actually converged together. It turned into an immense and incomparable long sword.
Though because of the distance, he couldn't see clearly what was going on. But it's not like he's a cutie.
In front was the cavalry that Lol had led. And the only one who could fight Lol at this time was that sixth prince of the Great Song. At this moment he was even incredibly grateful.
Luckily Lol is too ambitious. Such a monster was simply not something a mortal could defeat.
If Lol hadn't jumped ahead of him, then those facing these sword weapons would have to be added to himself, as well as these 3,000 or so cavalrymen behind him. Although that would give them 6,000 men on hand. But is there really a difference between 3,000 and 6,000 people in the face of such godlike means? It was at this time that a force of men came galloping up the flank. Wolf Lord, I will bring 700 warriors from my headquarters to support. However, when he saw the other party, the Wolf Lord cursed for a while in his heart.
What is this idiot doing messing around at this time of night? Run! He yelled.
At the same time the horse under the seat did not even half slow down.
Instead, it's still picking up speed.
It caused the war general who had come in support to be dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on at all. However, he could only follow the large group and lead his men to escape after him. The Wolf Lord ran away with all 3,000 men. He only has 700 people, it's hard not to run and find death. After running for a while, he turned around and looked back and saw a horrible scene.
Wolf Master, look behind you, he yelled.
The Wolf Lord looked back when he heard this, and a chill ran down his back. A torrent of sword weapons in the air was flying towards them.
Discovered.
His eyes were bared, unable to comprehend what was happening.
Obviously ran fast enough.
But why did the sixth prince of the Great Song still notice their presence?
Run, he called out.
In the face of such tactics, he didn't have any thoughts of confrontation at all.
A bizarre scene took place in the grassland.
Thousands of northern python cavalrymen, enough to make anyone feel fear, were being chased by hundreds of sword weapons flying in the air.
Unspeakable fear filled the faces of every northern python cavalryman.
And at the same time, Li Xianbai flew on a flying sword.
His expression was full of enjoyment. Royal sword flight. It was the first time he had ever tried it. He had once obtained the sword royalty technique before, but at that time, the power of the flying swords was simply not enough to support him in flight because his heart power was too weak.
And now, the existence of the sword formation technique, coupled with the heart refining technique to refine his heart, allowed his heart power to grow tremendously. Finally realizing this dream of his that had been born from the moment he practiced the sword. Looking at the cavalry, he kept getting closer to the front. Li Xuanbai's mood gradually lightened. He especially smiled the moment he saw that the person in the lead was the Wolf Lord. I had thought that it shouldn't be easy to find the Wolf Master, but I didn't expect it. It was amazing that they were so lucky to run into each other here. Soon he had crossed over to the front of the cavalry, to the very front of those cavalrymen, and then landed and stood there. The Wolf Lord hurriedly drank down the army. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar teenager in front of him with a gloomy face. From the very beginning, he knew that this teenager's strength was not bad. He had witnessed with his own eyes that the other party had forcibly struck down Euphrates in the midst of their army as if it were no man's land, cracking the critical situation of sword stage that time. From that point on, he overestimated his opponent as much as possible. But everyone told him, this teenager couldn't possibly be a Zhou. It was impossible for a 16-year-old patriarch to exist. But now, all he wanted to do was curse all of these people who had told him. Even wanted to chop off all their heads and feed them to the dogs. Not a grandmaster? Even if he is a grandmaster, can one man's sword break through 3,000 armors? Even if he was a sovereign, could he still fly with a sword? How could such a monster not be a sect master? Oh, maybe he really isn't a clan master. Because, perhaps, he had already surpassed the so-called patriarchs. Wolf Lord, long time no see. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. The Wolf Lord held his sword in his hand, and behind him were 4,000 cavalrymen, all of whom looked uneasy. Sixth Prince of the Great Song, I really underestimated you. No, I'm afraid everyone in the world has underestimated you. He opened his mouth, then struggled to raise his voice again. Even if you are strong, so what? Behind me, there are 4,000 elite warriors. I don't believe it. Can you still kill us all? He roared. But the roar was tinged with undisguised fear. Hearing this, Li Xianbai laughed more and more. Then, give it a try. The Wolf Lord roared out. Charge and kill him, it's the only way to live. These words, after all, still stirred up the courage of those northern Python cavalrymen. Everyone starts charging. They wanted to use their numbers to pile up the great Song Emperor in front of them. This battle is the battle of the beggars. They played the battle like never before. But, useless. Li Xuanbai's body was surging with heart power. Not only those sword weapons high in the sky, even those swords of the Wolf Lord and the cavalry behind him were all hooked up in their hearts. Soon they experienced the same despair as those at Lul. The difference was only that the swords high in the air at the moment were over 1,000. The sword weapon was like a torrent, and the sharpness was like the sea. Everyone who saw the scene was chilled from the bottom of their hearts. But for them, no amount of emotion will change their end. Silver light shot toward these cavalrymen. The Wolf Lord's eyes were enraged as he drew the battle sword in his hand and frantically slashed those attacking sword weapons. Sword weapon after sword weapon was cleaved by him. But he was only one person after all, and there are thousands of swords in the sky. Soon, the Wolf Lord was panting. But the swords coming at him grew more and more numerous, because behind him, there was no one else. At this moment, the Wolf Lord had a premonition of his end. He regrets it. At the time of that Tehran department, although in the North Python is not considered powerful, but it's definitely not weak. But it was because he wanted to seek to go further with that Tulane ministry that the next mission to Sword Terrace took place. And now, tribal warriors are 10 to 1. How can a large tribe survive? He, single-handedly, destroyed his own tribe. Li Xianbai looked at him coldly. It's nothing to enter the Great Song, and it's nothing for both sides to engage in war, but you should never have dared to massacre the people. How innocent are those people who have no hands? Li Xuanbai's mood was a bit stirred. The red dust refining his heart made him feel a lot about the red dust. He thought of the refugees who had stolen his food and still left a thread of it behind. Thinking of the ordinary father who watched Nui Nui until he died. So at this moment, his red dust heart, too, shook like never before. If you do something worse than a dog or a pig, today, you will die with 10,000 swords through your heart. Thousands of swords fired in unison, turning into a rain of swords, piercing the Wolf Lord through the heart again and again. It's like what Li Xianbi said. Wolf Lord died with 10,000 swords through his heart. Watching the Wolf Lord fall to the ground. In Li Xuanbai's heart, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Since entering the Red World, he's just been suffering from redundancy, and his mind is rising. But he was also getting more and more upset. He's not a nice guy. Just, what happened in front of him, he can't forget. In that instant, he felt his body unbind in some way. He was already at the peak of the 9th grade long ago, but his realm was never able to advance further. The realm of the Patriarch seemed to be different from the other realms. But now, heart power skyrocketed. Zoner, break. Chapter 71 Northern Python Patriarch moves. After entering the realm of the Sovereign, in just a flash, Li Xianbai felt a huge suction force appear within his body. This force suddenly sucked in the Yuan Qi in the heavens and earth towards his body. The true Qi in his body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye it had swelled to the point where it used to be several times its size. But this is only the beginning. At the same time, he also felt that this overbearing yuan qi was quenching his body as well as his meridians. Such a change shocked Li Xianbai to no end. He finally understood what a patriarch was. This was not at all the same concept as the first 9 grades of martial arts. Even if it was the 9th rank of martial arts, compared to the first rank of martial arts, there was only a difference in power. But in essence, nothing has changed. But the patriarch was completely different. His body was cleansed, which gave him the same feeling he had after swallowing the body-forging pill. Only now this change was far more powerful than swallowing an elixir. It could even be said that after crossing into the realm of the patriarch, the essence of life would gain a certain level of enhancement. Though that said, he didn't feel very strongly about it yet. But even just what he saw in front of him was enough for him to make that judgment. I didn't realize that the difference between a sect master and a non-sect master would actually be so great. When the changes within his body gradually disappeared, Li Xianbai had some feelings. At one time, he thought that his power had reached or even surpassed that of a patriarchal powerhouse. In hindsight, perhaps his power could indeed be comparable to that of some patriarchs. But before actually entering this realm, if he went up against a sovereign, he would be faced with this level of evolution in life. Whether he can win easily is still an open question. I'm afraid that I need to play all my cards to be able to defeat it. At the same time, this leap of life moved his mind slightly. Patriarch. Will it be the limit of martial arts in this world? He had thought that this world was merely a higher force than the normal world. Other than that, there is no difference. But now it seems that this may not be the case. Life can leap once, then it may leap a second time, even if it is impossible for the next person to do so. But he has a signing system, and he gets enough underpinnings once a year to turn it all around. Even if the bottom line is not enough right now. But as time passed, he believed that one day he would be able to penetrate the mystery. Everything has been done. Li Xianbai muttered to himself. That Tulan Wolf Lord sent people into the Sword Pavilion, attacked the Sword Stage, and even committed the great crime of the 100-Mile Massacre. Today the man is dead, and the past is written off. His red heart still rolled. As long as he practiced the heart-refining technique, then his heart power, I thought, would be able to rise another level. And mind power. Extremely important for the patriarch. This was an important reason why there were many strong people in the world, but there were a number of patriarchs. Li Xianbai returned to Nui Nui's side. Himself and this little girl are quite a match. Having brought her into the Northern Python in the first place, it was only natural to bring her back now. He wasn't at ease elsewhere, so he should make another trip back to the sword platform. On the way, Li Xianbai did not fly with his sword. After all, Nui Nui's young body couldn't withstand the impact of high-speed flight on her body, and Li Xianbi didn't want to do that. Nowadays, he had completely understood what refining the heart was, and there was no more confusion in his heart. The road, one step at a time. Red dust, to be seen little by little. It was natural that the refining of the mind would also be done. Li Xianbai took Nui Nui towards Jogwon. It didn't take long for the news of the total annihilation of the generals under the command of Lal and the Wolf Lord to have reached the right wise king. After hearing this news, the right sage king's body immediately trembled. He felt his mouth go a little dry. 7,000 men, all finished? Are you sure it was one person who did it? The news made him feel a chill down his back. What a terrible means for one person to have 7,000 people all to himself. If all of this was really the work of that great Song sixth prince, then the strength of this person was truly unimaginable. The man under his command spoke up. The total destruction of the 7,000 men has been determined. There are 2 battlefields, 20 miles apart, and judgment is still needed to determine whether or not one person did it. The matter is quite bizarre. 7,000 men died by different swords, all of which were their own swords, while Lal and that Tulan Wolf Lord died in a rather tragic manner. The right sage king's face was cloudy. Such words could bring him little comfort. Something like dying by his own sword would only make him feel more fearful. You go down first, by the way, block the relevant news, just say that this person's sword breaks 3,000 armors and has the ability of a patriarch. He opened his mouth to speak. It was absolutely impossible for news like the sword breaking 7,000 armor to be known. He waited for the people to leave before looking to the rear. Getaday, what do you think about this? Is that really the work of the 6th Prince of Decadence, killing 7,000 people in a single battle, and using their own swords? Such tactics are truly appalling. Getaday walked out, and his face was also a bit grave, but the essence of the twinkle in his eyes hadn't faded in the slightest. I can't do this kind of battle. Getaday spoke dryly. Patriarchs are also human. I may be able to kill 1,000 people, maybe 2,000 people by force, but when facing 7,000 people, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion and will only be able to try to escape. Upon receiving this answer, Right Honorable King's expression became visibly flustered. What if the 6th Prince of the Great Song came looking for him? Everything was now enough to prove that the 6th Prince of the Great Song was here for revenge, and he's the one who ordered the massacre. However, he did not know that for all this Li Xianbai did not know. In Li Xuanbai's eyes, the Wolf Lord was the one who gave the final order. Getade's eyes twinkled for a moment before he spoke. The king does not need to worry, that big Song 6 prince, I'm afraid that really into the realm of the master, but really say who is strong and who is weak, that to play to know. I've long heard that the 6th prince of Decadence is unrivaled in his horizontal training and his sword skills are exquisite. Cross-trainers have been good at prolonged battles since ancient times. If these 7,000 people were to be brought down by him in a single battle, I am afraid that I am not an opponent, but since there are 2 places in the battlefield, it is very likely that the 6th prince of the Great Song will kill one battle first, and then after resting, he will kill another vibration. Though so strong, he is not unimpeachable, that great master of my northern Python royal court is far above him. Moreover, this was ultimately only a battle under the sovereign. The sovereign and the 9th grade, they are not the same. His eagle-like eyes were sharp. Killing even more under the sovereign doesn't necessarily mean he's as domineering at the sovereign realm. After all, he's only 16. Hearing the last sentence, the Right Honorable King suddenly felt his body relax a few points. That's right, even if that 6th prince of Ditsong is strong, he's still just a 16-year-old. Both. Getade, then please, make sure you kill this man. Hatred reappeared in the Right Sage King's eyes. Fear had overpowered hate a moment ago, but after seeing the new hope, he regained his previous emotions. Getade nodded with an expressionless face. A 16-year-old patriarch. He had literally never seen it before, or even heard of it. A character like this, if not killed while he was still alive, he would surely become a great enemy in the future. Getade came outside the tent, his entire body clanking with sinews and bones, his entire body like a praying mantis. And then with a single leap, he had reached nearly 100 meters away, the power of the patriarch showing. In the back, the Right Honorable King's eyes held a hopeful look. Chapter 72, True Stance, Full State Unsealed. Above Kagan. The North Python's Jaguan guards are a bit panicked. The fruit that was in my mouth doesn't taste good now. Sword breaks through 3,000 armor? Are you kidding me? What kind of monster is this? And why have I, Jaguan, never seen this person from the beginning? Hearing this intelligence, he felt as if his heart had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. And with a few moments of celebration at the same time. Luckily the man didn't come after him. Being able to break through 3,000 armors with a single sword, with him he would never be able to block it. There was a patriarch guarding above Jaguan, but that patriarch would not listen to him. The other party's duty is just to guard this place and nothing else. By the time that 6th Prince of Ditsong had displayed the power of his own he, the guardian of Jaguan, might have died long ago. At the same time he had some concerns. The Jaguan heavenly peril was here, but it allowed the Great Sang powerhouses to enter the northern Python unnoticed. Once the Great Khan King pursued him, he would not be able to avoid it in any way. And it was at this time. A scout ran in. My lord, 70 miles away, traces of the 6th Prince of the Great Song have appeared. When he heard this, he panicked even more. Go get the patriarch. At this time, only a patriarch could block the opponent. The other person, however, only sent him a message back. It wasn't hard for him to make a move. As long as that 6th Prince of Ditsong appeared in Jaguan, he would naturally make a move. Receiving this answer, the Jaguan guardian had not the slightest idea what to do, although his face was ugly. He could understand the other man's thoughts as well. Kagan is no easy place. Even if there was a patriarch guarding the area, it might not be able to guarantee that it was foolproof. What's more, the other party was still 70 miles away, and once he left Jaguan, he was informed of this news by Ditsong. Kagan will be in danger. So he can only put his mind down and hope that the other party wouldn't come after him. But heaven forbid, when he got the news again. The 6th Prince of the Great Song had already entered the range of less than 20 miles. Such a distance could be said to be reached in a moment for a patriarchal powerhouse. Above the Jaguan, swords and spears are in abundance. Everyone was ready to fight. The 9th grade guardian of Jaguan was even personally holding his sword and bow, ready to strike at any time. But even so, the worry in his heart did not half dissipate. The palms of his hands had long been wet with sweat. Damn the Great Song Emperor. He cursed, and as he watched the sky change, the worry in his heart grew worse. For now he is. Every minute and every second was like putting him in a frying pan, unusually torturous. And at this time, Li Xianbai took Nui and came all the way towards Jaguan. He certainly had no intention of colliding head-on with the Jaguan defenders. With his own strength to collide with the army, even if he was strong and able to escape the siege from the other side. But Nui can't do it. However, as a clan master powerhouse, it was not difficult to cross the Jia Pass silently while the night was still young. That's what he did on the way here, and naturally he did the same on the way back. But just as they were walking, they suddenly noticed a figure standing far ahead, far away. The moment the killing intent fluctuation sensed this figure, it immediately detected the faint sense of crisis brought about by the other party. Patriarch? Li Xianbai muttered to himself. The only one who could bring a sense of crisis to the current him was the patriarch. But even then, he didn't stop. Even the hand holding Nui's hand didn't let go as a result. Before long, the two had come face to face. Getade stood there, his whole body bony and thin, yet inexplicably lean. The greed and dominance that filled his eyes scared Nui, who couldn't help but shrink her head. He looked at Li Xianbai. You really are blind. There was some amazement on Getade's part. He thought that the sixth prince of the Great Song was pretending to be blind. After all, if not for that, how could he have entered the sovereign realm at the tender age of 16? But it was only now that the two were face to face that he finally had to admit the fact. It's nothing to be blind in the eyes, it's good to not be blind in the heart. Li Xianbai spoke faintly. Although his eyes were blind, he had the power of killing intent perception and even the means of the delusion breaking God's pupil. There is no difference between being blind and not being blind. He had just celebrated his 13th birthday when he was expelled from Sword Stage. And without the blessing of parents, coupled with the inability to see, they live in darkness all the time and cannot see half of the light. There is nothing but endless despair. So knowing full well that Emperor Jinglong did not half protect him, but he still longed for affection that would pull him out of this despair. One always needs some hope in times of despair. Only he didn't get it at that time. And today he has everything he wants. No longer the pathetic sixth prince of Song. That's true. Getade laughed. Those of us who practice martial arts should live so transparently, but it's a pity that you and I are enemies. As he spoke, a faint murderous aura appeared on his body. The moment this killing aura appeared, Nui instantly blanched. Li Xianbai took a step forward and blocked directly in front of her. On killing aura, he could kill the old ancestor of the gas. Li Xuanbai's killing intent towards the power of ghosts and gods was no longer suppressed in the slightest and was completely released. A huge ferocious aura violently swept towards the Geta terrace. Almost instantly, Getade's pupils shrunk. At this moment, he looked at Li Xianbai as if he was facing a flood of ferocious beasts. Within the aura, he discerned the presence of half a spirit. It was as if the purest evil in the abyss had been unleashed in this moment. Getade gritted his teeth, which eased his stiffness a little. What a great Sang Prince, and I don't know how many people I've killed to raise such evil. The right wise king ordered the massacre of 100 miles in retaliation, and although it was your Ditsang people who were killed, I'm afraid that compared to now, the Ditsang people you killed are a bit more. The instant he heard those words, Li Xuanbai's face went cold. Slaughtering the living creatures of the Great Song for 100 miles. Is it an order from the right honorable king? The news took him a bit by surprise and, at the same time, gave him a new killing intent. Getade's face was unchanged. The news was nothing to him. He mimicked the stance of an eagle swooping with both hands. The power of the patriarch was infused, and the entire person instantly became as if he was a true eagle. Today, I'll let you know what it means to fight at the level of a patriarch. Do you think that just because you've killed a lot of people, amongst the patriarchs, you can be considered a strong person? Even with all the lurid rumors about Li Xianbi already. However, every patriarch had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and this was the only way to achieve. A 16-year-old. How could it possibly frighten him? Getade's face was proud and filled with wariness. And at this moment, Li Xianbai also drew his sheathed sword. I have to thank you, it seems, for one more. As a thank you gift, I will let you die, very painfully. This was the first time he had fought against a sovereign, so it was a good time to try out his limits. Delusion-breaking pupil, open. In the center of Li Xuanbai's brow, an eye opened. The moment he met eyes with this one, Getade had the feeling of gazing at a god. And the next second, the ghost hand, unblocked. At this moment, the abyss descends. Chapter 73, Divinity and Magic, Death of a Patriarch. A huge killing intent spread out in an instant. The gaze of the gods and devils caused Getade's entire mind and soul to be greatly impacted. It was a state he could not imagine at all. However, the most intuitive thing was the suddenly elevated aura on Li Xuanbai's body. Even though Li Xianbai hadn't done anything yet, but now Getade felt a tremendous pressure on his frame. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Against this massive pressure, Getade spoke. It seems that I have underestimated you after all. I thought that you were the one who was weak, but I didn't realize that I am now a challenger. Really? It's too much of a pain in the ass. A flash of fervent battle intent flashed through his eyes. Li Xuanbai's appearance with such an aura was already enough to disprove all of Getade's previous suspicions about him. He hadn't felt this way in over 20 years. Yet he didn't hate this state of affairs. The reason is very simple. Standing at the top, you can't find any powerful opponents. It certainly proved his strength, but it also blocked his mind. There wasn't enough of a challenge to make him feel like his mind was shackled in some way. Progress in strength has been extremely slow over the years. But now, even if the fight hasn't started yet, he then had felt the agitation within his body. Kill him. As long as he was able to kill the person in front of him, his strength would definitely be able to further increase. With a flip of his hand, Getade had 2 more daggers in his hand. This is his blade. And the aura on Li Xuanbai's body had gradually moved towards the peak. It wasn't just the divinity of the delusion breaking God's pupil, nor was it just the demonic nature of the ghost hand's power. At the same time there was his rising sword intent. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but it was in the eyes of Getade. At this moment, above Li Xuanbai's head, there was an additional huge and incomparable invisible sword. The sword was sharp and incomparably sharp. This was the strongest state that Li Xianbai could bring out at this moment. Under the gaze of the breaking god's pupil, everything in Gedataris was unreservedly displayed in front of him. The sinews, the veins, the flow of true qi, the trembling of his muscles, and even his every breath. Li Xianbai could see it all clearly. Come on! Gedade yelled. He felt the power of Li Xianbai and felt his body tremble. It is the only way to dispel the fear in your heart. The 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed, and the sharpness rose again. At that instant, Gedade couldn't hold back any longer. He roared, "Whether you're a god or a devil today, I'll definitely behead you. A 16-year-old kid has no qualifications to be my opponent." When he finished speaking, his entire body took the stance of an eagle swooping down. Leaping forward, he smashed towards Li Xianbai. The whole thing had a very fierce aura. At the same time, the daggers in both hands were like the blade arms of a praying mantis, protecting the left and right in a deadly manner. The wolfishness in his eyes twisted his expression a bit. At this moment, Li Xianbai finally moved. Looking at the extremely fast approaching Gedatai, Li Xianbai also killed towards Gedatai in a flash. Boom! A blast. The 7-star dragon abyss and Gedadai's dagger collided violently. The terrifying power set off a wave of air, drawing smoke and dust all around. Almost instantly, though, Gedadai fell back a dozen steps. The gap between the two in terms of absolute power was instantly displayed. Gedadai spat out a mouthful of blood as he grimaced. Then without fear, he once again killed towards Li Xianbai. The entire person's figure was like electricity, and in just the blink of an eye, he had struck out a dozen moves. However, every one of his attacks was easily blocked by Li Xianbai. With the presence of a delusion-breaking prodigy, none of his attacks could escape Li Xianbai's eyes. At the same time, the huge killing intent also made Gedadai from time to time, his figure would stop for so long. Less than a tea break. Gedadai gasped and stepped back. Good tactics. He gritted his teeth. A look of disbelief. He had already exerted his full strength, but that 6th prince of Decadence, however, still looked like he was swimming with ease. It's like there's always something to hold back. In this moment, he wanted to go. Continuing to fight, he wouldn't be able to take any advantage. Instead of that, we should retreat immediately. But just at this time, Li Xianbai opened his mouth. I've already blocked 100 moves from you, allowing you to perform all the tricks of a zongshi, and now, it's time for you to block a move from me. He was in full form just to experience the difference between himself and the Zong Master. After all, there was no real fight against an enemy at this stage. There would be no way to get a clear picture of what kind of abilities an opponent in this realm has. Now he's seen it all. Then, naturally, it should end. If he hadn't broken through to Sovereign, even if he was in full form, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to kill Gedadai. But now he would have entered the realm of the Sovereign. Now that the delusion-breaking god pupil was opened and the power of the ghost hand was unsealed, the battle power, long ago, has been incomparable. Ha ha! Gedadai laughed out loud, and he said with a grim expression on his face, "It's better to stop here today. When I recover my condition next time, you and I will fight again." Even if he knew that he was no match for the 6th prince of the Great Song, but he was not willing to admit defeat even with his mouth. In his heart, he just thought that next time, he would definitely not give the 6th prince of Decadence a chance against him. After saying that, he turned around and ran, his entire body leaping 100 meters away. In the blink of an eye, the two were already extremely far away. But Li Xianbai just laughed lightly. "You can leave if you want to, but you should always taste this sword of mine first." "Kid, I'm just going to leave first. What can you do to me?" There was a hint of smugness in Gedadai's distant voice. A person who, at the age of 16, had already entered the realm of the Sovereign Master, and also had a terrifying to the extreme offensive sword Dao. Each of these would never have been possible for anyone else. In that case, could he still have a way to catch up with himself? Kung Fu, it takes practice. It is something that needs to be polished through time. So he was confident that he didn't have to take this move. And then, Li Xianbai's faint voice had entered his eardrums. Like a gangrene on the bone, it cannot be dispersed at all. This sword of mine, say, kills. The sword of 3 killings is out. Gedadai was running when suddenly alarm bells went off in his mind. The moment he looked back, he saw a sword that seemed like it could open up the sky and the earth, and it was chopping towards him. Madaka! The 2 daggers blocking his body suddenly shattered, while his eyes, too, dimmed instantly. From the top of his head, a line of blood was born. And then the whole thing split in half. Patriarch, deceased. If he didn't choose to run away, but instead prepared for this sword with all his might, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. But in his haste, he was not destined to have the strength to fight against it. To his death, Gedadai's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a teenager be so terrifying? Only Li Xianbai had a calm face. The breaking god's pupil closes, and the power of the ghost hand is resealed. Divinity and magic dissipated at the same time. All that's left is humanity. Chapter 74, The Panicked Guardian of Jogwon, News returns to Kyoto. The power fades. Li Xianbai returned to his normal state. But even in this state, he thought that he already possessed the means to kill that northern python patriarch. After all, although the power of the delusion-breaking god's pupil and the ghost hand were strong, However, his swordsmanship, horizontal training, and other means were definitely not weak either. So even though he was new to Zhou, he didn't feel that he would be weak in the face of a veteran Zhou powerhouse.
However, one had to admit that the powerhouses of the sovereign realm were indeed completely different from those powerhouses before them. The gap between the two sides is enormous.
Even against his full state, there were still a few means of resistance.
Nui, it looks like we're going to be a little late before we can go back.
Now that we already know that the culprit of this matter is the right honorable king. Then, if he didn't resolve this matter, he would always feel that there was something weighing on his heart, and his mind would find it difficult to get through. And in his opinion, now was also the best time for him to do it. In this world, I'm afraid that there is no one who really knows anything about his power. But wait for the news of this Northern Python Patriarch's death to get back. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill the right honorable king again. As strong as he wasn't as strong as the entire Python.
And there may not be no one stronger among the Pythons.
Although he was taking one step at a time towards transcendence, at least for now, he was far from reaching the point where he could do nothing. Perhaps one would have to wait until they broke through another realm before they could be in this world and truly have no opponents. After he had entered the clan, he was slightly confused about the road ahead though. But he never again questioned whether the Patriarch was the pinnacle of this world. Even if he wasn't sure if anyone had gone beyond the step of sovereign. But he had clearly seen the path.
The Inamorata nodded good-naturedly.
Even though a sovereign had just died, but she didn't care much about it. Because this way, too many people have died. Although this patriarch was a bit more powerful, her young brain was clearly unable to understand the difference. Not long after, Li Xianbai brought Nui and headed in the direction where the Northern Python Royal Court was located.
And above Kagan,
the guardian of Jiaguan always had a grave expression on his face as he patrolled his surroundings. He hadn't closed his eyes for more than 2 days and 2 nights. All of you get your spirits up, no one is allowed to be careless, and if anything goes wrong, don't blame this general for chopping off his head with his own hands. At his command, throughout the city, everyone's spirits were tightened. However, at this time, a few moments of doubt appeared in the eyes of the guardian of Jiaguan.
Where are the people? How come it hasn't shown up yet? Calculating the time, by all accounts, that great Song's 6th prince should have already arrived here a long time ago. Can it be that the 6th prince of Decadence has already left the Northern Python with his people without a word?
The thought of that possibility made his mood a little more complicated.
The 6th prince of the Great Song led a killing spree in the Northern Python territory.
When King Khan found out, his anger was palpable. If we really let the 6th prince of Decadence leave quietly, he, the guardian of Jiaguan, was naturally to blame and was to be held accountable. But if you face a sectarian powerhouse directly, the dangers involved are more than obvious. If the patriarchs attacked the city, naturally they couldn't make any big waves. But assassinating him, that would be too easy.
Never mind.
It was better to hope that 6th prince of the Great Song would leave quietly. Even if they were held accountable, it was better than facing the zoner head-on. Thinking of this, the guardian of Jiaguan couldn't help but pray silently. Eternal life, Heavenly Father, blessed that the 6th prince of Decadence has already left the territory of my Northern Python, and I am willing to be chastised in any way. After considering it for a while, he arranged for some people to leave Jiaguan to go out and inspect the situation outside. 2 days have passed. The 6th prince of the Great Song. It should be long gone by now. Soon, though, the people he sent out got some news. Report. General, we've discovered news of the 6th prince of Decadence. Scout horses back. Upon hearing this news, the guardian of Jiaguan's face turned slightly white. Bad. That little sect master actually hasn't left yet. Say, where is he? He gritted his teeth, his mind tightened to the extreme. We didn't find the 6th prince of Decadence, we just found a powerful battle trail along with a corpse. Phew. The guardian of Jiaguan breathed a sigh of relief, then his face changed and he said angrily. You idiots, can you finish a sentence? Isn't it just the death of a person? There are plenty of people who die every day in this world. There was no sign of the 6th prince of the Great Song. It's just a few tracks, which proves nothing. Bring me up the corpse, I want to see if this is the means of a patriarch. Yes, but when he saw the body carried in, first he was puzzled, then he felt a blackness in his eyes. He was not in a low position in North Python, and he had knowledge of some of the sect masters. That's why he recognized this person's identity at once. This was the #1 expert under the Right Sage King's command, a solid sect master. Now, a patriarch had died, and it was still not far from Jiaguan, and it was highly likely that the 6th prince of the Great Song had killed him. If the right honorable king knew, if the Great Khan king knew, life's ups and downs are nothing more than that. A series of thoughts came to mind. It almost made him faint straight away from the surprise. At this moment there were only 3 words in his mind. It's over. Great Song Kyoto. Urgent report from the front, urgent report from the front. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of horses' hooves, rang through the streets of Kyoto. The surrounding crowd immediately rushed to open the pavement the moment they heard the sound. Urgent report from the front, if anyone dares to stand in the way. Regardless of status, it's a capital offense. Soon this urgent report has been sent to the palace. Emperor Jinglong stayed on his reclining couch, polishing a strong bow, which was made of fine iron, rare in the world, and could not be pulled by anyone other than those with divine strength. The bow is good, I just don't know when the arrow will be shot. He pulled it empty. The long bow of fine iron was drawn to completion. Eyes pointed straight at the northern python. And outside, the Grand Eunuch Chowan stood somewhat lethargically. A small eunuch hurried over. Hand him a letter. Chowan only scanned the envelope and rushed inside. Your Majesty, urgent report from the front. Oh, Emperor Jinglong put down his bow, then took the letter. After unwrapping it he scanned it for a few moments and his face became a bit more serious. Chowan stood on the sidelines, but he didn't dare to ask anything. After a long time, Emperor Jinglong suddenly laughed. Oh Chowan, do you know what is written in this letter? I don't know, but I would venture to guess that it should be a piece of good news. Chowan replied. Emperor Jinglong nodded. Indeed it is considered a piece of good news. Old Six has done another great thing. He is in North Python, 1 man, 1 sword, sword breaks 3,000 armors. This statement was made. Chowan's expression instantly became stiff. Emperor Jinglong put down the letter, then picked up his bow and spoke leisurely. The sword breaks 3,000 armor. This, it should be the power of the patriarch. It seems that I really gave birth to a good son. A 16-year-old Zhongshi, it should be. Unprecedented. He squinted his eyes, not sure what he was thinking. Chapter 75, The Difference Between Masters, Northern Python Royal Court. Chowan stood aside. Carefully looking at Emperor Jinglong's face, he then replied. It really should be unprecedented. He hid all of his thoughts altogether. Emperor Jinglong laughed. Since I already possess the power of a patriarch, I'm not ashamed of my status as the great Song Emperor's son. A 16-year-old patriarch, perhaps there was still a chance that he would be able to go further in the future. Chowan, do you say? That old Six has the possibility of becoming the #1 strongest person in my great song in the future? This minion really doesn't know. He was a little cold and sweaty, because he had been able to tell from Emperor Jinglong's face that his mind was bound to be very complicated right now. There was curiosity, scorn, and even more unreadability. That's why he didn't dare to put forward any of his own views at all. I was afraid that it would annoy Emperor Jinglong. Yeah, no one knows the future. You know, the division of martial arts in this world has never been the so-called sovereign master or below the sovereign master. This realm of the sovereign is also different. Emperor Jinglong stood up and continued. The so-called patriarchs can defeat 1,000 armies with one's own strength, and even if 10,000 armies come to attack, they may not have no chance of escaping. But there are also some patriarchal powerhouses. Even if there are thousands of armies, it's hard to gain any advantage in front of them. When the words came to this point, Emperor Jinglong did not continue. Chowan's heart, on the other hand, was filled with shock. 1,000 armies are no match for you? In this world, is there really a strong person with such strength? It was the first time he had ever known such a hidden secret. Send someone to Sword Terrace, tell old Six that I want him back. Emperor Jinglong said very dryly, and his tone was not to be questioned. Even if Li Xianbai had already become a Zhongshi powerhouse, it didn't seem to make any difference to him. There wasn't anything at all that warranted special treatment. Chowan nodded, and seeing that Emperor Jinglong had no other explanation, he hurriedly turned to leave. But when he left, the first thing he did was find a beloved eunuch. Go and send a message to the Grand Prince, tell him that the 6th Prince is coming back, and that he had broken 3,000 armors with his sword, and has the power of a patriarch. Remember, this matter is top secret and must never be made known to any outsiders. The little eunuch led the way. And only then did Chowan go and do what Emperor Jinglong had arranged. On the other hand, the little eunuch quickly arrived at the Grand Prince's residence. After hearing the transmission, the Grand Prince instantly changed his face drastically. And that was from my father's own lips? There was something incredible about him. Then his face clouded over. This time the trouble is a big one. The relationship between old Six and I has long been on a collision course, and there is no longer any room for détente. If we do let old Six come back, it must be a great threat. He agonized for a long time, and finally took out a token with prudence. It's a jungle order. His master, a true powerhouse. Even with his status as the Grand Imperial Prince, he could not order that powerhouse to do anything. In his early years, though, he did the man some favors. So the other guy promised him 3 things. Now, there is one last chance. In order to stop old Six from entering Kyoto, he could only use this token. After all, the only thing that can deal with a Zhongshi is a Zhongshi. This is an iron law known to all the people of the world. It wasn't just him. It didn't take long for the other imperial princes to get the relevant news as well. They didn't have such a connection with Chowan though. But the news in the palace, many times it was not supposed to be airtight. Only information that His Majesty does not want outsiders to know can be truly top secret. The rest will be known to the courtiers through various channels, either explicitly or implicitly. It's just that these messages, depending on the importance of the situation, so the full scope varies. It's a default rule. Li Xianbai didn't know everything about Kyoto. At this moment, he was already close to the Northern Python Royal Court. In the middle of the Northern Python Royal Court,
The Right Honorable King has just gotten a piece of information. Damn the Jagwan guards, those losers, what use are they? They were actually able to know nothing about the two great powerhouses fighting outside. The tent had long been a mess, and all that could be smashed had already been smashed by him. The state of the moment was a testament to how bad he was feeling right now. He didn't care if Euphrates died, and the death of the Wolf Lord couldn't disturb his heartstrings. Even when Andar, a beloved general, died, he was able to control his emotions despite his anger. But only this one time now. Getaday is dead. That's a patriarchal powerhouse. Among the Northern Python, although it was said that there were still some patriarchs, but characters who have reached this level will not easily serve others. That's why Getaday is the only zoner powerhouse under him. It was also an important underpinning for him to be able to fight against the left virtuous king, even if he had a huge loss of power. But as long as Getaday, a patriarchal powerhouse, was still around, his position as Right Sage King would not be easily stripped away by the Great Khan King. But now, all of that no longer makes any sense. So at the moment his anger was palpable. At the same time, endless fear arose in his heart. Even Getaday is dead. That great song's sixth prince's strength, I'm afraid, has far exceeded imagination. Even an ordinary Zhongsher powerhouse might not be his opponent. The worst part was that everyone had previously thought that the sixth prince of the Great Song was preparing to leave Northern Python. But now, the sixth prince of the Great Song had lost track of him. No one knows where he went. What if the other side has arrived near the royal court? His body immediately trembled, and he simply couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. Men, prepare the horses. This king wants to enter the royal court for a small stay. With a yell, he headed out the door without hesitation. In today's Northern Python, only the royal court could truly reassure him. So he's going into the king's court. Until it was determined that the sixth prince of the Great Song had left North Python. Not only that, he even directly mobilized 1,000 elite cavalrymen from his headquarters to escort them on the side. Although it was said that 1,000 people were not enough to fight a powerful sect master head-on. Moreover, the sixth prince of the Great Sang already possessed the battle record of his sword breaking through 3,000 armors. But with 1,000 riders, it's not hard to block for a while. That would have been completely enough for him. Not only the right wise king, the Northern Python Great Khan King also knew about this news, his face cold. If the sixth prince of the Great Song does not die, he will be a great danger to my Northern Python. 16 is just too young. No one knew to what extent such a character would grow in the future. Now that the Right Honorable King may be in danger, have someone prepare to receive him, and when the Right Honorable King enters the royal court, don't let anyone stop him. He opened his mouth to speak. Your Majesty need not worry, my Northern Python royal court is not that easy to break into. The man who spoke had a calm face. And this time, the Right Sage King on the grassland, with his men and horses, had come towards the royal court. Because the distance between the two sides was not far in the first place, and this was a prairie, so all of this could be said to be in full view. Looking at the royal court that was already close at hand, the Right Honorable King breathed a sigh of relief. Safe at last. The royal court was right in front of him, where no one could kill him. But at that moment, he saw a figure standing in the distance. Chapter 76, Sword Beheading the Right Virtuous King. Just a glance. The Right Sage King then felt his body tremble a little, his pupils shrinking slightly with some suppressed fear. Though that said, he didn't recognize the teenager in front of him. But he instinctively knew that this person was the sixth prince of the Great Song. The other side, really looking for it. Li Xuanbai's killing intent perception immediately detected this different person. In fact, he had arrived at the Northern Python royal court a long time ago. Only before, he couldn't tell which one was the Right Honorable King. There is only one chance to kill the Right Honorable King. So he was waiting for the Right Honorable King himself to reveal his whereabouts. Now, Right Honorable King, I'm coming. Li Xianbai opened his mouth and spoke. In this sentence, the sound of the sword was like thunder, piercing the eardrums of the Northern Python cavalry. Many people felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, as if they were being stabbed by needles. The sixth prince of the Great Song. The Right Sage gritted his teeth. You actually do dare to appear here. This is where my Northern Python royal court is located. It won't take half an incense stick of work for the royal court support to arrive. You can't kill me. The Right Sage roared. At the same time, one strong aura after another rose within the royal court. Obviously, the accident that happened outside the royal court had already attracted the attention of the royal court's powerhouses. Although there weren't many heavenly patriarchs, the Northern Python royal court, obviously, had more than one of them holding down the fort. Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. A T is enough. Arrogant. The Right Honorable King cursed angrily. Thousands of elites under this king's command, and a marigold, who are you to kill this king? At this moment, he felt as if there was something wrong with the brain of the sixth prince of Dit Song. The patriarch was powerful though, but there is no way it could ever do such a thing. In the royal court, the Northern Python Khan King also reacted. The army began to assemble quickly, although his strength was less than a Zhongsher. However, that sword sound just now was simply too overbearing. It was simply provoking the entire Northern Python royal court.
so even he heard it clearly. The Zhongshan powerhouse had already gone to support him, so he naturally couldn't be idle either. If possible, he even wished to gather a large army to strangle it completely, leaving this 16-year-old patriarch with no possible future ever again.
And the grand army front,
the right sage king bellowed. All troops charge.
Along with his roar, thousands of cavalrymen violently charged towards Li Xianbai. There was a humongous determination in everyone's eyes.
Even though he knew that Li Xianbai was a sect master powerhouse, but the pension promised by the right honorable king was enough to make them go and sell their lives. At the same time, those breaths that appeared in the royal court. It's approaching at breakneck speed. Several figures were like lightning, coming closer with almost every breath. All of these were Zhongshan powerhouses, and were where the North Python's true heritage lay. Although Li Xianbai was confident. But if all of these people rushed up, he couldn't be sure if he was a match for these people. But for that matter he didn't care. Because he didn't need to engage these people. It was enough to kill the right honorable king before the other side rushed over. The 7-star dragon abyss was sheathed, and Li Xianbai fiercely met it towards the thousands of cavalrymen. Sword intent at the level of a patriarch was displayed to the fullest. Even though it hadn't gotten close yet, it had already made these cavalrymen feel what a bone-piercing sharpness was.
The right honorable king stood at the rear of the army. There was no intention of advancing even one step. He was extremely life-affirming. So at this point in time, he wants to make sure that nothing is wrong. As long as he stood behind 1,000 armies, he believed that no one would be able to harm him. Boom! There was a loud bang. Li Xianbai and these thousands of cavalry formally fought.
Almost just in the instant of contact, a large number of northern Python cavalrymen became dead under the swords,
regardless of the opponent's strength.
In front of Li Xianbai's 7-star dragon abyss, they were all like lambs to the slaughter, without any power to resist. Seeing such power, the right sage king, whose figure was somewhat bloated, twitched his face. In his heart, he was very glad that he didn't lead the charge on the strength of his 8th rank of force. Otherwise, in the face of such a killing god, he was afraid that he would have no chance of surviving.
At the same time, a few moments of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. The 6th Prince of Great Song was really looking for death. With his killing speed, not to mention the work of a marigold, even if it was the time it took to burn incense, he would never be able to rush over. And he had already seen that the powerful men in the royal court would be able to arrive at the battlefield in no time. Even through his eyesight, he noticed that there was already a cavalry that was coming towards the outside of the royal court in support. Where does this take half an incense burner? The 6th Prince of the Great Song is dead. Great Song Emperor, didn't you say that you would be able to kill this king in a matter of tea? He taunted as best he could. This king is giving you one incense stick of time, can you kill all the thousands of warriors of this king? He laughed out loud. But in the face of the right honorable king's sneer, Li Xianbai's face was calm and did not change at all. He didn't even have the slightest intention of responding at all.
However, through the killing intent perception, he felt the approach of the northern Python powerhouse behind him. Li Xianbai suddenly chopped out with a sword. The true chi in his body was instantly drawn out close to 1/10 of it.
Huge depletion brings great results in the war.
There was no longer any living person within a radius of tens of meters around him, except for him.
At least 70 to 80 cavalrymen, all died under the sword. This scene instantly emboldened the cavalry on the periphery. But the right honorable king just wanted to laugh. How many times can you perform a move with this kind of power?
All give me on, you and your family have their own pension. Hurt him a knife, the officer promoted to the 3rd level, the reward of silver 100 taels, back a step of those who die. The lure of great benefits, along with severe punishments, quickly made these northern Python cavalry abandon their fears. Once again, he rushed towards Li Xianbai. However, sensing the cavalry approaching in all directions, Li Xianbai but just laughed lightly. He had wanted to try and see if he could execute the right wise king without moving his bottom card.
But everything is proven now. It's not going to happen anymore. In that case.
In the next instant, the 7-star dragon abyss suddenly flew out of Li Xianbai's hand. Turning into a silver aura, he sped towards the right sage king. The blade of the sword was harsh, and the cold light pierced the bones. Everything in the way was penetrated by the sharp 7-star dragon abyss. The right honorable king was still smiling. But the next second, he saw silver light approaching. Before he could react, his chest was already penetrated by a sword. Looking at the distant sword weapon, the right sage king had disbelief in his eyes. Flying with a sword? He couldn't believe that he would actually die under this legendary means. How is this possible? This kind of tactic was still unheard of for him. Time seemed to have stopped around them. His gaze, spanning across the thousands of troops, saw the surrounded 6th Prince of Ditsong. It was as if you could see the disdain in the other side. He had a sudden premonition. This heaven and earth, it's going to change. As for Li Xianbai, when he sensed that the right magisterial king's vitality had disappeared, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint arc.
One tea time, here it is.
Chapter 77, Riding the Wind with a Sword, Treading the Heavens.
Li Xianbai's figure headed towards the back.
There were a few of the northern Python's Zhongshan, as well as a large number of the royal court's elite cavalry that had just come out. These cavalry serve as the elite of the arch-royal court. All of them were tigers, and all of them obviously had a lot of strength.
Once surrounded, I'm afraid no one will be able to escape. Good thieves!
There was a roar in the distance. This was the anger of a patriarch. It was difficult for him to imagine what kind of means the sixth prince of the Great Song had passed through in order to be able to execute a sword 100 feet away and kill the right magisterial king. It was only a short time ago that he had just boasted with the Khan king. A mere sixth prince of the Great Song, as long as he dared to come to the royal court, he would surely die. But now, the right honorable king was killed so easily. So his anger is palpable.
Gentlemen, we must not let this thief escape, or else where is our face?
The speed of the several figures grew swifter and swifter. If they let the sixth prince of Daesong escape, it would be a slap in the face of all of them. Being a clan master powerhouse, most of the dangers no longer existed for them. Even a figure like the Great Khan King, who was a monolithic figure of the Northern Python, would give them 3 points when facing him.
Extremely strong force makes them very serious about face. This kind of shame is something they are not willing to accept in any way.
And at the same time, those cavalrymen around them were in a cold sweat. Their hearts have been filled with fear. This kind of divine means was beyond their ability to comprehend. And the moment the right wise king died, it had demoralized them. Still, they adjusted quickly. One by one, they wailed and killed towards Li Shenbai.
They don't want to take the blame for today's sin. Then the sixth prince of Daesong must be left behind.
At this moment, everyone in the Northern Python's hatred for Li Shenbai was at its peak. And Li Shenbai perceived such a situation.
The face didn't change in the slightest.
Not only that, he even had a few murderous intentions. It was indeed time for him to go. But before leaving, it was time to let North Python recognize him a few more times.
Li Shenbai held the 7-star dragon abyss in his hand and walked at a steady pace. A soft laugh was given to these enemies coming around. Gentlemen, I have a sword, please taste it.
The name of this sword is, Kill All Beings.
Along with the fall of the voice, Li Shenbai's figure completely disappeared in an instant. His entire body transformed into a silver light, traveling around on top of the battlefield. The same poem resounded across the battlefield. Zhao Manhwa tassel, Wu Hookfrost and Snowbright.
The silver saddle shines on the white horse, something like a shooting star. 10 steps kills a man, 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. When it's all over, go away and hide deep. Each sentence, accompanied by the fall of a life. And the poem's aura and killing intent were becoming more and more sufficient. The battlefield was soon littered with corpses. Those patriarchal powerhouses who had rushed over from afar looked on with eyes wide open. This thief, actually so arrogant that he dared to kill like this in front of them.
Not even the slightest force is left behind, this release of true chi. Even a patriarch wouldn't be able to hold out for long. It was as if they were not the slightest threat in the eyes of the other party. Otherwise, how would this thief dare to consume a large amount of true chi so easily? At the same time they felt chills. The sixth prince of Daesong, the means of killing people was just too terrifying. Although the strength of these cavalrymen was said to be not strong, being elites, they all had some martial arts in them as well. Even if they were to make a move, they wouldn't dare to say that they could kill so recklessly. And to the sixth prince of Daesong, it was as if these 100 battle elites were all wooden stakes standing there for him to chop. Even if I die of the fragrance of chivalry, I will not be ashamed to be a hero in the world. Who can write your excellency, the white-headed Taishian Sutra? When the last sentence fell, most of the cavalrymen who had originally rushed up with great vigor were already dead. The rest of those, their eyes had long since lost any semblance of wariness. All that was left was the fear of the sixth prince of Daesong. Demon Lord, the Demon Lord has resurrected. Someone's body trembled and muttered. The devil. Everlasting Heavenly Father is above, who can come to my rescue? They have long since had their livers cracked. But they didn't notice that the death was gone and the killing had stopped. Li Shenbai stood right in the center of them. On the 7-star dragon's abyss, there was no trace of blood, and it was as silver and bright as if it had never been stained with blood. Just for a moment, he could feel that 70% of the true chi in his body had gone. However, the results of the battle brought about by this depletion of true chi also made Li Shenbai very satisfied. If you don't use this tactic, I'm afraid that the number of people who died on the other side is less than 30% of the current number. At this time then, the Northern Python's patriarch had already arrived close by. Their eyes were cold. You seek death. Everyone, come together and kill him. Several patriarchs roared in anger in succession. But at this moment, Li Shenbai's face was calm. It was as if what he was facing now was not a desperate situation where several great masters were about to surround him. Gentlemen, things are done here, so I won't stay any longer, and I hope that you, among others, will not have a day of goodbye with me. Li Shenbai's sword sound became thunderous. If there was another time, he wouldn't leave so easily. The thief is arrogant, you've been surrounded, don't think you can escape. A chopper sword had been raised high in the hands of the foremost patriarch, bursts of true chi infused into it. Its might was horrible to the extreme. His idea was very simple. If the sixth prince of the Great Song didn't kill anyone just now, there might still be a few chances of escaping. But now,
He had already buried the possibility of his own survival with his own hands. The other patriarchs had the same thought in their minds. And it was also at this time that the 7-star dragon abyss in Li Xuanbai's hand violently rose into the air. Li Xuanbai then leapt and landed on top of the 7-star dragon abyss. The silver light appeared. "Gentlemen, this hall is leaving." After saying that, Li Xuanbai, amidst the crowd of 10,000 people, rode the wind with his sword and stepped into the sky. Looking at Li Xuanbai who disappeared into the sky, several patriarchs' faces were silent. They all saw the unsightly look in each other's eyes, and at the same time, they could also see the scorn in the eyes of the others. Fly away. This son actually has the means to fly with a sword. This kind of unearthly tactics caused a few moments of fear to arise from the bottom of their hearts. One more look at the battlefield, there were bodies everywhere around, it was a naked massacre. There's no room to hide it. In one battle, the Right Honorable King of the Northern Python was killed in battle, and thousands of elite cavalrymen were almost non-existent. There was only despair and fear in the eyes of those remaining. I'm afraid it's impossible to go back to war in this life. And the most frightening thing was that they were already able to visualize the situation that North Python was about to face now. They had just destroyed the nightmare that the Great Sung Demon Lord had inflicted on the Northern Python's heart through a war. But now the nightmare has reappeared, even more so than before. For this time it was not a general who appeared, but a man. A being who was not like a mortal. The nightmare of an army general can be solved. But what about the nightmares that form because of gods and demons? Go back, the latter needs to be decided by the Khan King. A few patriarchs exchanged glances and turned around to return to the royal court. This time, they lost completely. Chapter 78 Northern Python Grand Master, Li Xuanbai returns to the sword platform. Northern Python Royal Court. Several patriarchs stood at the head of the Northern Python Great Khan King. The Northern Python Great Khan King's face was a bit gloomy. That 6th Prince of Decadence, he was actually able to fly away directly in front of all of you. Do any of you know what kind of tactics this is? Upon hearing such a question, several patriarchs fell silent. It was only after a moment that one spoke. The power of a Zhongshi can use his true chi to briefly control the air, and it is for this reason that is why we are able to use our true chi as a base to leap 100 meters in a single bound. But that great Song's 6th prince was purely another concept. He stepped on his sword in front of all of us and disappeared into the vastness of heaven and earth. Such tactics are beyond our imagination. If it were not for the fact that I knew that he was no more than 16 years old and that the Zhongshi was already the best in the world, plus the fact that after the other party had killed someone, he did not fight with us but turned around and left, I'm afraid we'll think that this son's power has already exceeded that of a patriarch. But now it seems that the other party's methods are a bit tricky, but it should just be the application of a technique and nothing more. Hear that answer. For some reason, the Northern Python Khan King felt slightly relieved in his heart. It's still just fine for the zoner. As long as it was still a sovereign, then there was a way to be able to deal with it. If that's the case, then if he comes again, will you all be able to block him? He looked at a few people with a bit of hope. In the face of such a question, several people's expressions stared slightly. He can fly with a sword. This means, come and go as you please, assassinate and escape without fail. The shame. The speaker didn't force the issue of being able to keep the other person. The reason is simple. He can fly. These 4 words had weighed heavily on all of their hearts. So what if they had the ability to fight each other? Facing an opponent who could fly away, they simply couldn't see half the possibility of cutting him down. The Northern Python Great Khan King's face was unsightly as he said word for word through his teeth. The 6th Prince of the Great Song, Li Xuanbai. If this son is not removed, how can I, Northern Python, rise to power? At this moment, Li Xuanbai had become a nightmare in all of their hearts. Suddenly one man hesitated, then said, if I were to say that someone would be able to resist the Li Xuanbai, I'm afraid that there's only one person. My North Python Grand Master Demore Sword Saint was already the #1 expert in my North Python 30 years ago, and then he entered the everlasting Heavenly Father Hall, and has been practicing in a dedicated manner for the past 30 years. If Grandmaster Demore is willing to make a move, he will definitely be able to kill it. The Northern Python Khan King frowned slightly. Archon Darmore Sword Saint, of course he knew. But the other party had been out of the world for a long time, and he simply didn't have enough confidence to be able to invite the other party out. This matter concerns my Northern Python's fortune. I believe that the Demore Sword Saint will never sit idly by. We are willing to join forces and will definitely invite the Demore Sword Saint out. Several patriarchs spoke at the same time. This was the law they had in mind from the beginning. In this world, there are not many that can stop the 6th Prince of the Great Song, but their North Python's #1 expert must have such an ability. And at this point, Li Xuanbai has long since moved away. The true chi in his body was basically exhausted. Needless to say, the firefight was extremely exhausting. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to hold out for too long. But the results of this battle were also pleasing. Even though he was at odds with Emperor Jinglong, who was the Emperor of Decadence, it didn't mean that Decadence was Emperor Jinglong's. This time, he beheaded the Northern Python's right magisterial king, and he used this kind of tactic. Enough so that the northern python wouldn't have any ability to attack the Great Sang again in a short period of time. Even if the northern python Khan King wanted to raise another army, he would have to solve the internal problems of the northern python before he could do so. And he himself, too, had a considerable gain. Battles are fought. Even if a person had supreme power, they needed to have the means to be able to bring that power to bear. Every battle was a kind of honing for him. Once the right sage king died, his red heart, too, was honed a bit once again. These advances may not seem obvious for a short period of time. However, it allowed him to enter the next realm with a great increase in speed. So now he was planning to make a trip back to Kendai to drop off Nui Nui, and then he'd head back to Kyoto. His now red heart had long since rolled. For a short period of time, there is no longer a need for calendars. So there was no need to walk slowly with your inamorata like before. After this battle, his control over his true chi had improved quite a bit. Therefore, he was already able to use his true chi to protect Nui Nui when he was flying with his sword, but only at a slower speed. These days, Nui Nui spends a lot of time with him. It wasn't like he was some kind of grass, so naturally, he was already a little close to this little girl, already. The Sword Terrace is an excellent place to go. He had once seen Nui Nui with his delusion-breaking divine pupil, and she had a different bone in her body. Moreover, during this period of time, she had followed herself through the North Python, and had behaved not at all like an ordinary little girl. There was fear, but it had been quite extraordinary compared to his peers. These divine differences give her a remarkable talent. It's a martial arts training wizard, so I'd say it's a promising future. But Li Xianbai had nothing sinister in mind for her. Bearing the system invincible road, why need to be that sewer rat's all kinds of calculations? Everything, it just depends on the word karma. Under the Imperial Sword Flight, it was only 3 days. Li Xianbai had then brought Nui Nui back to the sword platform. Seeing Li Xianbai descend from the sky, the entire sword platform was in an uproar. Han Zhengming was shocked beyond belief. Your Highness, you can fly. Yu Qingze, the original guardian of Jiaguan, was also filled with shock. Like everyone else, he was a general, and had an instinctive fear of the powerful. Li Xianbai smiled. It's nothing, just some means of catching up. But Han Zhengming and the others didn't think so. If this sword can fly, it should be able to kill. To kill someone with a sword, what a terrifying means. After the brief shock, the crowd noticed the little girl behind Li Xianbai. Your Highness, this is... Han Zhengming didn't know what to call it. Hearing Han Zhengming's words, Li Xianbai laughed. This is Nui Nui. I was walking to the border when I ran into a group of northern python cavalry killing people, and only this little girl survived. The border is located 100 miles in the middle of nowhere, so I brought her with me, and I will let her live in Sword Terrace in the future. Saying that, Li Xuanbai's heart moved. Shall I give you a name? He looked at Inuyasha. The two of them are also kindred spirits. In ordinary people, they tend to have a nickname when they are young and only give a name when they grow up. So now Nui Nui doesn't have a name of her own. Inuyasha nodded. After Li Xianbai mused, he said. From today, your name is Li Suyi. Li. Su. Clothes. Li Suyi's tiny head repeated, her eyes flickering. I have a name. My name is Li Suyi. She squealed with delight. On the side, Li Xianbai shook his head slightly helplessly and asked Han Zhengming. Is there any news from Kyoto lately? He thought, counting the time, the news that his sword had broken 7,000 armors should have already spread back to Kyoto. I don't know what kind of reaction that Emperor Jinglong will make. As for his killing the right honorable king, I'm afraid it will be a long time before the word gets out. After all, the Northern Python didn't want to reveal such news easily. Only this kind of news, which cannot be sealed in any way, will one day get out. Moreover, it only took him 3 days to fly back on his sword. But unusual news dissemination is not so much. Han Zhengming's spirit lifted as he opened his mouth. Your Highness, the news of your sword breaking through 3,000 armors has already been sent back to Kyoto. The sword breaks. 3,000 armors? The corner of Li Xuanbai's mouth hooked up, and his face had some oddities. It's kind of funny. Chapter 79, Sign and Reward Boost, Re-enter the Sword Pavilion. Li Xianbai had some curiosity. What did the message say? Han Zhengming opened his mouth. Our people received information from the Northern Python that Your Highness, you were in the territory of the Northern Python, 1 man and 1 sword, and you were able to defeat 3,000 armors. A fierce battle lasted for a full hour, completely crushed it, and struck those Northern Pythons with chills. He looked very agitated as he said this. Obviously, this news is a great encouragement for him as well. Nowadays, their sword stage lineage could be said to have placed all of their destinies, all of them, on the 6th prince in front of them. So if the 6th prince could astonish the world, it would be a great good for them. Hear that? Li Xianbai let out a light laugh. It seems that those northern pythons were not stupid, knowing that they could not hide this information, so they merely tampered with the information and allowed it to be brought back by you. Li Xuanbai's words immediately made Han Zhengming react. Is that not what really happened? There was some doubt in his mind. Sword breaking through 3,000 armors, no matter when or where, this was an extremely dominating battle record now. As long as this news got out, no one would still think that the sixth prince of the Great Song didn't have the power of a Zhongsher. For the Han Zhengming in front of him, Li Xianbai also had no intention of hiding it. After all, the current Han Zhengming, as well as these people around him, could all be considered his inner circle. Even though Li Xianbai was not very proficient in the way of strategy. However, he also knew that only the strong could be more convincing. It's true that the sword broke through 3,000 armors, but the so-called fierce battle is anything but true. He snorted before continuing. In that battle, none of the 3,000 men of the Northern Python survived, so how could they possibly know the exact course of the battle? These words sent Han Zhengming into shock. 3,000 people, none of them survived? What a joke. That's not the same thing as crushing 3,000 men. People aren't wooden, they do choose to run away when they see a bad situation. A large army wanted to flee, even if it had already suffered heavy losses itself, but with that extremely disorganized fleeing direction, there was no possibility for a person to give chase at all. However, looking at the sixth prince in front of him, there was an instinctive trust in his heart, because he thought back to the scene he had seen at first. Mikado. If it's with a means like the Imperial Sword, it might actually be possible for none of those 3,000 to escape. And Li Xianbai hadn't finished his words. And it wasn't 3,000 who died in that battle, it was 7,000. Li Xianbai spoke calmly. However, when Han Zhengming and the others heard it in their ears, it was like exploding thunder. None of the 7,000 left alive. Such tactics are simply like gods and demons. Your Highness is mighty. Pang Yisin, who was on the sidelines, roared with excitement. When the crowd calmed down, Li Xianbai asked again. What news has come from Kyoto? This time, Huffy replied. His Majesty's golden words are for you to return to Kyoto. A few short words, but it made Li Xianbai's face turn cold. After a long time, he spoke softly. It seems that my omnipotent father couldn't help himself after all. He had thought that his last performance was enough for Emperor Jinglong to give such an order. I only didn't expect that Emperor Jinglong was actually so calm. It was not until he possessed the battle record of his sword breaking through 3,000 armors that this forcefully declared him into the court. I know about this matter, and this time I came back, I had planned to go back to Kyoto as well. I'll be here for a few more days though, I've had some success out and about lately. When it is digested, it will leave the sword platform. Also, you guys keep an eye out for movement in the North Python. The North Python Right Sage King was dead, and with the death of another patriarch, the current North Python Great Khan King was afraid that he was already angry to the extreme. If we raise an army to attack, the current Ditsong will not have the heavenly danger of Jagwon. The crowd nodded, only to react the next second. The Right Honorable King is dead? They are always stationed at Kendai or Jagwon. Regarding the war with the Northern Python, the people present could be said to be the most familiar with it. Almost every one of them has been involved in countless wars with the Northern Python. The Right Sage King, as the left arm of the Northern Python Great Khan King, was even more of a thunderbolt to them. Now it was suddenly hearing about the other's life and death, even added as owner. How could this not make them feel shocked? The crowd glanced at each other, simply unable to restrain that shocking speculation in their hearts. In the end, it was Han Zhengming who asked with a few moments of incredulity. Your Highness, then the Right Honorable King and the others. I killed it. Li Xianbai said it dryly, as if it was a very ordinary thing. But in the hearts of the crowd a wave of shock had been set off. Looking at the sixth prince's back as he turned to leave, Han Zhengming muttered. My general, is it possible that I am not dreaming? Your Highness, this kind of strength is not already invincible in the world. To be able to kill even the Northern Python's Right Sage King, and to kill a patriarch as well, this kind of tactic is truly unimaginable. It was Hu Fei who was the most calm. That's the Sixth Highness. He opened his mouth to speak. And at this time, Li Xianbai had already returned to the Night Illumination Palace. Since he had already confirmed that he had left the sword stage and had broken into the Sovereign Realm, it was natural that he wouldn't be coming back in a short period of time. Up to this point. Naturally, he had to take care of all the rest as well. After spending 3 days, Li Xianbai began to cultivate the refining heart technique. The rolling red heart gradually became calm. But at the same time, his mind power was rapidly increasing. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Celestial Elemental Pill *2. Another new day of signing in. Seeing the results of the signing in, Li Xianbai nodded with satisfaction. The Heavenly Yuan Pill was a new reward that appeared only after he had broken through the Sovereign Realm. The system underwent an update after he became a patriarch. The quality of check-ins, as a result, gained a boost. The Heavenly Yuan Dan was not considered a high-grade item among the system's signatures. Quite the contrary, the status of the Heavenly Yuan Dan was actually judged the same as the true Yuan Dan within the system, just a regular reward. But even so, now that he was swallowing the Heavenly Yuan Pill, every time he swallowed it, he was able to feel the true chi in his body expand. Being able to obtain 2 Heavenly Yuan Pills today was a good result. It's time to go to the Sword Court. Li Xianbai took a deep breath and stood up from his state of sitting cross-legged. To say that there was something in the middle of the sword platform that was the most important to him, that was naturally the 10,000 swords in the Sword Pavilion. It was precisely by relying on the 10,000 swords of the Sword Pavilion that he had come this far step by step. Now since they are leaving and have no intention of returning anytime soon, then he naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity. Outside the Sword Pavilion, thousands of iron guards armored in armor arched over the place. Seeing Li Xianbai coming over, the iron guards automatically made way, and Li Xianbai said to the commander of the iron armor army, "Do not disturb." After that, he went straight into the Sword Pavilion. He picked up the steps and made his way to the 5th floor of the Sword Pavilion. From the time of geometry, when he wanted to devour the sword weapons here, he could only be careful for fear of being discovered. But for him now, it wasn't a problem. Grab a sword weapon of good quality. Bakuro Swordsman, Unleashed. Chapter 80, Swallowing 10,000 Swords, Strength Soars. Accompanied by the unleashing of the Bakuro Swordsman's ability, the spirituality of the sword weapon in his hand was quickly devoured by Li Xianbai. The battles that the owner of this sword had experienced entered Li Xianbai's mind as if he had experienced them himself. It didn't take long before everything in the sword had been completely devoured by Li Xianbai. Then it was transformed into the purest sword Dao. All it takes is a few battles to get it to completely merge with itself. After devouring it, Li Xianbai let out a long breath. This breath shot straight up 2 meters, as if it carried a lingering sword intent in it, capable of destroying everything within range. Feeling the changes within his body, Li Xianbai couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's true that it's still this feeling of being open that is more enjoyable. Devouring the sword weapon was able to rapidly increase his strength, and the feeling was as addictive as riding a rocket. Without any hesitation, Li Xianbai picked up the second sword. Just like just now, in a very short period of time, it devoured all of the sword's underpinnings. At this point his body was like a desert that had been dry for a long time. Greedily, he drew on everything that came from the sword weapon. Before, even if there was no one to keep the sword pavilion under guard, he wouldn't have been able to do what he was doing now. Because at that time, his strength increased a little bit and his pace was very steady. The body has limited accommodation for the sword path. But now he was, for the first time, in the realm of the sovereign. So the body's thirst for power is immense. Moreover, the sovereign realm's accommodation of power was itself much higher than before. It didn't take long before the entire 5th level of sword weapons was swept away by him. Those that could be placed on the 5th floor of the sword pavilion could be called the world's most famous swords, so the number of them was already small. Plus, he was devouring it before, and Ben didn't have much left. But even so, he was able to feel a noticeable change in his sword path. After devouring the sword weapons on the 5th layer, Li Xianbai directly targeted the 6th layer. The sword weapons at the 5th level are just the world's famous swords. But the sword weapon at the 6th level was a completely different concept. What is placed here are truly rare treasures. For other sword weapons, if the sword platform encounters a crisis, the guardian can take out a batch at his discretion to be used as a defense of the city. Just as in the previous sword stage battle, Han Zhangming had taken out quite a few good swords above the 3rd tier. But the only thing that is different is the 6th floor. No one is allowed to use the swords here without an order from Kyoto. The Demon Lord's sword that had shaken Python in the beginning was one of them. And today, Li Xianbi was in the spirit of not wasting. It had been decided to devour all the sword weapons here. Instead of laying here to eat dust, it would be better to turn into his power and help his Kyoto trip. This time back in Kyoto, there were definitely a lot of problems. Even if no one came after him, he would definitely not pretend that nothing had happened. There were not many sword weapons at the 6th level. After throwing away the Demon Lord's sword, there were only 5 left. He picked up one of them casually. Chiropractor. Looking at the name on the sword, and the ancient style, just know that this sword has been around for a long time. After he picked up the Chiroptera, the muddled sword intent of the 6th level was instantly disturbed. Almost just for a split second. The terrifying sword intent was already strangling towards Li Xianbai. In the face of such a situation, Li Xianbai's figure did not move. The sword intent that autonomously emanated around his body had already counteracted it easily. It's too weak, it can't even injure the 5th rank. Li Xianbai shook his head. The first time he came here, he was severely shocked by the sword intent here once. So much so that for a long time, he never dared to go up to the 6th floor again. Then later, there was the Northern Python invasion of the Sword Pavilion. Until this time, he once again faced these autonomous emanations of sword intent head-on and no longer felt the slightest threat. The spirituality of the Chiroptera was much higher than those sword artifacts on the 5th floor. After sensing him unleash the Bakuro swordsman, the sword of the Chi dragon, let out a mournful cry that could not be stopped. Soon enough, however, the Chiroptera had gradually lost its spirit above under the Bakuro swordsman's ability. All of it was stripped away and turned into a drink for Li Xianbi's growth. Devouring a supreme divine weapon of the 6th level, Li Xianbai immediately felt the changes. His swordsmanship, it was rising. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Sword Dao cultivation is extremely difficult. It's easy to get started, but very difficult to refine. It was just that Li Xianbai was sitting on a Bakuro swordsman, which allowed him to cross the difficult growth process. Such a tactic could almost be called a step to heaven. And this is just the beginning. After he had devoured the second divine sword, he had been able to feel that his sword Dao seemed to be undergoing some sort of metamorphosis. Only such a metamorphosis was not an easy thing to accomplish completely. Evolution. Li Xianbai thought of these two words. I don't know what kind of level the sword Dao would reach if it was raised another realm. Third and fourth handles. Along with his devouring, this feeling of metamorphosis became more and more obvious. However, looking at the last sword, Li Xianbai was slightly hesitant. The reason is very simple. All those that could be placed on the 6th floor were divine weapons. His 7-star Dragon Abyss was also an excellent weapon. Placed amongst the 5th floor of the Sword Pavilion, it was definitely not inferior to any of them. But, compared to the sword weapons at the 6th level, there was a bit of a gap. He was thinking about switching swords. But after hesitating for a long time, Li Xianbai gave up this tempting idea. This sword, although it was said to be better than the 7-star Dragon Abyss, there was no essential difference in it. He had held the 7-star Dragon Abyss in his hand for many years, and had long since used it like an arm. And since he was able to get the 7-star Dragon Abyss by signing up in the first place, it was only natural that he would have better options in the future. During these few years, he had also once gotten 2 sword weapons through signing in, both of which were superior swords. It just didn't have any advantage over the 7-star Dragon Abyss, which is why it was never replaced. After thinking clearly, Li Xianbai directly activated Bakura Swordsman. No more exchanges. Soon, the last sword sense was also drawn by Li Xianbai as much as possible. He could feel some pain in his temples. This was because the number of sword weapons he had devoured this time had already exceeded the limit of what was normally acceptable. In other words, he's a bit stuffed. However, after he completely transformed the last sword into his own, he immediately felt his sword intent break through that limit. In just a split second, the entire sword pavilion and even the swords of those surrounding defenders let out a clang. The many defenders who wore swords, each one of them had a shocked look on their faces. There is something really frightening about this change. At the same time, Li Xianbai also felt his sword intent skyrocket by 30%. Sword intent broke through. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Ever since his sword Dao entered the Zhongshi, even though he had devoured quite a few sword artifacts, he had not been able to make any noticeable progress in his sword Dao. Now that he had devoured all the divine weapons within the sword pavilion, he had finally taken this step. Chapter 81, Today, leaving the sword pavilion, stepping back to Kyoto. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Feeling the changes that appeared within his body, Li Xianbai relaxed his mind. The fact that he was still able to make such an improvement before returning to Kyoto also gave him a lot more certainty. Now the sword pavilion is empty. Although it was said that there were still quite a few sword weapons left, these remaining ones were no longer of much use to him. Even if it was devoured, it was just a waste of time. There was even some regret in his heart. There is only one sword pavilion in the world. The other place was the 100 Blades Pavilion, which was located near the southern barbarians. However, compared to the sword pavilion, in the 100 Blades Pavilion, there were quite a few famous swords though. However, if we were to talk about the quality of the sword weapon alone, it was still inferior. Because the sword pavilion collects the world's famous swords. That's the name. The 100 Blades Court, however, collects 100 blades. Although the world's 100 soldiers were honored by the sword, it was not the only one after all. With such a huge boost, I'm afraid it's already the last time, unless there are still other places where a large number of divine swords can be found hidden. But he was well aware of greed. So although there was regret in his heart, he quickly put it aside. Early the next morning, Li Xianbai got up. Today was the day he moved. I'm afraid I really won't be coming back in a short time after this departure. Shirono has been ready for a long time. The Shura Guard, on the other hand, already numbered in the thousands. The strength varies, but it's already a very large force. Most of these Shura Guards had already rushed to where Kyoto was ahead of time when they were divided into small groups. Li Xianbai has no roots in Kyoto. These Shura Guards who went over early were his only eyes. Some of the remaining elites were transformed into guards and followed Li Xianbai up to Kyoto. He was, for once, going back with a straight face. It was naturally impossible to travel silently with a royal sword. If you're going to leave, you have to do it with honor. Let the whole world know that he, the 6th Prince of Decadence, has returned. Except for the Shura Guard. Quite a few people from the Iron Guard also wanted to follow him back, but basically he refused. Pang Yisin is the only one who will follow him out. Pang Yisin had defected to him a long time ago, with reliable loyalty and a position that wasn't too solid. Naturally an excellent candidate. Outside the sword stage, flags fluttered, and a caravan of hundreds of people traveled. Among them are many people in armor, each full of spirit and full of energy. The neighborhood had even been filled with the people of Sword Terrace for a long time. They're all here to see them off. The matter of the 6th Prince turning on a great general for a commoner had long since become a myth in Sword Stage. For the people here, they don't recognize other people, they only recognize the 6th Prince of Decadence. And for the Iron Guard, having witnessed the 6th Prince's countless battles, they even treated the 6th Prince as their only faith. Hu Fei couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, why don't the last general accompany you back? What use is that Pangison? His martial arts strength is only 6th grade, if he really encounters something that requires him to run errands, he can't do anything. At worst, I don't want this position of commander of the Iron Guard. Hearing his words, Pangison was instantly enraged and bared his teeth as he opened his mouth. Could you bastard, Pangison, although I say I'm only of the 6th rank, but I'm loyal to His Highness, and you're only a few years older than me, when we meet next time, I'll definitely beat you to your knees and call you father. Hu Fei disdainfully skimmed his mouth, not taking Pangison's words to heart at all.
He is indeed a few years older than Pangison.
However, the gap between the 6th and 7th grade was not so simple to break through. Even if they were both the same age, he wasn't afraid of Pangison.
Even Han Jiangming had some heartburn.
Although he was said to be the current Grand Commander of the Iron Guard Army, he was considered to be in a high position of power, but it seemed to him that following at His Highness's side, the future is bound to be bright, so what's a mere Iron Guard commander? But Li Xianbai just shook his head. Pangison is enough, I need you all here, guarding the sword platform. Although those northern pythons said that they had retreated, Jiaguan was now in the hands of the northern pythons. That Xiangyinghu has not been able to subdue Jiaguan until now, and what I did in North Python, but let the North Python Khan King, hate to eat people. The war in this world may not be over. He's very clear. The northern python is now in the midst of civil unrest. But if the northern python Khan King was ruthless enough, it was possible that he would be able to exact a small-scale retaliation on their great song. Therefore, the Kendai defense should never become weaker. This is his foundation. Han Jiangming spoke solemnly. In that case, then my generals and others will, for your highness, guard the sword pavilion and wait for your highness to call. There was a bit of fervor in the depths of his eyes. In today's sword pavilion, he not only had the highest status, but he also had the strongest strength and the widest connections, plus Kyoto's attitude. So he was able to fully guess that His Highness' return this time was bound to be uneventful. It is even likely that it will create a shockwave in Kyoto. At that time, they, the Iron Guard, are the most important key. After saying that, Han Jiangming, Hu Fei, and the others, led the Iron Guard generals to take a few steps back. All of them dropped to one knee and beat their chests with their hands. In an instant, outside the sword platform, on the city tower, tens of thousands of Iron Guards had long ago had no one left standing. All those people around them, likewise, knelt on the ground. Greetings, your highness, leave the sword pavilion and set foot back in Kyoto. Han Jiangming yelled. Greetings, your highness, leave the sword pavilion and set foot back in Kyoto. Greetings, your highness, leave the sword pavilion and set foot back in Kyoto. Greetings, your highness, leave the sword pavilion and set foot back in Kyoto. 3 calls of respect, shocking the world. Li Xianbai also couldn't help but feel stirred up. When he left Kyoto, the whole court, no one to send off, even within the Deep Palace, is also the same. At the last battle of Sword Terrace, Emperor Jinglong gave him permission that he could find his way back to Kyoto, which was obviously not the right way to go. But this time, he used the power of his sword to break through 3,000 armors to seize the qualification to go back brightly. Depart! Li Xianbai bellowed. Returning to Kyoto today, the fish and dragons are in the sea, and there are no taboos. He wants to see the world, the whole dynasty. Let everyone in this world know. He, Li Xianbai, returned today for what exactly? What he sought in life was not fame or fortune. The so-called fame, but 100 years, the so-called profit and fortune, uncool. The only strength that is real is the strength that is in your hands. So he went here in order to make the whole court and the military bow down for him, and make Emperor Jinglong tremble because of him. Then, with the sword in his hand and the knife in his palm, he seeks a long life and 100 years. It is not impossible. Because he already knew that the so-called patriarch was already stepping onto the path of transcendence. Since the patriarch is so, then further, it would naturally be possible to touch the true transcendental opportunity. But he also knew that the meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken one step at a time. So, system, sign me in. Li Xianbai secretly drank in his heart, the system is in my hand, I have the future. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4 Elements Magic Sword Decree. Chapter 82 4 Elephant Demon Sword Decree, Sword Dao Master. The description of the 4 Elephant Magic Sword Decree within the system was very clear. 4 Elephant Magic Sword Decree, use the heart to harness the mind is the method, the heart is the firewood, the true essence is the guide, to draw the power of the 4 elephants. This is the result of a monthly check-in. One didn't need to think about it to know that this sword technique was definitely not simple. After choosing to receive it, the exact manner of the 4 Elephant Demon Sword Decree was immediately imprinted into his brain. Li Xianbai sat in the carriage, his entire being in a daze. As he received the 4 Elephant Demon Sword Decree, it felt like all the power within his body was mobilized at this moment. Heart power, sword intent, and the true essence that was transformed from the true chi after being promoted to a Zhongshi. After a long time, he received all the information about the 4 Elephant Demon Sword Decree. Then something in his mind became appalled. The existence of the 4 Elephant Demon Sword Decree could be said to be a qualitative change for him. It could even be said to have broken his original imagination of feats. He had heart power, and heart power could be the foundation of a sword formation, the basis of a patriarch, but there was nothing that could turn it into an attack. He had sword intent, and sword intent attacked and attacked without equal, which was his strongest means of killing the enemy. He had true essence, thick true essence, which could be said to be the foundation of the technique, but he had never imagined that the three could actually be fused together. And the four-elephant demon sword decree did just that. This was a sword technique that came from the fusion of three kinds of power. No, this could no longer even be called a sword technique. Rather, it's the avatar. The so-called four elephants, the East Sanglong, the South Vermilion Bird, the West White Tiger and the North Xuanwu. This sword skill was the evolution of these four elephants. However, although this sword skill was strong, it was also extremely difficult. Even with his current sword Dao cultivation, he was unable to get started for a while. Although it was very difficult, the more so Li Xianbai was the happier he was because it represented that the upper limit of the four-elephant demon sword technique was equally high. After practicing intensely for a while, until it was nightfall, Li Xianbai was barely able to find some doors. But he was in no hurry. Anyway, I'm afraid it will take a while to get back to Kyoto this time. Such a long period of time was enough for him to cultivate one of the four elephants. Your Highness, why don't you come down and rest for a while? The front is a messy stone forest. The road is not easy to travel. You need to send someone to explore the road first. At some point, Pang Yisin came over.
Li Xianbai nodded.
He naturally didn't feel tired sitting in the carriage, but those generals, however, didn't have the same treatment as him. Pang Yisin arranged for someone to go scouting, and Li Xianbai got out of the car. There was a feeling of blending into nature in every move he made, but at the same time, it was as if there was a sense of sword intent drawing out of his body. The mixture of these two feelings made for a very odd experience. When the surrounding generals saw him, they all looked respectful. Seeing that a few people were practicing their sword techniques, Li Xianbai observed for a while with his killing intent perception, and then asked with his mind, "What kind of blade technique is this? Is this the one you all practice? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem too good." In the past, he hadn't paid attention to the feats used by these military generals. Today's sudden look was a bit sketchy. Hearing this, Pang Yisin replied with a smile. "This is a marching sword. The army practiced this kind of sword. It's true that it's not considered to be the best, but marching knives weren't originally created to be used in catch-and-kill situations. The marching sword needs to be supplemented with a military formation to bring out its true strength. Only when one's personal strength stands out will one be qualified to learn a higher-ranked blade technique."
Hearing Pang Yisin's words, Li Xianbai's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. No wonder it looks a bit odd, but it turns out that the ability to kill was sacrificed for the sake of the military formation. But this is also extremely clever. After all, in the face of a strong man, these ordinary generals, even if they put their best foot forward, could hardly play any role. Instead, it was with the military formation that they were able to pose a threat to these powerhouses. His heart moved slightly. "Get the knife." Pang Yisin handed his saber to Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai stood still and pondered for a while. The marching sword he saw with his killing intent perception was deathless, so he easily saw this extremely shallow sword technique clearly, and then he began to swing his sword. There was still some rawness in the beginning, but in less than an incense stick of time, the blade technique in his hands was already very mature. Pang Yisin is on the sidelines, looking a little agitated. This, he was a little hard to talk about. This is clearly an advanced version of the marching knife. The difficulty of learning has not been elevated, and there has been no impact on the grinding of the military formations either. But this sword technique is better at killing, though there was still no way to compare it to the sword technique he was using now. However, if all the generals of the Iron Guard army learn this sword technique, I'm afraid that the overall combat power of the army can be increased by more than 70%. He was a little incredulous. "Your Highness, you actually know how to use a sword." Watching Li Xianbai stop, Pang Yisin finally couldn't help but open his mouth. But Li Xianbai just smiled. "Not exactly proficient. What do you think? What do you think of this improved version of my sword technique?" "Superior. An absolutely superior sword technique," Pang Yisin replied. Li Xianbai nodded. He did know a few sword techniques, but they were all but slight dabblings. It's not just swordsmanship that sign up for in the sign-up system. Other techniques for various blades are available. It was only that he had the fundamental law of Bokuro swordsman, so swordplay was his strongest, and it would become stronger and stronger in the future. As for the other weapons, he was more of a simple acquaintance. As the saying goes, you can only win 100 battles if you know your enemy and know yourself. Also, marching knives aren't really that difficult, it's more about the alignment of the formation. And he possessed the sword formation technique, of which the sword formation was originally a combination of countless formations. It was the stacking of the two that allowed him to easily do the change to saber. Since this blade technique is good, let everyone practice it, and in addition, have someone pass it back to the sword platform. Pang Yisin was aghast in his heart and very excited at the same time. Yes, this will be the backbone of their Iron Guard. The next time the Iron Guard appeared before the world, it would surely shock the entire Great Song. After another moment, Li Xianbai suddenly spoke. The scouts who were scouting the situation, how long have they been gone? Hearing this, Pang Yisin's face changed slightly, realizing the problem. It's been a little over half an hour, Your Highness. I'm afraid something has happened. After all this time, someone should have come back anyway. Now all this is proof enough that there is danger ahead. In the distance, amidst a mess of rocks, a dozen or so Iron Guard scouts were lying on the ground, and there was a faint spot of blood at their hearts. Even with a heart protector, it couldn't change that. And on a tall boulder nearby, a ragged figure sat on it, eating steamed bread and drinking fresh water. He didn't care in the slightest about these corpses underground. It's not easy to return a favor from an imperial prince. To strike out is to deal with a sect master. But it's good, these 3 things that have been dragging on for more than 10 years can finally be accomplished. His face wore a few bitter colors, but his eyebrows were filled with confidence. At his hand rested a sword as black as ink. All of this represents who he is. Kendo Master. Chapter 83, Dead of Humanity, 3 strokes. Outside the messy forest, Li Xianbai had gotten on the carriage. The fact that the scouts never returned was enough to indicate that something had happened up ahead. According to Pang Yisin's idea, he was going to personally lead the people to re-enter the chaotic stone forest for exploration, so as to avoid any danger that might occur. However, Li Xianbai declined this offer of his. Sending more people in would just be more danger. Those men who went in to scout just now were clad in Iron Guard armor. Ordinary people are no match for them. And the one that could keep one of them from coming back would definitely be able to recognize what the armor meant. So what's going on now is clearly directed at him. In this regard, Li Xianbai had already anticipated this. When he left alone, those of his brothers and sisters, who just thought he was blind, feared no one would expect him to return. But even then, he encountered more than one assassination. The people of that big imperial brother of his were even more frequent in their attacks on him. Now that he had returned with all the power of a patriarch, I was afraid that more than one person would not want him to return alive. A blind man, and a patriarch, there was a complete difference between the two. A blind man is not qualified to inherit the throne. But if this blind man becomes a patriarch, that's not necessarily the case. So this thing today is almost bound to happen. How could a strong person who had the guts to deal with a sovereign be something those iron armor guards could deal with? Even if Pang Yisin went over there, it would just be a waste of time. Instead of that, he would meet the man who was going to kill him in person. Although Pang Yisin's heart said that he was a bit worried, out of his trust in the 6th prince, he didn't stop him again. Shura Nun brought Shura guards with him, similarly escorting them. The group slowly headed towards the chaotic stone forest. Pang Yisin glanced at Shura slave, then spoke in a low voice. Brothers, if you encounter danger in a while, you first escort his highness away. I, Pang Yisin, will stand here, and as long as there is still one person in my iron guards, I will definitely not let those people threaten his highness. But upon hearing his words, Sharona glanced at him coldly. Pang Yisin, who do you think you are? I, Shuranuchi, am his highness's beloved, and we, Shura guards, even more so, live and die for his highness. If you really encounter danger, you'd better take your iron guards to escort his highness away. His eyes showed a faint trace of disdain. Although it was said that they were all equally loyal to his highness the 6th, he had been granted the 6th harness sword technique by his highness. Now that a few years had passed, his strength had long been extraordinary. The Pang Yisin in front of him might have been able to compete with him a year ago. But now, the strength of the two of them had long since been completely pulled apart. The inner battle between the two men was unknown to Li Xianbai. His killing intent perception had already been spread all over the place long ago. With his current power, the range of killing intent perception had long since become incomparable. Even the forest of rocks in the chaotic forest couldn't stop it in the slightest. So soon, he saw the battlefield. Swordsmanship Patriarch. Under the killing intent perception, everything on the other side had nothing to hide. Although it was said that the other party hadn't exploded his aura, he was still able to feel a few points of severity from it. And it was in that instant of being covered by the perception of killing intent. The Sword Dao Patriarch, who looked like a beggar, suddenly frowned. Strange. How it feels as if I'm being watched. With a few moments of suspicion, he looked around, and as far as he could see, there were rocks everywhere, and nothing else. Though the feeling of being watched still hasn't dissipated. But at this time he was only able to dispel the foxing in his heart. He's a kendo master. No one could escape his sight. After a moment, his ears twitched and he stood up. Coming. He had heard the commotion, and with a group of several hundred people, every move was very obvious. There was no way to hide it from him. And Shurainu and Pang Yisin soon noticed his presence as well. Looking at the other side, there was only one person, as well as those corpses in the surrounding area. Both of them had some chills in their hearts, along with a full-blown anger. This person, so bold. With his own strength, he dared to stand in front of the 6th Prince of Ditsong's group. It's like treating them like nothing. Without any hesitation at all, he directly drew the longsword in his hand. Iron Guard, charge with me. With a roar of rage he was about to charge. Shuranu was also not willing to show weakness, and behind him, Shuragard similarly unsheathed his sword. But just as they were about to charge, a faint voice interrupted them. There's no need to rush, the one opposite is a sovereign, with you guys you can't stay.
The one who spoke was naturally Li Xianbai. After hearing his words, there was no shock in Pang Yisan's and Shiranu's eyes. They had already guessed that the other party was a patriarch. Your Highness, we'll block him, you retreat first, you can come back when we kill him. Shiranu opened his mouth. He knew that he was not strong enough, but he did not believe that they, the Shira guards, still did not have any power to resist when facing his own master. Over the years, they fought for everything. For the sake of being able to do your duty for your Highness now. Li Xianbai shook his head helplessly. Loyalty is a good thing, but sometimes, it does feel a bit hopeless. He didn't want these loyal men to just die in vain. Li Xianbai stepped out of the carriage. On the other hand, that sword Dao patriarch noticed his presence, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a faint arc. Then a strong sword momentum erupted from his body. This sword power rushed to the sky, piercing straight into the clouds. Almost in an instant, the cloud above his head had been shattered by the sword. This was the power of the sword Dao patriarch. Li Xianbai looked at the invisible sword force. For others, the sword was invisible. But he was different, he was likewise a sword Dao grandmaster, so he was naturally able to see the exact form of this sword momentum. And it's more than that. After he left the sword stage, he allowed himself to further his sword Dao through Bakuro swordsman. Nowadays, this sword momentum of the other party was no longer a huge threat to him. He was a little surprised, though, because from this sword gesture of the other party, he sensed purity. That was the kind of sentimentalizing the sword that Li Xianbai himself could not do. Because strictly speaking, Li Xianbai's sword came from Bakuro swordsman. But there was something he couldn't fathom about such a man who put everything all on his sword, why he would give his life to the men of the court. Patriarch. There should be a right to refuse. Looking at the sword Dao patriarch in front of him, Li Xianbai opened his mouth. You're going to kill me? What did the other guy promise you? As he spoke he surveyed the other man, dressed in rags, like a beggar, and it was obviously not a benefit that would impress him. The other party sighed slightly helplessly. In this world, the debt of favors is the hardest to repay, and I once promised a man 3 conditions. Now the 2 things have been accomplished, killing you is the last. But I've heard about what you've done at North Python, and it's really a bit admirable. Those are things that even I wouldn't dare to take lightly. That's why I'm only promising that person 3 moves, and if you can survive after 3 moves, then I can keep you alive. Hearing this, Li Xianbai smiled. 3 moves, what a mouthful. Chapter 84 Past, Present, Future. Within Li Xianbai's expression, there were a few hints of faint killing intent. He had now reached the realm of the patriarch. Not to say it's 100%, but there's not much left to be afraid of. If he didn't show anything in the face of such arrogance, wouldn't it be a waste of the power of this patriarch? However, that sword Dao patriarch did not care about Li Xianbai's attitude. Because in his mind, Li Xianbai was already a dead man. Even if it's 3 moves, so what? There weren't many in this world that could accept his 3 moves. The same was true even for the patriarch. A sovereign was a realm, but how strong a person was depended on more than just the realm. Even if he was only at the 9th rank of the martial arts realm now, with his sword cultivation, he would still be completely capable of carrying his own sure hard. That's the biggest thing he's got going for him. This 16-year-old in front of him was indeed very strong, and all sorts of legends proved that he had already reached the realm of a grandmaster. But he didn't think that this 16-year-old could have the power to fight against himself. How arrogant! These words made Pang Yisan's face angry when he heard them. Li Xianbai was a true myth in their hearts. But now that the other party had said such words, they simply did not place the myth in their hearts and their eyes. Even though he knew that the other party was a patriarch, the anger in his heart still could not be concealed. The others were all even more unsightly. At the same time, however, some worries could not help but arise in their hearts. How dare you say such a thing? The strength of the other side was predictable. Many people's hearts had taken on a strong sense of unease. Although His Highness is very strong, he is ultimately only 16 years old. If another 10 years had passed, they believed that this person in front of them would definitely not be a match for His Highness. But now, will His Highness be able to defeat the other side? While thinking about this, their hands were already on their weapons, though His Highness didn't ask them to make a move. But if it really comes to the point of necessity, they must fight to the death to escort His Highness away. Even if I die as a result, I am willing to do so. Almost in the next instant, that sword Dao Patriarch suddenly drew his sword. When the sword comes out, the wind and clouds rise. A piercing chill enveloped everyone's heart. The first sword, with his bellowing, a sharp sword blade slashed violently towards Li Xianbai. Even though there were still tens of meters between the two sides, these distances made no difference to this sword. The moment the sword came out, the corners of that sword Dao Patriarch's mouth had hooked up into a faint arc. Because in his opinion, it was impossible for the sixth prince to block such a sword. Under this move, you will surely be crippled or killed. Boom! A blast. The two sword powers collided together. After the sword, that sword Dao Patriarch's face was shocked. Li Xuanbai's figure didn't show any changes, and he had already seen a few things about the other party's sword just now. Obviously, he had underestimated this 16-year-old. The opponent's strength had also reached the realm of the sovereign, and his sword cultivation was not weak. At this moment, he even had some physical chills. How did a 16-year-old cultivate into a sword Dao master? One must know that it was much more difficult to achieve the sword Dao to be a Zhongsher, even much more so than an ordinary Zhongsher. But there was no other way back for him at this time. The second sword, the third sword came out one after another. One sword was faster than the other, and the power was also stronger than the other. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest reservation. However, in the face of such an attack from him, Li Xianbai always remained unchanged. After 3 moves, Li Xianbai stood in place. That sword Dao Patriarch, however, blanched. He failed. With the 6th prince's strength, even if he went all out, he might not be able to defeat the other party. He made a promise of 3 moves. That's just out of character. But now even if he saw that, he had no intention of changing it. He repaired the sword. All for the sword. Keeping promises is more important to him than anything else, and that is his word. That's why. The great prince's gift of a meal to him when he was young in his desperate situation. That's why he remembered it until now and promised 3 things for it. You win, and I won't strike at you again from now on. After that he wanted to leave. But Li Xianbai laughed. Leave? You came to kill me, and after failing you turn around and want to leave, is that not a bit arrogant? As he spoke, the sword power on Li Xianbai's body began to climb. The way of the sword, he had practiced for a long time. This was his strongest means of attack. However, in all these years, he had never really encountered anyone who could reach such a realm in the Tao of the sword, since he took 3 strokes from his opponent. As a courtesy, he naturally had to send his opponent 3 moves in the same manner. If you don't die after 3 moves, I will likewise spare your life. When he finished those words, the aura on his entire body had climbed to its peak. The rushing sword intent caused that sword Dao Patriarch's pupils to shrink slightly in an instant. Such a powerful sword intent, how is this possible? This level of sword intent was something he had only seen in one person in his life. That man was a supreme genius who pressed him to lift his head. It can even be said to have suppressed an era. But the person in front of me is only 16 years old. Soon, though, he calmed down to nothing but determination. 3 moves, he blocked. The 7-star dragon's abyss was sheathed, and the sharp sword intent transformed into points of coldness. First sword, 3 kills. Along with a bellowing cry, Li Xianbai's sword intent poured out. This sword represented his previous peak. Boom! A blast. That sword Dao Patriarch violently spat out blood, his breath wilting. His eyes were horrified. This sword was really beyond his imagination. Li Xianbai's face did not change. Second sword, breaking dawn. A silver on cut through. It's like the light of daybreak in the sky. This was his present, a manifestation of his sword Dao after it had been elevated. That sword Dao Patriarch was enraged. He felt as if an inescapable sword was chopping down on his face. Drink! He roared. Boom! The 2 sword intentions clashed, and the violent impact stunned the surrounding crowd. This flying sand looks like the end of the world. Finally, the sword intent dissipated, and that sword Dao Patriarch flew out backwards, falling to the ground without getting up for half a day. A few moments of despair showed in his eyes. This is only the second sword. But at the same time, there were a few unspoken expectations. He never cared much about life or death, but he longed for a stronger sword. That's sending the sword. And at this time, Li Xianbai also prepared his 3rd sword. Third sword, for Elephant Demon Sword, Song Long. It was accompanied by a roar from Li Xianbai. Heart power, true essence, and sword intent were completely mobilized at this moment. A huge amount of power was instilled on top of the 7-star dragon abyss. Almost just for a split second, it was as if a dragon's roar from the bottom of the heart was born from the bottom of the hearts of all the people. This sword is his future. And when that sword Dao Patriarch saw the scene, his entire body was even trembling. He was crazy about it and desperate. But at the same time, the sword in his hand exploded with 12 points of strength. He had no regrets about dying under this sword. A sword intent pale dragon crossed the sky, toward the beggarly swordsman on the ground. It was as if the gods watching the mortals were using the power of heaven and earth as pawns. Its power, heaven and earth. Chapter 85, Subduing the Patriarch, the world's most powerful. The dragon's roar and the tiger's roar, the swords will lives on. Under the changing colors of heaven and earth, the pale dragon wrapped in endless might and pressed over towards that sword Dao master. Boom! A blast. The whole land was covered in smoke. Everyone in the battlefield looked at this scene with shock. Both Peng Yisan and Shura Slave couldn't help but gulp. Such a shocking effect. It's like the sky is falling. Sovereign Master. They had thought that they had already known what the power of a Zhongsher was a long time ago. However, it wasn't until this moment that they realized that there was also such a huge difference between a Zhongsher and a Zhongsher. Other people's patriarchs, and His Own Highness's patriarchs, were 2 completely different concepts. That man, he should be dead beyond death, right? Peng Yisan muttered something. Shironu nodded. With such a terrifying attack, he didn't believe that the sword Dao master could survive. At the same time, there was a strong fire in their eyes. Your Highness possesses such power. Even if we go to Kyoto, what kind of person can threaten His Highness? All of their gazes were directed towards Li Xianbai. and all of Li Xuanbai's attention was focused on where he was attacking. In a few moments, though, the smoke cleared. A figure collapsed on the ground appeared in front of everyone. This person only had one right arm left, and his left arm had long since disappeared. No one knows if he's alive or dead. Only Li Xianbai was clear. He survived. Even if there was only a little bit of life left, it wouldn't change that. This caused some surprise in his mind. You know, he didn't hold anything back when he did it. He had thought that it was impossible for the other party to dodge this attack. But as a result, although it was very hard to dodge, it only left a left arm after all. Although it was said that there was no difference between this person and being dead now, if there was no one to treat it, it wouldn't take more than an incense stick of effort for this last bit of vitality to dissipate. However, the performance of this Sword Dao patriarch did make him feel something unexpected. Meanwhile, it also gives him something to cherish. Through the contact between the two sides just now, he was able to see the nature of this person. This person does not like power, does not amass wealth, and does not love beauty. All of it all for the sword. The code of conduct is also based on the sword. Sword heart, sword bone, and human sword unity. I'm afraid that this is the state of affairs that I'm talking about. In terms of talent in the Tao of the sword, Li Xianbai was also far inferior to him. I'm afraid no one can take such a person in. But there is one exception. That's the sword. This man still has a chance of survival. Take him to the wagon and don't let him die. Li Xianbai opened his mouth and spoke. Both Pinyasin and Sharana were a bit surprised, but neither of them refuted, even though they are in a hostile relationship. However, this person's performance and strength did make it impossible for them to find anything they could discredit. And with this man's broken arm, he shouldn't pose much of a threat to your highness. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Xianbai was practicing in the middle of the carriage, and in his senses, he sensed this Sword Dao patriarch awakening. He didn't make any moves, though. I'm alive and you didn't kill me? That Sword Dao patriarch opened his mouth. He sounded a bit surprised and a bit frustrated, though it was said that he had just put his best foot forward, but he knew that he was utterly defeated. Unless the person in front of him saved him, he was dead. Li Xianbai opened his mouth. You took the 3 swords, and I had promised that I wouldn't kill you again if you didn't die after the 3 swords. That Sword Dao patriarch was silent for a moment. You might as well kill me. I'm not going to tell you any information about the people who sent me here. Hearing this, Li Xianbai remained unchanged. The one who did it was the Grand Prince. He opened his mouth directly to say the answer before continuing. I don't need to hear anything from you. I won't believe the answers you tell me. I only trust my own judgment. The Grand Prince is my judgment. Since I said I wouldn't kill you, I'll keep my promise, if you don't mind telling me your name. Jiani Zhou. After a slight silence, Jiani Zhou spoke his name. Although he didn't want to expose the person behind him, since the other party had guessed it and said something like that, there was no point in him saying anything else. Jiani Zhou looked at his lost left arm and then at the Wu Mo sword placed on the side. Suddenly there became some frustration. He had spent his entire life with a sword, but now that he had lost an arm, his sword Dao cultivation could be said to have been nullified by 30%. He didn't have any thoughts of revenge, though. Willing to gamble, that's the way he walks. What's more, after seeing a sword like that, in his mind, Li Xianbai had become a bright light for his sword path. Li Xianbai threw out a book for him. It was the little explanation of sword Dao that he had gotten in his early years. When the system is produced, it is naturally a fine product. This was a completely different path from the one Zhou Jiani had taken. After just a few glances, Zhou Jiani's eyes became fiery. This was a completely different concept of sword Dao. Although it was said that at his realm, this book, a small explanation of the sword Dao, was no longer helpful to his battle prowess, but it opened up a completely different way of thinking about his sword path. If one was able to integrate it, one's future accomplishments would inevitably surpass one's current peak. Sensing this scene, Li Xianbai instantly smiled. You have to use whatever means you need to use with the kind of people you are dealing with. For a man who loved swords, there was nothing more attractive than the way of the sword. Follow me and you can get more. The little explanation of sword Dao was only basic to him, but using such a thing to recruit a sword Dao master who kept his word was naturally an extremely cost-effective thing to do. The others though said they were loyal to him as well, but there are some things that they can't do. Even if he was a Shura slave, he might be able to grow to a level like Zhou Jiani in the future. But that was inevitably years away. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Jiani let out a long sigh. Born for the sword, he couldn't resist such a temptation after all. Good, if you can seriously still give me a better sword path, from now on, I'll help you kill people if you don't go against the morality. Get this answer. Li Xianbai nodded. With a patriarchal powerhouse in hand, a lot of things became manageable in the future. What do you think of my strength? He asked. He was now a Zhongshe powerhouse, but he didn't have Zhongshe level knowledge and didn't know much about the Great Xiong's powerhouses. Zhou Jiani's arrival just made up for him, allowing him to find his niche with more precision. Zhou Jiani considered for a moment, then spoke. If we are talking about the Tao of the sword alone, I'm afraid that there is already, in this world, no one who can surpass you. There is one person, though, who might be able to match you, but for strength, He glanced at Li Xianbai before speaking. There are at least 5 people in the world who are stronger than you, and by a lot. He said this with great certainty. Li Xianbai was a bit surprised. Zhou Xiong had never seen him explode his depths. But even so, it should be possible to see his Zhongshi level true essence. Plus the Tsong longsword technique that was exposed just now. It made it hard for him to imagine that Zhou Xiong would actually say something like someone was much stronger than him. It even made him feel a little as if he had somewhat overestimated his own strength. Is it possible that I'm weak? His gray eyes locked onto Jiani Zhou in death. It's like asking, who are those people? Chapter 86, The Most Powerful Patriarch, Cloud Pavilion Xian Mu. Zhou Jiani certainly knew what Li Xianbai meant. He had no intention of hiding it and opened his mouth to explain. The world knows that the world's patriarchs are the strongest, but there is actually a difference between patriarchs. I haven't put an ordinary clan master in my eyes. When he said this, his eyes contained a strong sense of confidence. True elemental master, sword Dao master, these were 2 completely different realms. The combination of the 2 allowed him to have few enemies even amongst the sect masters. If it weren't for that, he also dared not bring up the matter of the 3 strokes. But even then, he was very clear about his position. Li Xianbai didn't say anything and quietly waited for Zhou Jiani to continue. This world's patriarchal powerhouses, even if there are some of them, I'm not their match, but at least I'm not afraid of them. Speaking of this, Zhou Jiani's eyes showed a touch of darkness. It did before I lost my left arm. But now, having lost his left arm, he was 30% less powerful, and nowadays, I'm afraid that he could not be considered too strong amongst the sect masters. The good thing was that he wasn't without any hope. With the little explanation of Sword Dao, he might be able to come up with a path that was uniquely his own through different sword paths. But there was once a man who fought a fierce battle of 3,000 miles without a single defeat with his sword, and with a sword in his hand, he pressed down the entire Great Song Jianghu and couldn't raise his head. Even when the imperial court sent a large army to surround and annihilate them, they were not able to stop the other side. It was a battle that didn't finally stop until Kyoto. Hearing this, Li Xuanbai's heart stirred. I think he'd heard of such a deed. Grand Master Zhou Xiong? Zhou Jiani nodded. That's him. I'm ashamed to say that I had the honor of seeing one of his swords when I wasn't yet a sovereign. That sword, until now I am not sure I can surpass it. Now that so many years had passed, he was bound to be even stronger than he was back then. So I don't know whether you or he is stronger in terms of the sword path, but I know that he is a grand master. Although everyone thinks that a sovereign is the limit, we only know when we reach a realm like ours. There should be realms above the sovereign. Grandmaster Zhou Xiong may have already reached such a point. After hearing Zhou Jiani's words, Li Xianbai verified his guess. As expected, he wasn't the only one who had discovered that there were realms above the sovereign. What about the remaining 4? Li Xianbai nodded and continued to ask. Jiani Zhou replied. There's one in the northern Python, one in the southern barbarians, and there's another old patriarch in my great song, who should also be a great patriarch if he's still alive. As for the last man, he said with a slight hesitation. This person is just a guess, no one knows if it really exists. The great master Zhao Xuani soared to pick the world, but in Kyoto to enter the palace when the stop, and since then, closed 30 years, never left the mountain. So it's extremely likely that that last person is in the Great Song Imperial Palace. Of the 5 strongest people in the heavens, the Great Song had 3 alone. Li Xianbai all had some shock. No wonder the northern Python and southern barbarians, always suppressed by the Great Song, have been unable to raise their heads. At the same time, a wave of vigilance rose in his heart. Although it was said that he had known that there must be strong people in the palace, but hearing such words from Zhou Jiani's mouth, the weight was obviously heavier. Even if he played all his cards, it was still unknown who would win or lose. What's more, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Kyoto. It can be more than just a mysterious archon. His own previous thoughts were right. He really shouldn't have entered Kyoto before he had entered the sovereign. At that time, he was afraid that even if he had all his cards, he would only barely be able to match a Zhongshi. Once being targeted by a great master, one was bound to die 10 deaths. Even now, at best, he possessed the power to defend himself. But that's good enough. It's not like he's a maniac who kills people on sight. Although he was not well received, he at least had the identity of the 6th prince of the Great Song. It was a natural barrier for him. In the beginning, he didn't have enough power, the Son of Heaven didn't pay attention, the ministers didn't care, plus he was far away from the border, anyone dared to bully him a little. But now it's completely different. He already possessed the power of a Zhongshi level, and most people, at least, couldn't possibly deal with him openly and honestly. There have been no other problems on the road after that. Jiani Zhou is also recuperating slowly. His previous injuries were too severe, and although he had recovered a bit now, I'm afraid it would take some time if he wanted to recover completely. Suddenly the carriage stopped. What happened? Li Xianbai asked. Pang Yisan spoke up. Your Highness, wait a moment, there seems to have been a battle up ahead, there are quite a few corpses on the road, we need to clean them up. Li Xianbai frowned, but didn't say anything. In a world like this, where martial arts death matches were everywhere, it was not uncommon to encounter battles. It was Zhou Xiong who was a bit surprised. This is the territory of the Cloud Pavilion, and it's extremely close to the Cloud Pavilion, but anyone who knows a little bit about it wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Cloud Pavilion, Li Xianbai had heard of this name at that time. He also remembered that Lu Zhini, the guardian of the Sword Pavilion, was someone from the Cloud Pavilion. At first, his relationship with Lu Zhini was quite okay, and until the other party left, they didn't have any conflicts. But that's about it. They weren't on such good terms that they needed to go over and visit, either. And at this point in time, the pavilion in the clouds. Lu Zhini's breath was a little shriveled, and beside him many disciples had some despair in their eyes. Grand Elder, those traitors have been driving us to extinction these past few days. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend the mountain gate in less than half a month's time. Hearing this, Lu Zhini's eyes dimmed. This is indeed desperate. Suddenly his mind wandered, then he spoke. You should know the news of the sixth prince of the Great Song returning to the capital. The disciples nodded. Of course I know, the sixth prince is the youngest grandmaster of my Great Song, and we have heard like thunder about the sword breaking through 3,000 armors. Lu Zhangyi opened his mouth. I used to have some dealings with the sixth prince at the Sword Terrace, so if we can bring that one here, the danger of my Cloud Pavilion can naturally be lifted. But when they heard his words, the disciples were first excited, and then a bit skeptical. Will His Highness the sixth prince come? They hadn't heard that their own elder was on good terms with the sixth prince. Lu Zhangyi certainly knows this. Indeed, only the sixth prince can solve our problems, but he has no reason to help us. But I, Cloud Pavilion, have one thing that is bound to make the sixth prince's heart flutter. The pupils of the crowd shrunk slightly, and their faces became a bit ugly. Elder, are you talking about my Cloud Pavilion's greatest treasure, the Xianmu branch? No, those traitors were originally here for the Xianmu branch. How can we voluntarily hand over the supreme treasure to the sixth prince? The crowd was against it. But Lu Zhangyi had recently made up his mind early on. Now that my Cloud Pavilion is in decline, this Xuanmu branch can't be preserved. Since that's the case, it's better to hand over this hot potato. There's no need to persuade me on this matter. You guys take the Xianmu branch and go down the mountain. Make sure you find out where the sixth prince is. Remember, the attitude must be respectful. Although he said that he didn't have much contact with Li Xianbai, he knew that that person was not a good person. All depends on that sixth prince's choice. If even this Xianmu branch couldn't make the sixth prince strike, that means this cloud in the pavilion, the gas number has been exhausted. Chapter 87 Aura Self-Generated, Xianmu as a Sword. Official Road. Li Xuanbai's caravan, walking unhurriedly. It's not far from Kyoto anymore. At this moment, Li Xianbai was not in much of a hurry. The news that Zhou Xiong had brought him earlier had shaken his mind more or less. It also brought a little more urgency to his heart. The current him had become eager again in his pursuit of strength. There are at least 5 supreme powerful patriarchs in heaven. To him now, all 5 of them were a huge trouble. Especially in Kyoto, where one almost inevitably exists. Being able to raise one more point of strength at this time is one more safeguard for the future. As for Zhou Xiong on the side, the injuries on his body had not yet healed, so naturally, he also needed to recuperate for a while longer. While resting, he was also studying the little explanation of Sword Dao that Li Xianbai had given him. This little explanation of the way of the sword wasn't exactly complicated, rather it could be said to be very shallow. He had used half a day's effort to thoroughly learn the Sword Dao minor explanation. But even so, because of the difference in sword paths, he was able to gain different insights each time he participated. Although he had lost an arm, he now felt that even though his injuries had not completely recovered, he felt that his strength nowadays was not too far off from his peak. This is a clash of ideas in the way of the sword. And with such a talent, it gave Li Xianbai a bit of a shock every time he saw it. That's a true genius of the sword. As for himself, being open and being a genius are obviously not the same thing. As they were walking, the group suddenly stopped. Seeing this situation, Li Xianbai frowned. The last time the team stopped, there was some trouble. Shouldn't be in trouble again so soon. What happened? Li Xianbai asked. Then he heard a slightly urgent voice. Disciple Qin Jinglin under Elder Lu Zhini of the Cloud Pavilion pays his respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince. A disciple of the Cloud Pavilion? Li Xianbai stepped out of the carriage. In the beginning, he and Lu Zhini, although he said that they did not have many interactions, Lu Zhini gave him some information before he left. There was some goodwill on both sides. Since the other party's disciple had already come to his door, there was naturally no reason for him to avoid it. When he walked out, a dozen or so disciples wearing the uniform of the Cloud Pavilion had already fallen to their knees. Almost all of them carried blood on their bodies. There were even a few people with injuries from missing arms and legs. However, Li Xianbai did not show any change in his face because of this. And Chen Jinglin was a little surprised in his heart when he saw Li Xianbai. It's actually true. Those gray eyes were enough to prove that this sixth prince of the Great Song was truly a blind man, not one who endured humiliation and faked blindness to survive as he had imagined. At this moment, a touch of disappointment rose in his heart for some reason. Those legends of the sixth prince before had left them all mesmerized. It's really not like a blind man to have the power. He even had some concerns about whether or not his master as well as the northern pythons had been tricked by the sixth prince. But then he hid all these little thoughts of his. How is Elder Lu today? Li Xianbai asked politely. Chen Jinglin took a deep breath and spoke. Back to your highness, now that my master is seriously injured, the Cloud Pavilion is in danger. Hearing that your highness is passing by here, my master asked us to go down the mountain to seek your highness's help. Hearing such words, Li Xuanbai's expression did not change. Then I'm afraid there will be nothing I can do to help. The court doesn't meddle in the affairs of the martial arts, not to mention the fact that I'm still blind. He had so much goodwill towards that Lu Jingyi even though he said so. But these good feelings were apparently not enough for him to meddle in the troubles of the martial arts, especially the extermination. This is obviously no small matter. The Cloud Pavilion was also a major power in the martial arts world, and it was able to put such a power in a crisis of extermination. It was enough to show that the other party's means were not weak. Even though he was not afraid, there was no need for him to provoke such trouble. Chen Jinglin and the others had long anticipated such a situation. He gritted his teeth, then undid the package behind his back. I, Yunzhong Pavilion, am willing to offer the gate's most precious treasure, the Xuanmu branch, and ask your highness to take a hand in relieving my Yunzhong Pavilion of the disaster. Those enemies came here for this Xianmu branch. Li Xianbai hadn't said anything yet, but Zhou Jianyi, who had followed him out, had already changed his expression. You know about the Janki branch? Noticing his expression, Li Xianbai had some surprises. Zhou Jianyi immediately spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, I have heard of it. Rumor has it that this Xianmu branch, which was obtained by chance by the ancestor of the Cloud Pavilion, is as hard as iron and as fragrant as peach wood, and has the effect of catalyzing true essence. Cultivating with the Xuanmu branch, the speed of cultivation could be increased by 1 kulpa. It was because of this that the Cloud Pavilion was able to become a major force in the martial arts, even having patriarchs appearing from generation to generation. It's only that the most recent patriarch of the Cloud Pavilion, who got in the way of Grand Patriarch Zhou Xiong's monopolization of the martial arts world in his early years, died of serious injuries as a result, and that's why the legacy was broken, and the Cloud Pavilion's status is a bit lower as a result. After hearing Zhou Jianyi's explanation, Li Xianbai was then really a bit curious. A means of accelerating cultivation is naturally called a supreme treasure. The box in Chen Jinglin's package was about 5 feet long. The moment he opened the package, Li Xuanbai's pupils instantly shrunk. The delusion-breaking god's pupil in the center of his brow opened on its own at this moment. It was then seen that a branch with an overflowing aura was placed in it. Reiki. There is an aura in heaven and earth. It is incorporated into the body as true chi, but after entering the realm of the sovereign master, the absorption of aura is even better, turning it into true essence. The world has no concept of the word aura. However, he was able to see the changes in the aura in the air after opening his delusion-breaking divine pupils. It could even be said that the essence of his delusion-breaking divine pupil was to see through the changes in aura. Looking at the rich spiritual chi in it, Li Xianbai immediately understood why it was said that with the Xuanmu branch, he would be able to accelerate his cultivation. Good treasure. He gave a heartfelt sigh of approval. After hearing Zhou Jianyi's comment about the Xianmu branch, an idea came to his mind. Although the 7-star dragon abyss was good, it had gradually failed to keep up with his intensity. And although the Xianmu branch is just a branch, yet it has a strength comparable to fine iron. The most important thing was that it was full of aura, and I'm afraid that it would not be of much use to a powerhouse below the level of a sovereign. However, if the sword could be made from the Xianmu branch, it would certainly far surpass the 7-star dragon abyss. This Xianmu branch, he'll take it. Just at this time, a long whistle came from the distance. This was followed by the sound of hoofbeats of a large number of horses. Cloud House is on business, idle people get out of the way. Accompanying this sound, a large number of martial artists on fast horses rushed towards this place, numbering in the hundreds. It vaguely surrounded Li Xianbai as well as his team. Chen Jinglin and the others had ugly faces, even with a few hints of despair. They turned their pleading eyes toward Li Xianbai. Li Xianbai didn't pay any attention to them, and his killing intent perception had already enveloped everything around him. Just then, he heard the person at the very front of the cloud building open his mouth. Official soldiers? A bit interesting, but no matter who you are, this is my Yunzhong Lu's territory. I also hope that you won't harbor these traitors, or else I will definitely make you splatter your blood. Accompanying his words, one by one, those Cloud House disciples let out long whistles. It's like a well-trained cavalry, facing a herd of lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 88, this is a good thing for practicing the sword. As he spoke, the man at the head of the group directly rolled over and dismounted. With a long sword in his hand, he walked directly towards Chen Jinglin and the others. There was no intention of putting Li Xianbai and the others in their eyes. This situation, looking at Li Xianbai, had some surprises. So arrogant? It was the first time he had come into contact with a martial artist. This arrogant and domineering attitude nearly made him think that the great Sung Court was a pose. Pang Yisan walked out. Assholes, you're facing His Highness the 6th Prince's caravan. If you dare to cause trouble here, you'll be killed for sure. His face was angry. These hundreds of them are all elite. Everywhere you go, you are shunned. It was the first time that they had encountered such centaurs who actually dared to ignore them when they saw them. And a bunch of martial artists at that. The black-clothed man at the head of the opposite side snorted. The sixth prince? I have some impression. It is said that he is a blind man, and he is also famous for breaking 3,000 armors with his sword. But I would like to ask how a 16-year-old blind man became a grandmaster. His gaze looked toward where Li Xianbai was, full of provocation. Those eyes of Li Xianbai were just too obvious. There was not the slightest glow, only endless grayness, and a glance showed that one was blind. As for Li Xuanbai's action of opening his delusion-breaking god pupil just now, not to mention them, even Zhou Jiani, who was standing beside Li Xianbai, did not see clearly. However, the current Zhou Jiani had a somewhat shocked look on his face. When Li Xianbai opened his delusion-breaking divine pupil just now, he did feel a touch of abnormality. However, when he looked over, the paradox-breaking god's pupil was already closed. So it's still a bit of a surprise. Not sure what I'm seeing is real or not. Hearing this, Pang Isin violently drew his sword. His Highness, the Sixth Prince, is not something you can question. Forget it. The man in black waved his hand before returning his gaze to Chen Jinglin. Looks like that's the Supreme Treasure Xian Mu branch. Chen Jinglin, are you trying to give this Supreme Treasure to the Imperial Court? It's the rule that things in the jungle are done in the jungle. Since you've broken the rules, don't blame me, Su Dingshan, for showing no mercy. Su Dingshan, you traitor who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, actually joining forces with outsiders to attack my cloud pavilion, one day you'll get your retribution. Chen Jinglin roared. Until now he hadn't gotten a response, and he already felt that the Sixth Prince and the others were afraid that they weren't going to intervene in this matter. But next, Li Xuanbai's leisurely voice sounded from the side. This Xian Mu branch is mine. If you want to rob me, shouldn't you ask me about it? Hearing his words, Su Dingshan fiercely looked towards Li Xianbai. His eyes were like tigers, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour. Sixth Prince, don't think that just because you're a prince, you can be lawless. Don't say you're not an emperor yet. Even if you're the emperor, this Jianghu, it's not up to you, the court. He had no intention of putting Li Xianbai in his eyes. It was just like the information that Li Xianbai had learned before. In the Jianghu, not all forces grovel to the imperial court. There are those who choose to work with the court as a way to get better as well as smooth and quiet. But at the same time there is a part of the people, who regard the people in the court as hawks and dogs. There was a great deal of hostility toward the court. Li Xianbai knew this very well. This is the inevitable result of the prosperity of the martial arts. The warrior violates the ban with his arms. There's nothing anyone can do to change that. Only that there weren't really many as arrogant as this Su Dingshan, which made some people feel strange. He was at least a prince, and there was the legend of the sword breaking through 3,000 armors. Even if the other party questioned his age, he shouldn't be so arrogant right in front of him. A fierce light flashed in Su Dingshan's eyes. Drawl! He roared, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, everyone was able to guess what he wanted to do. Even Chen Jinglin and the others were shocked beyond belief. This Su Dingshan, does he really want to assassinate the prince here? Are you really not afraid that the court will come back again to stampede the river and lake? When that happens, the entire Jianghu will lose a lot of money. And how could they, as masterminds, get away with it so easily? Crazy. These people, they must be crazy. Li Xuanbai's face did not change, didn't even open his mouth. Sharona had already drawn his sword when he heard this. Precisely, today, we will test the strength of the metamorphosed Shuragard today. Kill! Su Dingshan bellowed. He actually killed them towards Li Xianbai. This boldness, looking at Zhou Jiani, was shocked beyond measure. He was a loose sectarian with no sect behind him, which is why he dared to make a move against the prince. These people actually dared to make a serious move. When Shura Nun saw the scene, he also bellowed at the same time. Today, Shura Guard raises its name. Dozens of Shura Guards immediately charged, and Li Xuanbai's head suddenly turned in one direction. There, he sensed the presence of an aura, but it quickly disappeared. By this time, the Shura Guard and Su Dingshan's men had already rushed together. Su Dingshan looked confident. These could be his hard-trained elites, and they were still practiced by the method of military formations. It is naturally impossible to lose. But the moment he made real contact, he immediately changed his face drastically. The average strength of these Shura Guards had actually reached the 5th grade. Not to mention him, even Pang Isin on the side almost lost his breath. 5 pints? How do these monsters do it? They had been practicing martial arts for only 2 years in general, so how could they have gotten to such a point? One must know that a person of the 5th rank of the martial arts path is considered a good fighter on one side even in the Jianghu. Su Dingshan's face immediately became ugly. He knew why this 6th prince was so confident. But it was too late for regrets, but he didn't give up, because he himself was a 9th grade powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the guts to go and trouble the Cloud Pavilion. These Shura Guards, plus the hundreds of Iron Guard elites, he couldn't stop them alone. But he didn't need to do that either. Thinking of this, he aimed straight at Li Xianbai. As long as he could threaten Li Xianbai, then he would not be considered a loser. The power of the 9th grade is unstoppable. Or rather, no one blocked at all. Even Shuranun, after sparring with him, sensed his thoughts and simply gave up.
Seeing it like this, Su Dingshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. A blind man after all, your people don't seem to want to protect you at all. He didn't believe that Li Xianbai was really a patriarch.
So in his eyes, Li Xianbai had become his favorite. Kid, be a good boy and tie your hands, and you'll still be spared a life. In front of him, besides the sixth prince, there was only a one-armed cripple left. This cripple, even if he possessed the power of the 9th grade of martial arts, he wouldn't be able to stop him.
In the next second, Zhou Xiong violently drew his sword.
The Wumo sword was sheathed, and the sword intent suddenly rushed to the sky.
Su Dingshan's pupils instantly shrunk.
At this moment, he felt chills.
Sovereign?
At the sight of this blind emperor, there was actually a patriarch following him. With his gaze, he couldn't help but look in all directions. But he was doomed to disappointment.
All around, no one appeared.
Where's the promised strike?
In the next instant, the sword flashed and heads fell. Zhou Xiong put away his sword. The people in the Cloud Pavilion were staring blankly. The cripple following His Highness is actually a Zhongsher? They couldn't have imagined this outcome in any case.
As for Li Xianbai, he had already landed in front of Chen Jinglin. The Genki fell into his hands.
Feeling the flow of aura in it, he smiled. Sure enough, this item is superior, a good thing for sword practice.
As for the flickering silhouette, he didn't care.
Since the other party didn't come closer, that meant he didn't have the guts. It's just a clown. Chapter 89, Loose Excuses. All of this happened in an instant.
Under the onslaught of the Shura guards, those Cloud House disciples quickly fell into a rout. Not to mention, their leader Su Dingshan had already been beheaded with a sword.
That's the difference between an army and a sect.
Su Dingshan thought he had trained a strong army. But in reality, this army of his hasn't been through any blood and fire at all.
What's more, the Jianghu people can't do it after all, like the army that has the order to do it and be neat and tidy.
Their so-called purge relies on nothing more than a victory.
Once you meet an unusual opponent, there is no resistance at all.
But the Shura Guard is different. They were all killed one battle at a time between life and death. Chen Jinglin and the others watched in shock as this scene unfolded. They had thought it was going to be a very tough fight, but now things were just going too well. It went so well that they felt that they were a bunch of losers.
If not, how could they be chased by these people?
After reacting, Chen Jinglin immediately spoke.
All of Cloud Pavilion, thank your highness for the favor of your hand.
Li Xianbai played with the Xuanmu branch that had arrived.
Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in?
The Xianmu branch in this hand had the qualifications to make him strike.
Chen Jinglin's face stared slightly before he spoke. My Cloud Pavilion, although I am not considered a first-class force in the Jianghu, I think that I am definitely not weak either.
However, recently, this force called Cloud Central Tower had suddenly appeared, and their leader was a betrayer of the previous Cloud Central Pavilion, and Su Dingshan was one of them. Other than him, it was suspected that one person had already reached the realm of the sovereign. It is because of that person's existence that my Cloud Pavilion is exhausted and has no means of confrontation. Hearing this, Li Xianbai frowned slightly.
Patriarch? When did this kind of strong person become a cabbage?
In his impression, martial arts masters were hard to find in the world. As in the case of the Northern Python, there were only a handful of patriarchs who appeared before and after a great battle. Though that is not to say that this is not the full extent of North Python's heritage. And there must be a portion of patriarchs that are not controlled by the Northern Python royal court. However, this was enough to prove that patriarchs were not that common. But now, he had first encountered Zhou Xiong, and then here, another patriarch actually appeared. Two people appeared in a short period of time. For a moment it did make him feel a little surprised. He thought of the strong person who had just briefly appeared within his killing intent perception. If nothing else, it should be the person Chen Jinglin was talking about.
Zhou Xiong also had some strangeness.
There are several patriarchs in the world, most of which I have some knowledge of, but those related to the Cloud Pavilion are unheard of.
Li Xianbai shook his head, then spoke.
Since I've already received the item, I'll naturally go up to the Cloud Pavilion once, and if there's really any trouble, I'll naturally reveal the first signs of it. He had no intention of staying here for long. Moreover, he also felt that since the other party's goal was the Xianmu branch, then if he received the Xianmu branch himself, if he really had to go through more trouble, then the other party's target would probably become himself as well.
So now the crisis in the Cloud Pavilion should be considered to have been lifted. Only in reason, he planned to go to the pavilion in the clouds once.
After saying that, Li Xianbai changed his route towards the Cloud Pavilion. On the other hand, the person who had appeared within Li Xianbai's perceived aura earlier was continuously moving forward. In the middle of the mountains and forests, he leapt tens of meters away, and the whole person seemed to write with ease.
Obviously not bad kung fu.
It didn't take long to land in a valley. There, two men were already waiting.
And the aura on both of them was not weak. Durong, you're late. How is the situation in your cloud house? One of them spoke.
Durong glanced at him, then spoke with an expressionless face.
Failed.
Hearing this, the man froze for a moment, then laughed. A little interesting, that cloud in the pavilion what means can block you, can't be Lu Zhongyi that old thing. Breakthrough into a master. When he said this, his expression held a few hints of sarcasm. They're in competition with each other. Zhou Xiong being defeated was a good thing for him. Another spoke up in displeasure. Enough! That Xianmu branch is vital to us, why on earth did you fail? Zhou Xiong's face was suddenly gloomy. Those guys, hitching a ride on the 6th Prince's line. That legendary 16-year-old clan master? This time both men's expressions were very surprised. They also didn't expect that this matter would actually involve the 6th Prince. Not only that. Zhou Xiong shook his head, then continued. Zhou Jiani is also there, but this person has broken an arm. It would be fine if it was just the 6th Prince, it's debatable if he's really a Grandmaster, but with the addition of a Zhou Jiani, I'm not sure. 2 patriarchs. For once neither of the other two sneered at him. With such a lineup, it was them who encountered it, and it was absolutely impossible for them to make an easy move. I didn't expect that I, the Eternal Life Society, would encounter this kind of trouble just as I started to make my move. One man had a cold color in his eyes. But there's always the Genki branch. What do you say to the reason that the 6th Prince's party was intercepted by the Cloud Pavilion? Zhou Xiong and the other man glanced at each other, and the corners of their mouths both curved up in a faint arc. Enough! Even if that excuse is full of holes. But all they want is just an excuse. This time, the Cloud Center building, the Sun Palace building, the 10 Earth buildings, the White Warehouse building, and the Purple Forest building have come together. I heard that 6th Prince of Daesong had broken 3,000 armors with his sword, so let's see if he is still able to stir up the wind and clouds above this Jianghu. Several people had disdain in their eyes. The sword broke through 3,000 armors, which was indeed somewhat difficult. But war and martial arts are different. They wanted to let that 6th Prince know what a jungle was. By this time, Li Xianbai had already gone up to the pavilion in the clouds. As soon as Lu Zheng heard about this matter, he had already been waiting in front of the mountain gate. Even without opening the delusion-breaking divine pupil, Li Xianbai was able to see that Lu Jingyi had already lost his qi and blood, and he was afraid that he would not have long to live. Lu Jingyi of the Cloud Pavilion, meet His Highness the 6th Prince. Lu Jingyi has the right attitude. At the same time there was some emotion in his heart. The last time they had met, the 6th Prince had already displayed notable martial arts prowess, though he had said so. But until that time, the status between the two of them remained equal. He also had nothing more than some superficial deference to Li Xianbai. After all, although Li Xianbai was an imperial son, he had no hope of inheriting the throne, and it was even harder for a blind man to become a patriarch. But now, this blind man had undergone a true metamorphosis in such a short period of time, becoming a generation of martial arts masters. Li Xianbai nodded. There is no need for Elder Lu to be courteous, you and I are considered to have an affinity with each other, not to mention, I also took your Cloud Pavilion's greatest treasure, this is a fair trade. I wonder if you can arrange a quiet room for me, I'm going to be in seclusion for 3 days. He spoke directly to his request. With the Xianmu branch in hand, he was ready to build a new saber. Chapter 90 Xianmu sword takes shape, enemy of Cloud Pavilion goes to the mountain. For Li Xuanbai's request, Lu Jingyi naturally did not refuse. He knows his physical condition today. Moreover, the Cloud Central Pavilion had just suffered a great change, and at this point in time, the Cloud Central Pavilion could no longer withstand any turbulence. Therefore, he had to arrange a back path for the disciples of the Cloud Pavilion. Your Highness, in addition to the Xuanmu branch, I, Yunzhong Pavilion, would like to offer Yunzhong Pavilion's various sword Dao methods for your Highness's perusal. Oh, Li Xianbai was a bit surprised. What do you want? In a sense, the sword technique of the Cloud Pavilion was even more important than the Xianmu branch. Although the Xianmu branch was good, it could only forge strong people, and its existence could make the Cloud Pavilion go further. However, these sword techniques of the Cloud Pavilion are the fundamentals of the Cloud Pavilion, and if something goes wrong, then the Cloud Pavilion will truly exist in name only. Lu Jingyi let out a bitter smile before speaking. Today's Cloud Pavilion is green and yellow, and I'm sure your Highness should be able to see that I'm afraid I don't have long to live. That's why I'm only asking your Highness to protect the Cloud Pavilion for 30 years from extinction, so that I, the Cloud Pavilion, can have a glimmer of life. Master! Chen Jinglin exclaimed. The other disciples all changed their faces one by one as well. Lu Jingyi waved his hand and didn't bother with them, only looking at Li Xianbai with burning eyes. Li Xianbai pondered for a moment, then nodded. This is a very good deal. Sword Dao cultivation, it is necessary to penetrate through the 8 directions of the Sword Dao, touching on the similarities, as a way to comprehend the unique sword intent belonging to oneself. Previously, through the system, he had signed up for quite a few sword techniques, and even many of them had unique characteristics. But the Sword Dao inheritance of the Cloud Pavilion was bound to be even more perfect, and it was obviously better for him to learn by touch. Moreover, although it was not a good idea for him to give this Cloud Central Pavilion's Sword Dao to others, lest this Sword Dao be leaked out. But it never hurts to give it to an individual. If it was given to Zhou Jiani, perhaps he would gain a bit more from it than himself. And all he had to promise was merely to keep the Cloud Pavilion intact for 30 years. Whether they will be rich or poor in these 30 years is up to them. After deciding these things, Li Xianbai quickly arrived at the retreat. The Xianmu branch was overflowing with aura. Using the Xuanmu branch as a sword was extremely helpful in the method of sword control. At the same time, the true essence was easier to penetrate. Definitely a good sword-making material. But it still takes some skill to ensure that the aura is not damaged. After he went in, he immediately opened his paradox-breaking god pupil. This was because only the delusion-breaking god pupil could allow him to make the sword without losing his aura. Unfortunately, the delusion-breaking god pupil consumed too much, so this process was extremely long. And in his spare time, he referred to the Cloud Pavilion sword Dao, which was extremely fulfilling. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Yuan pill. On a new day, the Heavenly Yuan Dan went down, and the true essence in Li Xuanbai's body once again filled up, and then he opened the delusion-breaking god pupil to do some building. Without realizing it, the Xian Mu branch had gradually taken on the appearance of a sword. And outside, the one-armed Zhou Xiong was watching the Cloud Pavilion sword art. Just like what Li Xianbai thought, this Cloud Pavilion sword art was also a great gain for him. But alas, it was ultimately not as good as the little explanation of the sword Dao, which was a completely different kind of sword collision. It set his heart a little on fire. I wonder when His Highness will be able to give him something as good as the little explanation of the way of the sword. Lu Zhangyi walked over and asked, "May I ask if Your Excellency is the Sword Dao Grandmaster Zhou Xiong?" "It's me." Zhou Xiong didn't hide his identity. Lu Zhangyi had some surprise at once as he looked at Zhou Xiong's broken left arm. "I've long heard that your strength is extremely strong even amongst the sovereigns. I wonder who actually managed to break one of your arms." He had already guessed that the person in front of him was Zhou Xiong. But because of the broken arm, I have never been able to believe it. Zhou Xiong didn't really care. The skill is not as good as the person who received 3 swords from Your Highness in the first place, so he broke this arm. There was something self-deprecating about the way he said that. How stupid was he to boast that he could kill the 6th prince with 3 swords? Even just think about it nowadays. He was feeling flushed. After hearing this, Lu Zhangyi could hardly hide the shock on his face. The left arm of this sword Dao patriarch was actually the result of the 6th prince's 3 swords. He had thought that even if the 6th prince was able to become a sovereign, he should be the weakest kind. But now it seemed absolutely different from what he had imagined. Can 3 swords break Zhou Xiong's arm? Is there really anyone in the world who can do this? Then look at Zhou Xiong's expression. It was very pure, not the slightest hint of hatred could be seen at all. This was enough to show that Zhou Xiong was truly convinced. The 6th prince was actually able to subdue such a sword Dao grandmaster, and he was now incredibly glad for his decision. Fortunately, he had told his disciples not to show the slightest disrespect to the 6th prince in the first place, and even more so, not to cause trouble without informing them. At the same time, he was glad that he had exchanged the Cloud Pavilion sword Dao for 30 years of shelter from the 6th prince. Not to mention anything else, just the 6th prince's ability to subdue Zhou Xiong. These are just big profits for him. And just at this time, Chen Jinglin walked over with a grave expression on his face. "Master, our disciples, at the bottom of the mountain, have discovered a large number of unidentified martial artists approaching the mountain." Lu Zhangyi's expression instantly went cold. It seems that the traitor still hasn't given up. Gather everyone at once and prepare to meet the battle. Don't spare any of the enemies who are here today. Originally, his heart was worried. After all, one of these traitors was likely to be a true patriarch. But now, after knowing the strength of the 6th prince and the existence of Zhou Xiong, the worry in his mind was gone. Zhou Xiong lazily stood up and picked up the Wu Mo sword at the side. "I'll take a look along with you. His Highness is still in seclusion, and these many small matters do not need to trouble His Highness to come out of seclusion yet." Even if there really was a patriarch, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. Because the current him was confident that his strength was no weaker than his previous peak. Possessing this kind of strength, he was confident that he could contend with the other party when facing anyone other than a supreme grandmaster. It was naturally impossible for an unknown sect master to make him afraid. Soon, all the disciples of the Cloud Pavilion assembled. The Shura guards and Iron guards didn't move, they just guarded Li Xuanbai's place of seclusion. For them, this is the top priority. And at the bottom of the mountain, a large number of people were coming towards the mountain. The Cloud Pavilion disciples didn't care too much at first, but soon, Chen Jinglin returned with news of what he had spied. "Master, I'm afraid that the number of enemies coming down the mountain is only as many as 4 or 5,000. "What?" Lu Zhangyi's face was ugly. "This can't be the Cloud Center building. Although those renegades are growing fast, their numbers, at most, are more than 1,000, not to mention the hundreds they lost before. Those damn traitors, uniting other forces." At this moment, he was even a bit desperate. The Cloud Pavilion was full of only 500 or 600 people. For the 5,000 people, already close to 10 times their number, even if they were to pile it up with numbers, I'm afraid that the Cloud Pavilion wouldn't have a chance to turn around today. Although the 6th prince was there, could he help them turn the situation around? If they couldn't, those people might not dare to touch the 6th prince. But they, the Cloud Pavilion, will be destroyed. Zhou Xiong's face was also a bit more grave. But he had no fear. As a Zhongsher, although 4 to 5,000 people were many, they could not threaten him. But it does look like there's a big fight today. Lu Zhini, hand over the Xuanmu branch and join my cloud house, this seat can spare you from death. As he spoke, a figure came from the bottom of the mountain and sped above the canopy as if stepping into the air. Meanwhile, the dense forest was filled with people. The cold light of the swords was constant.
The enemy of the Cloud Pavilion has gone up the mountain.
Chapter 91, a patriarch who was as good as a cripple.
With a long whistle,
Zhou Xiong landed in front of the mountain gate of Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, behind him, a figure appeared from the dense forest, holding a sword in clothing.
Obviously from a different power.
At the same time, several figures protruded. The bodies of these people all had a not-so-weak aura, and each of them looked ferocious.
Zhou Xiong, you actually dared to unite with outsiders and take away the foundation of my Cloud Pavilion. You at least grew up in the middle of Cloud Pavilion. How can you be like this?
Lu Zhongyi was infuriated enough. He was already seriously injured and hadn't been able to recover. Now that he saw such a situation, he was even closer to spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. In the end, he was forced to suppress it, which barely kept it smooth and didn't let anyone see a break.
Zhou Xiong smiled coldly. Joint outsiders?
Who said I'm uniting outsiders? These are all my companions, each one of them is not bad. Although several people did not speak, after Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, the aura on their bodies suddenly erupted without the slightest concealment anymore. The aura that was already hidden but not visible was completely revealed at this moment.
Lu Jingyi was instantly appalled.
This was because the auras on these people were either 8th or 9th ranked in martial arts. With such strength, one could already be called a powerful party in the Jianghu.
But the ones in front of us, and he hadn't heard of any of them.
Not only him, for a moment Zhou Jianyi had some surprise in his heart. Where did so many strange and powerful people come from?
But now is not the time to think about that.
Zhou Xiong had spoken. Lu Zhini, you'd better hand over the Xuanmu branch quickly, don't force us to make a move, just you, an old thing that's already half ruined, think the seat can't see it. I'm afraid the injuries you have are enough to kill you.
If he didn't do it, it was fine, but if he did, I was afraid that he would fall in a few days.
Instead of looking for death, we should find a way to live for a few days. After all, a good death can be better than a bad one. He hemmed and hawed as he said the last sentence, his eyes and tone filled with sarcasm. And behind him, vast thousands of people, most of whom had already burrowed out of the mountains and forests. Compare that to the hundreds of Cloud Pavilion disciples in front of them. The quantity can be so different that one feels despair at a glance.
Don't you dare!
Lu Zhongyi spoke in a cold voice. This kind of traitor, he would definitely not hand over the Xianmu branch even if he died.
That's a tough talk. I wonder what your bottom line is.
Zhou Xiong said disdainfully. You can't be thinking that you're relying on this sword sex Zhou Jianyi, who has broken an arm, to save your lives. If Zhou Jianyi hadn't broken his arm, this seat would still have a few scruples. With such a cripple, what will hold back this seat, and these thousands of disciples under this seat? The jungle is different from the battlefield. The cost of training a jungle disciple is actually higher than a soldier. This is because the soldiers practice the military method, which seeks to be efficient, as well as formations.
And then it's all about fighting on the battlefield.
As a result, the losses were great, but those who could survive a fight were naturally tough soldiers. As for the disciples of the Jianghu, most of them were cultivated from childhood, and the techniques they practiced were all step-by-step upgrades from the basics.
Time-consuming and labor-intensive, far more so than the soldiers in the army.
The result, however, was that unless the soldiers in the army used their formations to impact by numbers, most of them were no match for the Jianghu disciples. Previously, the Shura Guard impacted the hundreds of disciples of Cloud Tower with a number of 50. It was also only because the Shura Guard technique was special, practicing at the cost of their lives, that this was able to make up for or even surpass the Cloud House disciples in terms of individual strength. Coupled with the special nature of the six-harnessed sword technique, the Shura Guard elites had experienced quite a few more killings. It was only under various conditions that the previous crushing situation could be created. And these thousands of disciples, for any sect in the Great Song, were called behemoths that were difficult to fight against. So Zhou Xiong had the capital to be confident and rampant. As soon as Jianzhou heard this, the Wuemo sword in his hand was already sheathed. The way he looked at Zhou Xiong was filled with hidden disdain. You can try. Nowadays, although he had broken an arm, his strength was no worse than his previous peak. How could he be indifferent when he was mocked like that? Today's battle is already inevitable, and the final result will still be spoken by the swords of his men.
Zhou Xiong sneered. Without any hesitation, he directly roared, "Kill!"
Accompanied by his roar, thousands of disciples behind him rushed towards the disciples of the Cloud Pavilion in a great swarm. A few of the 8 or 9 ranked powerhouses among them were even ahead of the others.
Lu Zhongyi took a deep breath. Cloud Pavilion disciples listened to the order, today, fight to the death and don't retreat.
Although he hoped that the Cloud Pavilion would be passed on. But he would never allow anyone to back down in the face of a traitor either. To him, this was the most important inheritance of the Cloud Pavilion. These hundreds of disciples of the Pavilion of Clouds had no fear even though they knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Those deserters, long ago, had already fled when the Cloud Tower was encroaching on their Cloud Pavilion step by step. Those who stayed here now were people who had long been prepared to live and die with the Cloud Pavilion.
Chen Jinglin shouted angrily. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me and kill. Boom! The two sides collided violently. Almost just a dozen people fell to the ground in the instant of contact. This kind of large-scale killing, whether it was the disciples of the Cloud Pavilion or Du Rong's people, they didn't come into contact with much. However, the quality of the disciples of the Cloud Pavilion was clearly above these disciples of Du Rong. Thinking about the flashy purges of the disciples of the Cloud House before, it was rather strange. But even so, nor does it change the huge gap between the two sides. Especially those few 8th and 9th grade powerhouses, in their hands, there was simply no one who could fight against them. Lu Xingyi gritted his teeth and carried his sword in his hand as he desperately blocked the three. But even so, there were still strong people on the other side who were able to free their hands. Zhou Xiong knew he couldn't wait any longer. Without any hesitation, his figure was like electricity and he directly killed towards one of the 9th grade. What he wanted to do was to solve the predicament of the Cloud Pavilion. Instead of just catching a fight with Duran, when Du Rong saw his movements, he immediately let out a sneer and rushed towards Jiani Zhou. With him around, how could he let Zhou Jiani have his way? But facing the approaching Du Rong, Zhou Jiani's face did not change. Not even the slightest change in his body shape appeared, and with one sword out, the sword she spanned dozens of meters. In just a split second, it pierced through that 9th pin's chest. That 9th pin was even more defenseless in the face of such an attack. How dare you? Du Rong's eyes were glazed over. Killing a 9th rank in front of him was simply not putting him in his eyes. Du Rong stabbed out with his sword, aiming straight for Zhou Jiani's center door. As soon as Zhou Jiani dared to kill someone in front of him, his speed of returning to defense would inevitably be slowed down as a result. He was going to make Zhou Jiani pay for his decision just now. So with this sword, he didn't hold back in the slightest. A cripple could never block this sword of his. But in just an instant, Zhou Jiani had already reacted, and the Wu Mo sword easily blocked in front of his body. And then with a fierce sweep, Du Rong burst back tens of meters. There was shock in Du Rong's eyes. How can you be so strong for a cripple? Through the brief exchange of words just now, he had already sensed that he didn't seem to be Zhou Jiani's opponent. Unwillingly, he rushed up to fight once more. But the end result is the same. Him, less than a cripple. Chapter 92, Sword Completion, Desperate Situation. He was defeated repeatedly in the hands of Zhou Jiani. It made Du Rong furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Though as long as he held back for a while, the thousands of men under him would be able to take down the Cloud Pavilion sooner or later. But it was clearly not what he wanted. For the 6th prince and his party, he had no intention of letting them go. Even just letting a powerful sect master like Zhou Jiani leave alive would be imperfect for them. With a gloomy face, Du Rong spoke in a cold voice. It was originally prepared for the 6th prince, but now it seems that 6th prince's previous battles, I'm afraid they weren't all fought for him by you. Since this is the case, then there is no need for this seat to keep it. Oh, what else do you have up your sleeve? Zhou Jiani's face was slightly stagnant. Not to mention this patriarch in front of him, these 4,000 to 5,000 people alone were already a huge trouble. If the other side still had a backhand, it could be really hard to deal with. Du Rong laughed out loud. Don't come out yet. His voice was like a tiger's roar, and it spread for 10 miles. At the same time, a sigh came faintly. Worthy of being a sword sect, you actually have such tactics, your strength is indeed not weak. One-on-one, we don't have any certainty that we will be able to defeat you. Originally, I was planning to take a shot at the 6th prince, but now it seems that I'll only be able to kill you first. Along with the sound appearing, two silhouettes scurried out from the mountains and forests. These two were extremely fast, a rise and fall was a distance of tens of meters, and then stood with Du Rong. At this moment, Zhou Jiani's face was extremely grave. Lu Xingyi, who was fighting in a bloody battle below, even revealed utter despair in his eyes. Sovereign Master. These two, inevitably, are both Zongshi. Moreover, he recognized one of them, the famous broken tiger sword Xuehu. The three great patriarchs came out together, plus 4,000 or 5,000 disciples. What virtue and ability did they have in the Cloud Pavilion to actually attract so many powerful enemies? Could it be that the heavens are trying to kill the Cloud Pavilion? For a moment, he looked miserable. Brother Zhou, why don't you leave? Today, my Cloud Pavilion is destined to have this calamity. With your strength, I'm sure it won't be difficult to take the 6th prince away. I, Cloud Pavilion, will not drag the 6th prince down. He's given up. When the other Cloud Pavilion disciples heard this, a look of determination appeared in each of their eyes as well. Elder Lu, disciples and the like, would like to go to the Yellow Springs with the Elder. They all knew that this moment had reached a time of life and death for Cloud Pavilion. Zhou Jiani gripped his sword and didn't step back for half a second. He practiced the way of the sword. Naturally, there was no reason to retreat in the face of a strong enemy. In that case, let me see what you guys can do. And there was no semblance of despair in his eyes, because he knew that there was another person on this mountain. As long as we waited until that person appeared, these crises in front of us might not be impossible to solve. Broken Tiger Blade Xuehu laughed. Zhou Jiani, aren't you overestimating yourself? Your strength is indeed good, but if you want to face the three of us, you're still far from it.
Accompanied by his voice, the Zhongshijin Yuan on the bodies of the three of them suddenly erupted at this moment.
Zhou Jiani advanced instead of retreating.
With the Wuemo sword in his hand, his entire body transformed into a stream of light, and he rushed towards the three.
The war below was fought with even more ferocity. And the back of the cloudy pavilion. The two of them, Shiranu and Pangisan, stayed together, and they were vaguely able to hear the movement in front of them.
Pangisan opened his mouth. Shouldn't something have happened? The commotion sounds a bit exaggerated. Originally, they didn't care too much about this crisis. After all, there was still Zhou Jiani holding the fort in front of him. That was a true sect master powerhouse. However, the current situation was causing them some uneasiness.
Shiranu's face was unchanged.
Our mission is to guard His Highness. Unless His Highness comes out of the gate, we have to keep an eye on this place, and we can't let anyone threaten His Highness's safety. After glancing at Shiranu, Pangisan skimmed his lips. These Shura guardians are all of one nature. Perhaps it was the misery of being a sword slave in the first place that made them more or less paranoid.
The same is naturally true of Shiranu.
It could even be said that the current Shura guard style of behavior was brought out by him.
But this is not necessarily wrong.
After all, they weren't in the military and didn't have as much military responsibility. Compared to the army, the Shura guard is more pure. And in the room at that moment, Li Xianbai had reached a critical point. The Xian Mu sword has been molded. He swallowed a heavenly Yuan Dan that he got from signing in today. And then it was time to utilize the delusion-breaking divine pupil and his own patriarchal sword Dao once more to make the final shaping of the Xian Mu sword.
The originally hidden aura in the sword was also drawn out because of his shaping. It's going to happen. Li Xuanbai's expression perked up.
After a full 3 days, this Xian Mu sword had finally reached its completion, accompanied by his step-by-step maneuvers. This sword made of Xian Mu also gradually appeared to have some spirituality. Outside, Shirona suddenly changed his face slightly as he felt his sword, emitting some slight trembling. There was even an emotion in that trembling. It was submission. It was as if the master of the sword was being born. Not only him, but Pangisan's face also appeared to change. His saber was in the same condition. Such a situation, they had only had the honor of seeing when His Highness the Sixth Prince invoked the sword intent of a patriarch. But now, they clearly did not feel any fluctuation of sword intent.
Why is this happening? All eyes looked toward the room.
The swords in their hands were even emitting violent clangs.
And in the door of the mountain in the cloudy pavilion,
Zhou Jiani fought 1 against 3. His entire person was reckless and wild, but at the same time, his figure looked a bit lousy. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth.
There were even more wounds on his body.
The faces of the 3 people on the opposite side of the table were, likewise, not very good. They were 3 against 1, but even so, they hadn't really taken each other down for a short period of time.
Haven't you already broken an arm? How can you still possess such strength?
Broken Tiger Blade Shui who blackened his face. He felt that the current Zhou Jiani was a few points more powerful than when he was at his peak. Zhou Jiani's face was cold, although the corners of his mouth were bloody and he was covered in wounds. However, the arrogance in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He wielded the sword of Yumo. The sword that had been with him for decades. The sword contained his essence, and even more so, it was constantly undergoing a metamorphosis as his strength increased. It transformed into a divine weapon that shared his mind. If placed in the sword pavilion, this Wuemo sword was enough to be included in the 6th tier. The rushing sword intent rose. It was like an incomparably sharp long sword that enveloped everyone's head. Who says that if you break an arm, your swordsmanship has to regress?
Zhou Jian opened his mouth.
Every word contained killing intent, enough to make anyone feel chilled.
But he actually knew that he wasn't going to last. Fighting 1 against 3 wasn't so easy after all. He couldn't help but glance somewhere towards the back.
There, it was where Li Xianbai was in seclusion. Since the sword has become.
Then, Your Highness, it's time to come out. Chapter 93, Xian Guang transforms frontier, Li Xianbai arrives. Zhou Jiani had reached the end of his strength.
Regarding this point, the others did not see it, but the 3 patriarchs on the opposite side of the room saw it very clearly.
Go all out, don't give him any chance. Du Rong roared angrily.
Zhou Jiani was too strong. He absolutely could not let Zhou Jiani live. Today they were going to let Zhou Jiani bleed to death. Brother Zhou, you should withdraw first. Lu Xingyi opened his mouth again. His entire breath has withered to the extreme, in his side of the disciples, but also most of them have been lost.
The current Cloud Pavilion was in a complete state of desperation. He didn't want anything anymore. This is a calamity that I can't avoid for my Yunzhong Pavilion. I've already resigned myself to my fate. I only beg you to take the 6th prince away, and for the sake of my Yunzhong Pavilion's sword Dao inheritance, to preserve a thread of my Yunzhong Pavilion's inheritance in the future. Many elite disciples of the Cloud Pavilion were already here. But there were still a handful of disciples who were still young and had long since been dismissed by him. As long as the 6th prince is around, as long as the 6th prince still recognizes that promise, the court in the clouds wouldn't have disappeared. Only in the future, I'm afraid that the Cloud Pavilion will really only exist in name only. Those young disciples, for the inheritance of the Cloud Pavilion, it would already be considered good if they could stay 3 times.
All that was left now was to hope that the sixth prince would take care of it, and perhaps there would be a chance of survival. It was the only thing he could do now. He also knew that the sixth prince was in seclusion. He knew better, no matter what Zhou Xiong and the others thought. However, according to his understanding, the sixth prince's strength must have truly reached the realm of the sovereign. But even so, there was no longer any hope in his heart, facing such a powerful enemy. What could the sixth prince do even if he came out of the gate? Even if there was one more patriarch, it would be impossible to reverse the situation they were facing now. You're smart enough to know that that blind prince is useless even if he comes out. Zhou Xiong laughed a few times. It's just a shame that no one is leaving today. His voice was icy cold. Today, they just want to leave no chickens or dogs on this cloud pavilion. Including the sixth prince and his party, they absolutely could not leave either. But Zhou Xiong laughed, and there was mockery in his smile. Seeing Zhou Xiong smile, Xuehu's face was disgruntled. What are you laughing at? Is it hard to believe that you think that the sixth prince will be able to save you? Yeah. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth. There was certainty in his tone. But his words were a pipe dream to everyone in the room. Even Lu Zhengyi was half disbelieving. Only Zhou Xiong remained calm. He thought back to the 3-move contract he had with His Highness the Sixth Prince. The 3 moves that he himself had made were already the pinnacle of his means. Even when facing a Zhongshe powerhouse, his 3 moves were already enough to pose a fatal threat to the opponent. At that time, he felt that the Sixth Prince was so young that he was bound to not have too strong a fighting technique. So 3 moves are enough. But it wasn't until the Sixth Prince made those 3 moves that he realized what it meant to be someone else. The so-called Sword Dao Master, in front of the Sixth Prince. It's just a joke. The name of the sword sect is only desirable to the Sixth Prince. You don't believe me simply because you haven't seen the Sixth Prince's sword. If you had seen the Sixth Prince's sword, I'm afraid you would never be able to say such words again. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth with a slight bit of emotion. Xuehu's face was slightly cold. Joke. Even if the Sixth Prince is the same as you, so what if he has also entered the realm of the sovereign? With the 3 of us, I have the power of the 5th floor, and there is no possibility of survival for you and the others. He doesn't believe it. But for some reason, a faint uneasiness grew in his heart. This Zhou Xiong's arm, how in the world did he break it? Why, would he follow the Sixth Prince's line? All sorts of questions suddenly flooded his mind at this moment. Where the back of the mountain was, it was calm and unruffled. Suddenly, 100 birds were flying in unison, causing a jumble of cries. The scene attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, Zhou Xiong but smiled. As a Sword Dao Patriarch, he could sense it more clearly than anyone else. There, an incredibly sharp sword was slowly being sheathed. He even had a feeling that when this sword came out, there would be no more sword blades in this world. Such a feeling shook even him. He knew that the Sixth Prince was going to refine the sword, but he couldn't have imagined that the sword would actually have such power. However, by this time, the 3 great patriarchs had already killed towards him. They had sensed the changes in the back of the mountain, and a faint uneasiness appeared in their hearts. So hit the ground running. He must behead Zhou Xiong before the Sixth Prince appeared. At that time, even if the Sixth Prince had heavenly skills, he would never want to be arrogant in front of them. A rushing sword intent suddenly appeared. The clouds high in the sky were suddenly broken through. And then it transformed into a terrifying sword momentum that spread out in all directions. The 3 people's faces were instantly ugly. Sword Dao Patriarch. That Sixth Prince is actually a Sword Dao Master as well. Just through this spreading sword momentum they knew that the Sixth Prince, who hadn't appeared all this time, was likewise a Sword Dao Master powerhouse. It was not weaker than Zhou Xiong in the slightest. No wonder Zhou Xiong would follow the Sixth Prince. Such a strong person who had already reached Sword Dao Grandmaster at the age of just 16, his future achievements were almost limitless. If they are given such an opportunity, they may not necessarily fail to do so. It's just a pity that the 2 sides have now become mortal enemies. Kill! Zhou Xiong roared as he directly executed his mastery, a horizontal sword momentum, slashing towards Zhou Xiong. He panicked a little. 2 Sword Dao Masters, even if they couldn't stop these thousands of troops under their command, it wouldn't be difficult to leave. But what they did today must never be known by anyone. For this reason, he even went so far as to use his Jedi technique to fight hard with Zhou Xiong, exchanging injuries for injuries, and by doing so, he was able to create an opportunity for the other 2. He did. Zhou Xiong parried with his sword, and at the same time, he also caught a break and stabbed his sword through Zhou Xiong's chest. However, for a patriarch, such an injury was not fatal. But the moment he countered, the other 2 seized the opportunity. Die! Xuehu roared angrily. The knife in his hand exuded a savage blade intent on cutting down Zhou Xiong with a single slash. The other patriarch, likewise, stabbed over with a strong and incomparable spear intent. Zhou Xiong's move of exchanging injuries for injuries made Zhou Xiong unavoidable. Zhou Xiong's pupils shrunk slightly, despairing in his heart that he had failed to block after all. The 3 great sect masters wore smug faces, they had won after all. And Lu Zhengyi was in a panic in his heart. The momentum had gone and there was no turning back. But at this very moment, in the back of the mountain, an arcane light sped over. The arcane light transformed into a sharp edge, like thunder and lightning. Madaka! A blast. Knives and guns were stopped, and in front of them floated an incredibly sharp sword. But, also, only the sword. But there is no one to control the sword. This scene shocked everyone, even Zhou Xiong. He couldn't understand it. How can the sword act on its own when it is stripped of its person? Even though he was already a Sword Dao Grandmaster, he couldn't feel the slightest bit about it. Not sure how it was done though, but it was clear to everyone that the sixth prince had come. Chapter 94 Xian Ling Sword Out, breaking the enemy with one sword. The sword intent that pierced the clouds was rapidly approaching towards the battlefield. A figure broke through the air. The voice comes before the person arrives. Today, it's really lively. Li Xuanbai's voice vaguely contained sword intent. It made everyone present who heard it feel their eardrums bulging like pins and needles. This unbridled approach left many people horrified in their hearts. It's too bossy. This kind of sharpness without any restraint was like a king among swords, looking down on the subjects of the world. And the sword that stood in the air. Also at this moment, it fiercely flew over towards where Li Xuanbai was. Almost in a flash, the sword had returned to Li Xuanbai's hand. His stance of flying with his sword broke everyone's perception. After he arrived on the battlefield, the entire battlefield became calm for a short period of time because of his appearance. Everyone looked at the figure that stood in the air. How can a man fly through the air? That's the question on everyone's mind. And for the unknown, man is afraid. So even though there were thousands of people present here, many of them were already fearful of Li Xuanbai. Even if it was due wrong, there were actually some drums in his mind. This sixth prince, what exactly is his strength? With such bizarre means, could it be that it had already exceeded the limits of the sovereign? However, just at this time, Xuehu spoke angrily. Kid, you don't take the living road, but you want to step into this dead-end road. Since you're already here, you don't have to leave alive. As he spoke, the broken tiger sword in his hand emitted a violent aura. The entire person's true essence was running, and his aura had climbed to the peak. At the same time he had spoken in a low voice to the two men around him. Don't be intimidated by him. You and I have both seen the extremes of martial arts in this world. This is just some bizarre tactics on his part. His words made the other two react. That's right. A 16-year-old boy, how strong could he be? Now this kind of tactic was bound to be just some tricky skill that couldn't possibly have any real power. And under their command, there were 4,000 or 5,000 disciples. Unless the world's most powerful Grand Master appears. Otherwise there was no one who could change the end of the pavilion in the clouds. Thinking of this, those two's expressions became calm. It even contained a faint killing intent, as well as a few hints of greed if any. They're very well hidden. This is a tricky means, even if it has no other use but to be used to catch the road, it is still excellent. If they could get it, it would also be of great help to them. Flying through the sky was an unheard of tactic. I'm afraid. That's the only place it could have come up. However, unlike their mentality, Lu Jingyi's expression became agitated. The means that the sixth prince was now displaying had made him feel truly hopeful. Li Xuanbai's face was bland. The three great patriarchs, and so many martial arts 8th and 9th grade powerhouses, as well as these 4,000 to 5,000 disciples, it makes me a little curious as to where you guys actually come from? Such strength was absolutely impossible to appear at idle. Although he didn't know much, he knew that Emperor Jinglong could never allow such a situation to occur. Such a huge force, yet no one knows about it. For Emperor Jinglong, this was already in existence that was already enough to threaten his position. So he's thinking about it. What is the presence behind these people? Now that I think about it, the only possibility is that there is a prince, or some other royal relative, standing behind these people. He was even a little surprised at the thought. The Grand Prince had asked Zhou Xiong to make a move, using a favor that had only been done 3 times. Predictably, there were no clansmen at his disposal. But the appearance of the 3 great patriarchs before them was enough to prove the strength of the people behind them. I don't know which one of his brothers is actually so capable of making so many sect masters work for him. If he hadn't bumped into these things today, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of these people until the battle for the new emperor started. The fact that the other party was hiding so deeply was enough to shock everyone. I'm afraid the ambition is not small. It was said that Emperor Jinglong was one of the few majestic lords of the Great Song, but if these people were really related to one of the emperors, then this prince, too, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Du Rong sneered and said, "This would have nothing to do with you, your highness. These are nothing more than my allies. If you hand over the Xianmu branch today, we may be able to let you go. After all, this incident today has nothing to do with you." But it was obvious that he couldn't hide his words like this from Li Xuanbai. The other party's current movements had no intention of letting him leave. It was clear that they wanted to surround and kill him here. But the fact that the other party had deployed so many people just for the Xianmu branch could really make Li Xuanbai curious. If it was just something within the Cloud Pavilion and Cloud House, it would be nothing. After all, this was the treasure of the town school, representing not only the value of the Xianmu branch itself, but also the orthodox inheritance meaning. But now that so many people have shown up, it's not the same thing. The origin of the Xianmu branch might be even greater than what he had imagined. But in this moment, he wasn't thinking about anything else. Since he is standing here today, what he has to do is actually very simple. The Xianmu branch you wanted has become the Xianling sword in my hand. If you want it, then come and take it. Hearing this, the three people's faces changed slightly. The Xianling sword was right in front of him. But they never expected that the Xianmu branch would actually turn into such a sword. It made them blush. How dare you, actually dare to refine my Cloud Pavilion's greatest treasure into a sword? Zhou Xiong shouted angrily. His eyes were almost ready to spit fire, as if he wanted to swallow Li Xianbai. Where are the disciples of the fifth floor? In. Thousands of disciples roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and extremely shocking. Li Xianbai, even if you are the sixth prince of Decadence, so what, since you seek death, then I will fulfill you. He then looked at the other two great sect masters. Slaughter the Cloud Pavilion and leave no chickens or dogs behind. The moment he finished speaking, the three great patriarchs violently killed towards Li Xianbai. At this moment, their expressions were all very different from before. Before, they were fighting, but at this moment, it was to kill. Kill Li Xianbai, the one who refined the Xuanmu branch, as a way to redeem his crime. Because this Xianmu branch was never what they wanted for themselves. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jian's face changed slightly and he was about to step forward to block the three. However, Li Xianbai was one step faster. Just in time, let's see how powerful this new sword of mine is today. The corners of his mouth curved up in a faint curve. True essence infused, aura induced. In the next instant, the Xianling sword came out of his hand. Turning into a cold aura, it flew towards Xuehu. Xuehu sneered. The long blade slashed directly towards the Xianling sword. What power could a mere sword have without someone controlling it? But the next moment he paid for his carelessness. Boom! A blast. Swords and swords clashed, Broken Tiger's sword shattered, but the sword's momentum did not diminish. The Xianling sword transformed into a blade and pierced through the heart in a flash. Xuehu looked at his empty heart and his face turned pale. The other two, on the other hand, were even more unsightly. How is that possible? A great patriarchal powerhouse actually failed to block a single sword. Chapter 95, Testimonials on the Shelf. As the title suggests, the book is going to hit the shelves. This book fell completely short of expectations, to be honest. Of course, if you can't get a good grade, you have only yourself to blame for bad writing and not choosing the right topic. But you can rest assured that this book is definitely not going to cut it. The author is not a newbie either, he's kind of a full-time writer. The next thing you know, you'll be eating off this book. Please believe in the quality of full-time writers who rely on their books for their livelihood, and after they hit the shelves, updates will be manageable. At the end of the day, a book still needs to rely on readers. Without subscriptions, even full-time writers will not last one day. Therefore, I would like to thank you all in advance for your food and clothing. Even if you're planning to leave it at this point, for the sake of having read it for so long, I'd appreciate a first order. Without further ado, see you tomorrow. Chapter 96, One Word Out, 10,000 Swords Fall. First booking requested. A Zhongshe powerhouse died so easily. It shocked the entire Cloud Pavilion. Everyone felt their breath stop at this moment. Chapter 97, Shocking Sword Formation, Corpses and Bones Everywhere, Request First Order. Almost just for a split second. The countless sharp swords behind Li Xianbai violently headed towards the disciples on the fifth floor. Facing these swords, Zhou Xiong's face was not. Chapter 98, Kyoto Shakes, Great Master Now, Request First Order. While Li Xianbai stayed in the Cloud Pavilion, a message finally made it back to Kyoto. The entire courtroom was shaken by the news. Chapter 99, Returning to Kyoto, Big Brother, how are you? Requesting First Order. Kyoto. Ever since the Grand Imperial Prince had learned of the news of the Northern Python's arrival, his entire body had been a little frightened. He was afraid that if Li Xianbai survived. Chapter 100, Ji Changjing's Doorstep, Great Song and Divine King, Request First Order. It wasn't just the Grand Prince whose body stiffened. Several other imperial princes also had shocked faces and chills down their spines. They had all heard what had just happened between the Grand Prince and Chapter 101, True Element Transforming Fire, Night Meeting with King and Shen. Several imperial princes had their own thoughts in their minds. A night of conspiracy and no one knows what they said. And late at night, Li Xianbai was not idle. Chapter 102, Hidden Secrets of the Royal Family, Unfathomable Emperor. Li Xianbai naturally understood Li Xuanbai's question to King and Shen. Everyone in the world thinks that the Patriarch is the ultimate, but after entering the Patriarch, I realized that the Patriarch is not the absolute. Chapter 103, Cooking Oil and Hot Fire, Forcing the Dragon Forging Pill. In the days that followed, Li Xianbai cleared his mind a bit. Here in Kyoto, he also has people's hands. Naturally, you don't need to worry about everything. Chapter 104, Great Feast to Kill the Enemy, Provocation to Emperor Jinglong. Emperor Jinglong looked at the third prince. Oh, you have a problem with that, old three? No joy or anger could be heard in his voice. The third prince looked at Li Xianbai. Chapter 105, Angry Emperor Jinglong, Great Strength Advancement. The Great Hall was a bloody mess. The body of Chang Shua, who had already died tragically, seemed to still be nourishing oil. The entire hall was silent.
Chapter 106 Sword Platform Transmission, Sword Pick Kyoto, Seizing the Sword. Walk to the drill hall.
Li Xianbai casually waved his hand a few times, and 10,000 pounds of huge force was easy.
He looked to Zhou Xiong who was on the side. Come on. Chapter 107 The Return of the Jinshi Candidate. Kyoto City Gate.
On this day, the gates of the city were opened wide and the people took refuge.
Countless people looked on in anticipation, curious to see what was happening here.
Chapter 108 King and Shin's Night Invasion of King Wu's Mansion.
Instead of answering the Grand Prince's question, the Jinshi candidate opened his mouth. Do you know that there is another patriarch by the side of that sixth prince? Chapter 109 10 miles outside the city.
As soon as Zhou Xiong heard this, he immediately put away his sword. The Indivine King wiped a cold sweat from his forehead before smilingly opening his mouth.
Didn't think.
Chapter 110 Killing the Three Masters, Jinshi waiting to arrive. Sensing the presence of these auras, Li Xianbai calmed down instead. He just stood at the edge of the lake, waiting quietly. At some point,
Chapter 111 I am invincible in the realm of the Zhongshi. Good guts. Looking at Li Xianbai who was sitting by the lake as if he was watching the rain, the Marquis of Jinshi opened his mouth. Killing the three great patriarchs.
Chapter 112 Sword Sex Sword Heart Solution, Killing the Grand Prince. On the outskirts of the city, 10 miles away, a great battle was fought, blood was shed, and the vermilion bird patrolled the sky.
And at this time, Kyoto, the Grand Prince's residence. Zhou Xiong. Chapter 113 Unscrupulous. Li Xianbai left easy.
But the whole of Kyoto, however, was in an uproar because of this.
Report.
A fast horse. Chapter 114 Concentration Formation, Barking Dogs in the Government Offices.
Checking in. Sign in successfully.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Gathering of Elements formation.
Along with a new check-in. Chapter 115 Killing Chaoan, the one who hit the face of the Son of Heaven today.
Zhao Kai, the prefect of Kyoto, directly announced the opening of the court. The people of the Grand Prince were quickly brought up.
They don't have the same treatment as Li Xianbai, a few kills. Chapter 116 The Power of the Gathering Yuan Formation, Suffocating Emperor Jinglong. What happened at the Kyoto prefectural office soon reached Emperor Jinglong's ears. Upon hearing the news of Chaoan's death, Emperor Jinglong's eyes glazed over.
Chapter 117 First Hearing of Mountain and Sea, Great Master entering the capital, 4,000 words. There was a chill in the air. The fall rains the other day seemed to take away the last of the world's warmth.
Winter has come early.
Chapter 118 17 years old signing, Thunder Monarch subdues prison.
Li Xianbei's 17th birthday.
It was considered grand, but not many guests came over. At this sensitive point in time today.
Chapter 119 Li Xianbai, huh? So the unlucky one is me. Outside of Kyoto.
A man who looked a little thin, carrying a sharp sword, came towards Kyoto City. He stood at the gates of the city, looking at the immediate. Chapter 120 The most powerful patriarch, Li Xuanbai's outing.
No more bull Li Xuanbai's face sank slightly, then he spoke.
The great master Zhou Xiong, who was known as the strongest in the world, came here. Chapter 121 The delusion-breaking god's pupil appears, the power of ghosts and gods shakes the world. Wheel Wars. Seeing Li Xianbai walk out, many people thought so in their hearts, but not one person called him despicable.
Because he. October begs for monthly support.
I'm a little bombed out of my mind because my catch-up reading is slipping, so I didn't get to write enough for 8K today. I adjusted my mindset, tomorrow, or 8,000, as for the original said to try 10,000. Honestly, ultimately, the results did not tense up, not enough power. You can't blame the reader for this, only the author's lack of writing. But even so, I think I've been updating fairly diligently since I hit the shelves. So, after 12 o'clock it's October, lick my face and beg for monthly votes, aiming to reach 1,000 votes in October. Monthly votes and subscription is undoubtedly the biggest motivation to code. If the results go up, the author is highly motivated and will definitely sell his updates. Anyway, humble request for votes, thanks. Chapter 122 Zhou Xiong's death, today's rising. It was accompanied by a soft cry from Li Xianbai. The Sun Dragon's shadow violently headed towards Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong's face was grave, and his true essence was mobilized frantically while. Chapter 123 The Four Guards enter the city, the set of the god's eye. The development of things was somewhat beyond Li Xianbai's expectations. According to his original plan, he would wait some more, arrange step by step, and nibble and. Chapter 124 The Great War begins, entering the Imperial City. Inside the city. When the four guards move, all directions are afraid. When the Prime Minister of the Great Sung saw this, the color of anger in his eyes gradually receded a bit. Chapter 125 Chengwu Gate, an arrow. The four guard generals all saw them move as if no one else was there. Even Li Xianbai just walked towards the center of the war. Everywhere you go. Chapter 126 My son is here today to send you on your way. Just after arriving at Chengwu Gate, I was confronted with such a warning. The crowd was somewhat appalled. Following God King and were two other sect master powerhouses. Chapter 127, Killing a Great Master, This World, It's Time for a Change. The sky was cloudy. It's always the same this time of year. At some point, a shout came from the rear. Your Highness do not. Chapter 128, The Most Powerful in the World, 3,000 Words. With the death of the Grand Eunuch Lu Min, the biggest threat on Emperor Jinglong's side is dead. Have to say. Lu Min's strength, indeed. Chapter 129, Though there are many people, they all lower their eyebrows when they look at them. Emperor Jinglong's power shocked everyone. In his presence, their once proud strength seemed so helpless. That. Chapter 130, Emperor Li Xianbai, the Emperor's Tomb. Along with the ambush of Emperor Jinglong, the entire palace was controlled by Li Xianbai. For Suzu and the dark guards under him. Li Xianbi, after understanding the situation. Chapter 131, The Secret of the Emperor's Tomb, White Tiger House. The so-called Emperor's Tomb was the place where the ancestors of the great Song imperial family had sunk to sleep. Such a place is naturally not for ordinary people to enter. Li Xianbai A. Chapter 132, The Northern Python re-raises its troops, Emperor Wu rises at Jiaguan, 5,000 words. After discovering the news of the Eternal Life Society, Zhou Xiong immediately began to investigate. The strength displayed by the Eternal Life Society at the beginning, even now, he was a bit shocked. Chapter 133, A Man and a Sword suppressing the Northern Python, the sword path leaves traces that astonish the world. The moment they saw Li Xianbai, everyone's faces were horrified. Many of them, had seen Li Xianbai before, when Li Xianbai was in his. Chapter 134, True Elemental Initialization, Spiritual Rhythm Deeply Hidden. Li Xianbai is very busy. He went up to Jiaguan with one man and one sword, and directly beat the Northern Python within less than half a month, and withdrew from Jiaguan. Kagan is good though. Chapter 135, The Hidden Secrets of Changsheng Mountain. The northern border of the Great Song, Mount Everlasting. This mountain was located in the midst of mountains, and the fog was so thick that it covered the entire mountain. Before that it was just a nameless. Chapter 136, The Unruly Li Xianbai. After checking out the clues, Li Xianbai immediately began to move. He took the Shura guards from each place and focused them all over. Chapter 137, Realm Breakthrough, Everlasting Underpinnings. Martial Emperor, what do you mean by that? Xia Changxiang burst out. The anger in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. In his imagination. Chapter 138, Execution of the Eternal Life, A Greater Crisis? Li Xianbai's sudden breakthrough caused Xia Changxiang's face to look ugly. Just now, Li Xianbai, who was not even a Grand Master, had been able to battle him back and forth. Chapter 139, The Green Clothes Who Came on Waves. The matter of the Eternal Life Society ended and Li Xianbai returned to Kyoto. And Zhou Xiong did not follow him back. In his words, the recent. Chapter 140, Human Soul Streamer. 9 sects were in trouble, and the great Song Jianghu shook. And those men in green still acted with impunity. Up ahead is the Wind and Cloud Building, as I recall. Chapter 141, Martial Emperor Undefeated, Great Song Undefeated. Zhou Xiong held the Wu Mo sword in one hand. Facing the man in green, his face didn't change. Almost just in a flash, the two collided together. Chapter 142, The Great Song Catastrophe, Outside Kyoto City. The entire Great Song Jianghu was plunged into a catastrophe, with news of clans being overrun coming from all over the place frequently. And every time it's an extermination. An old minister. Chapter 143. A cool breeze blew by. It kicked up a cloud of dust, making the already slightly cool world even colder. Out of nowhere. Chapter 144. I, Did Song, have not treated you well. Right now, Zhou Jiani's state is really bad. Such a state matches his words. Zhang Changqing's sneer couldn't have looked more appropriate. Chapter 145, Mountain and Sea Realm, nothing more than that. The sudden change made Zhang Changqing's face ugly. He looked grim. Looking at Li Xianbai who suddenly appeared. Martial Emperor. Chapter 146, Realm of the Spiritual Platform, 10,000 Swords in the Sky. Zhang Changqing stood at the back. In front of him, almost all of his companions were turned into a dead body. The ones that survived were all suffering from. Chapter 147, All the cards are out, kill the 10 demons. Zhang Changqing is powerful. Compared to the other opponents, it was completely beyond more than one order of magnitude. It was worthy of the name of the spiritual platform realm. This. Chapter 148, Live to the sword, die for the sword. Zhang Changqing is dead. The surroundings, which were like an apocalypse, also recovered quickly. In this battle, the Great Song suffered great losses. Although the time. Chapter 149, Rudraksh, 1,000 opportunities to fight for ferrying. Time is like water. A month had passed since Zhou Jiani left. Li Xianbai cultivated more and more diligently. King Anji looked like he had a premonition. Chapter 150, There are demons in the sea and people in the mountains. Early the next morning, Li Xianbai walked out from the palace. At this moment, there was only a Xianling sword on his body. It's the same as it was when. Chapter 151, Soul Refining Mountain, Li Xianbai strikes, 4K words. Everything that happened on this journey was far beyond Li Xuanbai's previous expectations. He truly realizes that he has indeed come to a magical world. Chapter 152 Li Xuanbai's Strength, 4,000 words.
Green Peak Mountain. Towering peaks. It's a staple in this neighborhood.
However, at this time, the Green Peak walled city was filled with a burning and looting. Chapter 153 Immortality Method, Death of the Spiritual Platform. Although it was said that the true essence displayed by Li Xianbai now had already reached hidden spirit perfection,
but it was obviously nothing to Tu Feng. Hidden Spirit. Chapter 154 Realm Breakthrough, Great Tomb appears.
The battle with Soul Refining Mountain was not a small gain for Li Xianbai. Not only did he understand the power of the Soul Refining Mountain, but at the same time, he had also obtained some war booty during this battle. Chapter 155 Seeing Chao Taichu again, Unexpected World Events. Within a few days, Li Xianbai arrived at the place where the Thousand Faces Association was located.
The situation here is similar to the Green Peak walled city.
While the strength of this,
Chapter 156 shocked Wang Fenghua.
Facing Chao Taichu, Wang Fenghua's mind had been tightened to the extreme.
Chao Taichu's strength was far above his, so he was very clear in his mind. Chapter 157 Fishing in Troubled Waters. Not far away was Wang Fenghua.
The whole thing was in shock.
The strength displayed by Li Xianbai had far exceeded his imagination. Chapter 158 Entering, Inside the Great Tomb.
They already knew something about the situation in Green Peak Walled City.
A power without a spirit platform was absolutely incapable of engaging in a battle with them. Chapter 159 The Yellow Bird is at the back. Hearing Li Xuanbai's words, Wang Fenghua's face instantly became ugly.
Now the power of Soul Refining Mountain was already above all the forces.
Chapter 160 Strength Surge, Gathering of the People. Li Xianbai also looked towards the other party.
This person has a pure true essence, and the sharp sword in his hand is emitting a bit of cold light.
It doesn't help that he. Chapter 161 So-called Bullying.
After seeing the situation around him clearly, Wang Fenghua walked over to one person and then opened his mouth to ask, "What's going on here? Why is everyone gathering?"
Chapter 162 Siege of Soul Refining Mountain.
A physical body of a transformed infant, the value of which was hard to say. Such people, however, did not have much attachment to the corpse.
A strong man. Chapter 163 Li Xianbai makes a move. Almost just in a flash.
Everything here has changed drastically. Originally, their goal was to get from the tomb.
Chapter 164 The Malice of the Crowd. Numerous spirit platform powerhouses frantically surrounded Chen Yang.
In the face of such an attack, Chen Yang was feeling more and more desperate. In such a situation, he would.
Chapter 165 The Might of the Dharma Phase, A Massacre.
Accompanying that person's words, everyone else also surrounded towards Li Xianbai. They didn't move, but their purpose was all very obvious. Chapter 166 Shocked from all sides, entrusted to Qingfeng Zhai. In the eyes of the people of Qingfeng village who looked at Li Xianbai, all of them were filled with strong admiration. Even Wang Fenghua was likewise the same.
Li Xian. Chapter 167 Soul Refining Mountain's Visitors. Hearing Yan Li's words, Wang Meng immediately opened his mouth to retort. No.
He was willing to surrender his position, but...
Chapter 168 Li Xuanbai's Arrival.
The appearance of Soul Refining Mountain directly changed the situation here. Originally, all forces were putting pressure on Qingfeng Zhai, but Yanli possessed enough strength.
Chapter 169 Execution of the Soul Refining Mountain Spirit Terrace.
Seeing Li Xianbai walk out, that Soul Refining Mountain Spirit platform's face changed slightly.
Li Xuanbai's aura did look very extraordinary, making people glance. Chapter 170 Joint Suppression.
Li Xianbai was not clear about their thoughts. From the very beginning, Li Xianbai had never wanted to maintain any peace with Soul Refining Mountain.
Chapter 171 Making an Example of Someone.
The tactics of these forces are dark.
They can say anything, but they never take it personally, because they know that. Chapter 172 Lu Tongxian. Although it was true that the current performance of the Green Peak Walled City looked very abysmal to the people of the Thousand Faces Society, but they also knew that Qingfeng Village was ultimately stronger than the Thousand Faces Society. Chapter 173 The Original Thousand Faces Society. For Li Xianbi.
Although the Green Peak Walled City was said to be unable to give him much help in battle, it gave him quite a bit of help in other areas.
Chapter 174 Destruction of the Thousand Faces Association. There will be a lot of people at Thousand Faces, and that's the bottom line for them.
The strongest among a power is their upper limit, but a power is not only made of. Chapter 175 Battle against the late spiritual platform.
Stop! A bellowing cry suddenly rang out.
Although Lu Tongxian didn't care much about the Thousand Faces Association, he was at least sheltering.
Chapter 176 Lu Tongxuan's Death. The current Lu Tongxian finally felt some despair. The power displayed by Li Xianbai had far exceeded his imagination. In his